Chapter 209, Enmity 2. Seeing that Xiao Chucho and the other ancestors in his family had no plans to expand westward, relief washed over Xiao Yuanci. After all, he had promised Li Jing that he would look after the Li family. He then spoke in a deep voice. Li Mutian, the ancestor of the Li family, used to be a farmer before he became a rogue cultivator, eventually attaining the foundation establishment realm. He must be a remarkable individual, and his offspring are likely no less remarkable. Li Tongya, while not exceptionally talented, possesses a good heart. Li Jing must have inherited his father's talent in swordsmanship. But I have never heard much about Li Mutian. He didn't seem to be famous in the Yu state. Xiao Chucho was listening intently to him, but suddenly frowned and asked, "Do all four of Li Mutian's sons have a spiritual orifice?" Unaware of the intent behind the old man's question, Xiao Yuanci pondered for a moment before replying. The eldest son passed away when he was very young, but the remaining 3 sons all have spiritual orifices. Xiao Chucho raised an eyebrow, the wrinkles on his aged face gathering as he continued. Oh? And what about their Xian generation? After a moment's recollection, Xiao Yuanci replied slowly, his voice thick with uncertainty. There are 3 boys and 1 girl. All 3 sons possess spiritual orifices. Xiao Chucho picked up the tail of a spirit beast and flipped its carcass over before storing it in his storage pouch. The Yuan generation comes after the Xian generation, right? Xiao Yuanci nodded and replied, Yes, but I don't know much about those in the Yuan generation. There are more of them. I only know that 3 of them possess a spiritual orifice. Xiao Chucho nodded, feeling a bit reassured. He waved his hand solemnly and commented, Li Mutian is undoubtedly remarkable. I would not be surprised if he had consumed some extraordinary heavenly treasures at some point. The bloodline of the Li family doesn't seem like that of an ordinary foundation establishment realm cultivator. It's more akin to that of a purple mansion realm cultivator. Oh, Xiao Yuanci was taken aback by this perspective, impressed by the depth of knowledge his old ancestor possessed. During the decline of the Xiao family, Xiao Chucho was only a peak qi cultivator. He left all the family's treasures and the essence-gathering pills to Xiao Shooting and ventured out on his own to seek opportunities. Because of this, he had gained extensive knowledge. Xiao Yuanci recalled the demeanors of both Li Tongya and Li Xiangping, then nodded thoughtfully and replied, Indeed, that could be the case. As the 2 soared through the sky toward the Li residence, Xiao Chucho suddenly smiled and whispered, I have an idea. Since the Li family's lineage is exceptional, the Xiao family could consider marriage with them. This would not only solidify the relationship between our families, but also potentially produce a prodigious talent. If the Li family can unify Moongaze Lake, our family could not only use them as a barrier, but also form an alliance with them. After all, we're dependent on each other. Xiao Yuanci nodded, smiling warmly as he responded, Old ancestor, the union you're suggesting is akin to that of the Ning and Qi families within the Azure Pond sect. They complemented each other and monopolized the Azure Pond. Our families don't need to be that close, Xiao Chucho interjected, shaking his head. It's good for the families to get along with each other. However, a union too close risks mutual usurpation. A mutually beneficial relationship, bound by the master-disciple ties, is adequate. I understand, Xiao Yuanci affirmed. As they conversed, Mount Yue appeared on the horizon. The foot of the mountain was lively, and the morning sunlight cast a gentle glow upon the majestic golden formation, creating a scene akin to that of a fairyland. Li Tongya examined the jade boxes on the desk carefully, inspecting each one carefully before stacking them up, shaking his head with a tinge of regret. These spirit items from Mount Yue are potent even for those in the qi cultivation realm. However, without the proper elixir or pill formula, ingesting them directly not only diminishes their effectiveness but also poses harm, making future breakthroughs increasingly challenging. Spirit items, while effective, also carried impurities that could cause adverse effects. Pill crafting involved the careful refinement of these substances to minimize their adverse impacts and maximize their efficacy. Passing the jade boxes to Li Xianxian, Li Tongya suddenly recalled something and asked, Is Qiuyang still struggling to make a breakthrough? Li Xianxian nodded, equally as perplexed. I've spoken with Qiuyang, and indeed, he's still struggling. It's puzzling. Considering Qiuyang's talent compared to Dong's back then, he shouldn't be in such a state. After thinking for a while, Li Tongya finally recalled a distant memory. Realization dawned upon him as he asked, Do you remember the snake dragon tree at home? Of course. Li Xianxian replied as he nodded slowly. The snake dragon tree could be considered the Li family's most prized possession after the mirror and the Qingche sword. It bore a snake dragon fruit once every 5 years, which Xiao Yuanci would then refine into pills. Many in the family relied on these snake dragon pills to achieve breakthroughs in their cultivation. Li Tongya shook his head, recounting an old tale in a warm tone. Back then, we were able to discover this precious tree all thanks to Qiuyang. The child seemed blessed. He ventured into the mountains and accidentally consumed a snake dragon fruit when he was young. Luckily, the fruit's mild nature only rendered him unconscious for several days. Afterward, the speed of his cultivation was extraordinary. Within just a year, he had managed to condense the profound scenery chakra. Li Xianxian listened intently to the story. Li Tongya sighed, continuing. At the time, we all thought it was Qiuyang's good fortune. Little did we know that fortune and misfortune walk hand in hand. His rapid cultivation, fueled by reckless ingestion of the spirit fruit without proper cultivation, left him with underlying issues. Now he struggles to advance beyond the peak of the embryonic breathing realm. Realization dawned upon Li Xianxian as he nodded. Li Tongya picked up the tea bowl from the table and continued. Among all the mountains under our family's control, the spiritual qi of the spirit spring on Mount Huaqian flows the thickest. Explain to Qiuyang about his situation, then send him to Mountain Huaqian to cultivate. Understood, Li Xianxian replied respectfully. As he raised his head, an abrupt buzz emanated from the grand formation, and an elderly voice came through. Xiao Chucho from the Xiao family has come to visit. Please open the formation, Tongya, my friend. Li Tongya quickly opened the formation and soared into the sky. Xiao Chucho and Xiao Yuanci landed atop the mountain with a smile on their faces. Greetings, seniors. Li Tongya greeted respectfully as he cupped his fist. As courteous as ever. Tongya. Xiao Chucho remarked with a smile as he followed Li Tongya into the courtyard. Seated alongside Xiao Yuanci, he accepted the tea that was offered to him. They exchanged a few pleasantries before shifting the conversation to the purpose of his visit. Your house's grand formation is ingeniously crafted. I've traversed north and south and have some knowledge of formations. This one is particularly notable, Xiao Chucho remarked. It was set up by Master Lu Changdai, Li Tongya replied, causing Xiao Yuanci to raise his eyebrow at the mention of the name. I've seen this Lu Changdai before, Xiao Yuanci chimed in warmly. He's quite an interesting person, very skillful in formations, and speaks as if he's been around for nearly a century. He seems to know many people. Xiao Chucho seemed uninterested in this topic and redirected the discussion. He scrutinized Li Tongya briefly before asking, How confident are you in building your Dao foundation, Tongya? I haven't completed my qi cultivation yet, so I'm uncertain, Li Tongya responded respectfully. Xiao Chucho nodded, sharing some crucial insights on laying the Dao foundation. Li Tongya, who had largely relied on himself throughout his cultivation journey, was naturally thrilled to receive such valuable guidance. He absorbed the advice diligently, carefully noting down every wisdom Xiao Chucho imparted to him mentally. Xiao Yuanci listened and interjected occasionally, adding his insights. After receiving their guidance, Li Tongya quickly expressed his gratitude. Xiao Chucho smiled and waved his hand, his gaze intense and piercing as he addressed Li Tongya directly. Tongya, I'm sure you're also quite informed about my family's affairs. Chapter 210, Departure of Guests. Xiao Chucho's words were gentle, yet they struck a chord of dismay in Li Tongya's heart, setting his mind ablaze with swirling thoughts. As he gazed upon the old man's smiling countenance, he responded respectfully. Through the years of our family's dealings, I've certainly gleaned some understanding of your family's situation. Ancestor Chuting has indeed extended kindness toward me, for which I remain deeply grateful. Xiao Chucho noticed the subtle implication in Li Tongya's words with his vague reference to their ancestor, Xiao Chuting. He simply nodded once and murmured softly, In that case, there's no need for further elaboration. Our two families have long relied on each other. Should you attain the foundation establishment realm in the future, do send word to my Xiao family. We can then discuss arrangements for a union between our families for mutual support. Xiao Chucho was direct with his intention, and Li Tongya was a level-headed man and was deeply grateful to Xiao Chuting. Not only that, he was also the elder brother of Li Jing and maintained good relations with Xiao Yongling. Over the years, correspondence between the families had solidified the Xiao family's trust in him. For Li Tongya, Attaining the Foundation Establishment realm would mean securing the support of the Shao family for the Li family. Conversely, if he failed to achieve this milestone and perished, the relations between the two families would remain connected to the personal relationships between Shao Yuanci and Li Chejing. Li Tongya listened intently, his heart swelling with joy at the realization. Pragmatic by nature, he did not allow himself to dwell on the bluntness of Shao Chucho's words. Instead, he silently reflected. Shao family presently has Shao Shooting, a purple mansion realm cultivator, and Shao Chucho, who is at the middle stage foundation establishment realm. Additionally, there are 3 other cultivators at the late stage foundation establishment realm and 5 at the early middle stage foundation establishment realm. Undoubtedly, they stand as a prominent family, rivaled only by the Yu family of Linghai Prefecture, the Chun family of Yuyang Prefecture, and a few others. Even if the Shao family were to soon sever ties with the Azure Pond sect and ascend to the status of the Purple Mansion Immortal clan, they wouldn't be able to override the Azure Pond and intervene in Moongaze Lake's affairs. Nevertheless, their support would remain invaluable. Moreover, the Shao family relies on our family to serve as a defensive wall on Moongaze Lake, facilitating the distribution of pills and Dharma artifacts. Such mutual dependence fosters a symbiotic relationship between our families, naturally ensuring mutual benefit. Li Tongya cupped his fist with a solemn expression, knowing full well of the Shao family's plans. I am grateful for the esteemed ancestors' faith in us. The Li family will definitely serve as a barrier for your clan and safeguard the Moongaze Lake. Shao Chucho chuckled, nodding vigorously as he helped Li Tongya to his feet, warmly clasping his hand. His aged voice echoed in the courtyard as he spoke gently. What are you saying? We're just looking out for each other. After another brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Tongya and Shao Chucho returned to their seats and continued their conversation, touching upon recent events with increasingly composed tones. As the conversation lingered and Li Tongya sensed the guest's impending departure, he quickly sent out a voice transmission through his mana. When Li Xianxian received the message, who was waiting outside the door, he entered the courtyard right away and presented 4 jade boxes. Here are 4 spirit items from our family. I humbly request the senior's discerning eye to inspect them, Li Tongya said politely. Shao Yuanci set down his tea bowl. With his adept cultivation and alchemy, he swiftly examined the jade boxes, discerning their contents with ease before speaking. These 4 spirit items are common ingredients of the Qi cultivation realm. With my current knowledge in pill crafting, 3 of them can serve as supplementary ingredients and 1 as a main. If you trust me, you may consider selling the supplementary ingredient to my family. And as for the main ingredient, I can refine it into pills. We can split the proceeds as usual, and I'll arrange for its delivery to your residence upon completion, he offered. Li Tongya was anticipating this offer from Shao Yuanci. He quickly cupped his fist and bowed his head slightly. Then I'll take you up on that offer, senior. Handing over the 4 jade boxes to Shao Yuanci, Li Tongya listened attentively as Shao Yuanci detailed the utility and value of each spirit herb. Upon receiving 20 spirit stones as payment for the 3 supplementary ingredients, they conversed a little more before the guests from the Shao family were ready to take their leave. The 2 men bid farewell to Li Tongya and left the mountains formation. After soaring through the skies for hours, Shao Chucho finally broke the silence. Yuanci, Rulian is already 19. How about arranging her marriage into the Li family? Shao Yuanci considered for a moment before replying. I'm afraid she's not the right candidate. If we were to arrange a marriage with the Li family, the groom should be someone from their generation of Yuan. Rulian belongs to the same generation as the generation of Xian, and all the boys from that family already have spouses. It's not appropriate for her to marry into the Yuan generation. We should consider someone from the generation of Gui on our side instead. Shao Chucho nodded thoughtfully, seeing the logic in his words. Then Guilwan it shall be. She's still young. By the time Li Tongya attains the foundation establishment realm, it'll be the right time for her to wed. Li Pingyi, now sporting a thick mustache on his upper lip which served as a symbol of his prime years, strode into the courtyard. He nodded toward his wife, who came over to greet him. You've finally returned, my dear. We've been looking for you. Annie has been waiting for quite some time, his wife said with a small smile. Upon hearing his wife's words, Li Pingyi hastened into the house, where he found Li Furl, seated with a smile. She had shed the elegant attire of Mount Yue for the plain dress of the Easterners. She greeted him warmly. Seems like you've been really busy. It's really hard to catch even just a glimpse of you. Li Pingyi smiled awkwardly in response and replied, I've already discussed the matter you mentioned with the young family head, Auntie. Oh, oh. Li Feiruo perked up instantly, listening intently. Li Pingyi continued. Since you're aware of the matter on Mount Yue, the young family head has decided to send you to Lichuangku in the west upon careful consideration. You'll manage the town, negotiate with Mount Yue, and regulate the influx of refugees across the border. He believes that this task suits you best, and within 3 days, you'll receive formal instructions to move. Li Feiruo was delighted by the news. Excellent. I'm truly grateful for the family's trust. I won't let them down, she beamed. Li Feiruo had demonstrated boldness since her teenage years in Mount Yue and had a natural aptitude for management. Now presented with such an opportunity, she was more than eager to settle into her new role. After conversing for a while, Li Pingyi was approached by a discreet clan soldier who whispered a few words in his ear. My lord, there's news from the mine. A precious pearl has been unearthed from the cave, and Lord Su retrieved it clandestinely. Li Pingyi raised his eyebrow in surprise, and as Li Feiruo noticed this change in his expression, she tactfully excused herself. Li Pingyi courteously saw her off, then turned his head around and exclaimed, I wouldn't be surprised if Su Gongming cannot discern a spirit item. But how can a cultivator at the 3rd stage of the embryonic breathing realm not recognize such a precious item? The clan soldier simply shook his head with a small shrug of his shoulders. Lord Su only mentioned that the pearl emanated an immense aura, far surpassing that of the embryonic breathing realm. Where's the item now? Li Pingyi asked. Lord Su is waiting outside the courtyard, and he brought the precious pearl along with him. The clan soldier replied. Excellent. Come with me to see the young family head. Li Pingyi led the clan soldier out of the courtyard as the main courtyard was adjacent to the side courtyard where they had been. After a brief walk along the stone path, they reached the main courtyard. Taking the wooden box from Su Gongming, Li Pingyi proceeded alone through the front hall and the middle hall. He eventually reached Li Yuanxiu, who was deeply engrossed in reading a wooden slip in his seat. Young family head. Li Pingyi presented the wooden box with reverence, explaining the situation in detail. Li Yuanxiu listened attentively, and once he had finished, he gave a simple instruction. Open it up, let me take a look. Li Pingyi complied, opening the box and taking out a dark and translucent treasure pearl, which was roughly the size of a fist. Li Yuanxiu reached out to grasp it, feeling a slight tingling sensation in his hand upon contact. He examined it closely but found no discernible clues. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, It seems to be a spirit item of the Qi cultivation realm. Uncle Qiuyang and Uncle Dongha are away on Mount Huaqian, and I'm not sure if Father and the rest are in seclusion right now. I know that the senior at Foundation Establishment Realm from the Shao family came to visit this morning and just left not too long ago, so I'm guessing Granduncle isn't in seclusion. Li Yuanxiu held up the precious pearl and instructed, Send this spirit item to Granduncle later and have him take a look at it. Chapter 211, Thunder Pearl. Right here. Muyuan landed on the small island in the lake, dressed in a gray cloak. Even though they were in a remote area, Muyuan remained cautious. He ensured that he was tightly covered, wary of any passerby who might inadvertently stumble upon them. Standing behind him was a gray-robed old man, a grin plastered on his face as they landed together on the small island. Muyuan respectfully cupped his fists and asked, Master Jiang, is this far enough? Yes, it is. Master Jiang chuckled as he tapped his Shenyang mansion, closing his eyes and kneeling on the ground. Muyuan stood beside him, asking, The Yin family has discreetly sent the item into the mine, and the Li family has discovered it. Master Jiang, how potent is this spell? With his eyes tightly shut, Master Jiang appeared to be spiritually traversing the realm as he searched for something intently. The physical bodies of immortal cultivators are fragile. Your elder brother is the one who taught me this spell that could easily catch anyone off guard. It can swiftly incapacitate even a Qi cultivator unless they have established their immortal foundation. Coupled with my curse, it will not only damage their root foundation, but also inflict harm upon their vital Qi. Even if they're saved, their future prospects are bleak, he replied. Though Muyuan had heard of Master Jiang's abilities before, he could not help but feel creeped out upon hearing his explanation. What a truly insidious spell that leaves no room for defense, he said. Master Jiang let out a hearty laugh, and then said, I'm not surprised to hear that from you. I've traveled far and wide, but your elder brother is the most sinister person I've ever encountered. Muyuan raised an eyebrow at him and was about to respond, but was stopped by the smile on Master Jiang's wrinkled face. Don't even try to intimidate me. I'm not afraid if you report this to your elder brother. Even if I call him sinister, he would take it as a compliment, Master Jiang said with the same crooked grin. Before Muyuan could react, Master Jiang exclaimed, I've found it. The Thunder Pearl is currently in the hands of a leader. It seems to be the young family head of the Li family, a cultivator at the second stage of the embryonic breathing realm. He's most likely Li Yuanxiu. They're about to transfer it to Li Tongya's hands. Yu Mian was taken aback before skeptically saying, why would the Li family entrust the family's leadership to an embryonic breathing realm cultivator? Master Jiang simply snorted in response. The Li family isn't as powerful as your Yu family, where qi cultivators are plentiful. But before Master Jiang could finish his sentence, Yu Miyuan's expression turned serious as he interrupted him with an important question. How long can you sustain this technique? Master Jiang was slightly caught off guard by the question, but mumbled, 2 hours. What he did not expect was the determined expression on Yu Miyuan's face as he instructed, do it now. What? Master Jiang gave him a confused look as he asked slowly, why bother with a mere embryonic breathing realm cultivator? Why not wait a little more to catch something bigger, young master? Forget about Li Xianfeng and Li Xianling. The Thunder Pearl is already on its way to Li Tongya. Once it's in his hands, we'll injure him, dashing any hopes of him attaining the Foundation Establishment realm. Won't that be wonderful? Are you trying to get my family in trouble, Master Jiang? Yu Muyuan's countenance darkened with irritation and anger as he exclaimed, have you considered the relationship between Li Xianfeng, Li Yuanxiu, Li Tongya, and Li Qiuyang? There's a chance Li Qiuyang may overlook it if a few of the younger generations in the Li family were killed. However, if Li Tongya, his own brother, were killed, he'd definitely come back all the way from the southern border. It takes only a clarity talisman to expose us. And when he discovers the truth, the Yu family will be as good as dead. Realization finally dawned upon Master Jiang. Yu Mian grabbed him roughly and demanded loudly, so do it now? Li Yuanxiu is good enough. No more delays. If something goes awry and delays our plans, neither of us can bear the consequences. Of course. Although Master Jiang's cultivation was modest, his seniority was considerable. Being chastised by his junior left him with a somewhat sour expression, but nevertheless, he performed a hand seal with both hands and thrust both fingers forward. Release. Li Yuanxiu carefully stowed away the wooden slip in his hand, issuing a few commands before gesturing for Li Pingyi to hand over the wooden box. As Li Pingyi promptly handed it over, Li Yuanxiu delicately placed the precious pearl inside. Feeling the slight tingling sensation in his hand, he suddenly recalled something. He picked up the wooden slip from the table and handed it to Li Pingyi, who accepted it and exited the room. Yuanyun enjoys history books. I got one this for. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Yuanxiu suddenly heard a faint voice that belonged to an old man. Release. In an instant, the jade pearl inside the wooden box beside him flashed brightly. A surge of majestic energy burst forth and erupted with the might of a volcano, catching Li Yuanxiu completely off guard. Before he could even react, thunder flames blazed out and engulfed his whole body, tearing through his flesh and bone, and causing blood to splatter everywhere. Boom! With a deafening roar, the entire hall shook violently, engulfed in billowing smoke. Although Li Pingyi was immortal and was a good distance away from the rear hall, the mana shockwave broke several of his bones, sending him rolling like a gourd over a long distance. 2 thunder flames landed on both his arms, blowing them to smithereens and splattering out a ground of blood. He merely grunted before fainting, all in just a matter of moments. Who? As the dark purple thunder flame blew the rear hall into pieces, a curse aura synonymous with the Qi cultivation realm spread through the town, causing the sun-right profound light formation to buzz. Li Tongya, who had just seen the 2 guests from the Shao family off and was about to enter seclusion, soared into the sky in shock and anger before landing in the courtyard. Several stone doors on the back mountain also opened, a few practicing Qi cultivators coming out from their seclusion with frowns on their faces. Who dares to ambush Mount Lijing? Li Xianxian soared into the air. Li Xianfeng furrowed his brow in displeasure as he swiftly entered the stone chamber and retrieved the mirror. With a gentle stroke on its cool mirror surface, the vast territory unfolded in his mind, revealing the events transpiring at the foot of the mountain. With anger burning in his heart, his steely gaze followed the Qi trail into the distance, spotting 2 figures in gray robes watching from the lake. Bastards, you have quite the audacity, he spat. With a swift motion, Li Xianfeng retrieved his Golden Age longbow. He took a step forward, his mana surging as he drew the bowstring and unleashed a bright golden arrow that glimmered impressively. Unfortunately, the exertion proved too much for his body, and he coughed up black blood. He wiped the corner of his mouth with an icy expression as he aimed at his enemies in the distance with the mirror's help, before letting loose another mana-charged arrow. Li Tongya, who was at the foot of the mountain, looked up suddenly as if he had sensed something and, sure enough, spotted a golden light soaring into the air. Although Li Tongya's spiritual sense could not extend far enough to pinpoint the enemy's location, he knew that Li Xianfeng had detected their presence with the help of the mirror. As Li Tongya propelled himself into the air, chasing after the arrow, his initial fury gave way to caution. Could this be a trap? He gritted his teeth and, with firm resolve, decided to continue flying in pursuit behind the arrow. However, he was ready to retreat at any time if necessary. The enemy doesn't know about the mirror's ability, so they're likely defenseless. Regardless, I must proceed with caution. The families by the lake wouldn't dare harm me for the time being. Chapter 212, Muyuan, I. Master Jiang was still scanning the surroundings, oblivious to the distant golden light that was headed directly toward him. He took a few steps backward, but as soon as he performed another hand seal, a searing pain shot through his abdomen. The golden arrow had found its mark, causing him to let out a cry of agony. At the same time, he realized that he had been discovered. "Young master, help me," he called out, desperation lacing his voice. Master Jiang, a cultivator only at the third heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm, lacked real combat experience as he had devoted his whole life to mastering curse spells specialized in ambushing opponents. The arrow had pierced deep into his abdomen, sapping his vital qi. The astral qi in Li Xuanfeng's powerful attack surged in him painfully, leaving Master Jiang unable to ride the winds for escape. Beside him, Muyuan paled, gripped by fear. Hearing Master Jiang's cries, he exclaimed, "How is this possible? We're so far away. Does Li Xianfeng have some sort of divine ability?" Despite his shock, Muyuan moved fast and struck Master Jiang's Qiuyang mansion without any hesitation. Master Jiang's eyes immediately turned bloodshot and blood came spewing out from all the 7 orifices of his body. The Qiuyang mansion was where the soul resided. Master Jiang was already sweating profusely and paralyzed by the pain, and upon being struck by Muyuan, he immediately turned limp and collapsed onto the floor like a dead pig. Muyuan's mind raced as he spoke, already formulating his next moves. He swiftly removed Master Jiang's storage pouches before disfiguring the man's face beyond recognition with a fire spell. Then, he slapped several wind movement talismans onto Master Jiang's body, sending him away like a leaf caught in a gust of wind. After doing all that, he used his talismans without holding back, hiding inside layers and layers of shields before activating a Dharma artifact, a spirit shield. Muyuan discarded the 2 storage pouches into the lake, committing their location to memory before he vanished into the distance. In the next moment, a second burst of golden light glinted in the sky, accompanied by a middle-aged swordsman who was flying right behind it. Muyuan's heart sank as terror gripped him. Not again. And Li Tongya. My fate is sealed, he cried out in fear, almost whimpering. Li Tongya had always been perceptive. With just a glance at Master Jiang's body flying in the sky, he could tell that it was a diversion tactic. His gaze swiftly honed in on Muyuan, who was making a hasty retreat. Muyuan was always cautious in his actions. The robe he wore could conceal his spiritual sense, making it difficult for Li Tongya to discern his true strength and real identity. Yet, Li Tongya could tell from this person's behavior and movements that he was extremely afraid of him. "Bastard, have a taste of my blade," Li Tongya roared, unsheathing his sword and sending a white-colored celestial moonsword arc. Boom. Muyuan had conjured a small floating golden shield from what seemed to be a remarkable Dharma artifact of the Qi cultivation realm. It was as expected of a prominent family. Despite being an insignificant descendant of the Yu family, Muyuan possessed a Dharma artifact that was superior to Li Tongya's own. Li Tongya had gotten the Dharma sword in his hand from a woman from the Wu family. As it clashed against Muyuan's shield, the force of the impact sent the shield flying backward, its light dimming amidst the powerful reverberations that echoed through the air. Undeterred, Muyuan channeled more mana into the shield, striving to withstand the relentless assault. Unfortunately for Muyuan, though, Li Tongya had grown significantly stronger. With another powerful sword slash, he broke Muyuan's Dharma artifact into two, which was swiftly followed by yet another strike that pierced through the many layers of shields Muyuan had conjured with a barrage of talismans. Li Tongya's third strike was aimed directly at Muyuan's chest. Muyuan hastily performed a hand seal, attempting to defend himself in futility. However, before he could complete it, the golden light had already pierced through his abdomen, disrupting his spellcasting. Now coughing up blood, Muyuan felt another chilling sensation spread through his chest as Li Tongya's sword aura penetrated deeply into his flesh and bone. Shocked by Li Tongya's strength, Muyuan struggled to catch his breath. With the law of Celestial Moon, Li Tongya was no longer the man who could only rely on the initial stance of the Celestial Moon slash technique and the sword arc released by it to overpower his opponents. Within moments, Muyuan, despite being in the middle stage of the Qi cultivation realm, realized he was on the brink of defeat. Fortunately, he had prepared for this and kept a piece of white talisman on him. After a moment of activation, a radiant golden glow finally enveloped him. A talisman of the Foundation Establishment realm. Although Li Tongya could have risked decapitating Muyuan with his sword, he deemed it unwise as he was unsure of the talisman's capabilities. Unwilling to risk his life, yet hoping to capture Muyuan alive, Li Tongya unleashed one last move with his sword before withdrawing. The sharp blade drew blood this time, causing Muyuan to grunt in pain. However, to his surprise, the gray-robed man did not use the talisman to attack Li Tongya. With one decisive motion, he slapped the talisman onto his own head. Boom! A brilliant golden light erupted above Moongaze Lake, engulfing Muyuan in a fiery blaze. Mana fluctuations surged and flickered across the lake's surface for a fleeting moment before dissipating. Stumbling backward to avoid the burst of fire, Li Tongya's expression darkened with silent frustration. He activated his mana to shake the blood off his blade, gritting his teeth as he muttered to himself. What a flashy way to die. Li Tongya was quite certain that this whole incident was likely the doing of the Yue family. No other families in the area possessed the power to harm his Li family or would recklessly employ talismans of the Foundation Establishment realm in such a manner. With no further recourse available to him, Li Tongya could only release a frustrated sigh before reluctantly turning back. Li Tongya recovered another gray-robed man from the depths of the lake, bloodied and lifeless. He removed the man's hood, only to find a charred black mass where his face once was. Second uncle. Li Xianfeng descended from the air, his face slightly pale, yet still filled with anger as he looked at the corpse in Li Tongya's hands. Disfiguring the man's face is useless. Qi cultivators around the lake are well-known figures. This person was an elderly man, and his clothes were still intact. If we just display the body to the other families, I'm sure they'll recognize this person, he remarked coldly. By the time Li Xianfeng had finished speaking, his anger had ebbed slightly. Feeling that something was amiss, Li Tongya shook his head. This is not the right place for discussion. Li Xianfeng nodded uncertainly. With a surge of magical power, Li Tongya summoned a flame to cremate the corpse in his grasp. Together, they then soared into the sky and headed back to Mount Jing. As soon as they left, two figures emerged on the lake. One had a cold demeanor and white sideburns and was clad in a gray robe that billowed in the wind. Behind him stood a younger figure, who was gritting his teeth as tears streamed down his face. Second brother. Mugo's voice trembled, his words hoarse with emotion. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogui wore a grim expression, his voice barely above a whisper as he mumbled. How did it come to this? Master Zhang's death is one thing, but losing Muyuan and arousing suspicion from the Li family. This isn't worth it at all. Yu Xiaogui's resolve remained firm as he refused to intervene and watched Muyuan die before his eyes. This wasn't a mere oversight in planning. There's something off about this Li Xianfeng. I've never heard of someone with a spiritual sense spanning 100 li. He can't be just a Qi cultivator. Even a purple mansion isn't capable of such a feat. Mugo exclaimed indignantly. That's enough. Yu Xiaogui cut him off coldly. Li Tongya isn't dumb. He could have gathered evidence, but he chose not to. Although he decided not to pursue this matter and fall out with our family, this incident still marks the beginning of a rift between our families. From now on, we're not even apparent allies, but enemies. Father, I understand, Mugo said, standing up straight and wiping away his tears. His expression hardened as he made a cold and steely declaration. This is the right time to eliminate Jingming. Chapter 213, Me Too. Meanwhile, on the shore of Moongaze Lake, Li Xianfeng and Li Tongya flew in silence for a while before Li Tongya finally broke the silence. It's the Yu family's doing. Li Xuanfeng's expression darkened, a simmering anger evident as he clenched his teeth. I knew it was the Yu family when I saw you disposing of the body. However, we probably can't confront them right now. If we didn't have that, we would have never known who had done this. Yu Mugo must have employed some insidious tactics to harm Xiu'er in this manner. Li Tongya's voice turned cold as he spoke with finality in his tone. There's no need for further discussion on this matter. The truth will become clear once we return and investigate. Li Tongya slowly sheathed his sword and continued. This incident has stirred up quite a commotion. I suspect that everyone on the lake is already aware of it. If my guess is correct, Yu Xiaogui has likely arrived or is on his way to the scene. That was why I suggested that we leave first. Although he might not dare to fight us directly now, it was still better for us to leave quickly. Li Xuanfeng's heart sank. Although everyone feared the Li family because it was under the protection of a sword immortal, only members of the Li family knew that this was merely a facade. On the surface, the two families had not yet turned openly hostile, but in secret, they had already become enemies. No one knew for sure what would happen from now on. Should we seek assistance from the Xiao family? Li Xianfeng inquired in a low voice. Li Tongya shook his head in response. We should wait until I attain the Foundation establishment realm. Besides, the Yu family has the Yuanwu peak backing them, and the Xiao family is trying to lay low for now, so they won't intervene in such matters. We'll reassess the situation when the Xiao family makes their move. We can't always rely on others. We must rely on ourselves. As they conversed, Mount Lijing loomed beneath them. People had gathered below, kneeling and crying. Li Xuanfeng's eyes welled with tears, unable to bear the sight. Meanwhile, Li Tongya sighed softly, hovering in the sky above. Upon arriving at Lijing town, Li Xianxian landed before the collapsed rear hall. Flames were still licking at the wooden structure. Clan soldiers hurried over to him. Li Xianxian swept his spiritual sense forward, allowing the scene beneath the ruins to materialize in his mind. His face paled slightly as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He turned his head to the side and asked, was the young family head in the courtyard? The unconscious Li Pingyi had already been retrieved and taken away to be treated, while a trembling clan soldier stood before him. Reporting to the family head, I saw him earlier. He should have been in the courtyard, he said, his voice timid. Li Xuanchuan's chest tightened. His face paled, and he could almost see stars before his eyes. He dropped onto his knees with a thud and cried out loudly. Xiu'er. He continued sweeping the area with his spiritual sense, but found only the remains of a few clan soldiers amidst the rubble, along with blood, dismembered body parts, and bone fragments. There was no sign of Li Yuanxiu. He doubled over, feeling the world spin before his eyes as he wailed in agony. Hearing the head of the family in such distress, the surrounding clan soldiers and cultivators were filled with horror, joining him and kneeling on the ground as well. Li Xianxian clutched his chest as he struggled to catch his breath. Tears streamed down his face as he spoke through gritted teeth. What has happened here? A clan soldier rescued from the rubble kneeled and cried out in agony. It was the pearl. The pearl, it unleashed a spell. Beside him, Su Gongming recoiled in shock and fear. It was he who had sent over the precious pearl from the mine to the courtyard. His vision darkened, never expecting that he would become a suspect in this incident. He got down on his knees and stumbled forward. The precious pearl came from the mine. I will go investigate this. From the mine. Li Xuanchuan's face darkened. The ebony mine had been explored under the leadership of the Yin family. Naturally, they were the prime suspects. Li Xianxian let out a frustrated sigh before hissing resentfully. Is the Yin family out of their minds? Despite his turmoil, Li Xianxian managed to compose himself. He wiped his tears away and barked a command. Go and investigate this. As Su Gongming scrambled to leave, Li Xianxian lowered his gaze to see Li Yuanjiao, who had already arrived before him. His cheeks were smeared with dirt, for he had been searching among the rubble with tears streaming down his face, and they were still dripping from his chin. Meanwhile, Li Qinghong cradled Li Yuanyun in her arms, both of them sobbing uncontrollably. Several clan elders were kneeling nearby, their aged faces stained with tears. The courtyard was silent, save for the sound of mournful weeping. The oppressive stillness was shattered when Li Tongya and Li Xianfeng finally descended into the courtyard. Seeing Li Tongya, Li Xuanchuan's tears surged once more, and he spoke with indignation. Second uncle. Sure. Li Xianfeng clenched his fists while Li Tongya sighed quietly and approached Li Xianxian. Come with me, he said softly. Li Xianxian nodded through clenched teeth, accompanying Li Tongya as they rode the wind toward the mountain. Meanwhile, Li Xianfeng stayed behind to investigate. When he finally pieced together the events, he spat angrily. What a low move. As soon as he said that, the rapid sound of hoofbeats echoed nearby. Tian Zhongqing rode in on his horse, carrying a mystery person. He quickly dismounted and dropped the person to the ground, eliciting cries of pain from that person. He then addressed Li Xianxian with a respectful bow before speaking. My lord, the culprit has been captured. He's a spy from the Yin family. Meanwhile, in the Yin residence, the Yin family had just constructed an impressive, shimmery golden pavilion atop Mount Huazhong. And Zheyan had commissioned the pavilion for his son, and Jingming, and it had complex formations engraved onto it. It was designed to harness spiritual qi and to stabilize one's soul. And Jingming sat cross-legged alone within the golden formation, his handsome features illuminated by its soft glow. His long hair was tied back neatly, and he wore crystal-clear gold bracelets on his wrists. A jade axe stood before him, surrounded by a gentle white mist that seemed to lend him an aura of immortality. And Jingming should have been deep in cultivation, but he was frequently distracted and was unable to immerse himself in his meditation. Currently at the 8th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm, he was far ahead of his father and Zheyan in terms of cultivation. This fact filled in Zheyan with pride. After sitting for a while, and Jingming found himself still unable to concentrate. After another half an hour, he finally rose to his feet, descended the stairs, and pushed open the door to a luxurious hall. And Zheyan was seated inside, with a wine cup and a pair of silver chopsticks in each hand, watching as 7 or 8 dancers danced to a beautiful melody in front of him. He had a contented expression, and there was a smile on his lips. He was just picking up a small piece of rabbit meat from the dish in front of him when he spotted Jingming descending the stairs in his flowing Daoist robe. And Zheyan hastily discarded his chopsticks and dismissed everyone in the hall hurriedly. Go away, all of you. The musicians and dancers quickly scattered as Jingming approached. Did I disturb your meditation, son? And Zheyan asked, looking somewhat guilty. Not at all, since the building has a soundproofing formation. And Jingming reassured his father, shaking his head. He looked at his father for a moment before continuing. I've been feeling restless today. Have I forgotten something important? And Zheyan attempted to dispel his son's concerns with a hearty laugh. Nonsense, my boy. Don't worry yourself. However, and Jingming, sharp as ever, sensed that something was aloof and fixed his father with a penetrating gaze. Father, you mustn't keep secrets from me. What are you hiding? He demanded with a slightly gloomy expression. Chapter 214, and Jingming's death. It's nothing really. And Zheyan stammered, withdrawing his hand awkwardly, a sheepish expression crossing his face as he spoke. A few days ago, while you were in seclusion, I sent some members to assist the Li family on behalf of the Yu family. I may have indulged in a bit too much wine and spouted some nonsense. After saying that, he waved his hands hastily and forced a smile on his face, adding, but rest assured, everyone present at the time was trustworthy and loyal. They won't breathe a word of it. Spouted some nonsense. And Jingming interrupted, disregarding his father's attempt to explain further. His expression betrayed his unease as he murmured, You didn't tell the others about my achievements in cultivation, did you? And Zheyan froze for a moment before a crestfallen expression appeared on his aged face. Observing his father's reaction, and Jingming immediately knew that he had hit the nail on the head. He immediately lost his temper and flew into a rage. Father, surely, you understand the gravity of this situation? He hissed through his clenched teeth. And Zheyan bowed his head in shame like a child. Before Jingming could erupt in anger further, they felt the mountain's grand formation shaking. And Jingming glanced up sourly and noticed a gray-clothed figure floating outside the formation. The figure was looking at the pavilion below calmly with chilling indifference. And Jingming, get your ass out here. Yu Mugo's voice cut through the air, which was tinged with annoyance. His carefully laid plans to strike at the Li family had been compromised, leaving behind a trail that would inevitably lead back to the Yin family. He anticipated that the Li family would inevitably turn to the Yin family for explanations, if not outright accusations. Yu Mugo had already prepared his pawns and devised a scheme. All they were waiting for was the arrival of the Li family's representatives. However, to his surprise, Li Xianfeng had managed to uncover the traces and had even assassinated Master Jiang and Muyuan. With the Li family suddenly quiet, Yumyugo realized he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Crafting a pretext, he aimed to shift some of the blame onto the Li family. This person has conspired to murder the young head of the Li family. The Yu family, entrusted by the Li family, vows to bring this person to justice. There are witnesses to support this, Yumyugo declared in a deep voice. Finishing his statement, Yumyugo muttered to himself, "This won't be enough to take over the Yin family. We can only settle this before the Li family reacts. Eliminate in Zheyan and in Jingming, and pick a puppet leader within the Yin family. Their influence will serve to distort the truth and deceive others." Accustomed to such machinations, Yumyugo wasted no time in devising his next moves. He glanced down toward the pavilion below wherein Zheyan and in Jingming stood, visibly bewildered. And Zheyan's disbelief boiled over as he exclaimed, "The Li and Yu families? What is the meaning of this?" And Jingming, however, wore a resigned expression and let out a sigh. "Father, if we do not tread carefully, we risk becoming casualties. How loyal do you think the remaining people of our family are? Both families have likely infiltrated our family thoroughly. The seeds you planted long ago may have sprouted into traps for us. By drawing attention like this, I surmise either Li Xianxian or Li Xianfeng is dead." That's. And Zheyan faltered, rendered speechless momentarily. After a moment of silence, tears welled in his eyes. With a remorseful slap to his own face, he declared through clenched teeth, "This is the doing of Yumyugo. Leave me be. I will handle this. So long as you survive, the Yin family still has hope." And Zheyan grasped in Jingming's hand, his voice tinged with desperation as he urged, "Didn't you ask me to construct a secret passage leading out of the mountain before? Go now. Leave these outsiders to me. You must go." Sweat beaded on his brow as he placed all his hope for the future on Jingming, showing little regard for his safety. And Jingming, however, shook his head solemnly in response. "Father, it's too late. Can't you see? It's not just Yumyugo who seeks me out. Yu Xiaogui and the others are probably also watching from afar with Foundation Establishment realm cultivators waiting outside. There's no escaping this. The Yu family will never be at ease unless I'm dead." The defensive formation of the mountain rumbled ominously, and panicked voices filled the air as footsteps drew nearer. And Jingming slammed his foot down, causing the doors in the pavilion to seal shut one by one, emitting a radiant golden glow. "Family head, the Yu family is attacking us. Family head, save us, please." And Jingming had meticulously inscribed formations during the construction of the pavilion, unaware that they would one day serve to barricade his own kin. The people outside the pavilion cried and wailed while they slapped on the doors desperately, hoping to gain entrance. From the other side of the door, palm prints could be seen pressed against the door screens. Most of the Yin family members were slackers, mere embryonic breathing realm cultivators. Apart from in Zheyan and in Jingming, none of them had even managed to condense the Jade capital chakra. Naturally, they were too weak to breach the formation. Thus, they could do little but cry and curse outside. Even so, their voices were barely audible amidst the chaos. And Zheyan collapsed to the ground with a whimper, slapping himself vehemently in regret. The force drew blood from the corners of his mouth and knocked 2 of his teeth out in the process. Through tears, he lamented, "It's all my fault. My selfishness, my greed, my indulgence in pleasures. It has brought this upon you, upon us all." And Jingming's tears flowed freely as he sank to his knees, cradling Zheyan's plump, tear-streaked face. "I will carve a path through them. You should leave through the secret passage." Yumyugo's gaze is fixed on me. "Father, there's still a chance for you to escape," he told Zheyan as if he were his father instead. And Zheyan's trembling legs betrayed his resolve as he struggled to articulate a response. Finally, he managed to choke out, "Where should I go?" "To the Li family," and Jingming replied, tears mingling with determination in his eyes. "I think I understand what's going on now. Time is running out. We can't keep talking here." With a firm grip, he lifted Zheyan to his feet. His heart was heavy with sorrow as he said, "Father, you must stop drinking and abstain yourself. Always speak wisely and protect yourself. Do not dwell on revenge, and consider having a few more children." Boom. A thunderous boom echoed through the air as the Yin family's grand formation shattered. And Zheyan winced and dashed toward the rear of the pavilion while wiping away his tears. And Jingming watched his father disappear into the secret passage before turning away. With a bittersweet smile tugging at his lips and tears streaming down his face, he removed his jade crown, allowing his dark locks to spill freely over his shoulders. His once serene demeanor gave way to a fierce resolve. He removed a Dharma sword from the wall, secured it to his waist, and tightened his clutch on his jade axe. He heard the jingle of the golden bracelet around his wrist. He slowly descended the staircase, pushing open the courtyard door. Before him lay a scene of carnage, blood staining the ground and heads rolling before the steps. Yumugo of the Yue family. The young man before him bore a fierce countenance, wearing a white headband that covered his forehead. He was staring at Jingming like a ferocious wolf. Jingming scrutinized him carefully while Yumugo returned the stare with cold indifference. Jingming did not resort to pleading for mercy or begging for him to spare his family. Instead, he introduced himself. Jingming of the Yin family. With his jade axe raised, Jingming charged forward. Yumugo simply watched as one of the Yue family's Qi cultivators of the 8th heavenly layer came forward from behind him, blocking Jingming's jade axe with his Dharma sword. A loud metallic clang rang out when the weapons collided against each other. The Qi cultivator recoiled from the impact, taking a step backward, Jingming turned the direction of his jade axe, prompting Yumugo to raise an eyebrow. Another figure emerged from behind him, a peaked Qi cultivator, repelling Jingming's jade axe with his Dharma sword. Your progress in cultivation is impressive to be able to keep up or maybe even surpass the peak cultivator by a margin, Yumugo remarked with a sigh, his tone laced with amusement. Had you not been born into the Yin family and were given another 100 years to cultivate, I'm sure you'd make a name for yourself among the 3 sects and 7 gates, he drawled. Jingming offered no reply. Instead, he took a step back and swung his jade axe again, grappling with the 2 Qi cultivators from the Yue family. Despite holding his ground against them, he found himself unable to break the stalemate even after a series of exchanges. Anxiety began gnawing at him. With Yu Xiaogui's absence, he resolved to push through regardless of mana expenditure and rose into the air. Before he could make another move, a figure cloaked in gray appeared before him. With his white sideburns and smooth hands akin to jade, the man stood silently with his eyes closed. Yu Xiaogui, Jingming addressed him, calmly tying his jade axe around his waist and then cupping his fist. He then drew his sharp, white Dharma sword and positioned the blade against his own neck. The razor-sharp edge sliced through the black hair cascading over his shoulder, and the severed strands fell to the ground. A great man will inevitably meet other heroes in the world, just as a river will eventually merge with the sea. Although one may strive to touch the clouds with ambition, he is ultimately dragged down by his clan. With a swift motion, blood splattered everywhere as he beheaded himself, leaving his headless body collapsing onto the ground. Yu Xiaogui's eyelids fluttered briefly as he lifted the corpse with his mana and inspected it carefully. Even the most extraordinary beings are not beyond mortality. To think such a genius would meet such an end, he remarked softly. Chapter 215, Pingyi. Pingyi was in a daze when he heard the sound of crying. He stepped outside and found a little boy sitting by the door with tears glistening on his eyelashes. Sunlight bathed his face, lending him an endearing appearance. Pingyi took a step closer tentatively, and to his surprise, a childish voice escaped his own lips. Brother Yuanxiu. The boy looked up. Pingyi then heard himself earnestly saying, I'd be sad if you died, too. NGH. Pingyi's vision slowly grew clearer as he finally woke up from his dream. Pain throbbed throughout his body, and a bitter and metallic taste lingered in his mouth. His chest ached due to his broken ribs while his legs screamed in agony, likely fractured as well. 2 flies buzzed before his eyes. Pingyi attempted to swat them away, but his limbs refused to respond. He writhed on the bed, gradually noticing a figure seated beside him, silently and solemnly watching him like a stone statue. Father, Pingyi uttered weakly, but Li Xiaowen's expression remained impassive, devoid of any emotion. Where are my hands? His thoughts drifted, disjointed and distant as he croaked out the question. They're gone. Li Xiaowen had finally found his voice and broke the silence with 2 quiet words. Pingyi froze as if he had been struck across the face. All the memories came flooding back to him. The precious pearl, the thunder flames, the crumbling house. With a burst of energy, Pingyi writhed violently and exclaimed, How's young family head? Li Xiaowen's moved his lips again, uttering yet another 2 words. He's gone. Pingyi felt a squeeze in his throat as he croaked out something incoherent. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he struggled to repeat his father's words. He's gone. Li Xiaowen's watched quietly as Li Pingyi transitioned from silent tears to outright sobbing, to convulsive weeping, only to abruptly cease, because Li Xiaowen brought his hand down on his son's cheek. Slap. Again, his hand struck Li Pingyi's other cheek, leaving the boy dizzy and disoriented from the force. Li Xiaowen reached for Li Pingyi's neck as the boy squirmed on the bed, sobbing. Father, I have unfinished business. Li Xiaowen regarded him coldly as Li Pingyi continued to squirm, his gaze darting around the room until it settled on the charred wooden slip at the head of the bed. Li Pingyi halted his tears and spoke quietly. Young family head told me to deliver this book to young Master Yuanyan. Please, father. Li Xiaowen faltered, his voice thick with emotion as two burning tears trickled down his cheeks. You were the one who brought that precious pearl to him, he said hoarsely. Yes, it was me. Li Pingyi squeezed the words through clenched teeth, his body instantly going limp as though he had lost his backbone. Tears streamed down Li Xiaowen's face as he continued hoarsely. You've been a good kid since young. You're sharp and resourceful. Other than your lack of spiritual orifice, you're no less capable than the children among the generation of Yuan. Unlike me, I've been dumb since I was a child. Were it not for my close ties with brother Xian and the lack of ambition among my younger brothers, I would never have been chosen as a town manager. Li Xiaowen shed more tears as he continued. And then you were born. When those two dark eyes stared at me, my only thought was, this child will surely grow into a capable man and surpass me one day. Li Pingyi lay on the bed. He could taste his father's tears in his mouth. They were bitter. Tears continued flowing from his eyes as he whimpered. I've let you down. Father. Li Xiaowen wiped his tears and gently patted his eldest son. He gritted his teeth and hissed, but Xiu'er is gone. Li Yuanxiu is gone. That's Li Yuanxiu we're talking about. The young family head of the Li family, the successor your grandfather entrusted to me, which I entrusted to you. Do you understand the weight of that responsibility? Li Pingyi closed his eyes and nodded silently. I do, father. Li Xiaowen rose slowly, tucking the charred wooden slip into his sleeve before casting one last glance at his eldest son's face. With a wave of his sleeve, he exited the room, closing the door behind him. As the door swung open, the blinding sunlight flooded Li Pingyi's vision. But as his father departed and closed the door behind him, darkness reclaimed the room. The faint glow from the desk barely reached Li Pingyi. Unable to see his surroundings clearly, he squirmed on the bed like a worm and peered over its edge. Straining his eyes, Li Pingyi realized the thunder flames had damaged his vision. His left eye barely functioned. With his right eye, he discerned a big bucket beneath his feet. It was made of wood found on the mountain and bound by iron, securely sealed to prevent any leakage. Within the bucket was bloody water, likely remnants of his own when his father had wiped him down. A pungent and metallic odor assaulted his senses. A gray rag floated on the surface like a dead fish. Not bad. Estimating the distance, Li Pingyi shifted his only functional leg, bracing himself for the pain of moving over broken bones. With a deep breath, he stomped down. Plop! He plunged into the blood-filled bucket headfirst, the liquid rising just below his chest. Fearful of moving involuntarily, he wedged his leg into the bed's corner. As the taste of blood filled his mouth, Li Pingyi began to cough violently, inhaling and expelling the crimson fluid with each convulsion, causing gurgling noises in the water. Eventually, his body stiffened, urine leaking from his rigid form and wetting his pants. A beam of light appeared before his eyes and faces flickered through his mind. His father's, his mother's, and Li Yuanxiu's. Amidst the turmoil, a single thought surfaced. To be able to see his face again one last time before my death, it's all worth it. Outside the door, Li Xiaowen closed his eyes, clenching his hands tightly until they turned white. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. When the gurgling sound from within ceased, he collapsed softly onto the ground. For a moment, he could not discern his own surroundings, and he was not even sure of which the floor and ceiling was. Dizziness overwhelmed him, and he found himself staring at a pair of leather boots before him. Raising his head, Li Xiaowen locked eyes with a face bearing a striking resemblance to Li Yuanxiu's, albeit with more angular features and a fiercer gaze. The man peered intently at him and asked, Uncle Xiaowen, where's Pingyi? Li Xiaowen rose to his feet, his voice barely above a whisper as he replied, Greetings, young Master Yunjiao. Li Pingyi was too distraught by the young family head's passing and took his own life. Without waiting for Li Yuanjiao's reaction, Li Xiaowen retrieved half of a burnt wooden slip and presented it to him with both hands. Young family head has instructed Li Pingyi to deliver this to young Master Yuanyan. With this, I have fulfilled Li Pingyi's last task on his behalf. Chapter 216, and Zheyu of the Yin family. Second uncle. Li Xianxian dropped to his knees in the cave dwelling. Li Tongyao watched his nephew's tear-streaked face silently, wordlessly. Are we going to just forget about this whole incident? Li Xianxian asked through his gritted teeth. Forget about it. Li Tongyao lowered his gaze and continued. This is not up to the Li family to decide alone. The question lies in whether the Yu family is willing to cease hostilities. Once enmity is sown between two families, either party cannot easily resolve it. Li Xianxian lifted his head, wiping his tears before clenching his jaw tightly. It's Yu Mugo who colluded with others and killed the members of the Li family. He can't still resent us and keep harming us. It's our family members who got killed, yet we still have to be wary and fearful that the Yu family won't stop at this. That's just. Li Xianxian hesitated just as he was about to finish the sentence with the word unfair. As someone approaching the age of 40, it was absurdly childish for him to be hung up about fairness in this world. Yet, the weight of powerlessness and grief still bore heavily upon him. He bowed his head as he wept silently. Such is the cruelty of the world, the merciless whims of fate, where even the mightiest are but ants, Li Tongyao lamented, his gray locks cascading around him as he sighed in anguish. Li Xianxian covered his face and said mournfully, Xiu'er was the pride of our family, destined to lead the Li family. And now he lies fallen. With Xiu'er gone, who among our remaining disciples is fit to lead the family? Yuan Zhao is fierce, Yuan Yuan is gentle, Qinghong is carefree, Li Xianxian murmured. Li Tongyao shook his head gently and quietly said, That can wait. You'll take charge for now, but do not descend the mountain. Let Xiaowen manage matters at the foot of the mountain and relay them to you. Considering the 2 centuries of a Qi cultivator's lifespan, you're still in your prime. If none of the children among the generation of Yuan are suitable to lead the family, we'll assess the younger ones in 20 years' time. Li Xuanchuan's lips trembled as he closed his eyes, shedding 2 more tears as he uttered only a single word quietly. Understood. The cool spring rain continued for several consecutive nights, marking the end of spring on Moongaze Lake. With its departure came the arrival of warm summer winds sweeping down from the north, colliding with Mount Dali and dispelling the lingering dampness and chill. Gusts of wind from the southern shore of the lake carried remnants of gray and black paper, casting an onyx hue across the sky as far as the eye could see. The mournful sound of weeping drifted through the air, echoing from Mount Lijing to Mount Huazhong and onward to the Milan prefecture, where homes were decorated in white. Li Yuanxiu had been torn apart by the thunder flames, leaving behind only bits of flesh and blood combined with the debris of the collapsed rear courtyard. Li Xianxian and Li Xianfeng labored to clear away the rubble so that they could gather the soil that was soaked with Li Yuanxiu's blood. The blood-stained soil and pieces of his bones were filled inside the coffin. They had also made a wooden sculpture that resembled Li Yuanxiu and placed it on the blood-stained soil before burying the coffin. Xiu'er, veiled in white. The coffin was transported from the town to the mountains in solemn procession, the only sound piercing the silence being the muffled sobs of mourners. Clan uncles and brothers mourned in silence while the elders wept openly, their grief etched upon wrinkled faces. Li Xianxian led the procession, carrying 2 long gray wooden poles that bore the weight of the coffin, with Li Yuanjiao supporting it from behind. Raising his head, Li Yuanjiao met the gazes of those gathered around him. Among them, he caught sight of his half-brothers, their countenances reflecting a mix of sorrow and anger. Li Yuanjiao's adoption was carried out in secret, so in the eyes of the others, he was still an illegitimate heir. Li Xianxian had just become a Qi cultivator, so he would be preoccupied with cultivation and unable to handle the family's affairs. With Li Yuanxiu's death, the position of the family head was likely to fall to Li Yuanyan's hands. This meant the authority would potentially be shifted away from Li Changhu's lineage into Li Xiangping's lineage. How could those shrewd brothers not worry? The major sect of the Li family upheld principles of equality. Yet in reality, only those with spiritual orifices who grew up together on the mountains truly treated each other as equals. Those dwelling at the foot of the mountain found themselves subject to differential treatment. There was also a huge difference between the way the family head treated those in the main lineage and those of a different lineage. Although Li Yuanjiao immediately understood the thoughts of his half-siblings, he was too consumed by his own grief and anger to pay any heed to them. The Yu family and Yu Mugo. Li Yuanjiao uttered their names through his gritted teeth. Despite his resolve for vengeance, he couldn't shake the bitter realization of his own limitations as a lowly cultivator at the third stage of the embryonic breathing realm. The Yu family boasts a late-stage foundation establishment realm cultivator, Yu Yufeng, along with Yu Shaoguei at the early stage and a mid-stage Qi cultivator, Yu Mugo himself. This path of vengeance won't be an easy one. Unlike the mournful atmosphere shrouding Mount Lijing beneath its veils of white silk, Mount Huazhong resonated with jubilant laughter. Congratulations, family head. Congratulations. And Jingming and his father were long overdue for removal by the Yu family. Now Mount Huazhong is rightfully ours. The man smiling smugly at the forefront was a cultivator at the fourth stage of the embryonic breathing realm. He simply nodded in satisfaction at these words. And Zheyan was a fool who squandered the family's resources on his precious son. The two of them acted arrogantly just because they were Qi cultivators while I and Zheyu toiled away like a slave for them. But now, their folly has led to their demise. With the main family's backing, our family is poised for prosperity and growth. And Zheyu was naturally the puppet leader chosen and supported by the Yu family. At the age of 50, he was still stuck at the fourth stage of the embryonic breathing realm. If it were not for the Yu family, he was destined to remain a nobody in the Yin family. He reveled in his newfound position of authority, indulging in feasts. Another figure, at only the second stage of the embryonic breathing realm, chimed in obsequiously. Well said. Had these resources been bestowed upon your lordship earlier, you would have attained the foundation establishment realm long ago. It's truly regrettable they were squandered on in Jingming. The words struck a nerve within Zheyu, prompting a visceral reaction. His gaze turned fierce as he retorted. So what? With the allowance provided by the Yu family, I'll attain the Qi cultivation realm in less than 3 years. Indeed, indeed, the other man responded as he slapped his own cheek apologetically. Family master, the Yu family took away in Jingming's head, intending to preserve and study it. His body is still here though. What should we do with it? He asked quietly. And Zheyu's eyes gleamed with a mixture of greed and bitter resentment. Through gritted teeth, he responded, I've heard tales of the miraculous latent powers in a genius's body. It's rumored that by consuming it, one may be able to inherit 1 or 2 of these powers. Get someone to dismember it and present it on a silver platter. I'd love to see how miraculous it is. And Zheyu's words immediately caused the temperature of the hall to drop by a few degrees. The guards stationed on either side of him stirred restlessly. And Jingming had been kind and generous toward everyone, except for the useless ones in the family. Despite being at odds with certain clan members, particularly in Zheyu and the others in his group, and Jingming had a great reputation among the others. During the 7 days of his mourning, cries filled the air. The guards exchanged glances with each other, but they were too powerless to defy Zheyu and could only silently shed tears. Meanwhile, the lackey vying for favor with the next family head made the necessary arrangements happily. It was not long before an old servant arrived, bearing wooden steamer baskets and a pot of soup. Observing the tearful look on the old servant's face, the lackey flew into a rage, delivering a swift kick to the man's waist. What's with the long face on such a joyous occasion? Someone, drag him away and flog him to death, he barked with a sneer. Despite the lackey's order, the guards refused to move. Tears were streaming down their faces uncontrollably as well. Enraged by their refusal to comply, the lackey lashed out. You guys have a death wish too? It was only then did the 2 guards move and drag the old servant away. I have served the Yin family for 4 generations. The head of the family is foolish and his sons are unfilial. Minger was the only wise one, yet such tragedy befell him, and now we are reduced to the lapdogs of the Yu family. And Zheyu, you have betrayed us. As the old servant's anguished cries disappeared down the corridor, and Zheyu burst out laughing. I once gambled away 2 gold bars in my youth, and that old fool snitched on me to father. I was beaten so badly that I was bedridden for 3 days. But I couldn't get back at him because he was protected by Zheyan. I've never forgotten about this, and now, after decades of waiting, I've finally taken my revenge. After saying that, Zheyu set his wine cup down and dipped his finger into the pool of watery blood in the steamer baskets. He gave it a careful whiff and could only recognize the all-too-familiar metallic scent of blood. They say the corpse of a Qi cultivator doesn't decay for days. Seems the rumors were true, he marveled. Chapter 217, Li Yuanping. Lu Jiangxian withdrew his gaze from the throngs at the foot of the mountain, retracting his divine sense into the mirror. He descended beside a stone table that seemed to be made of white jade, his robes swaying in the gentle breeze. With a sigh, he lowered himself onto the seat. Sadness enveloped his expression as he murmured to himself. 4 pairs of fathers and sons, 3 families plotting against each other, generations enmeshed. Such is the world. One fears the other, inciting harm until vendettas erupt, all culminating in mourning and funeral rites. Immortals are battling for survival as the upper sect mercilessly slaughter, refine human pills, perform sacrificial rituals, and pit families and clans against each other, while the people resign to their fates like fish on the chopping block. Doubt clouded Lu Jiangxian's heart as he murmured quietly, how did the war between the immortals and the devils end, to lead the world to such a pitiful state? He redirected his attention to a more pressing concern. Day by day, I find myself growing increasingly emotionally detached. During the initial decades after losing his physical form, a sense of inertia propelled him forward, permitting fluctuations in his emotions to occur. Since he spent most of his time drifting in and out of sleep, he never really did notice this problem. Yet, as the decades wore on and Lu Jiangxian spent more time awake and less in slumber, he spent his time delving into shamanic spells. His capacity for emotional turbulence began waning. Thanks to this detachment, he could observe changes in the families indifferently. In the mirror, a few decades felt only like a day to him. In truth, Lu Jiangxian possessed the capability to intervene and save Li Yuanxiu, yet after careful consideration, he chose not to do so. The mirror appears to harbor a profound secret from its past, leading to its current decline. The strength of our adversaries must be truly formidable, given they were in the deductions of the talisman Qi. I must proceed with utmost caution, ensuring not even the slightest hint of exposure. A soft, silver-colored light manifested in Lu Jiangxian's hand and hovered above it. It was the power of deduction that he had recovered from Lu Changyan years ago. He had spent 3 years deducing the possibility of his own exposure and had finally managed to obtain some information. The Supreme Yin Profound Light is the essence of pure moonlight from the Supreme Yin. Utilizing it to eliminate adversaries poses minimal risk of exposure, as per my deductions. Conversely, confronting enemies with shamanic spells entails significant peril. The more powerful the spell, the higher the probability of attracting unwanted attention. Should I venture beyond the confines of this mirror, the heavens and earth would quake, drawing the attention of all immortals. Lu Jiangxian contemplated deeply and reached the conclusion that quietly waiting within the mirror, patiently waiting for the Li family to rise to prominence would appear to be the most secure path. By steadily amassing power within the talisman seeds, he could ensure his safety and longevity. I once thought that sects could amass talisman seeds more swiftly than families. However, after observing the Azure Pond sect in Golden Tangate, I realized they are just families in disguise. Spiritual orifice and bloodline would inadvertently lead to intermarriage between sects, resulting in tangled lineages that would eventually form distinct families or even factions of their own. While this initially accelerated the accumulation of power, it also undermined the stability of that power over time. The risk of such fragmentation into multiple families with different surnames would potentially lead to the leaks of sensitive information. With an almost endless lifespan, Lu Jiangxian favored safety over speed, and he was more than willing to endure minor setbacks in order to avoid any hint of his exposure. Now that I think about it, I've revealed too much before the Li family decades ago since I was unaware of the mirror's history. Li Mutian had watched me for over a decade, and had probably even managed to glean some clues. Fortunately, the old man is no longer around. With a wave of his translucent hand, Lu Jiangxian conjured 3 luminous white pills that looked rather divine. When Li Tongya attains the Foundation Establishment realm, I'll reveal these talisman seeds. He'll likely attribute their appearance to his cultivation breakthrough. Given his cautious nature, this should alleviate some of his suspicions. Meanwhile, in Lijing Town, where is Qiuyang? Beneath layers of curtains and amidst the soothing aroma of burning incense, a beautifully attired woman raised her elegant eyebrows, her dignified gaze fixing upon the figure before her. Did you not hear my question? The figure in plain gray robe and buttoned jacket trembled slightly, raising her gaze to meet the woman's eyes before quickly averting it again. "Madam, the old master sent the young master away a few days ago. He said it was for important matters," she replied shakily, the fear and uncertainty in her voice evident. The woman rose to her feet, her swollen belly prominent, a clear indication that she was nearing the end of her pregnancy. She looked at the person kneeling before her, her lips curling into a cold smile as she spoke. "Do you think I'm blind and deaf? Despite my absence from managing affairs these past months, do you truly believe I'm easily deceived? No matter where Qiuyang is going, he would never leave without telling me first." The woman, exuding an air of refined nobility, was Li Xuanxuan's first wife and the mother of Li Yuanxiu. Despite the concerted efforts to shield her from the truth while she remained confined to the backyard during her pregnancy, Li Yuanxiu's prolonged absence and somber sounds of weeping that echoed in the surroundings had aroused her suspicions. Her unease only grew. Met with dead silence from her servant, a sense of foreboding seized her heart. Having raised a son as astute as Li Yuanxiu, it was no surprise that she possessed keen intelligence. As her suspicions grew stronger, anxiety gnawed at her heart, her tone turning icy as she demanded the truth. "Speak." The servant was drenched in cold sweat, trembling as she struggled to find her voice. Finally, she managed to utter the words a mother would never wish to hear. "The young family head has been asses. He has passed away." The woman almost lost her ability to breathe the very moment her worst fears were confirmed. Though she had sensed trouble brewing, the reality was far more devastating than she could have ever imagined. She stifled a sob, but immediately felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. She gritted her teeth and asked, "Where's Li Xianxian? What kind of father is he? How could he let this happen to my son?" "Li Xianxian. Li Xianxian. The young family head is." The servant lowered her head, unable to bear her mistress' distress. To her horror, the woman collapsed before her. "Madam, madam," she cried out in a panic. Wah! The white veil of the Li family had been fluttering on the eaves for months, but finally, a cry pierced through the silence of the courtyard. Li Xianxian held his wife's hand, channeling mana to stabilize her breathing as the midwife emerged, cradling a fragile infant in her arms. "Congratulations, old master. It's a boy." Li Xianxian took the child in his arms, observing his small and delicate form. The baby furrowed his brow, and after letting out a feeble cry, he fell silent and remained motionless. Were it not for the subtle rise and fall of his nostrils and Li Xuanxuan's spiritual sense detecting the baby's life force, he might have feared the worst. "Well done, my dear. You have endured much," Li Xianxian murmured softly, trying to comfort his wife. Emotions surged within him as he welcomed a new life into the family amidst the recent loss of his eldest son. Tears streamed down his face, rendering him unable to speak. Holding the newborn close to him, he gazed upon him for a while, his mind filled with a multitude of thoughts and emotions. Eventually, all the words he wished to convey condensed into a soft sigh. "After toiling away for half of my life, I now realize that all I truly desire in this world is safety." He stroked the infant's damp hair tenderly, then presented the child to his wife. When he spoke again, his voice was soft, tender. "Let's name him Yuanping. Li Yuanping 1. The Ping in Yuanping's name means safety. Chapter 218, Peak of Qi Cultivation Realm. Li Qinghong, with a white ribbon tied around her forehead, ascended the stone path leading up the mountain. Her white robe billowed in the wind. The spear she carried was no longer made of cheap wood, but instead was now made of white ash wood. The spearhead gleamed coldly under the moonlight, while the red tassel danced lightly in the breeze. "Father has been in seclusion for some time now. I wonder how he's doing now." Breaking through from the embryonic breathing realm to the Qi cultivation realm isn't too difficult. The main challenge lies in absorbing the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth. There shouldn't be much cause for concern. It had been a year since Li Xianling entered seclusion to break through to the Qi cultivation realm. Despite various family matters arising during this time, no one had dared to disturb him. Li Qinghong stuck her spear into the ground and paused. At 13 years old, she had lingered at the third stage of the embryonic breathing realm for a while now. There was still quite some progress to be made before she could reach the fourth stage. With her high compatibility with the talisman seed and commendable talent, she easily outpaced her peers. "I wonder why grandfather asked me to meet him on the mountain." Li Qinghong paid a visit to the family tomb, and after having spent some time talking to the deceased Li Yuanxiu, She continued her ascent to the cave dwelling on Meiche Peak. Meiche Peak was part of Mount Lijing now. While not particularly rich in resources, it was sufficient to accommodate Li Tongya, a Qi cultivator at the 9th heavenly layer, as well as Li Xianfeng, who was at the 5th heavenly layer. With more Qi cultivators present, their cultivation progress would be slowed, which was why Qin Donghe was relocated to Mount Huaqian, and Li Xianxian was also reassigned to Mount Huaqian. Although the cultivation conditions at Mount Huaqian were superior compared to Meiche Peak, its weak formations left it vulnerable. Thus, it was deemed best to station an external cultivator like Qin Donghe there. If Father manages to break through and becomes a Qi cultivator, he'll probably be assigned to the cave dwelling in the lake to cultivate. This means we'll have even less time together. Li Qinghong thought to herself. The cave dwelling she was referring to was none other than the Snake Demon Cave, which was discovered by Li Tongya years ago. It was spacious, and over time, the Li family had constructed numerous dwellings within its depths. However, frequent comings and goings might attract unwanted attention, so nobody had chosen to cultivate there. As Li Qinghong mulled over these thoughts, the cave door slowly opened, drawing her curious gaze. Inside, the furnishings were minimal save for a stone table, a few stools, 2 shelves, and a small futon. At the very center of the cave sat a figure with graying hair and a beard, deeply engrossed in a purple jade slip in his hands. A cup of tea sat on the table with wisps of white steam rising from it. Li Qinghong bowed respectfully. "Greetings, grandfather." Li Tongya raised his head at her words, setting down the jade slip on the table. His cultivation was formidable, nearing perfection. Over the past 2 years, he had managed to untangle the knots in his heart and condense his cultivation. It could be said that he was now at the peak of the Qi cultivation realm, just a step away from forming his immortal foundation and attaining the foundation establishment realm. With the essence-gathering pill that Jinger sent home, I can now attempt the breakthrough to the foundation establishment realm. While Li Tongya was caught in his thoughts, Li Qinghong's cheery voice suddenly interrupted him. "Congratulations on your cultivation progress, grandfather." Li Qinghong could not discern his progress herself. It was Li Xianxian who had informed her about the ancestor's significant progress in his cultivation and reminded her to congratulate him before sending her up the mountain. "Thank you," Li Tongya responded as he nodded gently, reflecting on his upcoming challenges in cultivation. The Qi cultivation realm consisted of 9 heavenly layers, and there was no such thing as the peak of the Qi cultivation realm, nor was there a full mastery of the Qi cultivation. What awaited cultivators at the end of the 9th heavenly layer was a life-and-death trial. Many individuals found themselves trapped at the 9th heavenly layer, unable to progress further. Without access to the secret methods of the 3 sects and 7 gates, over 70% of cultivators could not even gauge their likelihood of breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. With such dire circumstances, only a few dared to attempt the leap. For those who found themselves trapped in the 9th heavenly layer, they spent their days refining their cultivation. Those beneath their ranks would politely refer to them as peak Qi cultivators in an effort to stay on their good side. However, in esteemed sects like the Azure Pond Sect and the Golden Feather Sect, true recognition was reserved for those who reached the peak of Foundation Establishment or Purple Mansion realms. Qi cultivation was not simply about accumulating an immortal foundation, so there was technically no such thing as a peak Qi cultivator. Observing Li Qinghong now, Li Tongya took note of her thoughtful demeanor and bright-eyed gaze, as well as her firm grip on her spear. It was evident that she had been training diligently. He nodded approvingly at her and sighed gently before continuing. "I never anticipated that you would make the fastest progress among the generations of Yuan and Qing. Just last month, Jingtian's pregnancy was confirmed, but I'm uncertain about the child's innate talent. Xin'er showed me Yuanping, but unfortunately, he's lacking in fetal qi. Cultivation may prove to be a challenge for the child. You will need to assume a guiding role in the future and impart your wisdom to them." "Don't worry, grandfather. I'll do my best to guide them," Li Qinghong replied confidently. Li Tongya acknowledged her statement before continuing. "I was the one who allowed you to learn spearmanship. I have a Dharma weapon here, but it's quite powerful and no one has been able to wield it. When you reach the Qi cultivation realm, you can try it out. It might enhance your spearmanship skills significantly." "Thank you, grandfather." Li Qinghong's eyes lit up immediately at the prospect of such a powerful weapon, though she could not yet fathom its true strength. However, the sparkle in her eyes disappeared as quickly as it came. She lowered her gaze and remarked glumly, It's too bad that no one in our family knows how to wield a spear, so I've had no one to guide me. I've barely made any progress, and this has been going on for years now. Having no one to rely on and self-learning my skills has proven to be quite the struggle. Li Tongya's voice softened as he patted Li Qinghong's head. Your father told me about this before. The Fei family by the lake is renowned for spearmanship, and I've asked you to meet me today for this very matter. We found a skilled master for you and have already arranged for you to study there secretly. Now go pack your bags. You'll be leaving soon. Huh? Li Qinghong's excitement was tinged with a hint of apprehension. The thought of leaving her family behind and spending less time with them filled her with reluctance, and the idea of living with the Fei family meant that she would need to exercise great caution. Ultimately, she bit her lower lip before finally responding. Thank you, grandfather. I have no issues with these arrangements. Li Tongya nodded as he heard this and watched as Li Qinghong departed hurriedly. An hour later, she had appeared outside the cave dwelling again, this time carrying a wooden box on her back. Li Tongya came out and lifted her into the air, casting a concealment spell as they headed toward the north coast. Remember, do not reveal your true surname to anyone except Fei Wangbai, Li Tongya reminded sternly. As Li Qinghong marveled at the view of Lijing town below, feeling the exhilaration of soaring in the skies, Li Tongya continued his explanation. You'll be staying with the Fei family as a rogue cultivator. I've already discussed this with Fei Wangbai. Yumugo is dangerous, and if your identity is exposed, it could lead to trouble. Li Qinghong nodded but hesitated. If it's too much trouble, I can continue cultivating at home by myself. However, Li Tongya shook his head and said firmly, the Fei family is far up the north coast, and Fei Wangbai rules his family with strict discipline. It will undoubtedly be safer for you there than remaining within the confines of the Li family. Yumugo's actions are unpredictable, so it's unwise to rely solely on common sense to anticipate their actions. Besides, this decision also provides an additional layer of security for you. He took a deep breath and let out a gentle sigh as he continued. Moreover, the Fei family excels in spearmanship, and the spiritual qi on their mountain is much richer than what we have at home. This environment will greatly benefit your training. Fei Wangbai also intends to strengthen ties with our family, making this decision mutually beneficial and paving the way for a lasting alliance. Li Qinghong nodded in understanding and tightened her grip on her spear as she looked onward bravely. When can I return home? Li Tongya contemplated briefly before replying. Until you've reached the peak of the embryonic breathing realm. Once you're back and manage to break through to the qi cultivation realm, our family will have gained another formidable asset. Chapter 219, Fei Wangbai. Moongaze Lake, once home to the illustrious Moonlight Origin Mansion hundreds of years ago, now boasted fertile land and abundant spiritual qi. The southern shore was close to the imposing Mount Dali, which was now teeming with spirit herbs and demon beasts. The western shore was close to the desert, characterized by loose geological formations and abundant resources, including various spirit mines. The northern shore abounded in spirit veins and towering peaks, while the eastern shore, inhabited by the Yue family, presented a flat, fertile expanse. Li Tongya embarked on his journey by traversing the Lake of the Moon, heading toward the north shore. Covering several hundred li on foot, the journey would take a day and a night of relentless paddling for those in a mere rowing boat. Along the way, he passed through areas where aquatic demons lurked, who briefly probed Li Tongya's presence before receding back into the depths. Unconcerned by these demons, Li Tongya paid them no heed. He had no intention of engaging with them, knowing their cunning and treacherous nature, especially in water where they reigned free. Without reliable informants like the demon fox in this region, he harbored concerns that stronger ancestors might lurk behind those he might encounter. The potential risks far outweighed any possible gains. With this in mind, he pressed onward, endeavoring to avoid entanglement and further trouble. Midway through his journey, Li Tongya passed by the ruins of the lakeside market on the island, located at the heart of the lake. The once bustling market now lay desolate, its remnants picked clean by scavengers. The large boats that once traversed the waters had long ceased operations, leaving behind only the remnants of a forbidden formation atop the ruins that were still glowing faintly. As Li Qinghong observed in silence, the north shore gradually came into view. She found herself captivated by the spectacle of clear lake water crashing against rugged cliffs, and she marveled at the sound of waterfalls cascading from stone caves into the lake. As she gazed upon the landscape, Li Qinghong remarked softly. The terrain of the northern shore is notably elevated. It's cold here. There are broken cliffs, stone walls, snowy peaks, and frigid pools everywhere. It's a stark contrast to the endless reeds near our home. Each shore has its own unique charm. While the climate of the southern shore may be more pleasant, it's the northern shore that holds the magnificence of mountains, rivers, and spirit veins, ideal for cultivation. Li Tongya nodded in agreement as he continued flying northward. As the terrain grew steeper, a towering peak eventually emerged. It was shrouded in thick clouds and mist, covered with pines and cypresses. A translucent formation enveloped the summit, making it seem like an otherworldly paradise. Amidst the mountain structures, faint silhouettes could be faintly discerned from a distance, some in meditative postures, while others sparred with spears and swords. On the snow that blanketed the mountaintop, a quaint, elegant pavilion stood in the middle. Li Tongya gracefully ascended and approached the formation. With a gentle touch and a surge of mana, he announced his presence. Rogue Cultivator 1 has arrived. Please reveal yourself, Senior. Several figures immediately appeared in the air, probing Li Tongya with their spiritual senses. Since Li Tongya's gray robe was made of spirit cloth, he was impervious to their prying scrutiny. After a brief moment, a streak of light approached and descended before Li Tongya. It turned out to be a middle-aged man who was clad in a white brocade robe, his demeanor elegant and refined. It was none other than Fei Wangbai. This is hardly the right place for discussion. Please, come inside, Brother Wan, Fei Wangbai invited. Addressing Li Tongya as brother, Li Tongya nodded before bringing Li Qinghong to the small pavilion atop the mountain with him. They entered the building with Fei Wangbai, then settled into their seats and were served tea. Condolences, Brother Tongya, Fei Wangbai sighed. Li Tongya was slightly taken aback, but quickly understood what Fei Wangbai was referring to. Yet, he opted not to dwell further on the matter and gestured toward Li Qinghong instead. This girl is the one I've told you about before, Senior. Fei Wangbai observed Li Qinghong for a few moments, noting her keen demeanor. He then requested her to show him her palms. Observing the worn calluses that covered them, he nodded in approval and assured, "Don't worry, Brother Tongya. I'll personally train her." The matter had been discussed and agreed upon beforehand. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Fei Wangbai was inclined to accept Li Qinghong as his disciple, as long as the girl was not a slacker. With just a nod from Li Tongya, Li Qinghong kneeled respectfully right away and addressed Fei Wangbai as master. Fei Wangbai nodded and acknowledged her greetings. "I'm satisfied as long as she's a sensible student. I don't expect her to excel or master any great skills. At least she's easy on the eyes," he thought to himself as he observed Li Qinghong. Fei Wangbai placed importance on appearances. The disciples within the Fei family were all prim and proper, so Fei Wangbai was relieved about Li Qinghong's refined demeanor. With a gentle tone, he instructed, "You may leave us now. I wish to have a private conversation with your grandfather." Understood. Li Qinghong stepped down obediently with a respectful bow of her head after noticing Li Tongya's nod of approval, then swiftly exited the inner hall. Admiring the serene sight of white snow drifting under the dark night sky, a soft smile played on her lips as she moved forward, gracefully opening the courtyard door. Whoa! As Li Qinghong opened the courtyard door, a person fell forward with a shocked yelp. Fortunately, Li Qinghong had swift reflexes, given she was now an immortal cultivator who had attained the third stage of the embryonic breathing realm. She deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a collision with the mystery boy. A lavishly dressed boy slammed right onto the ground and was now grimacing in pain from the fall. "Who are you?" Li Qinghong asked in amusement as she extended a hand to help the boy up. In the prime of her youthful vigor, Li Qinghong's voice exuded a lively energy, a stark contrast to her gentle countenance. The boy blushed shyly as he struggled to stutter out his name. Fei Tongxiao. Li Tongya smiled as he watched Fei Wangbai set down his teacup and shake his head in embarrassment. "That child," he muttered under his breath. "That's normal behavior for a teenage boy. Don't worry about it." Li Tongya easily downplayed the situation to diffuse the awkwardness. Fei Wangbai nodded in agreement, his expression turning serious as he resumed their conversation. "So, Brother Tongya, are you confident in securing the support of more than 2 foundational establishment realm cultivators after establishing your Dao foundation?" "Yes," Li Tongya nodded gently, exuding an air of confidence as he replied. "My younger brother has arranged for someone to deliver an essence-gathering pill to me. With its help, It's worth a try. Fei Wangbai let out a soft sigh upon hearing this and lamented. We lack the immortal secrets passed down through generations, unlike disciples of renowned sections. The journey to foundation establishing realm has always been a precarious one, a gamble with one's life. My grandfather perished at that stage, and so did my father. Among the 3 generations of the Fei family, 10 had attempted foundation establishment realm, but I was the only one who succeeded, he continued with a sigh. The gravity of their discussion weighed heavily upon the atmosphere, prompting Fei Wangbai to shake himself out of it and clench his teeth in determination. Very well. I'll place my trust in you, brother Li Tongya, he declared resolutely, lifting his teacup in a toast. I'm willing to buy you time for 3 years and make sure that the Yu family's hands are tied and unable to target your family during this period. And in 5 years, they will be too exhausted to pose any threat, including you Mugo, Fei Wangbai carried on, his voice brimming with conviction. Seeing Li Tongya's nod, Fei Wangbai continued. But it is imperative that you succeed, brother Tongya. These 8 years will be bought with many sacrifices and covert maneuvers on my part. Should you fail to build your Dao foundation and perish, Fei Wangbai let out a soft sigh and finished glumly. Then the lake will really be taken over by the Yu family, with every other family destroyed over the next 100 years, all for the sake of Yu Mugo's deadly ambition. Li Tongya nodded, fully grasping the gravity of their situation. If he failed to build his Dao foundation, the Li family's threat to the Yu family would diminish significantly. This also meant that the Li family would be vulnerable, and the repercussions could be dire. They could potentially be erased, especially when Li Chujing's death would finally be exposed. Li Tongya soared over the lake until the brilliant morning sun cast its glow upon the vast reeds of the southern shore. Finally arriving at his destination, he paused, gazing at the scene before him. Emotions surged within him. A gamble with one's life, he murmured, his gaze fixed on the small island nestled amidst the reeds. He descended on the shore, watching the craggy rocks basking in the golden hues of dawn in a daze. He remembered leading Qiuyang through these very reeds, stripping his clothes on this muddy shore, and preparing to swim to the island while Qiuyang crouched among the reeds, clutching the mirror close to his chest. He was a robust youth in those days, standing tall in the fading light of twilight, shouting instructions at his younger brother. Master, where are you headed? A voice interrupted his daydream. Li Tongya raised his head slowly, his gaze meeting that of an old man rowing a small boat on the calm lake. Wrapped in a straw raincoat, with a weathered face and a long bamboo pole in hand, the man smiled warmly at him. Are you headed to Qiuyang, master? He asked Li Tongya, his eyes bright and twinkling. Chapter 220, The Old Man. Indeed, Li Tongya answered in a low voice, to which the old man immediately showed delight, his face beaming. He lightly tapped his bamboo pole, moving closer to the small island. Draped in a damp straw raincoat that was soaked with the morning dew, the old man's face was honest and kind, his white beard hanging downward. His eyes, sharp and vigorous beneath his broad hat, sparkled as Li Tongya boarded the small boat. The old man laughed heartily, skillfully handling the smooth, or to head toward the riverbank. I have been rowing boats here for over 10 years. Rest assured, once we leave the lake and follow the big fish creek southward, Qiuyang village will soon be in sight. Li Tongya scanned him with his spiritual sense and realized that the man in front of him was merely a mortal. While he was standing at the stern enjoying the lake view, the old man was exerting more effort. He raised his hands high and pushed hard, making the small boat travel both steady and fast. After glancing at Li Tongya's expression, he said with a beaming smile, Master, you have a noble face and a majestic demeanor, clearly the evidence of a great and kind person. A kind person? Li Tongya paused and repeated the old man's words, almost laughing out loud. Suddenly intrigued, he touched the sword at his waist and said softly, It seems you are mistaken, old boatman. My family and I are naturally bad seeds. We aren't good people. Despite frequently cultivating in seclusion, he had killed many since he began his journey as an immortal cultivator, and the number of those indirectly harmed by him was countless. By that alone, he was far from a good person. The old man was taken aback, not expecting such a response from Li Tongya. He laughed hoarsely and, while still rowing, chuckled a response. You must be jesting. Li Tongya simply hummed and withdrew his gaze. He could not help feeling as though something was vaguely familiar about the man's face. I find your face familiar. Have we met before? The old man put down his oar and sized up Li Tongya before turning his attention back to his rowing, laughing in amusement once more. Perhaps I have seen you once. I too was born into a prominent clan, never short of food or clothes. In my youth, I roamed the gully road and met many people. A prominent clan? Li Tongya asked as he narrowed his eyes slightly. Though his expression remained unchanged, he suddenly felt an indescribable sensation within him. His typically commanding and steady aura receded, causing a shiver in those who saw it. Fortunately, the old man, wearing his hat and completely focused on his rowing, did not notice but instead let out a laugh once more. My surname was originally Liu, from the Liu family in the West. After the old ancestor of the Liu family passed away, and our connection with the Immortal Sect severed, our family was divided between the Un and Li families. I had no choice but to change my surname to Liu and fend for myself. I see, Li Tongya responded, then said in a low voice, judging by your appearance, your days seem quite bearable. The old man shook his head and sighed. Yet, he continued his steady rowing and chuckled. Master, there are 3 hardships in this world: rowing boats, forging iron, and grinding tofu. They are indeed tiring work, he remarked with a grin. After they crossed the turbulent river center, the boat eventually stabilized with the river's flow. The Li family was known for its strict governance and exacting demands on its clan members, avoiding monopolistic practices, and with the support of Mount Yue, the common folk led relatively comfortable lives. The old man propped his oar and opened a small stove in the middle of the boat, surprisingly producing a cup of warm rice wine. He lifted his head to take a sip and exhaled in satisfaction before continuing. Every profession in this world has its hardships. Everyone has their own sorrows, and understanding this makes it easier. He squinted nostalgically, remarking somewhat wistfully, when I was young, I had great ambitions. I traveled as a wanderer, returned in middle age to enjoy life with a yellow dog and a beautiful concubine, playing the role of a father. But in my old age, my clan was destroyed overnight, and I found myself kneeling on the ground like a beggar. The wonder of life is exactly like this. Those immortals may seem carefree, but they too have their sufferings. Alas, have you any idea where the sons of the immortal clans have gone lately? Li Tongya was silent for a while, observing the old man's demeanor before speaking softly. The Li family is no saint either. Have you ever harbored hatred toward them? Hatred? The old man repeated as he paused, and set down the oar once more. He lifted the stove to reveal the charcoal beneath, and showed the rice wine to Li Tongya. I'm just a humble boatman. In spring, I can use charcoal to brew wine. Though I can't drink freely, I still manage to enjoy a good drink every 3 days. The old man picked up the oar again after he said this, stirring up a trail of water and pointing toward the western mountains. Tyrannical rulers, mass murderers, exploiting the entire Mount Yue for their own lavish lifestyles, he exclaimed with a wave of his hand. His wrinkled, thin finger then pointed toward the region of Lixia Prefecture, continuing. Whole clans are wiped out, and the entire prefecture is destroyed while the immortal clans remain silent, merely observing. Finally, he pointed toward the Yue family's Milan Prefecture, his tone fierce this time. Commoners are displaced, resorting to trading their children for food. While the clans drink and throw pot games, singing joyously, the commoners weep. Butchers hang dog heads, but beneath them, they sell human flesh. The price of human flesh has fallen even more this year, from 3 coins per gene last year to just 2 coins now. Tears streamed down the old man's cheeks as he spoke softly. Seeing such suffering among the people, yet I can still drink and burn charcoal. The dissolution of my old clan was merely the removal of a scourge. What is there to hate? Li Tongya was deeply moved and sat down beside the old man. The two let the small boat drift on its own as the old man drank again, tears streaming down his cheeks. He spoke in a deep voice. Master said that the Li family is no good either, but if we are to judge good from evil, I, who don't have many years left, might as well speak some words worth beheading for. He picked up the oar, his beard bristling. Dewdrops rolled down his beard as he clenched his teeth and declared, demons, immortals, sects, clans, the powerful, and even the common people, everyone, if judged by their morality, deserves to be killed. Such words coming from a mortal sent a slight chill through Li Tongya. The usual sounds of birds, beasts, and insects along the river ceased. The old man then sighed softly and added, having seen so much and so many people, I no longer consider the deceitful and vile as evil, nor do I consider the upright as good. In this lawless world, the vile thrive and the upright perish. To truly judge good from evil, one should look at only one thing. And what is that? Li Tongya asked softly. After taking another sip of his wine, the old man answered, if the people under one's rule are joyful and well-fed, that is good. If they are displaced, resorting to cannibalism, that is evil. The Li family strictly disciplines its members and manages its household rigorously, excelling in planning. The commoners live almost divine lives, all looking forward to their leadership. Did you not see that when that young lord passed away, every household in the town was mourning? If any hypocrite barks about misconduct, the people would spit at him and point at his backbone. As the gravity of his words fell, Li Tongya pondered deeply. The two sat facing each other in silence. After a dozen breaths, the old man picked up the oar again and wiped his tears, smiling softly. It seems I've lost my composure, he said with a wistful voice. Not at all. Your words were enlightening. Li Tongya cupped his fist solemnly, feeling an unexpected sense of peace within his heart. He spoke softly. Before my father passed away, he insisted on establishing a clan affairs courtyard. The old man thought far ahead. Our family has benefited immensely for generations. The old man, confused, turned around to look, but saw only an empty stern and calm waters flowing. There was no sign of his guest, leaving a void in his heart. When he turned back, he noticed a small piece of bright silver reflecting light on the small table. The wind on the river was brisk, and the silver shimmered dazzlingly. The old man drank the rest of his wine and sat down slowly, breaking out in a cold sweat. Chapter 221, Duck Soup. Li Tongya returned to Mount Jing where Li Xianfeng, carrying his long bow and holding a jade slip with a furrowed brow, hurriedly tucked away the jade slip upon seeing Li Tongya. He greeted him respectfully. Second uncle, you're back. How is Qinghong? She has settled into the Fei family. Li Tongya replied as he sized him up for a moment and smiled. Fifth heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm, and you're just over 30. That's remarkable progress, but you still need more training, he said. Indeed. Li Xianfeng nodded. He listened quietly as Li Tongya continued. When Muyuan was your age, he had just begun cultivating Qi. You have received the enhancement of a talisman seed and are endowed with talisman Qi, which has brought you to this level of cultivation. Although you cannot compare with the monstrous in Jingming, you are certainly among the best on the lake. And Jingming was truly exceptional, feared by friends and foes alike. Not to mention the Yu family. Even the Ding family feared him and hoped for his death. With him overshadowing you, everyone's attention was diverted from you. Now that Jingming is dead, you must tread carefully, Li Tongya advised. Li Xianfeng nodded in response. I understand. After a wry smile, he told Li Tongya. Do you still remember the spirit eye perception technique? It was a rare pupil technique Senior Xiao brought us. I've been studying it for years, but with little progress. The book mentions that cleansing one's eyes with pure essence spirit water would benefit greatly. I've never heard of such spirit water, so I'm still keeping an eye out for it. Li Tongya hummed in acknowledgement. Li Xianfeng hesitated briefly before looking up at the older man. Second uncle, are you preparing to break through to the foundation establishment realm? He asked. Indeed. Li Tongya nodded, causing Li Xuanfeng's expression to change to one of concern right away. Seeing this, Li Tongya instructed, I will enter seclusion today to break through. Keep an eye on the younger ones. Don't let them wander out needlessly. The Fei family is stirring trouble for the Yu family, and Yumugo won't be free for a while. Just remember to keep a low profile. After a brief pause, Li Tongya continued, I may take 2 to 3 years, or even as long as 5 years. If I succeed, I'll emerge from seclusion. However, if you don't see me in 10 years, then it means I've perished. In that case, you can break in to retrieve my remains. Li Xianfeng could not bear such talk, and hung his head low. Li Tongya gave his instructions, and was about to head directly to his cave dwelling, but on impulse, he stopped at the graveyard on the mountain. Amidst the various sized tombstones, the oldest ones bore light green moss, while the newest shone brightly. Li Tongya walked among them, stopping before the cenotaph of Li Xiangping. After a moment of silence, he suddenly clapped his brocade pouch to retrieve a brown eyeball. He carefully placed it in front of Li Xiangping's grave and then opened his mouth to speak, but couldn't find any words. His gaze swept over the tombstones before he walked past each one, eventually arriving at a small open space positioned somewhat lower than Li Mutian's, between Li Changhu and Li Xiangping. a spot that stood out starkly amidst the rows of graves. Li Tongya lowered his gaze to the spot and quickly estimated his own height to ensure that the space was more than sufficient to accommodate him. Then, with a loud laugh, he rode the wind toward his cave dwelling on Mount Yue. Within the territory of the Yin family at Moongaze Lake, the southern shore lacked significant mountains. Mount Huazhong had gentle slopes covered in lush forests. The blood from the Yu family's massacre on the mountain had long been washed away by heavy rain and then meticulously cleaned under the directive of Zheyu. However, dark red stains could still be seen in the crevices of the rocks. Mount Huazhong was originally owned by the Ji family, but had been conquered by the Wan family, then passed to the Lu family before eventually falling into the hands of the Yin family. Over just a few decades, it had witnessed 4 massacres with countless beheaded, which ironically had helped the trees on Mount Huazhong flourish. Several li south of Mount Huazhong stood a small orchard that was enclosed by a palisade of palm wood. A few fruits hung from the branches, suggesting that it probably belonged to a farmer. On the adjacent hillside, a few small houses had been constructed, and Zheyan lay bewildered and fearful in bed, worried about being discovered by the Yu family. He had hidden in the forest for several days, too afraid to fly. Determined to evade detection, he changed his appearance and walked to this place instead. The family was hospitable. Having lost a son years ago in an accident where a tree branch pierced his neck in their own yard, they now had an extra guest room, which they had kindly offered to Zheyan. The Li family. Zheyan was unaware of the current state of Mount Huazhong, but learned from the family that Zheyu had become the new head of the Yin family. Feeling a void in his heart, he thought to himself, that bastard. He has probably become a lapdog for the Yu family. Zheyan did not know the fate of Jingming's body, but he had a bad gut feeling about it. Wiping away tears, he sighed softly. Although it's aggravating, it's time to leave. I have to go to the Li family. With that thought, Zheyan's expression turned fierce as he muttered, I can't let this couple live. He performed a series of hand seals and conjured a flame before slowly rising to his feet. Since this was a wooden house, it would burn away quickly. All it would take was just one spark of fire to erase his trail completely. Knock, knock. A knock came from the door, causing Zheyan to raise an eyebrow in surprise and confusion. He stepped forward and opened the door, only to see the wife of the household standing timidly with a bowl of duck soup in her hands. It's rare for us to have a visitor in these remote hills. You're probably not used to the wild vegetables, so my husband killed a duck and stewed it for a few hours. He hopes that you'll find it tasty, the woman said meekly. Zheyan was profoundly moved by her words. Accustomed to delicacies, he had only nibbled at the meals over the past few days, which the couple had noticed and worried that he wasn't eating well. Thank you so much. Zheyan stuttered as he accepted the soup in a daze, feeling as though he had been slapped right in the face as he lowered his head and tasted it hesitantly. The couple probably only cooked duck soup on rare occasions, for it was bland with a slightly earthy taste. The taste lingered briefly on his tongue before settling in his stomach. In the past, anyone who dared to serve such a soup to Zheyan would have lost their hands. But now, Zheyan had to force himself to swallow it while cursing internally. It truly tastes awful. Even so, tears welled up in his eyes, and he couldn't control himself from crying out in delight. Delicious. Truly delicious. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zheyan began to sob uncontrollably, his heavy body of 180 Jin rolling on the ground. The woman, clearly startled, stepped back in alarm, spilling some of the soup on her arm in her haste. She looked at Zheyan on the ground, then carefully sipped the soup dripping from her hand. I've truly made a grave mistake. As ridiculous memories flooded his mind, Zheyan sat on the ground crying for a while before spitting out a mouthful of stale blood, feeling much better after he had done so. Ignoring the screaming woman, he threw down 2 pieces of gold and rode the wind northward. The woman, left confused in the courtyard, watched on as her husband entered the room in a hurry. Both of them stared at the gold pieces in shocked silence. After a moment, the man quickly grabbed a hoe and exclaimed, What are you waiting for? Bury it first. Chapter 222, Arrival from Mount Yue. In the 3rd lunar month of spring, the Yu family concealed a spell within a pearl, which was placed inside the ebony mine and unearthed by a servant, who then presented it to young Master Xiu. At that moment, thunder flames erupted. The house collapsed and Xiu perished. Li Yuanyan had grown up quite a bit. With his black hair now tied back neatly, he looked like a proper teenager. He lifted his head and looked at the half-burned wooden slip. Tears welled up in his eyes as he continued writing. The townsfolk mourned loudly, and everyone was draped in mourning clothes. The vicious and sinister nature of the Yu family's young master is now widely known. Li Jingtian was pregnant and leaning tiredly against the desk, her eyes half closed. Chen Donghe had already returned to the mountain to take care of his wife. Under the setting sun, he took 2 oranges and peeled them. The pale golden sunlight cast patches of gold on his white robe. "Auntie, take a look at this." Li Yuanyun handed the finished work to Li Jingtian, who looked it over and said softly, "Well done." Li Yuanyun took it back and checked it twice more before setting down the brush. He picked up the half-burned wooden slip again. The characters on it were charred, with only a few strokes remaining intact. He carefully turned it over, revealing a few complete characters on the side. It was a signature. "Gift to Brother Yun." Li Yuanyun was still examining the wooden slip in his hands when Li Jingtian accepted an orange from Chen Donghe and said in a low voice, "Yuner, given the current situation, our family lacks a head to manage affairs. You should come down from the mountain to handle some matters." Li Jingtian's words were straightforward, and Li Yuanyun knew that Li Jingtian was asking if he intended to take on the role of the family head. He shook his head and answered, "I have no such desires. Firstly, I do not enjoy managing affairs, and secondly, there is Brother Jiao. He possesses a spiritual orifice and is a more suitable candidate than I am. Mortals are indeed too frail compared to immortal cultivators. If we let a mortal manage those of the embryonic breathing realm and qi cultivation realm, it might diminish our family's dignity," Li Yuanyun remarked, sharing his concerns. Li Jingtian nodded slightly as she listened. "You have a point," she responded softly. She looked at Li Yuanyun, who was engrossed in reading with his head down, then continued, "But you are also of age. You won't be able to find a woman you love if you spend all your years up here on the mountain." She then turned to look at Chen Donghe, who was quietly peeling oranges. "Are there any suitable candidates with spiritual orifices among the young at the foot of the mountain?" she asked. Chen Donghe looked up and thought for a moment, then answered warmly, "There are none. The younger ones have not yet matured." Li Jingtian pondered for a few moments, then resigned herself to the situation, leaning against the desk tiredly and closing her eyes once more. Li Yuanyun and Chen Donghe fell silent, and for a while, the courtyard was bathed in golden sunset, accompanied only by her steady breathing. Family head, Li Qiuyang, with a white cloth still tied around his forehead, cupped his fist to Li Xianxian, who was nearby, and spoke softly. "People from Mount Yue have arrived." "Oh," Li Xianxian replied as he raised his eyebrows at the news. Although he still looked to be in his 30s, he appeared considerably worn and much older than usual. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "How are the few descendants of Shamili who stayed with the Li family doing?" Li Xianxian and Li Xiaowen had been partners for a long time. Even though Li Xianxian had not been managing household affairs for a while, Li Xiaowen was well prepared before coming up the mountain. All the children are only 3 to 5 years old, and nothing much can be discerned yet. They are all studying with the other kids in the clan together in the school, he replied readily. "I see. Let them come up," Li Xianxian commanded. Li Xiaowen promptly left to carry out the order, and Li Xianxian returned to his seat. He prepared his ink and started drawing a talisman. Now that he was handling affairs on the mountain, Li Xianxian had to make a considerable journey up and down the mountain and pass through the sun-right profound light formation each time, which he found to be quite troublesome. He finished the talisman in front of him and waited for the time it took an incense stick to burn before Li Xiaowen returned with the visitor to the small courtyard. Li Xianxian was still working on a second talisman. As the bright red tip of his brush glided across the pale yellow talisman paper, the envoy dared not make a sound. He remained kneeling on the ground, trembling with fear until Li Xianxian finally lifted his brush and sighed, content with his work. Currently, Li Xuanquan's success rate with drawing talismans was 2 or 3 out of 10. Achieving 2 consecutive successes was indeed rare for him. And he mused, since I broke through the qi cultivation realm and mastered the cave spring clear spirit technique, this method has become increasingly compatible with talisman arts. I can draw talismans better now. It was only then did he look up at the envoy, who was dressed in white with a hemp garment over it. Li Xianxian spoke in a low voice. "State your business." The king of Mount Yue heard of young Master Xiu's demise and was extremely saddened. He sent me with offerings, presenting 360 slaves to serve as funeral attendants for the young master. As Mount Yue had become a vassal, the envoy no longer dared to refer to Shamili as our great king, but instead referred to him as the king of Mount Yue. He also presented himself as a servant, adopting a very humble posture. Li Xianxian frowned upon hearing this and said sternly, "Our family does not practice the custom of sacrificial burial. Send the slaves back." "Yes." The envoy remained kneeling on the ground as he bowed deeply and repeatedly, knowing that Li Xianxian was in a foul mood. Li Xianxian raised an eyebrow and asked, "Anything else?" Sweating profusely, his white clothing clinging to his rough bronze skin, the envoy replied, "The king of Mount Yue has recently organized the state's affairs, and with domestic stability restored, he finds himself lonely without children around. As he has 4 sons and a daughter still in the east, he thought of bringing a child back." The envoy was trembling while Li Xianxian remained silent, staring at him. He pondered to himself, Shamili must not have discovered the flaw in that technique yet. He's probably just thinking of bringing back a few hostages to raise. He lifted his head and replied, "Then you may take the princess back." The envoy hesitated slightly. Shamili did not care about his daughter and only wanted to bring back male heirs, but he dared not say more. He stood up and pretended to be relieved, saying, "Thank you, great king." Li Xianxian nodded, and the man quickly left. Li Xiaowen then stepped forward and handed over a report. "The tributes from Mount Yue are recorded here. Most of them are spirit items of embryonic breathing realm." Li Xianxian accepted the document and did some mental calculations before chuckling coldly. "It looks like a long list, but everything totals up to only less than 3 spirit stones in value. From what we know, Shamili isn't having an easy time either," he remarked with a snort. Li Xiaowen nodded in agreement, and Li Xianxian took out another piece of talisman paper. He continued sketching with his vermilion brush, musing, Shamili won't notice the side effects of that technique anytime soon. Once he's been married for over a decade, he'll definitely see that something is amiss, and then he'll be desperate to find his sons. Images of Shamili angrily wielding a hammer flashed before Li Xuanxuan's eyes, causing him to worry. If second uncle fails to break through, the rest of us will have to work together to kill this man. The Purple Thunder secret origin technique is a profound technique, and although Shamili has consumed unrefined qi, he is not to be underestimated. After all, Mount Yue has a population of hundreds of thousands. Things can easily get out of hand. Chapter 223, and Zheyan seeks refuge. And Zheyan flew for a while, then landed and walked through the forest. He quickly cast an invisibility spell and soon reached the Li family's territory. After walking over 10 li, he saw a stretch of houses, and a few dozen more li brought him within sight of Lijing town. Along the way, he observed the peaceful and secure life of the locals, who felt safe enough to leave their doors open at night. This observation rendered Zheyan speechless. Drawing closer to observe, he saw people laughing and chatting on the streets. Zheyan walked around the streets twice and bought a bowl of wontons to eat. In his life, Zheyan had always enjoyed good food. Having a bowl of steaming hot wonton settle in his stomach eased his anxiety and sorrow considerably. He took out a gourd of spirit wine from his storage pouch and drank half of it to bolster his courage. Then, with flushed cheeks, he stepped out of the crowd and approached a patrolling Li family clan soldier. "Go and inform your family head that the Yin family." Zheyan was about to say, "Zheyan from the Yin family," but a wave of desolation washed over him, and he quickly changed his words. "A rogue cultivator, Zheyan, has come to visit." The clan soldier was slightly taken aback, but his cupped fist, and responded, "Please wait a moment, senior." He then hurried off, leaving Zheyan standing by the wonton stall for a while. 2 clan soldiers invited him to sit in the guest courtyard, and Zheyan nodded in agreement. "Well, I am a cultivator at the 5th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. Even if Li Tongya is formidable, I can still die if I truly wish it. There's no need to stay and suffer, for there's nothing left in this world for me to cling to." Since Li Tongya had entered seclusion, Li Xianfeng had seldom secluded himself in his absence. He mostly kept an eye on family affairs, fearing that prolonged seclusion might lead to issues at home. He was in the courtyard studying the spirit eye perception when Li Xianxian hurried up with startling news. "Brother Feng, something has happened in the Milan prefecture." "What?" Li Xianfeng quickly put away the jade slip he was reading and looked up, somewhat startled. He then asked in a low voice, "The Yu family's Milan prefecture?" "Exactly," Li Xianxian nodded, looking somewhat pleased, and continued, "According to our people's intel, a geological upheaval struck the Milan prefecture. leaving the entire prefecture in chaos. The market's grand formation, which is connected to the earth vein, was also shaken, affecting the entire spirit vein and decreasing the concentration of spiritual qi. Li Xianfeng listened with growing confusion, shaking his head and saying, "How is that possible? The Yu family's construction of the grand formation would surely have connected to the local earth vein to suppress the region. This formation, which locks space and restricts the land, can even hold off cultivators at the foundation establishment realm. How could there be a problem with the earth veins beneath it that could cause such upheaval and leave everything in such disarray?" Li Xianxian slapped his hand down and sat down abruptly. He then took the tea handed to him by a servant and exclaimed, "Indeed, it is ridiculous. Had I not sent people to investigate several times and see for themselves that Milan Prefecture indeed had collapsed walls and rivers of blood, I would never have believed such a thing." Li Xianfeng thought for a moment, then suddenly remembered what Li Tongya had said about the Fei family being able to hold off the Yu family for 8 years. Fei Wangbai said he could hold off the Yu family for 8 years. It's likely they're doing then. It's quite the bold move. Yu Mugo and Yu Xiaogui must be fuming with rage by now, but are forced to swallow this bitter fruit. The Fei family's tactics are probably just beginning, Li Xianfeng said as a small grin crossed his face. Li Xianxian chuckled, somewhat taking pleasure in the Yu family's misfortune. He then commented, "Who would have thought that someone as gallant as Fei Wangbai would employ such unfathomable tactics? I'd reckon Fei Wangbai had secretly tampered with the earth veins of Milan Prefecture decades ago, before the prefecture market was built. Since the disaster happened within the market's grand formation, there's no way it could be stopped." "Indeed, Big Brother makes a good point." Li Xianfeng nodded and swept the area with his spiritual sense, then furrowed his brows suddenly. "Brother Xian, I have noticed that your cultivation has not progressed in the past 6 months, and you're still at the early stage of the Qi cultivation realm. Why is that?" he asked, looking at his brother inquisitively. Li Xianxian smiled awkwardly and explained, "I've been making rapid progress in talisman arts over the past 6 months, though. I'm focusing all my energy on crafting talismans to help support the family's finances. On top of that, managing family affairs naturally slows down my cultivation pace." Li Xianfeng shook his head. Now at the 5th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm, he could not help but remind his elder brother, "Techniques are for self-defense, but the Tao is what truly matters. You must be cautious, Big Brother." Li Xianxian, however, dismissed his concern with a wave of his hand, evidently having considered this deeply. He set down his tea bowl before replying, "I have indeed thought about it. With you and second uncle excelling in combat techniques, and my lack of aptitude in that area, I can only focus on the study of talismans. This will not only increase our family's income, but also provide some protection for the younger generation." He sighed softly and continued, "I am approaching 40 years old, and there's no way I can break through to the foundation establishment realm before 60. Even if our family obtained a second essence gathering pill, it would only increase my chances by only 5%. Since I'm not destined for the foundation establishment realm, I might as well delve deeper into talisman arts to enrich our family's legacy." Li Xianfeng was taken aback and found himself at a loss for words, only managing to sigh. "If you've already made up your mind, then there is little more I can say," he said softly. Li Xianxian laughed it off lightly in an effort to comfort him. "The family ultimately relies on you and second uncle. You are only 30 and already at the 5th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. You will surely make it before 60. As they were talking and laughing, Li Xiaowen hurried into the courtyard and cupped his fist, interrupting their lively conversation. Reporting to the family head, "And Zheyan has come to visit." "And Zheyan? He didn't die on Mount Huazhong." The mention of this name made Li Xianxian slightly surprised. He exchanged a look with Li Xianfeng, and both men smiled. "Damn, it's a double blessing," Li Xianfeng remarked cheerfully. "Bring him up," Li Xianxian instructed. With the Grand Formation's protection on this mountain and Li Xuanfeng's Golden Age longbow, which was not just for show, they were not afraid of any tricks from a stray dog like in Zheyan. For this man to come to our family after losing his home, he must be seeking to ally with us to seek revenge against the Yu family, Li Xianxian speculated in a low voice after Li Xiaowen had left. They waited for a while, but Zheyan still had not arrived. Li Xianxian had already thought through many things. He solemnly remarked, "The news of Jingming's breakthrough was leaked by Zheyan himself. This man is indiscreet and unreliable. Now that he comes to us, we don't know if he harbors ulterior motives. Let's draw out whatever techniques and methods the Yin family possesses from him first. He can serve as a tool for us, and we'll observe him closely for a while." As Li Xianfeng was about to respond, a man slowly stepped into the courtyard. He was slightly overweight, wearing a leather hat atop his head, his expression marked by unease. Bowing respectfully, he greeted them, and Zheyan greets the two seniors. And Zheyan was at his wit's end, reduced to greeting the two men who were as young as his own son, all while being at the mercy of the Li family. Li Xianxian did not want to leave him standing awkwardly and quickly stepped forward, his face full of feigned terror as he said, "What is going on, senior? You're making Xianxian nervous." And Zheyan's expression brightened significantly, even showing a trace of gratitude. His eyes reddened with emotion as he fought to find his words. "I regret not following my son's advice to ally with your family against the Yu family. Now, I find myself in this pitiful state. Truly, I have only myself to blame," he cried out bitterly. And Jingming had originally advised Zheyan to cede Mount Huazhong and arrange a marriage with a daughter from the Li family's main family, suggesting they support each other to resist the Yu family. However, Zheyan, being greedy and miserly, was unwilling to cede Mount Huazhong. This forced Jingming to find an alternative, ultimately leading to their current plight. "Senior, you're too harsh on yourself," Li Xianxian said with great respect, lowering his voice to ask, "But what of the Yin family now?" This question twisted painfully in Zheyan's heart, and he replied tearfully, "It has been overtaken by my illegitimate brother and has become a vassal to the Yu family. My poor son, he likely doesn't even have a place to be buried." Li Xianxian quickly consoled him. "Senior, you are now a rogue cultivator, and like our Li family, you bear deep grudges against the Yu family. You must have come to our Li family to join forces with us. Why not stay with us for a while?" Li Xuanchuan's words were well chosen, and Zheyan was deeply moved by them. Though grateful, he understood that once he agreed to such terms, he would likely have to take a profound scenery spiritual oath, thereby relinquishing the Yin family's secret techniques and many legacies. With nothing left to lose, he found himself with no choice. Recalling the words Jingming had instructed before his death, Zheyan's eyes reddened, and he thought to himself, "Jingming told me to seek refuge with the Li family before he died. He must have had his reason for saying this. I just need to obey. Now I can do nothing else but follow his wishes." Chapter 224, Aged Courtly Path Sutra. Zheyan cupped his fist and lifted the hem of his robe before falling onto his knees, his expression one of sorrow. His voice was full of resentment when he spoke. "My 3 sons and a daughter, along with numerous wives, concubines, and brothers, have all been slaughtered by the Yu family. The Yin family has fallen into the hands of traitors and has been enslaved. The hatred in my heart is as deep as the waters of the boundless sea, impossible to contain. Despite past grievances, your family has agreed to shelter me, and Zheyan, a dog who has lost his home. I am deeply grateful and willing to offer the legacy of the Yin family to serve as your claws and teeth, toiling for you for the rest of my life." And Zheyan paused as he finally made up his mind. "If I live to see the day when I can return to Mount Huazhong, I am willing to offer the entire territory of the Yin family as repayment." As he finished speaking, he performed a hand seal. Almost immediately, a point of light appeared on his forehead, indicating that he had just taken a profound scenery spiritual oath. Li Xianxian was overjoyed, yet his face had feigned sorrow as he helped him up, saying solemnly, "Why must you resort to this, senior? The Yu family is our common enemy. It is only right that we help each other." And Zheyan got up and sat down, hesitating for a moment before shaking his head and whispering, "My ancestors were also once glorious. Our forefather was an outer disciple of the Immortal Mansion. At that time, the Wu, Yu, and Su states were all under the Moonlight Origin Mansion's protection. The Immortal Mansion established a rule to separate the immortals from mortals, constraining all immortal sects to secluded cultivation, unlike the current mingling of immortals and mortals. My ancestor cultivated alone in the mountains back then. Later, as the Immortal Mansion withdrew from the world, the 3 sects and 7 gates emerged into society, dividing the Yu state. The earliest clans declared themselves kings and marquises. My ancestor had already died of old age, and his descendants spread out here, eventually splitting the family and forming their own clans. If we were to discuss kinship, the Yu, Ji, and Lu families all share ancestry with the Yin family, with only the Wan family coming from the east." Li Xianxian listened intently, also surprised by this news. Thinking about the rivalry between these families, he nodded silently. That is truly remarkable, he said quietly. 800 years of kinship has turned us into strangers. When you think about it, which family in Yu State is not descended from prominent clans that migrated from the north to the south? Except for Mount Yue, probably all have a common origin. And Zheyan let out a small sigh before continuing. Our family's cultivation technique was originally an ancient technique recorded in the aged Courtly Path Sutra. It could be practiced by immortal cultivators from the embryonic breathing realm to the purple mansion realm, as long as they had the courtly red dust chi for cultivation. Over generations, this chi became unattainable, leaving only a secondary method that could only reach the foundation establishment realm. It's called Guardian of the Courtly Path, a grade 2 technique using the courtly frost armor chi for cultivation. Listening to the name of this technique, Li Xianxian immediately recognized it as an ancient technique. Ancient techniques often bore mystical-sounding names, and this one was no exception. He felt intrigued right away. Since it has been modified into a secret technique, it must not be perfect. What are the flaws in this technique, he asked. And Zheyan nodded and explained patiently. The beauty of this technique lies in its ability to enable cultivators to quickly condense the 6 embryonic breathing chakras, thus achieving the chi cultivation realm swiftly. However, progress slows significantly after reaching this realm, and one's lifespan is slightly reduced as a consequence. Nonetheless, the synergy between mana and Jade Dharma artifacts is enhanced, meaning the power of Dharma artifacts made by Jade will be amplified. As for the Courtly Frost armor chi required for this technique, we have a method of gathering it. By submerging copper and iron heavy armor into a specially crafted jade well to soak in rainwater, one can collect a wisp in 3 months, with 10 wisps making a full portion. This is considered the easiest to gather among the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. However, the Courtly Frost armor chi serves no other purpose and is solely useful for this ancient technique, so it barely fetches a few spirit stones. That's amazing. This essentially grants those with lesser talents nearly 100 more years to cultivate. What a treasure! Li Xianxian gasped upon hearing this. He was already brimming with ideas and was delighted. Exactly, and Zheyan nodded and paused briefly before responding. There is another important thing. Those who cultivate the Guardian of the Courtly Path will find their power greatly reduced if they encounter someone practicing the aged Courtly Path Sutra. Even if their cultivation realm is much higher, they would likely not be able to defeat them. Fortunately, that's not a big problem as this technique is no longer possible to cultivate. Indeed. Li Xianxian nodded repeatedly, and Zheyan continued. There is also the vein searching technique, known as earthly court detection technique. Let me find an empty jade slip later and write a copy of it for you. Thank you, Senior, Li Xianxian said as he pondered for a moment. Sensing that something was not quite right, he spoke softly. But there is something I do not understand. If the Guardian of the Courtly Path makes it easy to achieve the chi cultivation realm, then why, in the past, did only your father and you from the Yin family achieve this realm, while the rest lingered in the embryonic breathing realm? And Zheyan sighed deeply and cupped his hands awkwardly before responding. After experiencing so much, I have realized that I am stingy and lack vision. Only my father and I practiced this technique, and I used other methods to pacify the other branches of the family. I see. Li Xianxian fell silent and drank some of his tea, then inquired about the details of that fateful day on Mount Huazhou. And Zheyan answered each question patiently before cupping his fist once more. Fearing that carrying it on my person would risk the legacy falling into the hands of the enemy, I destroyed the jade slip when I left the inn residence. I will go transcribe the technique from memory now, he said with a somber voice. Having said this, he left hurriedly. As Zheyan departed, Li Xianfeng, who had been silent throughout the conversation, then raised an eyebrow and issued an instruction. Uncle Donghe is still on the mountain. Have him go down and watch this man. Li Xiaowen nodded and took his leave while Li Xianxian sighed softly, saying, Second uncle once told me about this man. And Zheyan was originally a greedy and miserly person, but he has undergone a transformation through this great disaster. After a brief moment of contemplation, he continued, the Yin family's ancestor was originally an outer disciple of the Immortal Mansion. This technique might well be a special one imparted to outer disciples by the Immortal Mansion, and being able to pass down the technique unrestrictedly suggests that the Yin family's ancestor must have held some status. Li Xianfeng nodded, but was still unconvinced and skeptical. He waved his hand dismissively and said in a low voice, "Appearances can be deceiving. Although this man has taken the profound scenery spiritual oath, we cannot place too much trust in him. He has loose lips. Just let him exterminate demons and tend to the fields. When there's something to be done at home, let him be a handyman. There's no need to let him know more than necessary." "I know." Li Xianxian nodded in agreement as he put down his tea bowl. "Let's observe him for a while before discussing further," he added after a short pause. The two of them talked for a while before Li Xiaowen came up holding several jade slips. Li Xianfeng took them and examined them. Apart from the guardian of the courtly path, earthly court detection technique, and the unpracticable aged courtly path sutra, there were several grade 1 techniques for the embryonic breathing and qi cultivation realms. He read through all of them, nodding continuously and excitedly, then exclaimed, "The Yin family's ancestors indeed had profound connections. These techniques are truly amazing. It's a pity that the aged courtly path sutra can no longer be cultivated. It's unclear what grade it belongs to. However, the guardian rite of the courtly path is quite unique and stands out even among grade 2 techniques, especially with its effect of hastening advancement to the qi cultivation realm. It's certainly very useful." Li Xianxian laughed heartily and nodded, saying, "It's not just for use with the less talented disciples within the family. Nowadays, with cultivators in the late stage of the qi cultivation realm to suppress them, those external cultivators can also benefit from this technique. We're not looking for combat power. Having more qi cultivators means we would have more people that are capable of flying, which makes everything more convenient." "You're right, Brother Xian," Li Xianfeng agreed with a small smile. He then passed over the earthly court detection technique, his voice soft as he spoke. "Since the Yin family was attacked, our personnel have been withdrawn, and we have lacked people to survey or veins. The ebony mine has been idle for a long time. You should keep technique and choose new personnel to restart the mining." Li Xianxian took the jade slip, and seeing that Li Xianfeng was ready to leave to continue his cultivation, he smiled slightly, teasing, "It's a wonder how in Zheyan could have fathered a genius like in Jingming. Maybe we should arrange more wives and concubines for him. Perhaps he could produce another genius. Wouldn't that be great for us?" Li Xianfeng laughed heartily, knowing that Li Xianxian was just joking. He left for the mountain, leaving Li Xianxian in the courtyard to drink some tea. Li Xianxian pulled out a piece of yellow paper and began drawing a talisman. It took him a while before he finally put away the ink and paper and instructed, "Let Zheyan choose a few women. He may look a little dumb, but he's still a qi cultivator. Let's see if any women with spiritual orifices are willing to marry him." Li Xiaowen nodded in agreement, while Li Xianxian shook his head. And Zheyan's arrival had indeed profited the Li family greatly, yet he still harbored some regrets. "If only our families had joined hands back then, allowing in Jingming to marry a girl from our Li family. Had that been the case, we wouldn't have had to face so many tragedies today," he murmured softly to himself. Chapter 225, 3 years later. Fei family, Glacial Cloud Peak. Glacial Cloud Peak was the tallest peak on the northern shore, brimming with spiritual qi and covered with pines and cypresses. The Fei family had entrenched themselves here for countless years, fortifying the area like an iron fortress. With Fei Wangbai presiding, even late-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivators would find it hard to break through. The peak was completely covered by snow that sparkled across the landscape all year round. Fei Tongxiao had already condensed the third chakra of the embryonic breathing realm. Agile and nimble, he left no footprints in the snow. After running for a while, a small courtyard appeared before him, freshly painted in white. 2 pots of winter sweet were planted by the door, gently swaying in the breeze. Fei Tongxiao exhaled lightly, stopping carefully on the stone steps in front of the gate. After tidying his attire, he knocked twice on the door and called out clearly, "Sister Qinghong." After 2 breaths, the courtyard gate creaked open and a girl about 15 or 16 stepped out. She was dressed in white, and her smile was as beautiful as the crescent moon in autumn. Her forehead glistened with a hint of sweat, and a white cloth belt cinched her waist, preventing her flowing robes from snagging her long spear, while still highlighting her slender figure. "Junior brother." Li Qinghong's bright eyes met Fei Tongxiao's gaze, causing him to lower his head as if he had been scalded. He could only focus on Li Qinghong's white-furred brown deerskin boots as she planted her spear firmly on the ground. "Are you here to practice spearmanship with me?" she asked with a smile. Fei Tongxiao nodded obediently. Seeing Li Qinghong smiling warmly, he could not help but smile back and said softly, Sister Qinghong. Did something good happen to you? Li Qinghong playfully grabbed his hand and led him into the courtyard, crunching the snow beneath their feet. She laughed as she replied, "Yesterday, I broke through to the Jade capital stage and awakened my spiritual sense. I have now reached the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm." Fei Tongxiao could only feel the warmth of her hand. Li Qinghong had just finished her spear practice and was still radiating heat, leaving Fei Tongxiao blushing and dazed as he followed her into the courtyard. It took several breaths for him to react after she let go. The Jade capital stage? Sister Qinghong, it's only been 3 years since you came to Glacial Cloud Peak, and you were only at the 3rd stage of the embryonic breathing realm then. Breaking through 2 stages in 3 years is truly impressive. The boy commended, his shyness now replaced with awe. Li Qinghong chuckled lightly and replied, "Junior brother, you started 2 months later than me, yet you're still at the 3rd stage. You must work harder. I'm no match for Sister Qinghong." Fei Tongxiao said humbly as he smiled, nodding. Li Qinghong grasped her spear and twirled it around with a playful smile. "I want to spar with you again. I'll use only the power of the 3rd stage of the embryonic breathing realm, so it'll be fair." The red tassel swayed as her spear moved like a dragon, aiming straight at Fei Tongxiao. In the past 3 years, Fei Tongxiao had sparred with Li Qinghong countless times. Her lower stance was nimble, and her spearmanship leaned toward the softer style. Fei Tongxiao thrust his spear forward, using force to counter her finesse, parrying her spear aside before pushing his spear back toward Li Qinghong. Li Qinghong had studied under Fei Wangbai for 3 years. Although she had not learned the Fei family's prized grade 3 technique, Dragon Reflection, she had mastered most of the other spear moves. While her spearmanship wasn't yet outstanding, she was competent in a fight. She stepped back, her spear rising like a venomous snake as it lunged at Fei Tongxiao. Fei Tongxiao stepped aside to dodge Li Qinghong's spear, switching from a thrust to a sweep aimed at her legs. Unexpectedly, she shifted her footwork like a shadow, evading his spear effortlessly. Her spear advanced even further, aiming straight for his face. "What?" Fei Tongxiao let out a gasp, clearly startled. He was unable to comprehend how she had so deftly eluded his spear moves. He hurriedly retracted his spear and stepped back, narrowly avoiding her strike. Li Qinghong took advantage of this, unleashing an endless barrage of spear techniques aimed toward Fei Tongxiao. He retreated repeatedly, parrying dozens of strikes before he became frustrated and lifted his spear. A hazy layer of gray qi enveloped it, sending Li Qinghong's spear flying backward with one blow. Li Qinghong observed his energy flow carefully before finally retracting her spear. She stood calmly, smiling. "I expected no less of a grade 3 spear technique. The Dragon Reflection technique is truly impressive." Fei Tongxiao muttered incoherently to himself as he lowered his spear, puzzlement written across his face. He glanced at her and asked, "How did you dodge my spear technique, Sister Qinghong?" Li Qinghong laughed softly, raising her head slightly. "My family has a footwork technique known as river crossing torrential step. It's incredibly profound. I have only mastered a couple of moves, but it has already proven highly effective. So it's a footwork technique." Fei Tongxiao had suspected as much and now had his answer as confirmation. He nodded enviously as he replied, "My grandfather told me that Senior Tongya had a mysterious footwork technique. It must be this one then." After exchanging a few more words, Li Qinghong escorted Fei Tongxiao out of the courtyard. She then lifted her spear and stood still, reflecting on the moment Fei Tongxiao had used the Dragon Reflection technique. She murmured quietly to herself, "That spear aura, how exactly did he achieve that?" She pondered for a while, then went inside to retrieve ink and brush, meticulously noting down her insights from the day and carefully putting the book away. She thought to herself, "There's no way I can learn the Dragon Reflection technique here. I have mastered most of the spear techniques, and what's left is just polishing my skills. My cultivation has reached the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. With 2 more years of refinement, I should be able to condense the final chakra and start accumulating for the Qi cultivation realm." Li Qinghong wiped her spear clean and placed it on the rack, muttering to herself, "I wonder how granduncle is doing, and whether father has broken through to the Qi cultivation realm. I'll write a letter tomorrow to ask how things are back home." Carefully closing the courtyard gate, Li Qinghong swept the snow away before settling down to meditate. She closed her eyes and sat cross-legged, beginning her cultivation. Meanwhile, Fei Tongxiao left the courtyard, his body flushed with sweat. It only emphasized the chill of the biting snow and wind. He shivered but quickly dispelled the cold by circulating his mana, which drove away the chill almost instantly, thanks to his third chakra of the embryonic breathing realm. Fei Tongxiao walked briskly for a while until he saw a figure standing with hands behind his back in front of his own courtyard. The man's white robe billowed elegantly, and his handsome face was serene as he stood with his eyes closed. Seeing this person, Fei Tongxiao could almost feel himself shrink as he cautiously approached, mumbling softly, "Father." Fei Yihe slowly opened his eyes. As Fei Wangbai's eldest son, he had reached the peak of the Qi cultivation realm. "You went looking for that girl again," he remarked. "Yes," Fei Tongxiao answered nervously, adding, "I only went to spar with her." Fei Yihe shook his head. Now in his 50s, he had gone through this same phase and fully understood his son's intentions. He sighed, speaking sincerely. "Shower, I have met Li Qinghong. This girl is solely focused on cultivation and spearmanship. She does not seem interested in romance. You should temper your emotions." Fei Tongxiao nodded silently, but Fei Yihe could tell his son had not taken his advice to heart. Seeing him hang his head in silence, he thought to himself, "Li Qinghong is graceful and radiant. I only hope that this boy is just infatuated by her beauty and will grow tired of it after a few years, rather than developing genuine feelings." Fei Tongxiao remained quietly bowed, which pained Fei Yihe. He then asked, "What is Li Qinghong's current cultivation level?" "The 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. She has condensed the Jade capital chakra," Fei Tongxiao answered truthfully. Fei Yihe raised an eyebrow, shocked by such a revelation. He then said gravely, "She broke through again? She's only 16. She truly is a prodigy." Fei Yihe's thoughts stirred as he looked at his youngest son and muttered, "Perhaps I could go to the Li family to ask on your behalf. But this girl is so talented. We cannot have you join their family. Bringing it up would only damage relations between the two families, and your grandfather will not agree." Finally, Fei Tongxiao raised his head, his expression unchanged as he said, "Father, you need not say more." Chapter 226, Absolutely Impossible. Meanwhile, in Lijing town, autumn rain once again sprinkled down gently onto the earth. The forest leaves had fallen, covering the ground in shades of gold and deep red. The woods between the mountains were serene, and the distant sound of something slicing through the air could be heard. A young man in a black robe, with a sword strapped to his back, leaped through the forest with great ease. His lips were pursed, eyes slightly narrowed and his cheeks thin, giving him a rather fierce look. Li Yuanjiao vaulted from the tip of a slender tree branch, causing it to sway from the impact. He paused in midair like a swallow, quickly adjusted his step, and gently landed back on the ground, splashing a few drops of the chilly autumn rain. The river-crossing torrential step is indeed a grade 3 footwork technique, and it certainly is extremely difficult to master. I heard that only Uncle Ling managed to master it in 2 years. For others, it takes 5 or 6 years. In 3 years, I have only grasped a few of its forms. Li Yuanjiao sighed as he closed his eyes slowly, his spiritual sense extending to skin around him. At just 18 years old, he had broken through to the Jade capital stage before the end of last year. Judging by the passage of time, he should be able to break through to the Qi cultivation realm around the age of 20. For the past 3 years, things had been fairly peaceful for the Li family. The Shao family had rebuilt the Gully Road, bringing many rogue cultivators through the area, most of whom were in the embryonic breathing realm. Occasionally, some Qi cultivators could also be seen roaming around. The passing rogue cultivators would often stop to rest in Lijing town, and those from other families would sometimes chat with the Li family cultivators to exchange goods and information. Most of the embryonic breathing realm demons from Mount Dali had not yet gained intelligence and continued to venture outside. With the Li family's increased numbers, they now had cultivators stationed for defense and had even sent people to patrol the surrounding forests. In 3 years, a demon beast at the 3rd heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm, which had secretly preyed on the townspeople, was eventually found and eliminated by Zheyan swiftly after Li Xianxian had sent him to investigate the matter. After practicing several sword moves, Li Yuanjiao's ears perked up as he saw a middle-aged man riding the wind before descending in front of him. The man stood upright, his eyes piercing, and his gray robe was spotless. He had a faint smile on his face as he assessed the young boy before him. "Your footwork technique is quite good." His voice was warm and welcoming. "Greetings, uncle." Li Yuanjiao beamed, and he quickly sheathed his sword. Thank you for the compliment. I'm just showing off my mediocre skills, he replied respectfully. This man was Li Xianling, who had broken through to the Qi cultivation realm last year, condensing the river true essence and emerging as the fourth Qi cultivator in the main branch of the Li family. His expertise in the river-crossing torrential steppe was profound, and he expertly pointed out the shortcomings in Li Yuanjiao's footwork, which the latter promptly corrected. It was only then that Li Xianling smiled and commended him, saying, "It seems you have been diligently cultivating these past years. Last year, you broke through to the Jade capital stage, and if you can advance to the Qi cultivation realm before 20, you'll have a good chance of reaching the foundation establishment realm." Watching Li Yuanjiao nod respectfully, Li Xianling then sighed and continued, "You and Qinghong both have the talisman seed and are blessed with spiritual orifices. Only Brother Feng can compare to the two of you. You are all seeds capable of achieving the foundation establishment realm, so don't slack off." The two spoke for a while, and the rain in the mountains grew heavier. It dripped through the branches, seeping through the faint golden light of the sun right profound light formation. Li Yuanjiao followed Li Xianling along the stone paths through the mountains and arrived at the courtyard. Having broken through to the Qi cultivation realm, Li Xianling was now protected by his true essence, and not a single drop of rain touched his skin. Meanwhile, Li Yuanjiao's sleeves were slightly wet, having been dampened by the rain. As they approached the side courtyard, they saw Chen Donghe reading a jade slip carefully under the eaves, looking very relaxed. Chen Donghe, at the third heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm, was now 40 years old. Since he had reached the Qi cultivation realm early, he looked younger than his real age. Chen Donghe raised an eyebrow and then cupped his fist. "Ah, it's you, Xianling," he said with a soft smile. Li Xianling laughed heartily and replied, "I haven't seen you in years, brother-in-law. For the past few years, I've been cultivating in seclusion to break through, and when I finally emerged, you had gone to Mount Huaqian. Now that you're back, I must make the trip to meet you." Mount Lijing was not known as a famous mountain range, and its spiritual qi was limited. While it could support embryonic breathing realm cultivators, it was now strained by the many qi cultivators of the Li family, making resources scarce. Li Tongya was working to break through to the foundation establishment realm, and the entire Meiche Peak cave dwelling had been given up for his sole use. Meanwhile, the remaining Lijing Peak struggled to support Li Xianfeng and Li Xianxian, and with the addition of Li Xianling, the spiritual qi had grown even thinner. Chen Donghe was thus assigned to Mount Huaqian, which reduced his time at home. The three of them entered the courtyard, and Chen Donghe stepped forward and whispered, "Swords." The two immediately understood what he meant and placed their swords in their storage pouches. Most swords were made of sharp metallic materials, and since Li Jingtian and others were in the side courtyard with their mortal bodies, the sharp energy could easily harm them. Entering the house, they saw only a small table placed beside the window. Li Jingtian wore a jade hairpin and sat next to a girl, who was kneeling and gazing out the window at the autumn rain. Hearing the noise, she turned and greeted Li Xianling warmly. "Brother Ling, you're back," she exclaimed happily. Li Xianling laughed heartily and stepped forward, taking the little girl's hand in his. The child looked up obediently, her cheeks rosy as she called out to him in a soft and meek voice. "Uncle." This little girl was Li Jingtian's daughter, Li Qingxiao. Now over 2 years old and approaching 3, she was quite well behaved. Li Xianling watched as Li Jingtian took Li Qingxiao away, and Li Yuanjiao and Chen Donghe sat down by the table. Chen Donghe seemed puzzled and broke the silence first, saying, "I was summoned home this time, but I'm not sure what it's about." Li Xianling nodded and spoke seriously. Since father retreated to the Meiche Peak cave dwelling a year ago, all the spiritual qi on Mount Meiche has flowed toward the summit. Even clouds have been forming inside and outside the cave dwelling, which is quite mysterious. A year later, there were faint water sounds inside the cave, and at midnight, the sound of rivers flowing could be heard. Clear water seeped through the cracks in the walls outside the cave, glistening everywhere. This was Chen Donghe's first time hearing about the signs accompanying the breakthrough to the foundation establishment realm, and his face was filled with admiration. Since he was cultivating the River One Qi technique as well, he listened attentively and sighed. Everyone says that establishing the immortal foundation is when true wonders begin, and that is indeed the case. Li Xianling took a sip of his tea and glanced at Li Yuanjiao. The night before last, the cave dwelling was completely silent, and dew no longer settled on the ground. It's been quiet for 2 days now, he said softly, his voice trailing off toward the end of his sentence. What? Chen Donghe raised an eyebrow, a little shocked, murmuring, he must have succeeded, right? Second uncle is not one to fail. Li Tongya had always planned everything carefully and meticulously before taking any action, and Chen Donghe had admired him since his childhood. Since Li Tongya went into seclusion, Chen Donghe never imagined that he could fail. The Li family had no precedent for breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm, and hearing this uncertain news left Chen Donghe feeling empty and speechless. In that moment, Chen Donghe's mind was flooded with memories, from practicing the river Wenqi technique and the profound water sword technique, to tirelessly training day and night. That year, when he was just 7 years old, Chen Donghe had kneeled in the courtyard. The autumn wind was bleak and the chill was biting. Above him, Li Tongya had smiled at Li Xiangping and made a comment he still remembered clearly to this day. This child is reliable and may prove useful. Back then, the young Chen Donghe had looked up and met Li Tongya's calm and deep gaze, and he was instantly filled with admiration and respect for the man before him. He secretly thought to himself, I want to become someone like him in the future. Chen Donghe suddenly realized that his steady and quiet demeanor, composed elegance, and careful consideration in his actions were all imitations of this elder who commanded respect from all the families around the lake. To Chen Donghe, Li Xiangping was like a father, and Li Tongya was like a mentor. This realization left Chen Donghe both disoriented and relieved. He picked up his tea bowl gently and took a sip of tea to hide the fear rising in his heart. The thought of Li Tongya failing to break through lingered in his mind for a while before Chen Donghe finally laughed and made a loud and confident declaration. It's absolutely impossible for him to fail. Chapter 227, Building the Immortal Foundation. Meiche Peak Cave Dwelling. Before going into seclusion, Li Tongya often pondered to himself, what is an immortal foundation? The Supreme Yin Breathing Meridian Nourishment Sutra says, the essence of Supreme Yin is gathered from the cold lunar palace. The essence of Supreme Yang is in the golden solar palace. When these two energies combine, the immortal foundation can be formed. Li Tongya believed that this phrase referred to a secret technique of gathering the Supreme Yin moonlight and the Supreme Yang sun essence, suggesting that the immortal foundation was a metaphor for a special divine ability. Later, Li Tongya obtained the river Wenqi technique, which included the phrase, the qi of rivers is whole and complete, rising and sinking through the great depths. The qi of heaven and earth is clear and bright, wandering above and below. By harnessing this qi to shape rivers and seas, one can build a foundation known as the boundless ocean. Having now consumed the essence-gathering pill, which was beautifully etched with pale gray patterns, the 6 chakras appeared from his sea of qi and sea of consciousness, disintegrating simultaneously above the foggy sea of qi into 6 bright streams of light. Li Tongya felt a wave of weakness wash over his body, and he instantly knew that if he could not transform these into an immortal foundation, he would perish without a doubt. Following the methods of the river Wenqi technique, the 6 streams of light formed by the chakras swirled above his sea of qi, stirring waves of qi. The true essence in his sea of qi bounced up and infused itself into the streams of light. Li Tongya's sea of qi was remarkably vast, and the streams absorbed the essence quickly. They swirled for an unknown length of time until the sea of qi had dropped by half. Only then did gray light begin to rise, and a talisman appeared. Deep Ocean Long Whale Talisman. The talisman qi spiraled above the sea of qi, reflecting and blending with the 6 streams of light. It hovered above quietly. Li Tongya could not discern whether this was a good or bad sign, but he had no other choice but to continue cultivating according to the technique. After a while, the sea of qi finally emptied, revealing a faint gleam. Li Tongya was slightly surprised when beams of light emerged from the bottom of the sea of qi, revealing a white pellet that radiated brilliantly. The talisman seed. The white pellet leaped into the 6 streams of light, and Li Tongya knew he could not afford to waste any time. So he immediately activated the technique to form the immortal foundation. Each of the 6 streams of light became full, and when they collided mid-air, they coalesced into flowing clear water that gently descended into the sea of qi. Li Tongya felt weaker as his qi churned relentlessly. He finally understood why people said it was crucial to break through to the Foundation establishment realm before 60. Suppressing his growing frailty, the 6 streams of light Within, Li Tongya spun faster and faster, and the sound of rivers flowing emanated from within his body. After an unknown amount of time, a silver beam of dazzling light fell upon him. Li Tongya opened his eyes and let out a cough, releasing a jet of white qi that struck the stone wall in front of him, leaving a small dent in its surface. The dark chamber suddenly lit up with the booming sound of crashing waves. Li Tongya remained seated for a few breaths before he could not help but chuckle softly to himself. After 62 years, I have finally built my immortal foundation. He chuckled a couple of times and wiped away a glistening tear from the corner of his eyes. He then slowly stood up, still feeling puzzled. This was almost too simple. The process of Li Tongya's breakthrough went smoothly with barely any obstacles, and could even be considered somewhat effortless. The secret techniques accumulated by the 3 sects and 7 gates over generations can increase the chances of successfully breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm. While my family is considered a clan, we can't even estimate our chances of achieving the Foundation Establishment realm. Worse still, after the breakthrough, we don't even understand where the advantages lie. Li Tongya slowly stood up, his early-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivation radiating powerfully. The mystical aspects of the immortal foundation known as Boundless Ocean filled his mind. Boundless Ocean arises from the rivers and inherits the extraordinary strength of the Qi cultivation realm. In rivers, its power is even greater, excelling in water-based techniques. Mastering this immortal foundation grants mastery over water manipulation. It grants the ability to predict droughts and floods by studying water channels, enter the waters without disturbing crabs or fish, suppress hunger through breathing, remain unharmed by water or fire, and even bless water with talisman qi to heal and aid people. After a few moments of contemplation, Li Tongya was puzzled by the abilities of the Boundless Ocean Immortal Foundation and thought to himself, entering the water with greater strength, excelling in water manipulation, and imbuing water with talisman qi are understandable, but not disturbing fish, being unharmed by fire and water, and predicting water channels seem rather useless. Bestowing talisman qi upon water was only beneficial for cultivators of the embryonic breathing realm and qi cultivation realm, since it only required consuming some mana. However, being unharmed by normal water and fire meant little, as even embryonic breathing realm cultivators could resist them with simple spells. Predicting water channels and not disturbing fish were even more pointless. The Purple Mansion realm and Golden Core realm. What kind of cultivation are they exactly? Li Tongya pondered aloud as he sighed. Even the information from the Moonlight Origin Mansion remained obscure, let alone the origin of the immortal Dao itself. As a mere Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, he was noteworthy around Moongaze Lake, but insignificant in the Yu state. He set aside his doubts and gently pushed open the stone door, leaving the dark chamber like the wind. Outside, the main hall was empty, and the stone tables and chairs were spotless. However, he observed that they were wet with clear water. Puddles littered the floor, and the spiritual qi concentration had recovered significantly now that Li Tongya had stopped cultivating. The cave dwelling's main entrance was slightly ajar. Eager to test the power of a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, he cast an illusion spell and walked through. Outside, Li Xianfeng, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. He glanced around in confusion, then bowed his head when he saw that the dewdrops were undisturbed. He finally closed his eyes to resume cultivation. Fenger is at the 6th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. This should take about 3 to 5 years. Li Tongya stepped out of the cave dwelling, and the brilliant, dazzling morning sun was rising between the distant mountain peaks. The golden sunlight flowed down the mountains, filling him with joy. He smiled faintly and flew swiftly toward the town. Lijing Town. This town had stood for many years. The stone roads were now worn with cracks from years of travel by carts, horses, and pedestrians. The stone path around the pear orchards of Lijing Town was especially scarred, having been worn down daily by various wheels of sorts. The white walls were stained black, and the pear orchard was one of the few places where influential lords and commoners alike gathered to shed tears together and applaud in unison. The singing from the stage drifted out, and a group of children outside pressed their ears to the wall, listening attentively. On the golden platform, I, Jianixi, shall rise, with a beast crown upon my head and my iron armor draped upon my shoulders. On stage, an actor was dressed in black armor and was waving around a black banner. He was adorned with animal tusks and jade and had a fierce face painted on, inspiring a commotion among the crowd. Some were indignant, some sighed, and others wept silently. The actor, donning the black armor and waving a black banner, shook his robe and shouted, "Mu Jiaomon, your servant is here." A slightly plump man in golden armor this time, with a neatly drawn mustache that made him look quite sly, jumped onto the stage, immediately eliciting a chorus of boos from the audience. In the crowd stood an elderly man, shaking his head and sighing with his hands clasped behind his back. Unexpectedly, a warm voice came from behind him. "Elder, what is this play about?" With gray hair at his temples, the old man squinted and smiled warmly as he replied, "It's about Jianixi's tragic end at the Great Chuting." Chapter 228, Wolf-like Gray Pupils. Mount Yue should have fragmented, so why try to unify them by force? The Devil Lord stood upon the clouds to ensure that he would be left with no place to be buried, a narrator shouted hoarsely, beating against gongs. The actor playing Jianixi, a young general dressed in a black robe, exuded an aura of power. With a flick of his robe, he declared, I did this deed, and it is known to you, to me, and to the heavens and earth alike. Even if I die and become a ghost, my heart will remain guilt-free." In unison, the audience leaned forward and sighed deeply, and some even stood up to cheer. In the minds of the Mount Yue people, Jianixi held a high status. Many of the Mount Yue people who migrated from the Great Chuting were refugees who brought with them stories of Jianixi's last days. The reverence of the Mount Yue people mixed with the fear of the natives of Lijing Town had given birth to the figure of this ruler who stood both just and evil. The old man continued to sigh, while a gentle voice from behind him, calm and clear amid the commotion, "Elder, why are you sighing?" The old man shook his head, his eyes filled with sentiment as he whispered, "When I was 30, I followed Lord Xiangping to the lands of Mount Yue. I saw many things. Jianixi was a heroic figure." Turning to look at the person behind him, he saw a man who appeared middle-aged, with broad shoulders and long, gentle eyebrows. His aura was commanding, and he stood with his hands behind his back. Knowing that he was no ordinary person, the old man's attitude immediately became much more respectful. On stage, the narrator sang and continued to beat against his gongs. You, don't harm the people under your rule. Bah, the common folk shall be my carriage, and my soldiers will be my blade and lance." What can you do about it? The young general in the black robe shouted loudly, and the people in the audience withdrew their heads in silence. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and murmured, "Such words are something Jianixi would have said. He had such spirit." "Indeed," the old man said as he slapped his thigh and laughed. He then continued, "The next act is called Lord Xiangping's Soul Returns Home, and Mu Jiaomon seizes power during a drought, which will make people sigh and curse with rage. It'll be quite a sight to see." "Drought," Li Tongya muttered softly and whispered. "There was indeed a severe drought back then. How old were you at the time to remember such things?" "That's remarkable," the old man praised. The longer he looked at Li Tongya, the more familiar he seemed, though he could not recall where he had seen him before. Tentatively, he asked, "My lord, is your surname Li?" Li Tongya shook his head gently and did not respond directly. Instead, he smiled and said softly in light amusement, "This young general in the black robe is nearly perfect, except for his eye color." Jianixi had fierce brown eyes. "The fierce brown eyes of the eagle owl are a rare sight," the old man responded cheerfully. Seeing that Li Tongya appeared refined and courteous, giving him the respect he deserved, he leaned in closer and whispered in his ear, "My lord, the world always speaks of the wolf with the fierce eyes of an eagle owl. Since you know the sign of fierce brown eyes, are you also aware of another ominous trait?" "Oh." Li Tongya's curiosity was instantly piqued, and he smiled warmly, urging the man to share more. "Tell me more, elder," he encouraged with a small smile. The old man coughed, and then lowered his voice even further. If Li Tongya had not had exceptional hearing, he might not have caught the old man's words in the noisy environment. "Eagle owl-like brown eyes and wolf-like gray pupils. Those with wolf-like gray pupils possess the appearance of the wolf lord described in the play. Eyes gray and white, cautious and suspicious, harboring ill intentions, and always scanning around while walking. Such people have a nature that seeks to devour and annex enemies." "I see." Li Tongya laughed heartily, instantly grasping the old man's meaning. People with fierce brown eyes are hard to find, but those with wolf-like gray pupils are abundant in Lijiang Town, he replied with a grin. Huh? The old man jumped in surprise, forcing a bitter smile and whispering, "As long as you understand, my lord. Speaking of this openly isn't a pleasant topic." Li Tongya chuckled softly, recognizing that the old man was hinting at the Li family, the master household. He straightened his expression and asked, "Since you are knowledgeable about face reading, Elder, why not take a look at me?" The old man chuckled and observed Li Tongya for a while before responding. "You have an imposing aura and the face of one who will guard his domain, blessed with great fortune beyond description." Li Tongya let out a small laugh as the crowd erupted into a noisy frenzy. The play on stage had reached a climax, and the actor playing Jianixi had fallen. The old man quickly looked up, but when he turned back with a sigh, the person behind him had vanished. On Mount Lijiang, Qinghong stood in the courtyard, dressed in white. A gentle drizzle slid past him, blocked by his mana. He slowly drew his sword, and a pale gray aura glowed from the blade. Opposite him, Li Xianling had already drawn his sword, which was also radiating a gray light. Qinghong nodded and advanced with his sword drawn. "Here I come," he announced. Li Xianling did not unsheath his sword immediately, but instead watched Qinghong approach with a smile on his face. When Qinghong reached him, Li Xianling finally drew his sword, unleashing a bright white arc. Qinghong's pupils widened, and he switched to a defensive position right away, exclaiming in surprise, "The Celestial Moon Slash." The sword technique clashed with Qinghong's blade, forcing him to retreat several steps backward. He tightened his grip and steadied his breath before taking another step back to regain his composure. Li Xianling capitalized on his momentum and advanced with relentless sword moves. Qinghong had not expected Li Xianling to have mastered the Celestial Moon Slash technique and suffered a slight loss, leaving him at a disadvantage. However, both men had practiced the River Wenqi technique and the Profound Water Sword technique, so they were rather familiar with each other's techniques. With his stronger foundation, Qinghong quickly turned the tide and went on the offensive, suppressing Li Xianling. Brother-in-law is indeed superior. After an hour of fighting, Li Xianling, slightly breathless, sheathed his sword and stepped backward, admitting his defeat. Qinghong also returned his sword to its sheath and smiled. "I never thought you had mastered the Celestial Moon Slash technique. Congratulations," he praised with a smile. 12 years, and that is all I have got," Li Xianling said as he shook his head and sighed. His voice was melancholic as he continued. "My father could use this Celestial Moon Slash technique when he was only at the embryonic breathing realm. I, however, had only managed to wield it with true essence after I reached the Qi cultivation realm. The difference is clear." Qinghong shook his head and smiled, reassuring him. "Don't compare yourself with your father. How many around the lake can rival him? Your talent in swordsmanship is already remarkable. I can only suppress you because I'm a few years older. Don't underestimate yourself. But Yuan Jiao has already mastered the sword aura. His talent in this is quite good, possibly better than mine," he said quietly. The mention of Li Tongya brought a look of concern to Li Xuanling's eyes, and he said quietly, "I wonder how father is doing now." As soon as he spoke, the courtyard door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man stepping inside. His temples were graying, and he wore a gray robe and simple cloth shoes. Though he radiated no mana, the light drizzle did not wet him at all. Raindrops slid off his silhouette obediently before touching him, giving an otherworldly impression. The man raised an eyebrow and took a step forward, making the puddles part away like they had come to life, keeping his cloth shoes perfectly dry. He then shot out a word of advice. "If that sword technique had shifted 2 degrees to the right, you would have held your own against Dongha." "Father!" Li Xianling was immediately overjoyed and stepped forward with excitement. After studying the man for a moment, he exclaimed, "Father, you've established your immortal foundation." Li Tongya nodded with a gentle smile, and Qinghong respectfully cupped his fist and congratulated him. "Congratulations, second uncle." Li Tongya looked at the 2 younger men in front of him, their faces radiating uncontrollable joy, and felt immense satisfaction within him. He smiled, proud. "Now, our Li family is the 3rd Foundation establishment clan on the lake." Chapter 229, Wolf-like Gray Pupils, 2. Li Tongya took the main seat in the courtyard, with members of the Li family sitting neatly below him. Everyone wore joyful expressions, chatting and laughing heartily with one another. Li Tongya smiled gently from his position at the head of the table, with Li Xianfeng at the 6th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm on his left, and Li Xianxian at the 2nd heavenly layer on his right. Below them sat Li Xianling and Chen Dongha, and at the bottom were Li Yuanjiao and Li Yuanyan. Together, they spoke in unison. Congratulations, second uncle, father, granduncle, on successfully establishing your immortal foundation. Li Tongya nodded and said with a smile, during my seclusion this time, I formed the boundless ocean and advanced to the foundation establishment realm. Our family is now a clan and consequent changes must be made. After saying these words, he then looked at Li Xianxian and asked, Xianer, how have things been on the lake these years? Li Xianxian stood up and cupped his hands respectfully before replying. Second uncle, you were only in seclusion for a month when a geological upheaval struck the Milan prefecture. It caused the ground to crack, towns to collapse, and it left Yumugo at a loss. Soon after, the 3 main roads leading out of Milan prefecture were attacked. Relay stations and narrow passes were targeted, people were killed, roads were destroyed, and the mountain passes were blocked. Yumugo was furious but had to handle things alone. The younger generation of the Yu family is hardly promising, and Yu Mujian remains in seclusion. Do you remember the one who harmed Yuanxiu? Li Tongyan nodded slowly. That person was clever, quickly using others' corpses to create diversions and disposing of 2 storage pouches to prevent giving resources to enemies. Knowing escape was impossible, he had used talismans to destroy his own body. Quite a feat, indeed. Li Xianxian nodded and continued. That man, Yu Min, was Yu Mugo's capable assistant, keen and decisive. With Yu Muyuan gone, Yu Mugo is now overwhelmed and struggling. The next year, before the market in Milan prefecture could be fully restored, a rogue cultivator in the foundation establishment realm arrived among the families on the eastern shore, previously considered the Yu family's exclusive domain. He seemed intent on establishing a clan, stirring discontent among the Qi cultivation realm families, which left Yumugo with a severe headache. Li Tongyan nodded and murmured, this must be Fei Wangbai's doing. Yumugo is ruthless and cunning, but now he's completely overwhelmed, rendering him unable to be the usual troublemaker. The others nodded in agreement as Li Yuanjiao clenched his fists, sighing bitterly. Li Tongya then continued, it's always easier to harm than to defend. If the foundation of one's rule is unstable and the larger the territory, the more challenging it would be to control. Li Xianxian nodded and brought Li Yuanping and Li Qingxiao forward. Li Qingxiao looked adorable with her rosy cheeks, and she greeted each elder. Li Yuanping was similar in age but appeared much smaller, still needing to be held by Li Xuanxuan's first wife. He seemed timid and was too afraid to speak. Li Tongya first pulled Li Qingxiao closer and stroked her head for a while, before taking Li Yuanping from Li Xianxian, frowning slightly. Li Xianxian raised his head guiltily while his wife slowly lifted her head and spoke softly. When I was pregnant with Pinger, it was right when Qiuyang had his accident. It led to a premature birth, leaving him weak and showing signs of congenital deficiency. Li Tongya first raised an eyebrow at her and praised. Yuanping and I arranged the marriage with you and Xianxian back, because we admired your dignity and resourcefulness. You have spent these years in the family residence, helping Xianxian a lot, and your cultivation has now reached the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Second uncle, you're too kind. The woman nodded meekly, handing the child to Li Tongya, who inspected him carefully. He performed a series of hand seals, and almost immediately, a pleasant fragrance wafted through the air which attracted everyone's attention. Li Yuanping looked up at Li Tongya innocently as small crystal-like particles appeared in midair, twirling around in the air as before entering his little mouth. Li Yuanping smacked his lips and let out a soft hum. Li Tongya stopped casting the spell, and with Li Xianxian and his wife watching him expectantly, he shook his head and explained, all it does is replenish some vitality. With innate essence missing, only a divine ability can restore it fully. The woman took Li Yuanping back quietly and bowed before retreating from the room. Li Xianxian lowered his head and murmured, that's good enough. Li Tongya glanced at everyone's faces and said warmly, since I've broken through to the foundation establishment realm, there are a few matters that need to be scheduled. Dongha. Chen Dongha took a step forward as Li Tongya continued. You should visit the Shao family and deliver the news. Don't go empty-handed. Bring some spirit items from the clan, though they need not be too valuable. Spirit items suitable for the Qi cultivation realm will suffice. Understood. Chun Dongha responded respectfully and quickly left the courtyard, heading down the mountain. Only then did Li Tongya turn back and say softly, Elder Xiao Chucho of the Xiao family and I once had an agreement that if I broke through to the foundation establishment realm, our families would form a closer alliance through an arranged marriage. If I failed, the agreement would end. Now that my immortal foundation is established, the marriage shall be arranged. Everyone's faces changed, revealing mixed emotions. Li Xianfeng cupped his fist and said, This marriage arrangement will be fine if we are to wed someone. All of the Yuan generation is of age, but if we are to marry someone off, only Qinghong is of suitable age. Li Xianling, being Li Qinghong's biological father, grew increasingly anxious. Absolutely not. Qinghong has been bestowed with the talisman seed, and her talent is the highest among the generations of Yuan and Jing. How could we have her marry into another family? He protested earnestly. Li Xianxian shook his head, equally troubled. Indeed, it is not possible. But the Xiao family is wealthy and influential, and their willingness to arrange a marriage with our family is already a sign of respect. They would never agree to have someone from their side marry into ours. Bringing in a husband is certainly out of the question, and Qinghong cannot be married off either, he added with a frown. Li Tongya shook his head, setting the tone of the conversation before continuing. Although the marriage has yet to be finalized, our family's power is weak. Logically, it makes sense to marry a daughter into their family. There is actually a solution to this. He took a sip of tea and continued. We can have our legitimate son marry their concubine-born daughter. Such a compromise is enough and should satisfy the Xiao family. You're right, second uncle. Li Xianxian agreed, then continued. One more matter has yet to be reported. The Yu family used our family as an excuse to kill off many members of the Yin family and installed a puppet to make them a vassal. And Jingming is dead, and only Zheyan managed to escape. He fled to our household and has now joined our clan, offering several techniques and spells. Zheyan, Li Tongya hummed, pausing for a brief moment. Let him come up and see me. Everyone immediately nodded in agreement. After chatting a bit more, they all took their leave. Some went back to drawing talismans while others returned to their cultivation practice, each becoming busy with their own tasks. Chapter 230, The Lesson of the Jiang Family. Senior. And Zheyan walked out of the house, greeted warmly by the clan guards on both sides. Smiles lit up their faces as they waved to him, even those outside the courtyard. And Zheyan nodded to each of them, answering with a smile. Suddenly, he felt like he was in another world. He had always acted greedily and domineeringly, ruling the Yin family with an iron fist. Servants cowered in his presence, and he would kill over the slightest dissatisfaction. After his family's downfall, he had taken refuge with the Li family. During a demon beast attack, he thought to curry favor with them by saving a young clan guard. That night, the boy cheerfully knocked on his door, carrying a large bowl of dumplings his mother had made to express their gratitude. The two chatted all night, and while Zheyan forced himself to eat the food, he asked, Aren't you afraid of me? The boy froze for a moment, then laughed heartily and replied, What is there to fear? And Zheyan chewed the dumplings, which tasted like dog shit to him. But he forced them down nonetheless and said with an equally forced smile, Indeed, there's nothing to fear. After that night, Zheyan would join the clan guards for drinks and drinking games, where they would laugh and cry together. They would sit by the wall watching the young women pass by, and Zheyan would take them flying, scaring the boys so much that their legs went weak. And Zheyan laughed heartily and often shed tears from laughter. Returning to his senses, Zheyan noticed the clan guards smiling at him. He pulled out a long bench and said with a grin, All right, kids, what supernatural stories would you like to hear today? The guards' eyes lit up, and they started fighting over which story to hear first. Zheyan watched them all with a smile until the sound of hoofbeats approached, kicking up dust at the end of the alley. A young man in a white robe reined in his horse in front of the courtyard and dismounted, cupping his fists respectfully. Senior, the family head requests your presence. Captain Tian. A guard cried out in surprise, and the group quickly bowed lowly, half kneeling. They then said in unison, Greetings, Captain. Tian Zhongqing nodded and saw Zheyan shake out his robe while sitting on the wooden bench. I understand, he replied. He then soared into the air and headed straight up the mountain. Tian Zhongqing watched in envy before the guards swarmed him, all asking questions eagerly. Captain, what level is your cultivation now? Brother Zhongqing, are there more Qi cultivation realm demons devouring people? Tian Zhongqing simply waved his hand and replied, I'm only at the 3rd stage of the embryonic breathing realm, nothing worth mentioning. As for the family head's matters, they are beyond my understanding. The guards continued to ask questions, and one whispered, Brother Zhongqing, is it true that clan Uncle Xianling has broken through to the Qi cultivation realm? Tian Zhongqing nodded and smiled. Yes, it is true. The guards then erupted into a hubbub of chatter. Tian Zhongqing shook his head with a smile as he glanced around, mounted his horse, and rode out of the alley. The stone path was meticulously clean. As Zheyan ascended the mountain, he was filled with confusion, pondering to himself deeply. What could this be possibly about? Even if a Qi cultivation realm demon infiltrated the town, there's no need to personally call me up the mountain. Mount Lijing was mostly deserted, with only the chilly breeze greeting him as he arrived. And Zheyan murmured, could it be that the Li family suspects me because I haven't taken any of the women sent to my home in recent years? As the courtyard made of bluestone bricks appeared before him, he took a moment to dust his sleeves. The gate was mostly ajar, and Zheyan pushed the heavy gate open to find the house quite unguarded, save for the 2 clan guards standing outside silently. And Zheyan clicked his tongue. He thought about his own grand hall, then looked at the small house in front of him. He felt bitterness fill his mouth and he muttered under his breath, and Zheyan, you truly deserve death. He stepped into the modestly furnished house and bowed his head, having made a habit of it, and lifted his robe hem. He was just about to kneel when he suddenly opened his eyes wide. The person seated at the head wasn't Li Xian, but instead a middle-aged man with graying temples and long, gentle eyebrows. His expression was calm as he sat in the main seat, holding a white jade slip. And Zheyan, at the 6th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm, could immediately read the small characters engraved on the jade slip, Aged Courtly Path Sutra. With a thud, and Zheyan dropped to his knees, his heart filled with fear and trembling as he bowed deeply and stammered out his words. Zheyan, greets Senior. Foundation Establishment Realm. How did he reach Foundation Establishment? And Zheyan's head buzzed with thoughts like a beehive. He swallowed hard in disbelief. He had previously reached the Qi cultivation realm before Li Tongya and had watched him rise from beginner to the 5th heavenly layer, and then to the 8th. Now, with Li Tongya achieving Foundation Establishment Realm, and Zheyan's attitude shifted from disdain to amazement, from amazement to respect, from respect to fear, and finally, he kneeled in front of him. His conflicting emotions were clear. They were all written on his facial expressions. Seeing that Li Tongya had reached the realm he had only dreamed of reaching, and Zheyan bowed deeply and closed his eyes, a mix of admiration and fear. Li Tongya then smiled gently. Brother Zheyan, no need to be so formal. Please rise, he said softly. And Zheyan stood up, watching as Li Tongya set down the jade slip, and said warmly, I heard that your ancestors were once outer sect disciples of the Immortal Mansion, and this aged courtly path sutra was passed down by them. Would you care to explain it in detail? And Zheyan nodded eagerly, setting aside his emotions. After recalling for a moment and organizing his thoughts, he replied, My ancestors bore the surname Jiang and were outer sect disciples of the Immortal Mansion. They reached the Qi cultivation realm at 18, meeting the minimum requirements and receiving this aged courtly path sutra, and they led the immortal soldiers on patrol from the Moongaze Marshes 3 eastern domains to the Yuling Lake area. They achieved the Foundation Establishment realm at 39 and became an immortal general, receiving these 2 legacies and recruiting their own subordinates. From the 3 eastern domains of Moongaze Marsh to the Yuling Lake area? Li Tongya asked as he raised an eyebrow. And Zheyan quickly replied, Nowadays, it is the southeastern shore up to the Mushroom Forest Plain. Back then, it was all part of Moongaze Marsh. Seeing Li Tongya nod, and Zheyan continued, My ancestor failed to break through to the Purple Mansion realm and passed away. He had only one son, who reached the peak of the Qi cultivation realm. Left with no choice, he recruited external and rogue cultivators to defend the territory, laying the seeds for future disaster. 10 years later, his son broke through to the Foundation Establishment realm. His descendants were few, but all had spiritual orifices. The cultivation technique quickly led them to the Qi cultivation realm, but the higher their realm, the more difficult it became to produce heirs. Later, when his son pursued an opportunity to advance to the Purple Mansion realm, he was slain, and the various external cultivators began to compete for control, each supporting their own descendants. This foreshadowed the family's collapse. And Zheyan sighed deeply and said softly. The external cultivators formed alliances, marrying their daughters to one another and becoming increasingly divided. The different lineages grew ever more distant, and within a century, even some members of the main family began marrying into the external families. After 3 generations, there weren't many left with the surname Jiang. Li Tongya stroked the jade slip in his hand silently, and Zheyan glanced at him and said in a low voice, "Thus, only very few families on the lake dare to accept external cultivators, wary of repeating the Jiang family's tragic lesson. Families like ours, with legacy techniques, fear this most of all. That's why there are almost no external cultivators in our households." And Zheyan straightened before hesitating for a moment, then added, "The main family oversees the Chun, Lu, Tian, and Ren families, which have all produced individuals with spiritual orifices. If we don't suppress them, problems may arise over time." Li Tongya raised an eyebrow, surprised that Zheyan would bring this up. He chuckled softly and answered, "Don't worry, our family isn't the Jiang family. Nothing will go wrong. I've spoken out of turn," and Zheyan quickly said as he lowered his head. Li Tongya gave him a once-over and asked, "How old are you now?" 85, and Zheyan replied, seeming to be a little downcast at this revelation. "My cultivation technique makes it difficult to reach the foundation establishment realm, and I'm only at the 6th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm at 85. I doubt I will have any hope of reaching the foundation establishment realm," he added with a tight smile. Li Tongya paused and offered a few words of comfort before watching Zheyan leave. Picking up the jade slip containing the aged Courtly Path Sutra, he murmured, "Courtly red dust. Our family still holds the River Mountain Sutra. There's still a long way to go to the Purple Mansion realm, so there's no need to hurry." Chapter 231. Paying respect to the ancestors and elders. Li Tongya saw off Zheyan, then burned incense and took a bath, before changing into his formal attire. He donned a gray robe with white cloud-patterned sleeves and slung a sword over his back, then walked to the summit of Mount Jing. He pushed open the doors of the ancestral hall, where the ancestral tablets stood silently, surrounded by curling smoke that gave the place a solemn atmosphere. The tablets represented the 6 generations of ancestors from the village records, along with Li Jinshui and Li Mutian. Li Tongya was technically a descendant of the 9th generation, but if counting from the beginning of their connection to the Tao, he was a 2nd-generation disciple. Li Tongya gazed at the tablets amidst the swirling smoke. He kneeled and bowed 3 times to the leading tablets, showing proper respect, and said reverently, "I, your unworthy descendant Tongya, offer my respects to the revered ancestors and elders. I respectfully inform you all, our family has striven diligently through 7 generations to cultivate grains. My father laid the foundation with cultivation techniques, thereby connecting us to the Tao. I, the younger generation, work tirelessly from dawn till dusk, always cautious and alert, not daring to make a mistake." His eyes moistened slightly, and he bowed deeply before continuing. "For years, old grievances have lingered. My eldest brother was slain. Western barbarians invaded and cursed my younger brother, and an expert from the Immortal Sect devoured my youngest sibling. Only I, Tongya, is left to manage the household alone now, holding it together for 42 years. I have finally established my immortal foundation, and I hope this brings some comfort to all of you." Li Tongya straightened up after he had finished. Though he held anger in his heart, he bore no resentment. He had killed many too, invading east and expanding west. In the murky depths of this worldly pond, everyone was helplessly swept along. He turned to the tablets of his 2 brothers and Li Yuanxiu. Due to pressure, he couldn't even place Li Chujing's tablet there. Li Tongya silently cupped his fist without saying much. Li Tongya finally stepped forward and pushed open a stone door before waving his hand gently, illuminating several mana-powered candles within the stone chamber. He bowed deeply, then reached out to pick up the mirror on the stone platform. The moment he touched it, his mind suddenly brightened. Similarly, the mirror floated in front of him, glowing much more vividly now. Through a foggy haze, he saw 3 beams of light descend, transforming into 3 glowing white pills that rotated inside the mirror. Profound pearl talisman seeds. Li Tongya was overjoyed at the sight of them. Upon breaking through to the foundation establishment realm, the number of talisman seeds in the mirror had reached 9, filling him with immense delight. So, the number of talisman seeds depends on the strength of the one conducting the ritual. When a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator uses the mirror, 9 seeds will appear, he exclaimed to himself in utter delight. Li Tongya had worried that the Shi and Yu generation would lack talisman seeds, but now he felt much more relieved. He bowed deeply and thought to himself, it seems that the power and mystery of the Supreme in Profound Light will be significantly changed as well. I wonder how effective it will be against Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. In the world within the mirror, Lu Jiangxian slowly exhaled and stood up. With Li Tongya breaking through to the Foundation Establishment Realm, Lu Jiangxian also benefited from the feedback of the talisman seeds. Though it was not as much as when Li Chejing succeeded in breaking through to the Foundation Establishment Realm, it was still comparable to the recovery of a peak Qi Cultivation Realm talisman seed. Li Tongya broke through to the Foundation Establishment Realm far too easily, Lu Jiangxian murmured as he frowned slightly. He had observed the entire process of Li Tongya's breakthrough and knew that Li Tongya attributed it to the effects of the profound pearl talisman seeds and talisman Qi. However, according to Lu Jiangxian's knowledge, these did not increase the success rate of breaking through to the Foundation Establishment Realm. This was different in the Purple Mansion realm though, as talisman Qi would significantly aid in condensing divine abilities. The River One Qi technique and the Deep Ocean Long Whale talisman. Lu Jiangxian had some suspicions but couldn't be sure of them. He thought to himself, I'll wait for the Li family to succeed a few more times before I can decipher such a pattern. He waved his hand, and the sword that stood atop a large boulder at the mountain peak sprang up immediately. Lu Jiangxian caught the long sword and tossed it lightly. Is there anyone else worthy of notice? He asked the sword. The sword paused, then slowly released a glow, buzzing deeply before returning to the boulder, motionless. It seems that Li Tongya and Li Yuanjiao's swordsmanship talents still fall a bit short. Lu Jiangxian shook his head. Not everyone could receive the power of this sword, which required a talent for swordsmanship that was comparable to that of Li Chejing. Of course, one couldn't attain Li Chejing's mastery through mere enlightenment alone. Instead, a sword mark would appear on their brow, slowly elevating the host's swordsmanship. Patting the table, Lu Jiangxian picked up a small book on the table, which contained the spells he had compiled over the past decade. After pondering for a while, a line of words appeared on the book cover automatically, profound shamanic spells. Dusting off the cover, Lu Jiangxian placed the book back on the table and thought to himself, this shamanic spell isn't something everyone can practice either. In a few years, when someone in the Li family has extraordinary spiritual insight, I'll grant it to them to test what I've learned. Li Tongya left the ancestral hall, now feeling much better. He checked around the cave dwelling to find that Li Xianfeng was in seclusion for cultivation, while Li Xianxian was studying talisman arts. Li Tongya thought to himself, Qinghong is still with the Fei family, so I should inform Fei Wangbai and bring her back. Having made up his mind, Li Tongya rode the wind from Mount Yue, flying over the deep green lake for a while. Before long, a large island appeared in front of him, with flashing lights and the sounds of thunder and fire echoing continuously. Among the ruins, broken walls and remnants could be faintly discerned. This was the site of the Moongaze Lake Market. Seeing the ruins, Li Tongya suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. The market had been destroyed years ago when Chun Taoping from the Lingyu Gate activated the formation. The lightning shattered the formation wedges, creating the Forbidden Formation. At that time, Li Tongya was still a Qi cultivator and could only watch on helplessly. Now, having achieved the Foundation Establishment Realm, he could finally explore this island. Li Tongya used his true essence to form a protective shield and descended into the Forbidden Formation. Thunder roared all around him, lightning striking his shield relentlessly. His true essence poured out like water, but with his deep mana reserves, he resisted the lightning head-on. With help from the river-crossing torrential step, he landed on the island with ease. After a dozen breaths, Li Tongya finally passed through the formation and set foot on the island, immediately feeling the abundant spiritual qi and a sense of refreshing clarity. This place has more spiritual qi than anywhere else I have seen. If it were not for the Forbidden Formation, a family would have long claimed this place. Li Tongya marveled as he calculated his mana mentally. He had consumed over 20% of his power, which was equivalent to about 50% of a typical early-stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator's strength. All around him lay broken walls and ruins, with thick weeds growing everywhere. He stepped forward, carefully avoiding the bones at his feet, and began wandering around the island. After a dozen years, the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators who have passed through here must have looted this place many times over. There likely is not much left of value. Li Tongya wandered about for an hour without finding anything, before finally landing in the center of the island. The smooth ground was covered in formation patterns. Originally, there must have been a large structure here, but now only 4 pale stone pillars of varying heights remained, creating a desolate and deserted atmosphere. In the middle was a deep well, pitch black and seemingly bottomless. Li Tongya probed it with his spiritual sense, but could not reach the bottom. He thought for a moment before placing his hands on the well's edge. The well water suddenly surged upward, bringing up muddy water from its depths. The water gushed on endlessly, rapidly depleting Li Tongya's sea of qi and draining another 20% of his mana. He drew up a mass of water the size of a small hill, and the well water trickled out like a small stream, flowing away in accordance with the terrain. Li Tongya was delighted as he beckoned, and a jade box flew out of the well's bottom. The complex patterns on the box felt warm to the touch. Li Tongya flicked his fingers, and the jade box opened, only to reveal that it was completely empty. Huh? Li Tongya froze for a moment before letting out a laugh and said softly, "I have indeed come too late." The box's contents had obviously been taken already. The person who took them likely wasn't skilled in water manipulation, but knew some divine abilities or spells. They had managed to effortlessly steal the contents from a distance, leaving only an exquisite empty jade box in its place at the bottom of the well. Although the contents are gone, the jade box itself is no ordinary item. Its surface is covered in formation patterns, so it can likely store spirit items of even the Purple Mansion realm. Its material is also unparalleled, so this trip isn't completely a waste. Li Tongya turned the jade box over in his hands, satisfied, and nodded. He hadn't hoped for much to begin with, so the discovery of a fine jade box was a pleasant surprise. He placed the box away and sat down cross-legged to meditate for half an hour before taking to the wind again, breaking through the forbidden formation and heading north. Chapter 232. Both families learn the news. Chun Dongha landed at the foot of Cloud-Crowned Peak, where a cold wind rustled through the pines and cypresses. He took a few steps forward and caught sight of a middle-aged man dressed in a gray robe, sweeping the stone path. The broom gently brushed the ground as Chun Dongha approached him. "Please deliver a message. Tell them that Chun Dongha of the Li family has come to visit and would like to see Senior Xiao Yongling." The man in front of him straightened up with a smile, carefully examined Chun Dongha, and replied, "Please wait a moment, honored guest. I'll report this right away." Soon, a small opening appeared in the formation, and Chun Dongha quickly entered. He climbed the stone steps to the small courtyard, where 2 potted dwarf pines stood by the entrance. The middle-aged man bowed and left, while Chun Dongha gently pushed open the door to see Xiao Yongling. He wore a snow-white, long, straight-collared robe with a crescent-patterned sash around his waist, all exuding a luxurious aura. His long sword at his waist shone brilliantly, and he looked like he had just returned from elsewhere. Chun Dongha was stunned into silence by Xiao Yongling's attire. In the past, Xiao Yongling hadn't worn Dharma robes and had always been polite, so his family's wealth wasn't as apparent. Now, dressed in complete luxury, Chun Dongha felt a twinge of envy. "Greetings, Senior," he greeted respectfully. "So it's you, young friend Dongha," Xiao Yongling said as he nodded slightly and continued politely. "Does the Li family need my assistance?" "Not at all," Chun Dongha answered respectfully with a smile. "Our elder has achieved the Foundation Establishment realm, so I was sent here to share the good news." "What?" Tongya did. Xiao Yongling's expression changed dramatically as he heard this, and he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. His face went through several emotions before he finally sighed after a dozen breaths. "Brother Tongya has ultimately bested me," he exclaimed. Years ago, when Xiao Yuanci had returned home, he told Xiao Yongling, then at the 7th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm, that Li Tongya had reached the 8th layer. Xiao Yongling had lamented that Li Tongya was advancing faster than him and looked forward to seeing who would reach the Foundation Establishment realm first. 3 years had passed since then. Xiao Yongling had taken spirit medicine and reached the 9th heavenly layer, but still needed time to gather strength for a breakthrough. Meanwhile, Li Tongya had already achieved the Foundation Establishment realm, leaving Xiao Yongling with a mix of emotions. His lingering discontent finally dissipated, turning into deep admiration. Everyone says Li Jing had extraordinary talent, but overlooked Brother Tongya. He may be quiet and steady, yet he's also a dragon among men. Xiao Yongling sighed as he gazed into the distance. He didn't know that Li Tongya had the assistance of Talisman Qi and Talisman Pills, believing that Li Tongya's independent training in the wilderness was faster than his own cultivation at Cloud Crown Peak, even with spirit medicine. He let go of the competitive spirit and grew more composed. Chen Donghe waited silently until Xiao Yongling came back to his senses and smiled warmly at him. Please congratulate Brother Tongya for me. Chen Donghe nodded with a bright smile, placing the gifts he carried on the table and explaining everything carefully. Xiao Yongling immediately offered earnestly. Please stay for a few days, my young friend. First, I need to discuss our family's marriage arrangement with our ancestors. Second, it is only right to follow proper etiquette. Brother Tongya's breakthrough to the Foundation establishment realm is a joyous occasion, and our Xiao family must show our goodwill. You're too kind, senior. Chen Donghe responded politely. After chatting with Xiao Yongling about the Li family's current affairs, the latter waved for the middle-aged man to lead Chen Donghe to the guest room for a rest. After Chen Donghe left, Xiao Yongling stroked his beard and nodded, a smile lingering on his face. Chen Donghe, not bad at all. The Xiao family typically received guests at Cloud Crown Peak. However, the main peak was over 100 li eastward and deep within Lixiao Prefecture, where a grand mountain called Mount Yue lay. Its slopes were broad and imposing. Mount Yue was divided into two parts by a river known as the Yue River. It flowed swiftly, with boatmen often riding its currents from upstream, their songs echoing through the peaks in a captivating manner. Xiao Yongling flew for an hour and landed between the peaks, where he saw a deep pond surrounded by cold mist. Two old men sat across from each other on a cliff, each holding a fishing rod and fishing in the pond below. Xiao Yongling took a step forward and climbed the stone steps, approaching one of the old men. He whispered in his ear softly, Ancestor, Li Tongya has reached the Foundation establishment realm. Oh, the old man raised his eyebrows, and his fishing rod trembled slightly as he spoke softly. That was quick. That boy must have had some fortuitous encounter. Xiao Yongling nodded gently and replied respectfully. Then, regarding the marriage arrangement, the other old man at the pond's edge also raised his head and smiled. Shooting, I have met Li Tongya, and he is quite capable. In my opinion, we should marry one of our daughters to them and have them send one over to us. Both families will benefit from this arrangement. Xiao Shooting nodded and raised his fishing rod. The water of the cold pond below exploded with a thunderous roar as the snowy water surged upward, climbing nearly halfway up the cliff before an invisible force pushed it back down, creating a crashing sound like thunder. Boom! As Xiao Shooting reeled in the rod, a shimmering silver dagger was pulled out. He raised his snowy white eyebrow before grinning proudly. A fine catch. Xiao Yongling stood mesmerized, but Xiao Shooting waved his hand and said softly, Let Yuanping handle this. Meanwhile, at Fei residence on Glacial Cloud Peak, the cool moonlight fell gently as Li Qinghong sat on a treetop, swinging her feet back and forth. The soft, pale moonlight enveloped her, highlighting her delicate face. Sister Qinghong. Fei Tongxiao took a few leaps through the woods and climbed up to the treetop. He walked along the branches with a bright smile and said eagerly, Sister Qinghong, you seem in good spirits today to be moon-gazing today. Junior brother, Li Qinghong politely acknowledged him with a nod and asked, Are you looking for me to practice spear? Fei Tongxiao hesitated briefly before stuttering. No, just moon-gazing, moon-gazing. Li Qinghong saw his expression and couldn't help but chuckle, leaving Fei Tongxiao momentarily dazed. His breath quickened, and his face flushed as he said softly, Sister Qinghong, Junior brother. Li Qinghong stood up on the tree, shook her head, and smiled. That's not right. Life is fleeting, and there is little time to admire the moon. We should spar instead. I have made progress this month, and you probably won't be able to beat me, she teased, her eyes twinkling in the moonlight. Fei Tongxiao was interrupted mid-sentence, his face turning pale. He looked downcast and conflicted, trying to muster the courage to speak, but Li Qinghong had already jumped down from the treetop. Her clear voice echoed through the woods. Junior brother, let's go up the mountain and spar. Fei Tongxiao watched her disappear into the forest and bit his lip in frustration. He jumped down to the ground, where a group of Fei family's disciples were gathered. One of them peeked out and remarked with some envy, That rogue cultivator's daughter, Yi Qinghong, is really quite striking, and her figure is charming too. Besides, She is already at the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Brother Tongxiao has good taste. Fei Tongxiao glanced at him with irritation and shook a fist at him threateningly, which immediately sent the boys scattering off in all directions. Only a young man in white remained, leaning against a tree, looking down at Fei Tongxiao. Fei Tongxiao whispered, "Brother Yu." Fei Tongyu stood with his arms crossed and smiled softly, replying, "Fei Tongkai is not acting with good intentions, bringing those people to mock you. Li Qinghong saved your face, so do not bother her again." Fei Tongxiao looked up indignantly and protested, "But I did not even say anything." Fei Tongyu shook his head, his eyes gleaming. When mentioning Li Qinghong, he spoke with admiration. Some things remain unspoken yet are already asked, while others are left unsaid yet still answered. Li Qinghong is only 16, but she is both radiant and charming, cheerful and graceful. Yet, she is also measured and gentle. No wonder you are infatuated. Fei Tongxiao felt both sad and angry, twisting his hands together. Fei Tongyu glanced at him and said with a smile, "Li Qinghong is stubbornly independent. If you cannot even beat her, how can you gain her respect? Focus on cultivating. Our Fei family is full of refined gentlemen. Give it a few more years, and when you mature, no female cultivator will be able to resist you." Fei Tongxiao was stunned and suddenly seemed to realize something, his face lighting up with joy. He nodded and laughed. "I understand now." He then rushed up the mountain, leaping through the forest after Li Qinghong. Fei Tongyu watched him disappear from view and chuckled, shaking his head. From behind a tree stepped out a middle-aged man, elegantly fanning himself. He was none other than their father, Fei Yihe. "You always know what to do." Fei Yihe praised him but heard no response. He turned to see his eldest son lost in thought. Noticing his father's gaze, Fei Tongyu snapped out of his daze and looked up, asking, "What is it, father?" Fei Yihe felt uneasy seeing his eldest son so pensive and was worried that he might have missed something. He quickly asked in a low voice, "What have you so deep in thought? Is something wrong?" Fei Tongyu laughed heartily and shook his head, saying, "Li Qinghong is certainly impressive and a direct daughter of the Li family." Fei Yihe sighed and gritted his teeth, then pinched the bridge of his nose before kicking Fei Tongyu's leg, making him cry out in pain. He then scolded angrily. Perish the thought. Chapter 233, Pattern Brocade. Li Qinghong walked alone at the mountain summit, her white deerskin boots crunching the perennial snow underfoot. She brushed her loose hair behind her ears and walked with her hands clasped behind her back. "Grandfather, I wonder how he is." Li Qinghong wondered out loud as she pressed her lips together and pondered to herself. "It's only been 3 years. Grandfather is likely still refining his cultivation. Breaking through to the foundation establishment realm is a life-and-death ordeal. It's not easy." "Sister Qinghong." Fei Tongxiao trotted up behind Li Qinghong, smiling as he was about to speak. However, he didn't expect the grand formation of Glacial Cloud Peak to slowly activate, and a strong voice reverberated across the peak. "Rogue Cultivator 1 has come to visit. Please open the mountain gate, senior." These words brought a smile to Li Qinghong's lips, and her almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise as she murmured with joy, "It's grandfather." Fei Tongxiao, standing behind her, stiffened. His heart felt empty, but he forced a smile and stepped forward. "Congratulations, senior sister," he said, feigning excitement. Li Tongya descended on Glacial Cloud Peak, where Fei Wangbai greeted him warmly. Wearing a silver-white brocade robe, he looked even more handsome in the falling snow. With a cupped fist, he said, "Congratulations on your breakthrough to the foundation establishment realm, truly transcending the mundane." "You're too kind, senior." Li Tongya's attire was much simpler this time, a gray robe with white cloud-patterned sleeves and a long sword on his back. He did not appear smug about his achievement, but politely cupped his fist and answered, "I am here to disturb you again today. I apologize for the trouble." The two of them stepped into an elegant pavilion on the mountainside and sat down on the white jade terrace at the top floor. Fei Wangbai swung his sleeves, shaking off the snowflakes, and smiled. "Congratulations, Brother Tongya." Li Tongya joined him and accepted the tea. He took a slow sip before smiling warmly. "I have been in seclusion for 3 years and only now see your handiwork, senior." The Yu family was completely caught off guard. "Oh." Fei Wangbai laughed heartily and shook his head. "It is just a precaution my father put in place years ago. The Yu family did not anticipate it and suffered a great loss. When Yufeng broke through to the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm, my father, who led the household, sensed that something was amiss. He went to the Millen's mountain ranges and chose several locations where earth veins converged. He spent a few years planting secret formation points and buried 9 talismans in each one. When my father returned, he sought me out and said, "The Yu family grows ever stronger, but I left these formations to shake the earth veins of the Millen Mountains. They may be useful one day." Not long after, he attempted a breakthrough to the Foundation establishment realm but perished, and the formations remained undiscovered until the Yu family surveyed the earth veins and built a market there. "I see." Li Tongyan nodded and praised. "Your father was truly far-sighted." Fei Wangbai sighed and shook his head before continuing solemnly. "As for the Foundation establishment realm rogue cultivator on the eastern shore, he is a friend of mine. He is at the early stage of Foundation establishment realm and is only staying here to give you Mugo a scare." After putting down his teacup, Fei Wangbai chuckled softly before a hint of puzzlement crossed his face. "It took me 5 years to break through, and you Xiaogui needed over 5 years as well. But Brother Tongya, you managed it in just 3 years. It really is surprising. Truly, you are a man of exceptional talent." Li Tongya maintained a serious demeanor and cupped his fist, humbly saying, "It is mostly due to the essence-gathering pill. Senior's praise is too kind. I am unworthy of it." Oh, Fei Wangbai had never seen an essence-gathering pill, so he listened credulously. He quickly shook his head and laughed. "You are good in every way but too humble. According to proper etiquette, you can just call me Wangbai. Calling me senior makes me feel rather old." Li Tongya couldn't help but laugh and shook his head, unable to resist Fei Wangbai. He conceded and said seriously, "Wangbai, just as you did not expect, you Xiaogui won't expect it either. This is an excellent opportunity to suppress the Yu family." Fei Wangbai also became excited and placed his white jade teacup down, saying softly, "Fellow cultivator, he from the western shore has been wary of the Yu family for a long time. If we call upon my friend as well, the 4 Foundation establishment realm cultivators can make the Yu family suffer a significant loss. Of course, that is not to mention any other reinforcements Brother Tongya might bring along as well." Li Tongya nodded as snowflakes drifted past him. "This cultivator is he the Foundation establishment realm rogue cultivator, Daoist from the western shore?" he asked. The families on the western shore were mostly small clans at the embryonic breathing realm, scattered like stars, but one Foundation establishment realm rogue cultivator named Daoist stood out. With no children of his own, he built a small temple in the mountains and took in 6 or 7 disciples, collecting tributes from the families. Daoist had a close friend in the Azure Pond sect who served as a protector and had little ambition, content with living among the western shore families. "That's right," Fei Wangbai replied, laughing. "This Daoist has a long-standing grudge against Yu Yufeng, the Yu family's ancestor in seclusion. It is said that Yu Yufeng once took away an opportunity from Daoist and he has been resentful ever since, troubling the Yu family repeatedly. Later, when Yu Muxian joined the Azure Pond sect, someone came down to mediate, and the conflict stopped." Li Tongya suddenly understood and nodded silently. Fei Wangbai extended a finger and said softly, "But we cannot ignore Yu Muxian. He is still a disciple of a high sect, though it is unclear how highly he is regarded there. Brother Tongya, could you ask the Sword Immortal? We should align our actions with the situation." "I understand." Li Tongyan nodded calmly and tapped the white jade table before answering. "My 4th brother once cultivated within the peak. The Qi cultivation realm disciples of the Immortal sect do not wield much power, but they do protect their family's bloodline. As long as Yu Muxian has not reached the Foundation establishment realm, and we are not planning to wipe out the Yu family, there should not be too much trouble." Li Tongya, naturally cautious, thought for a few breaths before shaking his head. "Nonetheless, I will first ask someone to look into the situation." Fei Wangbai nodded with satisfaction and extended a finger, speaking softly. "Do we kill the old one, or the young one?" Li Tongya raised an eyebrow before stroking his chin, a smile slowly appearing. "Patience, Brother Wangbai. If we are confident enough, we could even kill their ancestor." Fei Wangbai nodded thoughtfully. The two chatted briefly as the wind and snow on the mountainside grew heavier, making the scene obscure. The snowflakes slid away from the two of them, and Fei Wangbai smiled. "I have not made a move in years, and I am itching to fight. Brother Tongya, how about a little sparring?" He grinned. Li Tongya raised an eyebrow with a confident smile. "Sure." As soon as this word left his mouth, the two soared into the air. Fei Wangbai's silver-white brocade robe fluttered lightly in the falling snow, and he smiled. Since this is a friendly sparring match, I will show my immortal foundation. Fei Wangbai's 2 white brocade sashes fluttered in the air as he stood tall and handsome, proclaiming, "This is patterned brocade." His silver-white brocade robe swirled in the air, and he tied a cloak with crescent moon patterns around his shoulders. He swept his spear outward, sending a fierce energy wave toward Li Tongya. Boundless ocean. As Li Tongya spoke, the waterfall and springs at the foot of the mountain roared to life. The clear river water leaped up as if given life, surging toward the sky above Li Tongya immediately at his command. Clink, 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 clink. Fei Wangbai's long spear, wrapped in a silver-white qi, had not yet struck before dozens of water swords flew toward it, striking like falcons pouncing on their prey. Fei Wangbai chuckled softly and whirled his spear, spinning his cloak in the air. The water swords missed and were swept behind the cloak. Li Tongya raised an eyebrow, grasping the sword at his waist. Seeing Fei Wangbai charge forward, he drew his sword. A moon-white arc leaped from Li Tongya's sword. Fei Wangbai had heard that Li Tongya's sword draw was especially remarkable, so he used his spear to block the incoming slash swiftly. He was forced backward a single step, but absorbed the rest of the force with his cloak. The subsequent sword strikes poured down like torrential rain on Fei Wangbai, who didn't back down. His spear danced like pear blossoms, blocking each sword. He would strike from beneath his robe or behind his cloak occasionally, interrupting Li Tongya's sword moves and gaining time to catch his breath. Below, some on the mountainside poked their heads out to watch. The two separated after the initial clash, but the heavy wind and snow obscured their figures in the air. The Fei family disciples below could only sense the Foundation Establishment realm aura, but couldn't see them through the snowy sky. Chapter 234. Qinghong's Ambition. After dozens of exchanges, Li Tongya finally sheathed his sword, and the surging river water transformed into dozens of clear water swords that hovered quietly. The remaining waves floated around him, enveloping him completely. The cold climate formed tiny ice crystals on the water surrounding him, occasionally releasing a string of ice flakes that fell. Fei Wangbai also stood with his spear lowered. His cloak turned into numerous ribbons before dissipating into spiritual qi. The wind and snow gradually subsided, and Li Tongya's water control technique dissipated. The river water fell like torrential rain, but froze into a hailstorm before reaching the ground, pattering against the mountainside. "Brother Wangbai, your spear technique is truly impressive," Li Tongya praised as he gradually withdrew his energy and landed next to the jade table. Fei Wangbai landed with a smile and said softly, "Everyone knows Brother Tongya's swordsmanship is superb, but they do not realize your water control technique is just as good." After this exchange, both understood each other's methods better, making them more prepared for future cooperation. Sparring is far more effective than mere verbal explanations, revealing weaknesses and strengths alike. They complemented each other for a while, and Li Tongya shook his head with a laugh before looking up with a smile. "My Qinghong has arrived." With a flick of his finger, Fei Wangbai opened the pavilion door with a creak. A girl came up the stairs, clad in white and holding a spear. Her smile was radiant like an autumn crescent moon. It was Li Qinghong. "Greetings, master." She greeted Fei Wangbai cheerfully first before turning toward Li Tongya with a beaming smile. "Greetings, grandfather. Congratulations on breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm." Both elders hummed and nodded in acknowledgement. A boy also peeked out from between the floors before cupping his fist respectfully, then stood quietly to the side. "This is my grandson, Fei Tongxiao." Fei Wangbai introduced him with a smile and then paused. "Well?" he asked expectantly. Li Qinghong and Fei Tongxiao, seemingly unaware of what was happening, stood watching the elders. To them, the two men appeared to be sitting across from each other in silence. Clearly, Fei Wangbai had cast a spell, and the two were unknowingly caught in an illusion. Li Tongya glanced at them and understood what Fei Wangbai implied. He shook his head and replied, "My Qinghong is a Foundation Establishment seed. I cannot bear to let her marry anywhere, and if she does not agree, our family will not marry her off." Fei Wangbai shook his head with regret. He had watched Li Qinghong grow up for the past 3 years and thought highly of her, but he could only apologize for his presumptuousness and change the topic. After chatting briefly, Li Tongya put down his cup and said with a smile, "We have imposed for years." "Qinghong, thanks, senior." Li Qinghong bowed gracefully and thanked him. Li Tongya then took out several jade boxes from his storage pouch and said softly, "Brother Wangbai, a small token of appreciation for taking care of this child." Fei Wangbai couldn't refuse and gracefully accepted with a wave of his sleeve. After chatting for a bit more, Li Tongya cupped his fist in farewell and flew away with Li Qinghong, leaving Fei Tongxiao standing dejectedly in the pavilion. "Tongxiao." Fei Wangbai sipped his tea and said softly, "Find time to cultivate. Do not fall too far behind others, or you will only be left with empty thoughts." Fei Tongxiao respectfully nodded and left. Fei Wangbai gently put down his cup and whispered with emotion, "What a pity. That girl is too talented." Li Tongya flew over the lake, and the deep green water shimmered beautifully below him. The hour was late, and the pale moonlight fell gently upon them. Beside him, Li Qinghong was in a wonderful mood, her lips constantly curling up into a smile. On one hand, she was happy that her elder at home had broken through to the Foundation establishment realm, providing reliable support. On the other hand, she was excited to see her family after many years. Li Qinghong felt a surge of joy, and if Li Tongya hadn't been beside her, she might have started singing. "Qinghong, that boy from the Fei family seems to fancy you. What do you think of him?" Li Tongya suddenly asked with a smile. "Oh." Li Qinghong hadn't expected Li Tongya to ask this, and after a few moments of surprise and reflection, she answered firmly, "I have no interest in love, nor do I want to be anyone's wife or concubine." Li Qinghong's almond-shaped eyes shone brightly, and her dark hair tied at the back of her head fluttered in the evening breeze over the lake. The moonlight lit up her rosy lips as she declared, "Though I am not a man, I aspire to condense my 6 chakras and cultivate my divine abilities. I want to hunt down demons and protect the realm, wielding my red-tasseled spear as heroes falter and immortals bow their heads." Li Tongya hadn't expected such words from Li Qinghong. He listened with a shiver, staring at her smiling face. After a few breaths, he spoke, his voice gentle yet firm. "That'll be difficult." Li Qinghong's determination only grew as she grabbed Li Tongya's hand and said softly, "I want the Purple Thunder's secret origin technique." No, Li Tongya shook his head and refused her right away, speaking indignantly. The Purple Thunder's secret origin technique was derived from a grade 4 cultivation method and is a secret technique. Though lightning is powerful, the technique is too aggressive. It will render you infertile and even shorten your lifespan. "Grandfather, I know about that." Li Qinghong nodded and said through clenched teeth, "I seek the power of lightning. I desire that Foundation establishment realm spear in our family's possession. I do not intend to marry or become someone's concubine. This technique is the one I want most." Li Tongya sighed and shook his head, advising, "You still have a few more years to reach the Qi cultivation realm. You should think it over again." Li Qinghong responded respectfully to the advice. As she looked up, Mount Lijiang came into view from afar, cloaked in a faint golden formation. With her parents and siblings in sight, Li Qinghong felt uplifted. Meanwhile, Li Tongya furrowed his brow, feeling a mix of emotions within his heart. Qinghong is ambitious. I wonder if that is a blessing or a curse. He landed on the mountain with Li Qinghong, where Li Xianxian and Li Xianling were already waiting. Li Xianling, not having seen his daughter for years, was overcome with tears. Li Xianxian stepped forward and spoke softly. "Second uncle, someone from the Xiao family is here. Senior Xiao Yuanci has been waiting in the courtyard for a while." Li Tongya had been smiling but was taken aback by this news. He quickly turned and followed Li Xianxian into the house. Stepping over the threshold, he saw Xiao Yuanci sitting to one side, holding a jade slip. Li Tongya adjusted his gray robe and cloud-patterned sleeves, respectfully bowing as he greeted, "Greetings, senior. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Xiao Yuanci put away the jade slip and had a conflicted expression on his face. He sighed as he replied, "Not at all. I suppose I should now address you as a fellow Daoist." Xiao Yuanci had watched Li Tongya rise step by step to reach the Foundation establishment realm. When they first met, Li Tongya had only been a lowly cultivator at the 3rd stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Now, he had achieved the Foundation establishment realm. Xiao Yuanci sighed, but saw Li Tongya solemnly bow and cupped his fist as he said, "Senior has shown my family immense kindness, instructing us like a mentor. Such praise is overwhelming for a junior like me." Xiao Yuanci chuckled, visibly more relaxed. "This is a joyous occasion. Do not worry too much. I'm sure Jing is pleased with your progress." Li Tongya took a seat while Xiao Yuanci smiled and said, Our ancestors made a marriage arrangement with your family years ago. Do you remember it, Tongya? Chapter 235. Qi I dare not forget. Li Tongya nodded. Xiao Yuanci placed his tea bowl down, saying warmly, our two families should establish a marriage alliance and support each other. Does the Li family currently have any unmarried direct descendants? Indeed, we do. Li Tongya replied respectfully and used his mana to send a voice transmission to Li Xianxian. Bring up all of the Yuan and Qing generation, except for Qinghong and Yuanyan. Li Xianxian hurried off to make the arrangements while Xiao Yuanci studied Li Tongya carefully and said with a smile, if I'm not mistaken, you have established your immortal foundation through the river One Qi technique, which we traded with your family. It should be called Boundless Ocean. That's right, Li Tongya replied, cupping his fist. Xiao Yuanci became serious and said, achieving one's immortal foundation is significant. Since you have succeeded, I should give you some advice. Please do, senior. Seeing Li Tongya respond earnestly, Xiao Yuanci sipped his tea and said softly, Boundless Ocean and our man on creek share the same origin. These two immortal foundations are closely related. If you encounter a foundation establishment realm cultivator with either immortal foundation, be extremely careful. Li Tongya looked up, immediately thought of something and asked, are there any taboos? Xiao Yuanci nodded and continued, Boundless Ocean and Man on Creek are types of immortal foundations that the ancient Daoists called Dao partners. Demonic and devil cultivators refer to them as shared pills. Such immortal foundations have many connections and can complement each other. However, if you meet someone with impure intentions, they are likely to. Xiao Yuanci paused, struggling to find the right words. They might dig out your own immortal foundation and consume it to supplement theirs. He finished his sentence. Consume. Li Tongya was silent for a moment before asking quietly, Senior, how common is this practice? Not common, Xiao Yuanci replied as he shook his head and explained. First, this method is risky and may cause madness. Moreover, it is hard to find Dao partners. Consuming them requires considerable skill and alchemy. Second, although it greatly enhances one's cultivation and makes the immortal foundation more marvelous, the person will be stuck at foundation establishment realm and will not be able to advance to the Purple Mansion realm. Only those who have no hope of breaking through and are desperate might attempt such a feat. Li Tongya sighed softly and asked Xiao Yuanci, Senior, which types of immortal foundations are considered Dao partners of Boundless Ocean? Xiao Yuanci folded his sleeves and replied, the first is Darkening Clouds, the second is Boundless Ocean, the third is Man on Creek, the fourth is Holding the Ridge, and the fifth is Grieving River Departure. Seeing Li Tongya carefully noting them down, Xiao Yuanci transmitted more information to him with mana. These immortal foundations are also coveted by Purple Mansion realm cultivators. However, to claim an immortal foundation, a Purple Mansion realm cultivator must first carefully cultivate and implant a Dao seed starting from Qi cultivation realm. We do not need to worry about that. I understand, Senior, Li Tongya nodded, finally realizing why Jing had been targeted by the Purple Mansion realm cultivator of the Azure Pond sect. He sighed softly and smiled bitterly. A foundation establishment realm cultivator may improve their cultivation by stealing an immortal foundation, but they struggle to advance to Purple Mansion realm. There must also be hidden consequences for Purple Mansion realm cultivators who take one. Xiao Yuanci nodded curtly and became more cautious in discussing the topic, speaking in a low voice. With proper preparation, Purple Mansion realm cultivators can gain significant power by taking an immortal foundation. Although it is not as perfect as one cultivated by oneself, it drastically shortens their cultivation time. Naturally, the Purple Mansion realm cultivators seek it eagerly. While they were whispering, Li Xianxian arrived with the others. Li Yuanjiao held Li Qingxiao's hand, while Li Xuanxuan's wife followed with Li Yuanping in her arms. Li Tongya smiled. These are the juniors of the Yuan and Qing generation in our family. Please take a look, Senior. The two children looked nervously at Xiao Yuanci. Li Yuanjiao stepped forward and said respectfully, Greetings from Junior Li Yuanjiao, Senior. Xiao Yuanci glanced over them, focusing on Li Yuanjiao, who at just 17 or 18 had already reached the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. He nodded. Li Yuanjiao, that's a good name. Li Tongya added, there was originally another eldest child, but he was assassinated by the Yu family. The Yu family. Xiao Yuanci stroked his chin and offered his condolences, speaking softly. I have heard about them in Lixiao Prefecture. When my clan uncle reached the Foundation establishment realm, the Yu family also sent someone to offer congratulations. I have heard their actions are ruthless and tyrannical, and now I have seen it for myself. After speaking, Xiao Yuanci shook his head and returned to the topic at hand with a smile. It is just that your clan has no suitable girls of age, so I cannot make a proposal. Our family has an unmarried direct daughter who could marry Yuan Jiao. What do you think, Brother Tongya? This is out of the question. Li Tongya was stunned at how Xiao Yuanci proposed this marriage and immediately exclaimed, such a marriage alliance between our families would be us overreaching. This cannot be allowed. Oh. Xiao Yuanci smiled warmly and continued. I see that Qing Xiao is only about 3 to 5 years old and has not grown up yet. We can wait a few years. There is no rush. Li Tongya dismissed the younger ones and bowed deeply, saying earnestly, a direct daughter marrying our Yunjiao is really inappropriate. Please reconsider, senior. Don't worry, Brother Tongya. The ancestor favors your clan. I'll handle this, and there will be no problem from our side, Xiao Yuanci said, attempting to persuade him further. However, Li Tongya remained bowed, saying solemnly, I know you mean well, senior, but our family cannot accept it. Please reconsider, senior. Xiao Yuanci paused, thought for a moment, and seemed to understand something. He then said quietly, I did not consider this carefully. Please forgive me, Brother Tongya. You're too kind, senior. Li Tongya replied as he thanked Xiao Yuanci. Xiao Yuanci then stroked his beard and continued. In that case, we do have a direct concubine-born daughter named Xiao Guowan, who is excellent in character and appearance. She is surely a perfect match for Yuan Jiao. Thank you for your understanding, senior. Li Tongya immediately agreed, then paused when he recalled something. I heard from Donghe that your family's main peak is called Mount Yue, and there is a river named Yu River. Is that true, he asked. Yes, Xiao Yuanci nodded, slightly puzzled. Li Tongya then asked, Senior, do you know Xiao Xianyu? Xiao Yuanci's expression immediately grew serious, and with a wave of his hand, the courtyard gate closed tightly. Mana flowed around it, isolating them. Brother Tongya, how did you learn that name? Xiao Xianyu is from our line, and is the ancestor's second uncle. Li Tongya hesitated and then recounted. I once obtained a sword, and when I channeled river true essence into it, I obtained a secret technique known as river crossing torrential step, which was created by ancestor Xianyu. Is that true? Xiao Yuanci was overjoyed at this news. Li Tongya took out the sword, but the emblem of Lingyu Gate had already been replaced by a generic engraving. Xiao Yuanci took a closer look at it and shook his head in disappointment. It is just a standard Dharma sword, with nothing remarkable about it, he said finally. Li Tongya nodded and pulled out a jade slip, saying softly, Since this belongs to your family's ancestor, I'll return it to you, senior. This, a footwork technique, was precious, and for Li Tongya to offer it so freely left Xiao Yuanci stunned. He wanted to refuse, but words failed him. River crossing torrential step held exceptional significance to the Xiao family, far beyond that of an ordinary grade 3 footwork technique. Xiao Yuanci sighed quietly and said, Brother Tongya, your integrity is impressive, but I do not know what to offer in return. Is your clan lacking anything at the moment? Chapter 236, Qi 2. The evening wind swept through the mountains, drifting through the forests of Azure Pond Peak before reaching Qi on the mountaintop. His white hair fluttered in the breeze, and his wrinkled eyes squinted. He reached out to touch his face. He could have used a younger visage, but after living for hundreds of years, Qi no longer cared about beauty or ugliness. Scattered figures stood among the clouds. Qi's reputation was not as prominent as Duanmu Kuei's, but Purple Mansion realm cultivators from the 3 states of Yu, Wu, and Su still came to observe him. Standing behind him was Qi Zhiyun, his face full of sorrow and reluctance. He watched Qi's moon-white patterned robe fluttering in the wind and said softly, Ancestor, the matters in the sect have been resolved. Qi remained silent, standing on the mountaintop, facing the evening breeze while he reminisced. He smiled and said, Zhiyun, what do you think of this man named Qi? Qi Zhiyun was puzzled but cupped his fist respectfully and answered, The ancestor is the cornerstone of the Azure Pond sect. With immense power, he dominates an era, learned beyond mortal comprehension, profound as a deep pool, and possessing extraordinary bearing. Qi laughed heartily and shook his head as he heard this, then waved his hand. Dominating an era? I cannot compare with Duanmu Kuei and Li Jianquan. As for being learned beyond mortal comprehension, that is nonsense. I am not even a match for that old flood dragon and am inferior to both Xiao Xianyu and Tang Yuanwu, he replied rather bitterly. He paused, his expression thoughtful and his gaze sharp. He laughed. And as for being profound as a deep pool, I'm nowhere near Xiao Shooting. Xiao Shooting? Qi searched his memory for this name before finally recalling it, leaving him stunned. He mumbled, Xiao Shooting. Xiao Shooting, from the Xiao family in Lixia. Qi wasn't stupid. He looked up abruptly and exclaimed, Xiao Shooting has broken through to the Purple Mansion realm? Qi Wei smiled broadly, then nodded toward a point in the clouds. Qi mumbled in disbelief. How could that be? How did he obtain Purple Mansion realm techniques, let alone find secret divine abilities, or even have the courage to do so? Courage, Qi Wei chuckled hoarsely. Do not think of Azure Pawn Sect as some superior sect that treats all beings like pawns. The world is full of talents scrambling to climb up like fish crossing the river. For the Azure Pawn Sect to hold its current position, Qi Wei paused, sighing. It is like sitting on a hot pan over burning coals. Qi simply stuttered, unable to speak, and Qi Wei continued. You young ones have grown up hearing my name, believing me to be a hero who dominated an era. Is that not true? Qi protested indignantly, saying firmly, You prevented the calamity, drove away the demons, swept across the southern border, and eliminated the monsters. Ancestor, you have saved millions of people. Even if tens of thousands were sacrificed for your cultivation, so what? These people should remember that without our protection, they would not be alive. Humph, Qi Wei scoffed, shaking his head. I am but a petty man. From the age of 17, when I stole Li Jianquan's pouch, to now, at 377 years old, swallowing human pills to extend my life. It is all the behavior of a scoundrel. Shameful to behold. I borrowed Li Jianquan's influence and collaborated with various sects to eradicate 2 gates. I destroyed Lingyu and eliminated Xiao Xianyu. Every year, I harvested families and refined the disciples who absorbed the foundation of moonlight. The Purple Mansion realm cultivators have all seen this, Qi Wei said as he looked up and smiled, calling out to the dark night sky. Everyone above can hear me clearly. Tell me, does that not make me a scoundrel? In the sky, the Purple Mansion realm cultivators looked at each other with varying expressions. Some sighed softly, some sneered in disdain, while others hummed coldly. After a while, a cool female voice spoke. If you are not a scoundrel, then who else is worthy of the name? You. Qi was enraged but remained silent, wary of the Purple Mansion realm cultivators above. Qi Wei simply nodded with a smile. The sunrise was already on the horizon, but he stood still. The Purple Mansion realm cultivators also watched him silently. They had all lived for at least a century and were in no rush, at least not as much as Qi Wei was. The rising sun gradually illuminated the world as pure qi floated upward and murky qi sank. The essence of the sun and moon blended harmoniously, creating the perfect conditions for a breakthrough. Divine light began to rise from Qi Wei's body, and his expression remained calm. As the celestial energy of the sun and moon reached its peak, Qi Wei's spiritual sense activated. A faint glow flew out from his Qinghong mansion, his divine ability, heavy murk, now in full effect. Qi Wei took a step forward, and his vision cleared. 2 indistinct figures appeared among the clouds. Qi Wei laughed heartily and called out, So, you 2 are here to collect my remains. The 2 figures had long grown accustomed to the varied scenes of Purple Mansion realm breakthroughs and hence were not offended by his jest. One of them laughed sharply and called out to him, Qi Wei, your day has finally come. Qi Wei waved indifferently as his appearance grew increasingly youthful and handsome, but there was still a sinister air about him. For more divine abilities flew out from his body, stirring up the spiritual qi of the heavens and earth that danced around him. The 5 divine abilities combined into one radiant light, weaving together and transforming into 5 colors: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They merged and soared, and one figure from above muttered, He's using the 5 elements command metal technique. Qi Wei flicked his fingers, and a pill appeared in his hand, radiating colorful light and emitting a rich fragrance. Its brilliance illuminated the surroundings, and the observers above craned their necks, murmuring in curiosity. Oh, the 2 indistinct figures noticed this phenomenon as well. One of them asked sharply, What kind of pill is that? The other squinted and replied softly, Judging by its appearance, it should be Lake Moon Autumn. Indeed. The first figure, after examining Qi Wei's other immortal foundations, laughed and said, "That is also a viable method." Qi Wei put the pill into his mouth and waited for a few breaths, but only felt faint movement. Panic set in, and his expression shifted rapidly. He was clearly going through a range of emotions. Anger and fear appeared on his face as he shouted in anger, "Old flood dragon! How dare you deceive me with a fake pill?" The five-colored light drawn by the divine ability continued to burn, gathering into a bright point of light. The two indistinct figures above snickered in unison. "Qi Wei, you've been swindled." All the Purple Mansion realm cultivators widened their eyes, pointing at the glowing light. Qi Wei quickly adjusted his mindset and sighed with closed eyes. He pushed his palm forward, summoning the essence of the sun and moon to pour into the light. 5 bright and light-colored beams gradually emerged above the light, floating downward before slowly fading away. The light point grew brighter while the colored beams vanished. Indeed, not as good as Duanmu Kuei. Those above exchanged thoughts through their spiritual senses, while the two indistinct figures in the sky prepared their techniques, awaiting the emergence of the metallic essence. Chapter 237, White Hair. Qi Wei's divine ability flared brightly in the sky until it burned out, leaving only a tiny, translucent point of light pulsing rhythmically, accompanied by the cries of a newborn. Qi Wei's now youthful, handsome face showed resignation and relief as he murmured softly to himself, "This is the end." Boom. Before he even managed to finish speaking, his body crumbled, disintegrating into particles that scattered as white and gray dust, leaving smoke trails like dragons in the sky. The Purple Mansion realm cultivators above whispered to each other. One of them remarked, "Qi Wei could not even condense the metallic essence." Another Purple Mansion realm cultivator looked up at the two blurry figures and heard one of them laugh sharply. "I knew your divine ability is heavy, Merc, so why pretend?" The envoy clapped his hands, pulled out a gray net, and laughed. "I even borrowed the Exalted Immortal's 9-layer attribute net, just for a beast like you." He pinched one corner of the net, cast it out, and pulled hard. His arms stretched into long strips like noodles, mimicking a tugging motion in the air. He laughed sharply. "You cannot escape." The net tightened, forming a twisting spherical shape in the air. The other figure laughed heartily, reaching out to help pull. The metallic essence screamed shrilly but was slowly subdued. The Purple Mansion realm cultivators looked on in silence, feeling a sense of shared sorrow. Below them, Qi Zhiyun was already in tears. After securing Qi Wei's metallic essence, the two figures turned to the other Purple Mansion realm cultivators and said, "We'll take our leave now, fellow Daoists." After that, the two figures grew even more blurry and disappeared. The rest of the Purple Mansion realm cultivators also dispersed, leaving only a few standing in the air. The Azure Pond sect has now lost its pinnacle Purple Mansion realm cultivator. They will need to make substantial reparations. A cool female voice came from above. Immediately after, a refined, noble voice chimed in. "Absolutely, absolutely." The Purple Mansion realm cultivators listened with mixed expressions. A heavy, clanging voice asked, "Why are you getting involved in this mess, Fox? Is Mount Dali's demon cave also going to intervene?" The youthful voice laughed playfully before responding. "I am just listening in. Why are you all so sensitive? Though my ears can pick up whispers from lowly cultivators, it is much better to hear things directly." Qi Zhiyun listened quietly from below. The remaining 4 Purple Mansion realm cultivators in the sect slowly ascended, and the heavy, clanging voice said, "Fellow Daoists, let us test our true capabilities through action. I wouldn't dare ask for any compensation." Li Tongya responded with a gentle laugh. Xiao Yuanci shook his head repeatedly and explained, "My ancestor's original name was Xiao Jinzhou. He used the alias Xiao Xianyu of Lingnan while traveling to avoid implicating the family. Since this is a grade 3 footwork technique, he had to make it harder to decipher." Li Tongya nodded and said, "My family has a daughter named Li Qinghong, who excels at spear techniques. However, her cultivation method is unique and unsuitable for marriage, so I did not bring her to meet you, senior." He deftly shifted the topic to Li Qinghong, subtly using this to transition the conversation, and continued, "But my family doesn't have many legacies and lacks noteworthy spear techniques. If your clan has any, could my granddaughter study them?" Xiao Yuanci nodded. The Xiao family was aware of Li Qinghong, but had not seen her in years since she was hiding with the Fei family. They had even assumed she was dead. After thinking for a few moments, he answered, "We do have a grade 3 spear technique called Wing Clipper, but that footwork technique is precious, and exchanging it for a spear technique would be unfair to you. Let's do this instead." Yuanci shook his head as he continued, "Apart from the spear technique, my family will owe your clan a favor. That should be fair." Tongya cupped his fist, genuinely touched. "You are truly noble, senior." Yuanci laughed, and after exchanging a few words, Tongya asked, "Senior, are you familiar with Muyuan?" Yuanci raised his eyebrows thoughtfully. "This person is a disciple of Yuanwu Peak. If I remember correctly, he should be between the 6th and 7th heavenly layers of the Qi cultivation realm. He has some talent as a weaponsmith." He glanced at Tongya and asked softly, "Do you have plans for the Yu family?" Given Yu Mushian's current position, the Azure Pawn sect would not protect the Yu family if there was internal unrest. Tongya nodded and then asked, "What about you, Yufeng?" Yuanci paused before answering seriously. "Ancestor Chucho has fought him before. Yufeng is strong and should not be underestimated." Tongya fell silent for a moment, determination surging within him. "Senior, do you think your family would help me kill this person?" he asked finally. "Kill Yufeng?" Yuanci sighed and replied, "My family would have no problem helping, but this is not a good time for us to make a move. Moreover, killing Yufeng silently is nearly impossible. Using Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators alone would create a disturbance that would offend Yuanwu Peak and many others." Yuanci's hesitation was evident, and Tongya couldn't bear to put him in a difficult position. He promptly cupped his fist. "I understand, senior. If this option isn't feasible, my family will find another way. Do not trouble yourself over it." But Yuanci gritted his teeth and waved his hand, saying solemnly, "Well, it's not entirely impossible." He thought for a few moments and continued, "I will present the river crossing torrential step to convince the ancestor. Perhaps we can kill Yufeng quietly while Azure Pawn sect is distracted by Qi Wei's death." "That would be excellent." Tongya's eyes lit up as he bowed deeply and said earnestly, "Then I must trouble you, senior. Do as you see fit, and if it does not work out, there is no need to force it." "I understand." Yuanci nodded. After confirming the marriage between Li Yuanjiao and Xiao Guowan, he then took the jade slip of river crossing torrential step and flew off. Tongya escorted him out of the formation before returning to the courtyard, where Li Xianxian greeted him with a worried expression. Having overheard Yuanci's intention to marry a daughter from the Xiao family's main lineage, he spoke anxiously. "Second uncle, could the Xiao family have plans to annex our family? If so, marrying even this concubine-born daughter is worrisome." With nearly 10 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, the Xiao family's power was enough to make Li Xianxian uneasy. Even though the Xiao family was willing to marry off a daughter from their main lineage, the Li family didn't dare accept such an arrangement. If anything happened to Tongya, that daughter could easily serve as a springboard for the Xiao family to annex the Li family. That should not be the case. Tongya shook his head slightly as he dispelled such thoughts. Senior Yuanci spends his years refining pills on the mountain. He lacks the experience of managing a household, so his good intentions may have led to this oversight. The relationship between the Xiao and Li families remains strong, so we need not worry about this for 3 generations. He raised his head and said quietly, "I am more concerned about Xiao Guowan, though. Senior Xiao said she is a clever girl, but we do not know her personality. Yuan Jiao is already leading the Yuan generation, so if his wife comes from a powerful family, I am worried that the next generation could face unrest." Li Xianxian paused, surprised by Tongya's foresight. He then remembered that Li Yuanjiao had been adopted by Li Jing and was not considered part of the eldest lineage. Thoughts of Li Yuanxiao made him sorrowful, and he spoke softly. "Right now, we cannot think too far ahead. With you around, second uncle, any problems can be suppressed." Tongya shook his head and sighed deeply. What good is suppression? If brothers hold grudges in secret, trouble will only surface after the elders pass away. The more I have seen of this, the more I fear it. We can only wait to find out what kind of person this Xiao Guowan is. Tongya looked quietly in the direction of the Xiao family in Lixiao Prefecture. He was already over 60, and although reaching the Foundation Establishment realm made him look younger, his temples were still graying, and he was beginning to show signs of age. The moonlight was like water, and the evening breeze lifted his slightly gray hair. Li Tongya's mind flashed back to the busy, humble old man he once was, and he murmured a realization to himself quietly. Overthinking has made my hair turn white. Chapter 238, Shooting. Xiao Guilwan. Li Yuanjiao mumbled as he strolled along the stone path, bathed in moonlight. Wearing a black robe, his mind was filled with mixed emotions as he was soon to be married, but had yet to meet his bride. He pressed his lips together silently, feeling both excited and uneasy. After walking for a while, he arrived at the small courtyard. He gently removed his jade crown, allowing his dark hair to cascade freely in the wind. His black hair was straight and silky, just like his mother's. He let it hang loose as he took a step forward and gently knocked on the wooden door. "Mom." The sound of footsteps approached, and the courtyard's wooden door creaked open. The servant greeted him and led him inside. Muyalu stood in the courtyard with a warm smile and spoke softly, "Jiao." Li Yuanjiao entered and sat down, taking the tea bowl offered by the servant. After waving the servants away, he spoke quietly. "Has mother made things difficult for you?" By mother, he was referring to the main wife, Madame Dou. Although he had a close relationship with Li Yuanxiu, he worried that Madame Dou would make trouble for Muyalu out of hatred for losing her son. "No." Muyalu shook her head, a trace of pity flashing in her eyes. She continued softly, "She knows about the adoption. Although she lost Yuanxiu, she has Yuanping to care for and treats me fairly well. She is astute and knows that Yuanping will likely need your help in the future, so she is kind to me." "That is good." Li Yuanjiao nodded with a small smile and continued. "The family has arranged for me to marry a woman named Xiao Guilwan. She is from a prominent Immortal clan, a direct descendant but born of a concubine. She possesses a spiritual orifice and is said to have reached the 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm." "What? An Immortal clan?" Those words spun around in Muyalu's mind, filling her with anxiety. After a while, she mumbled, "An Immortal clan's daughter. Will she be headstrong? How should I, as her mother-in-law, meet her?" "I don't know," Li Yuanjiao replied. He could not help but smile at her reaction, teasing her a little. But after a few moments of calming herself down, Muyalu grew serious, and there was an urgency in her voice when she spoke. "Jiao, are you really not going to be the head of the family? Things are different now, and you should consider carefully. You are the leading figure of the Yuan and Qing generation, and Yuanping has congenital deficiencies and cannot compare with you. Now that you are marrying an Immortal clan's daughter, if you do not take the headship, what will others think?" Li Yuanjiao shook his head and replied quietly, "I'm not interested in it. Leave it to Yuanping. And as for what others think..." Li Yuanjiao laughed heartily and placed his sword on the table, saying softly, "Once I reach the Qi cultivation realm, I will find a place to cultivate and rarely come down from the mountain. That way, I will have fewer worries. As for Yuanping managing the family..." Li Yuanjiao laughed and shook his head, signaling Muyalu to come closer before whispering, "Mom, do not forget my half-brothers. Now, they each control their own territory. They worry that I will take over and are also afraid the family headship will go to another branch. They prefer Yuanping as head, and with their support, who can cause trouble?" Muyalu nodded, sighing silently. She held back many concerns, unsure where to start. It wasn't Yuanping's ability to manage the family that worried her. With Li Xianxian and Li Yuanjiao around, even if Yuanping could only nod in agreement, he would hold his position securely. She thought to herself, "The greatest threat is my son. The brothers are harmonious now, but who can guarantee filial loyalty for future generations? If one branch is too strong while the other 3 are weak, with a powerful in-law family, it's dangerous." Her anxious thoughts left her uneasy. She spoke softly, "Jiao, Yuanping is not the problem, but Xiao Guilwan comes from a strong background. You are the leader of the Yuan and Qing generation, and our branch is strong while the others are weak. If you do not take the family headship, and your descendants start harboring ideas..." "Mother," Li Yuanjiao abruptly cut her off, as if he understood what she was about to say, and smiled. "Our family does not raise cowards." Xiao Shooting stood silently in the northern wind at a high altitude, gazing toward the Azure Pond sect. The divine abilities of Purple Mansion realm cultivators clashed in the sky, releasing colorful radiance. He exhaled lightly, and the divine abilities within him stirred restlessly. It's been over 300 years. He looked into the distance where Azure Pond Peak appeared intermittently among the clouds, surrounded by autumnal colors. Lights of mana often swirled down, and below, mortals hawked their wares. Over 5 prefectures, families, and countless commoners had been feeding the Azure Pawn sect for over 3 centuries, building up others' cultivation. At the age of 12, Xiao Chuting had stood beside his second uncle, Xiao Xianyu, at the same spot. Xiao Xianyu had explained in detail how the Azure Qi Devil Gate used various bloody methods to drain blood from mortals, rogue cultivators, and families. I have heard that Mount Yue has an immortal foundation aptly named Blood Drinker. If this divine ability became a metallic essence and escaped those two's grasp to witness the world's scenery, it would laugh its head off, feeling utterly humbled. He laughed. Xiao Chuting listened in bewilderment and asked, I heard there was a battle between immortals and demons at Pingming Ford that caused the death of many exalted immortals and destroyed the celestial order. Is that true? Xiao Xianyu remained silent as he took a swig from his gourd. That is exactly what should happen, he replied dejectedly. Frustrated, Xiao Chuting asked, why? If I were in charge, I would support rogue cultivators externally and unite families internally, make disciples work the fields, have cultivators look after the people, overthrow Azure Qi, and create a new world. Xiao Xianyu said nothing and just smiled. It was only then Xiao Chuting realized he had boasted too much and felt ashamed. After Xiao Xianyu died and Xiao Chucho left in anger, the family declined. When Xiao Chuting was left to manage the family, he finally learned that the Xiao family was also drinking the people's blood, albeit less blatantly. If Xiao Chuting wanted to change everything, he would have to kill his uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters and watch the Xiao family fall. But then, new families would just rise again and do the same thing, even more openly this time. The mountains and rivers of Lixia Prefecture undulated before his eyes, and the bloody calamity seemed to have passed. People wandered through the empty alleys while a variety of wolves prowled outside the city, their glowing green eyes waiting and longing for human flesh. That disaster had satiated them, so to this day, they remained obsessed with the taste of human flesh. Divine lights gradually rose from Xiao Chuting and rippled across the sky, like a lake disturbed by a stone. His voice echoed, carried by his divine ability in all directions. Xiao Chuting of the Lixia Xiao family has advanced to the Purple Mansion realm today. According to custom, the Xiao family will separate from the Azure Pawn sect and proclaim itself a Purple Mansion immortal clan. In 3 months, we will hold a ceremony, and all are welcome to attend. Chapter 239, Qiuyang's Experience. Xiao Chuting of the Lixia Xiao family has advanced to the Purple Mansion realm today. According to custom, the Xiao family will separate from the Azure Pawn sect and proclaim itself a Purple Mansion immortal clan. In 3 months, we will hold a ceremony, and all are welcome to attend. Lixia Xiao family. Divine abilities rippled through the sky like waves, passing from Lixia Prefecture over Moongaze Lake, Mushroom Forest Plain, and Azure Pond Peak, all the way to Linen Prefecture. Mortals looked up, puzzled, while cultivators glanced at each other before soaring up and inquiring among themselves. Xiao Chuting. He actually dares to publicly announce his real name? Is he not afraid to die? Is that not Xiao family's expert in alchemy? Another Purple Mansion immortal clan has emerged. Cultivators rose into the air and bowed respectfully to Xiao Chuting. He stood in the sky when a blue-robed man appeared in the distance, surrounded by the radiance of his divine abilities. He cupped his fist and praised. Congratulations on breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm, fellow Daoist. I am Ning Tiaoxiao from the Azure Pond Sect. On behalf of the sect, we offer you the 5 western towns of Lixia as a congratulatory gift for attaining mastery of the divine abilities and wish you great success in refining your golden core. Xiao Chuting smiled gently and replied, My family has served the sect faithfully for over 3 centuries and is still grateful. In the future, we hope the immortal sect will continue to look out for us. Hearing this, Ning Tiaoxiao beamed and laughed heartily. You are an understanding man, fellow Daoist. The Xiao family will surely prosper. He then adopted a more serious tone. Fei Wangbai was framed by a villain and has now been released from the tower. The sect has already compensated him for his losses. If my subordinates have caused offense, I hope we can mend relations. Xiao Chuting nodded with a smile as more figures appeared beside him, surrounded by the radiance of their divine abilities. Congratulations from Golden Tang Gate. Best wishes from Changshao Gate. A crowd of Purple Mansion realm cultivators gathered around him, their smiles masking the fact that they had once viewed Peak Foundation establishment cultivators, such as Xiao Chuting had been, as expendable. The brilliance of their divine abilities radiated, making them appear ethereal. Even a three-eared fox demon perched on a cloud to look down at him with a grin. Shao shooting of the Lixia Shao family has advanced to the Purple Mansion realm today. The echoes continued unabated. Li Tongya stood at the peak of Mount Lijing and looked up slowly, his expression full of delight. He said in a low voice, "To think that Qi Wei died so quickly." Beside him, a young man holding a golden longbow raised his head slightly and said softly, "Good riddance." Li Tongya gripped the sword in his hand and spoke in a low tone. "This is important. 3 months later, I will personally visit the Shao family. Meanwhile, dispatch Donghe to convey our congratulations." Li Xianfeng acknowledged the instruction and slung his bow over his back, then rode the wind down right away. Before long, Li Xianxian and Li Xianling had hurried up the mountain, both with joyous expressions. Li Xianxian commented, "Qi Wei is finally dead. The Azure Pond sect is now in chaos and has lost some influence over the various prefectures." Indeed, Li Xianling nodded enthusiastically and added, "Now, the Shao family controls most of Lixiao Prefecture, making Moongaze Lake a remote, isolated enclave only connected to Mushroom Forest Plain by a few roads. Moongaze Lake is adjacent to Golden Tang Gate and Mount Dali, and beyond the desert lies the Golden Feather Sect. The Azure Pond sect will inevitably have a period of weakness ahead, and Moongaze Lake is the tricky, undesirable burden for them that is hard to control." Li Tongyan nodded slightly and said in a low voice, "In a few months, I will attend the Shao family's ceremony and inquire about these matters with Shao Yuanci." Understood. Both men cupped their fists respectfully, but Li Xianxian frowned with some worry and said, "If we are going to celebrate this achievement of reaching the Purple Mansion realm, we cannot attend empty-handed. Offering spirit items of the Qi Cultivation realm would look shabby, but our supply of Foundation Establishment realm treasures is depleted. What should we do?" After a few moments of thought, Li Tongya replied, "We must present a gift of the Foundation Establishment realm. The Shao family is on good terms with us, and we are also relying on them, so we must not cut corners. Do not worry about the Foundation Establishment realm treasures. I will visit the fox at Mount Dali later. If there is no news, I will head to Mount Yue." He paused for a moment and then asked, "How many spirit stones are left at home?" Li Xianxian understood Li Tongya's intention and replied quickly, "The spirit stones offered annually by Mount Yue accumulate each year. After meeting the needs of the family's cultivators, there are about 100 remaining. Adding the various items looted from Mount Yue before, the total comes to about 200. Li Tongya nodded and instructed gently, "Good, bring them over. This should be enough to buy some decent precious medicine, so we can rest easy." He waved his hand, and the two withdrew. Soon after, a clan soldier approached with his head bowed. He looked at Li Tongya with reverence and said respectfully, "Ancestor, Li Qiuyang requests an audience." "Qiuyang." Li Tongya raised an eyebrow, immediately guessing Li Qiuyang's intentions. He then responded in a low voice, "Let him come up." After a while, a figure appeared on the stone path, draped in a green robe. His temples were graying and his face showed slight wrinkles, marked by guilt as he bowed deeply before him. "Congratulations on breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm, clan uncle," Li Tongya hummed in response. Seeing that Li Qiuyang's cultivation remained stuck at the peak of the embryonic breathing realm, with his vitality declining and his spirit now dejected, Li Tongya remarked gently, "I remember you went into seclusion to break through to the Qi cultivation realm years ago. It seems it has not worked. I am deeply ashamed." Li Qiuyang sighed with remorse, bowing his head. "I took the family's Cave Spring Clear Spirit technique and Cave Spring Clear Qi into seclusion for a long time, but failed to absorb the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth. Instead, I lost some years of my lifespan, wasted the family's spirit pills." He stuttered in shame and guilt. Seeing Li Qiuyang in tears, Li Tongya sighed softly and said in a low voice, "Embryonic breathing realm and Qi cultivation realm are both mortal realms. Once you're over 60 and your vitality starts declining, cultivation becomes increasingly difficult. Only upon reaching the Foundation Establishment realm can one somewhat limit signs of aging. You have already passed 50, and your chances were slim from the start. Do not be too hard on yourself." He patted Li Qiuyang's shoulder and said gently, "Right now, the only option is to consume various unrefined Qi to advance to the Qi cultivation realm. If you wait any longer, you might not even be able to obtain any unrefined Qi." Consuming unrefined qi was much easier than refining normal spiritual qi. In those days, Shamili took only a year to break through after consuming unrefined qi, while others like Li Xianfeng and Li Xianling needed 3 to 5 years, showing the clear difference between the two methods. Understood. Thank you, clan uncle, Li Qiuyang said as he nodded silently. Li Tongyao advised, you are an elder of the family and the first elder to advance to qi cultivation at your age. You took spirit pills and the family's secret medicinal pills without successfully breaking through, showing how challenging it is. Your lesson will help future embryonic breathing realm cultivators over 50 understand the benefit of unrefined qi and avoid futile efforts that only shorten their lifespan. The secret medicinal pills naturally referred to talisman pills. Over the years, Lu Jiangxian converted several talisman qi of the qi cultivation realm into talisman pills, resulting in abundant reserves in the Li family. They didn't dare to sell them casually due to their ability to help cultivators break through minor stages. Li Qiuyang swore a profound scenery spiritual oath before receiving one to speed up his progress by several years. Li Tongya's words immediately improved Li Qiuyang's mood. Offering his experience for the benefit of younger generations, he felt his loss of lifespan was worthwhile. Cupping his fist respectfully to Li Tongya, Li Qiuyang lamented, I do not mind if clan uncle finds this laughable, but in my youth, I had a fateful encounter with the spirit fruit. My early cultivation progressed rapidly, and I believed I was destined for great things. I never expected it would later hinder my path. The swift changes between fortune and misfortune are beyond words. If future generations learn from my experience, perhaps they will avoid detours, and it would have been worthwhile. Indeed. Li Tongya comforted him with a few gentle words, then took out a jade vial, performing incantations that conjured droplets of crystal-clear talisman water in the air. He collected them into the jade vial, and then sealed the vial with a spell before handing it to Li Qiuyang. Chapter 240, Jing Dragon King. Seeing Li Qiuyang step forward to receive the bottle with both hands, Li Tongya advised once more, you failed to break through and damaged your body. This talisman water was condensed from my own immortal foundation and cannot be stored for long. Take it twice a day for 3 days, meditate carefully, and perhaps you can recover a little. Thank you, clan uncle. Li Qiuyang thanked him gratefully as he accepted the bottle and bowed deeply. Li Tongya then asked with a smile, I heard that you took a kid from the Chun family as your disciple. It has been several years now. How is he? Li Qiuyang nodded. His name is Chun Mufeng, a member of the Chun family, from the same lineage as Dongha. His talent is remarkable, even better than mine. He is now 12 years old and has just reached the 3rd stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Li Tongya raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by this revelation. He is indeed promising. You have taught him well, he praised. Li Qiuyang repeatedly shook his head and answered, the boy is a hard worker. Dongha's lineage has always been remarkable. I suspect his ancestors were not ordinary men at all. Li Tongya made a mental note of this before dismissing Li Qiuyang. He sheathed his long sword and then flew toward Mount Dali. He traveled along the mountain paths he was familiar with until he reached a cliff. A large banyan tree with pale leaves stood on the slope, its white leaves drifting to the ground. It covered the area with a beautiful dappled white pattern. As expected, a large red fox was sleeping under the tree. The moment Li Tongya landed, the fox's ears pricked up instantly, squinting warily before lying back down lazily. Qi Wei is dead. Even his metallic essence was taken away. The emissaries of death specially brought a Dharma artifact just to capture his metallic essence. It squeaked. Metallic essence? Li Tongya asked quietly. He had heard rumors before that the metallic essence was the key to forming the golden core, the source of the mysticism of the golden core realm cultivators, often transforming into various divine objects. However, he was unfamiliar with the emissaries of death, and his curiosity was very much piqued. Who are the emissaries of death? He asked. The fox flicked its tail before shooting a fleeting glance at Li Tongya, and it was about to respond when it suddenly jumped up, its eyes wide with surprise. It exclaimed loudly, You broke through to the Foundation establishment realm. Li Tongya nodded lightly, and the fox's expression immediately drooped. It rolled on the ground, grumbling. How annoying. I am still stuck between the 6th and 7th heavenly layers of the Qi cultivation realm, while you have already reached the Foundation establishment realm. It is frustrating. The fox was quite blunt, saying whatever was on its mind, which brought a smile to Li Tongya's face. The fox eventually sighed weakly. I don't know all that much. I was only repeating what I heard the demons above me say. Then, it lifted its head, sniffing at Li Tongya before grinding its teeth. What kind of immortal foundation did you cultivate? Li Tongya paused briefly and replied gently. Boundless ocean. Boundless ocean? The fox cocked its head in confusion and stroked its whiskers for a moment, when suddenly its eyes widened as big as saucers, as if hit by sudden realization. It's the Jing Dragon King. Jing Dragon King? Li Tongya repeated. Now it was his turn to be puzzled. The fox chuckled and explained. Is it the immortal foundation that grants the ability to predict droughts and floods by studying water channels, enter the water without disturbing crabs or fish, and has the ability to create talisman water? It is, Li Tongya confirmed. Initially, he had intended to keep it a secret, but he noticed that this fox was already well informed, so he cupped his fist and simply admitted it. The fox continued with a smile. In ancient times, this immortal foundation was called the Jing Dragon King, often formed by snake and dragon demons. That is how it got its name, and it is said to be a good one. It paused for a moment, smiling as it took the spirit rice handed over by Li Tongya, then added, there was once a foundation establishment realm rogue cultivator who practiced the Jing Dragon King in the northern foothills of Mount Dali. He came into the mountains a few times to slay demons, but he lacked insight and offended several demon generals. Hence, they chased him away. I saw that battle myself and have been keeping an eye on this immortal foundation ever since, so I know a bit more about it. Li Tongya nodded in comprehension. The fox rolled over to find a comfortable position to lie down and asked, so, what orders does this esteemed foundation establishment realm cultivator have for me today? Seeing the teasing expression on the fox's face, Li Tongya knew it was joking and replied, I would not dare give orders, but do you know where to find valuable medicinal herbs in the mountains, my friend? Medicinal herbs. Most are already claimed, though some might still remain hidden, it mumbled. The fox raised its head, waving its paw. But if I knew where to find them, would I leave them for you? I would have already eaten them to improve my cultivation. These herbs in the mountains are like the spirit patties you cultivators plant. Each one is recorded in the demon den's ledger, carefully monitored by demons, and immediately taken away when ready. It is best not to covet them. If you were a rogue cultivator, you could steal them and run away. However, considering your family lives at the foot of the mountain, offending the demon den would not be wise. Li Tongya nodded lightly and expressed his thanks for this information. After thinking for a few moments, he asked, if there is nothing to find in the mountains, do you know where else I could seek these medicinal herbs? A senior of mine has made a breakthrough, and we are closely connected to his family. We rely on them, so we are obliged to offer a respectable gift. The fox swayed its tail and pointed its paw toward Mount Yue, replying, right now, the only place left to search is within the territory of Mount Yue. There are just a few foundation establishment realm cultivators over there. As long as you carefully navigate around them, you will find that Mount Yue does not specialize in farming. Much of the land is dense forest, and if you search diligently for a few years, you will likely have made some valuable findings. Thank you, my friend. Li Tongya nodded as he sighed inwardly, already formulating a plan as he thought to himself. In just 3 months, how could I expect to find something so easily? I'll still have to spend this money after all. I'll first check out Mount Yue territory, and then visit the surrounding markets. The fox's black, beady eyes darted around as it asked tentatively, what kind of gift requires valuable medicinal herbs? Is it for a purple mansion realm cultivator? That senior of yours, could it be the new Daoist master of the Shao family? Li Tongya had known this white banyan fox for decades, so after some brief contemplation, he decided to answer honestly. Yes, it is for that Daoist master who has recently separated from Azure Pond's sect. Our family intends to forge an alliance with them. The fox narrowed its eyes thoughtfully for a few moments before its expression changed. It exclaimed, that Daoist master cultivates a divine ability known as Man on Creek, and your boundless ocean is one of its Dao partners. You must be careful not to consume any pills or herbs given by them. Do not follow in your younger brother's footsteps and become someone's supplement. The fox's concern was genuine, and Li Tongya nodded appreciatively, saying quietly, the Shao family specifically brought up the topic of Dao partners with me, intending to be transparent to avoid such suspicion. As for the pills, Li Tongya carefully recalled, and after digging through distant memories, he spoke with a serious expression. I only received one medicine powder from the Daoist master back when I was in the 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. That was the only instance, so it shouldn't be a concern. Make sure you stay aware is all. The fox lowered its head and gloomily counted the spirit rice as it replied. I came down from the demon den and do not have many friends in the mountains. There are plenty who want to eat me, though. I imagine your world is not much different. I have to protect myself, and you should avoid being eaten too. For at least 100 years, you and I can still chat under this tree. Li Tongya stared blankly at the fox for a moment before chuckling softly. Agreed. Chapter 241, Achievements Through Generations, I. Dividing off the eastern mountainous region, offering treasures from the southern border to the old flood dragon, and keeping the purple smoke gate in the north allied and relatively quiet, while being cut off by Shao shooting to the west. Qiuyang muttered as he sat silently on the radiant throne, holding his forehead in distress. He felt deeply uneasy, only now realizing what Qi Wei had meant. At this point, the Azure Pond sect was like a volcano on the verge of erupting. No sooner had Qi Wei died than the Shao family declared themselves an immortal clan. Several other immortal sects had continually tested the waters, and families across various prefectures had grown restless. If not for the 4 Purple Mansion realm cultivators holding the fort, things would have already gone awry. Now, the only option is to appease and keep the Shao family neutral, while firmly suppressing the families. As long as there are 4 Purple Mansion realm cultivators within the sect, nothing too drastic will happen. Qiuyang thought of how the Shao family had produced 4 Foundation Establishment realm cultivators overnight and ground his teeth in fury. He struck the armrest heavily and cursed out loud. What an annoying clan. While he remained deep in thought, a person approached and reported respectfully. Sect Master, Linghai Prefecture has been in turmoil. A group of devil cultivators incited rogue cultivators to attack the market established by our Azure Pond sect. Fortunately, several peak masters arrived in time to disperse the crowd and capture a few impoverished rogues. Qiuyang raised his head in disbelief, asking in a stern voice, how could this happen? How dare these rogue cultivators assault our immortal sect's market? The man hesitated for a moment before replying. According to the peak masters, it seems these people have been bewitched by devil techniques and acted in madness. This is no trivial matter. Devil techniques. Qiuyang froze for a moment. In ancient times, people would always say devils should be killed on sight. Nowadays, few distinguished between immortals and devils. If anything, it was most likely a curse spell. Don't worry about them for now, he said with a dismissive wave of his hand. The man cupped his fist in acknowledgement before continuing. Fei Wangbai has left the tower, gathered his belongings from the Azure Pond Peak, and left without speaking to the Daoist master. He headed out on his own. Qiuyang chuckled and nodded. Let him do whatever he wants. Li Tongya bid farewell to the fox and continued heading east with the wind, landing at the market on Cloud-Crowned Peak. Now that Shao shooting had attained the Purple Mansion realm, the market felt different, frequently hosting cultivators who arrived specifically to discuss the Shao family. Li Tongya found a spirit medicine store. Inside, a Qi Cultivation realm apprentice was counting medicinal ingredients behind the counter. Spotting Li Tongya, he immediately stood up and walked over with a welcoming smile. Old master, are you here to purchase some herbs? Yes, good medicine, Li Tongya replied with a nod. The apprentice was momentarily stunned before dropping to his knees. Might you be a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator? He asked nervously, head bowed. Yes, Li Tongya answered softly. With that confirmation, the apprentice fell prostrate, bowing repeatedly and struggling to speak. I apologize for my lack of manners. Please follow me upstairs, senior, he stammered. Li Tongya was at a loss for words, surprised by the reverence given to Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. He wanted to speak, but remained silent when he noticed the apprentice trembling, simply ascending the stairs without another word. The second floor was furnished much more lavishly, with several Qi Cultivation realm cultivators busy browsing the counters for ingredients. As Li Tongya walked through the door, all eyes turned toward him instantly. The moment their spiritual senses came in contact with his aura, they quickly withdrew it in shock and greeted him respectfully. Greetings, senior. Greetings, ancestor. Seeing how cautious the Qi cultivators were, and sensing the sudden hush in the shop, Li Tongya waved his hand somewhat awkwardly. Continue as you were. I'm only here to find some ingredients. Understood. The cultivators awkwardly resumed their browsing but exchanged uncertain glances with each other, eventually leaving one by one until the entire shop was empty, except for Li Tongya. The shopkeeper, though business was disrupted, plastered on an ingratiating smile and said respectfully, "What would you like, senior? Do you have any spirit medicine?" Li Tongya asked. The shopkeeper frowned slightly at this, and he stammered, "Selling spirit medicine is forbidden under the orders of the Azure Pond Sect. Only the Immortal Sect itself can handle such transactions." Li Tongya paused and reflected on the earlier presence of Qi cultivators, a suspicion forming in his mind. He murmured quietly, "It seems this market is no longer of use to Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators." The shopkeeper responded respectfully, "Senior, Cloud Crown Peak Market provides spirit items and Dharma artifacts mainly for the embryonic breathing and Qi cultivation realm. It is rare for Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators to visit here. However, you may find useful information from the nearby clans. Some of them might have what you are looking for." He continued, "Only a few markets in Yu State have spirit items and artifacts suitable for those of the Foundation Establishment Realm. In the past, the Moongaze Lake Market attracted many Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. Unfortunately, it is no longer active." Seeing Li Tongya deep in thought, the shopkeeper offered an obsequious smile and continued, "You should ask around. The Immortal clans on the peak, the Yuan family at Mushroom Forest Plain, and the Yu and Fei families at Moongaze Lake might know where to find the spirit medicine you're looking for." Li Tongya nodded, though he couldn't help but inwardly chuckle to himself. Buying spirit medicine from the Shao family just to give it back as a gift is quite absurd. Observing Li Tongya's expression, the shopkeeper asked carefully, "Senior, may I inquire which family you are an ancestor of, or which peak you cultivate at? I can gather information for you and bring any updates if there come any." Raising an eyebrow, Li Tongya realized that this shopkeeper was smart and bold indeed, trying to find a powerful patron. However, he couldn't reveal his identity, as only close allies and immediate family knew of his recent breakthrough. Moreover, it wasn't time to intervene in this market yet. He waved it off dismissively. "I am just a rogue cultivator." The shopkeeper wiped the sweat from his forehead and apologized profusely. Li Tongya didn't mind this, and, noting the shopkeeper's shrewdness, left him an open-ended command. "Keep your ears open. I will return in a few years." The shopkeeper brightened at this and nodded repeatedly as Li Tongya ascended on the wind, vanishing above the market. Finally, wiping his brow, the shopkeeper murmured, "With the Foundation Establishment Realm clan supporting us, we could move closer to the market center and avoid being pushed around." His apprentice stepped forward and whispered, "How can you be sure? What if he is really just a rogue cultivator? Would we not be inviting trouble?" With a sly grin, the shopkeeper replied, "The senior was seeking spirit medicine directly and openly, which are not something rogue cultivators can easily afford." His aura was commanding, indicating high status. Even at worst, he would at least have a small temple. "I see you still have much to learn." "Yes," the apprentice acknowledged. The staff, now cheerful, resumed organizing their herbs with renewed energy. Chapter 242, Achievements Through Generations, 2. Li Tongya ascended on the wind, while the cloud-crowned peak market below grew smaller. He mused to himself, "Our family is backed by the mountains, producing many herbs and spirit items. Having a shop in the market is essential. With alchemy recipes and furnaces at home, establishing a lineage of alchemists is crucial, and medicines are indispensable. This clever and bold shopkeeper could be useful later on, so I'll keep him as a potential asset." Reflecting on how others had reacted to his presence, he was deeply moved. He had always known Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators were respected, but not to such an extent. He recalled how when Fei Wangbai descended from the sky, the Li brothers could only muster a facade of bravado. Now, having reached the Foundation Establishment Realm himself, he was among the same rank, being addressed as Ancestor, and on par with a peak master of Azure Pond Sect. There are the 3 sects, 7 gates. Azure Pond had 36 peaks, and most Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, around 40 of them. The Golden Feather Sect and Yu Cultivating Sect combined have 50 or so, and the remaining 7 gates have around 50 to 60. Adding in the various families and rogue cultivators, Yu State likely has just over 200 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. With a population of millions and tens of thousands of cultivators, only a little over 200 were at the Foundation Establishment Realm, highlighting their rarity. Though the Li family couldn't compare to the Shao family, they had solid foundations now compared to other families. With the support of their talisman seeds, Li Xianfeng was on the path to the Foundation Establishment realm. As for the Purple Mansion realm, Li Tongyao sighed. After meeting so many people, only his fourth brother Li Jing and Jingming showed potential to reach the Purple Mansion realm. Adding those with mere passing encounters, perhaps Ningguan could be included. Xianxian and Xianling lack spiritual orifices and rely on talisman seeds. Reaching the Qi cultivation realm was already a huge feat for them. Xianfeng is too fierce and wild. He is good at killing men and demons, but likely will not reach the Purple Mansion realm. Yuan Jiao and Qinghong have better talents, but not to a monstrous level. With talisman seeds, they might have a chance at the Foundation Establishment realm, but Purple Mansion realm is still a long shot. Who knows how many generations it will take for the Li family to produce someone like that. He then sighed into the open sky, chastising himself for being too impatient. Then he muttered, 1 or 2 Foundation Establishment realm cultivators should be enough to maintain the family legacy while slowly accumulating more. The Shao family needed 300 years for a Purple Mansion realm cultivator to emerge. The Li family is not even 100 years old yet, so demanding more is pointless. Refocusing his thoughts on the spirit medicine, he considered the clans he could approach. The Shao and Yu families are out of the question, and the Fei family is as poor as ours. The Yuan family has not had much contact with us. However, an idea suddenly struck him, and he thought to himself, there's one place worth checking out. I should speak to that person. Since we're neighbors, this is the perfect opportunity to form good relations. Having made up his mind, Li Tongyao rose into the air and headed west. Li Yuanjiao. Li Qinghong called out as she approached with a big smile. Her clear voice snapped Li Yuanjiao out of his thoughts. He grunted angrily and scolded. Li Qinghong, it has been 3 years, and you cannot even bring yourself to call me big brother? Heh. Li Qinghong planted her long spear on the ground. The red tassel fluttered in the air as her crimson robe swayed gently in the breeze. Are you thinking about my future sister-in-law? She teased. Li Yuanjiao blushed, letting out a humph. He smiled and drew his sword, feigning anger. Still so cheeky. Call me big brother. With that, he raised his sword to fend off Li Qinghong's sharp spear. They laughed as they sparred for dozens of exchanges. Li Qinghong's spear skills had improved significantly, causing Li Yuanjiao to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Despite this, he did not shy away from taunting her relentlessly. You spent all those years with a clan and only learned this much? He chuckled. Li Qinghong didn't respond, but swung her spear even more fiercely. They both employed the river-crossing torrential step, though neither was very skilled at it. Each one would execute half a move for every full one of the other, each taking turns gaining and losing the upper hand. After reaching a stalemate, they burst into laughter and stopped their sparring, sitting down to chat. Qinghong, your spear skills have greatly improved, and your cultivation has also increased. Those 3 years with the Fei family were not wasted. Li Yuanjiao praised, speaking earnestly this time. Brother, you do not know this, but the spiritual qi concentration on the Fei family's glacial cloud peak greatly surpasses ours. Moreover, they have a vast territory and many peaks, so it is no wonder they produce so many qi cultivators, Li Qinghong replied with a smile. Li Yuanjiao wiped his brow and sheathed his sword. With a laugh, he said, is that not the truth? If our family did not have Mount Huaqian and Mount Yue to support us, where would our steady supply of spirit rice come from? We would not even be able to pay the family's tributes. Our elders and we juniors alike would probably delay our breakthroughs by 3 or 4 years. The two locked eyes. Li Qinghong said softly, Brother, you are absolutely right. From my perspective, without the family's expansion and prosperity, how could the branches and clans be as compliant as they are now? People are motivated by profit and fear death. The ancestor uses intimidation, and the elders placate with benefits. This is the way to achieve lasting stability. I never thought you would have such insight. Li Yuanjiao teased her before saying seriously, you have indeed hit the nail on the head. With our eldest brother gone, it is up to you and I to lead our generation. We must plan carefully to maintain control over the various clans and branches. Li Qinghong's sincere nod showed her agreement, and Li Yuanjiao appreciated her understanding, feeling the mutual trust between them deepening. Suddenly, he recalled something, his expression changing as he asked in a grave tone, I heard from the elders that you intend to practice the Purple Thunder secret origin technique? Father asked me to dissuade you. Qinghong, if you have something on your mind, why not share it with me? Li Qinghong nodded slowly and spoke softly. That's right. The technique is exceptionally powerful and perfectly matches a Dharma artifact in the family. I love the spear, so how could I not be tempted by such a technique? My branch already has Yuan to carry on the lineage, so I am free from such a burden. Not being able to bear an heir is no problem. Liu and Zhao could only nod. After 3 years apart, both siblings had made great progress. They exchanged thoughts and judged people, appreciating each other's growth. Looking up, Liu and Zhao noticed a streak of light coming from the east. Uncle is back from his hunt. His golden age longbow is truly dazzling, he remarked with awe. Qinghong's mood dimmed as she responded softly. Do not laugh at me, brother. I am ambitious, so I understand him well. Uncle is skilled in the art of killing, but is constrained within the small world of Mount Yue. I fear he is not content. People like him are meant to roam the world like the heroes in novels, settling scores freely, but he is confined to this mountain. Naturally, he is frustrated, though he never expresses it. Liu and Zhao froze for a moment, realizing this for the first time. He raised an eyebrow and asked quietly, Do the elders know? Qinghong pursed her lips before replying. How could they not know? They see it, but are wary of the circumstances and say nothing. Every elder carries their burdens, all for the family. Liu and Zhao remained silent, gripping his sword tightly. After a long pause, he sighed. With our family's strength currently, it will take several generations to build an immortal clan. Chapter 243, Meeting Fei Luoya. Li Tongya rode the winds westward, crossing the big fish creek that marked the boundary between eastern Mount Yue and the Li family's territory. He flew over Shamili's palaces, venturing deeper into Mount Yue territory. As he journeyed west, the jungle thickened. The villages appeared more desolate and dilapidated now, their dirt roads strewn with abandoned skeletons. The living, emaciated to the point where their skin was tightly stretched over bones, crawled on the ground, boiling the white bones in broken pots to make a grayish soup. They were surrounded by howling and hungry jackals, waiting for the people to fall. Li Tongya observed silently as he flew over the vibrant Lijing town, the nicely renovated homes of thousands of households in eastern Mount Yue, then to the lands of Mount Yue where bones littered the ground and where beasts devoured humans. He glanced briefly at the skeletal, emaciated people who looked up as he passed, then continued westward on the wind. Several dozen li westward, where human settlements became slightly more frequent but equally dilapidated, he finally caught sight of a dark mountain with what seemed like a temple built atop it. Li Tongya landed before the mountain, noticing many blackened heads impaled on stakes. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the eyes of the mounted heads snapped open, and those that still had their mouths intact began wailing. Living people, living people. Li Tongya waited quietly until a man in simple robes, his hair disheveled and eyes pale, approached. The man, a chi cultivator at the 6th heavenly layer, squinted at Li Tongya. Then, with relative politeness, he cupped his fist and greeted him before saying, Please follow me up the mountain. Li Tongya shook his head, smiling. Your master's curse is truly bizarre. I dare not ascend. Please have him come down. The man with pale gray eyes removed a head from a stake with a grin before heading up the mountain. The remaining heads closed their eyes, dead once more. After a few moments, a figure dressed in elaborate clothes with a storage pouch tied at his waist descended from the mountain. He wore the attire of a cultivator but bore the features of a Mount Yue native, and he was holding a dark gourd. Glancing at Li Tongya, he exclaimed in surprise, Li Tongya, you have achieved the Foundation Establishment realm. Greetings to you, Senior Fei Luoya. Li Tongya greeted as he recognized the man in front of him. This person was indeed the Foundation Establishment realm cultivator from Mount Yue who, years ago during the division of Mount Wu, had been compelled by the Shao family to cede parts of eastern Mount Yue to the Li family. Upon seeing Li Tongya's successful advancement to the Foundation Establishment realm, Fei Luoya became significantly more polite. I expected no less of a sword immortal clan. To establish your foundation in just a few years is indeed enviable. While he spoke courteously, it was evident that Fei Luoya was still preoccupied with the old grievances between their families, his expression somewhat strained. However, given Li Tongya's background and newfound strength, he dared not show open displeasure, but instead forced a smile. You flatter me, Senior, Li Tongya said as he cupped his fist, adding, It has been many years. I deeply regret any offenses from the past, and I am grateful that you bear no grudges, for which the Li family is thankful. Haha. Fei Luoya laughed dryly. Li Tongya continued with a few more pleasantries. easing the atmosphere significantly, making Fei Lia continue politely. So, what brings Brother Tongya here? Li Tongya nodded and replied. Living next to each other, our families should have had a better relationship. However, we have not interacted due to long-standing issues, and I deeply regret this. Senior's capabilities are formidable, and I, Li Tongya, hold deep respect for you and wish to ease the tensions between us. Oh, you're flattering me, Fei Luoya replied as he raised an eyebrow, his expression having improved significantly. Li Tongya then continued. I have a good friend who needs a spirit herb to collect its properties. Despite offering a hefty reward, I have yet to find the desired item. Considering the spiritual richness within the Mount Yue territory, Senior, you must possess many such precious spirit herbs, which could earn you a handsome profit. Fei Luoya laughed heartily, believing that he understood Li Tongya's intent. I see Brother Tongya is eyeing that substantial reward, planning to mediate and take a cut for yourself. Li Tongya smiled faintly and nodded in response. Senior is insightful. Indeed, it is a way for us both to make money. With the abundance of precious spirit herbs in Mount Dali and Mushroom Forest Plain, I sought out the Senior rather than others. Is this not also a gesture of goodwill? Upon reflection, Fei Lia found Li Tongya's words rather sensible. He indeed had several precious spirit herbs lying around, and used. Li Tongya then added, this is a long-term deal, not just an affair of a day or two. If Senior wishes to mend ties with my family and earn this money, then let us collaborate. Fei Luoya laughed loudly and replied, since Brother Tongya has put it this way, where is there any reason for me to refuse? Li Tongya, having previously forced Fei Luoya back, had already noticed that this man spent his days cultivating in Mount Yue, not mingling with the secular world. He was someone fierce on the outside but tender-hearted, and having been frightened by the joint efforts of the Shao and Fei families, he was actually terrified of Li Tongya. From creating something out of nothing, inverting right and wrong, Li Tongya had turned a situation where he had no choice but to ask for help into a mutually beneficial, relationship-smoothing opportunity. He thought to himself, this man is skilled in curses and is a Mount Yue native. He probably doesn't even know the prices of most spirit herbs. However, he is a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, and it wouldn't be right to deceive him. Spirit herbs are priceless. Purchasing them at market price and planning for the future to use as favors or for disciples to consume is indeed a good strategy. Acting briskly, Fei Lia pulled out 5 or 6 wooden boxes and displayed them for Li Tongya to see. Li Tongya picked one up to examine closely. Each exuded a strong aura and sparkled colorfully. Upon closer inspection, he recognized none of them but remained composed, using a spell to carefully examine the smallest fruit. Fei Lia was momentarily embarrassed and whispered, I am afraid to say this for fear of being laughed at, but brother, I do not know what this is either. Thus, I have never used it and have stored it here for many years. The medicinal power is about to dissipate. If Brother Tongya had not come, I would have no trustworthy acquaintances in this area to turn to. You're truly solving my urgent dilemma. Li Tongya cupped his fist and said with a smile, since brother is being so honest, I will not mince words. The fruit matches the specifications required by my friend, and although the size is a bit small, it will just about do. Fei Luoya nodded before gritting his teeth. Brother Tongya, do you think this fruit is worth 100 spirit stones? He asked rather awkwardly. 100 spirit stones. Li Tongya let out a laugh, and although he didn't know much about it, he was aware that spirit herbs couldn't be bought for merely 100 spirit stones. He replied in a straightforward manner, I will give you 200 spirit stones for now. I will take this item, and if I find out its price, I will return for the excess or compensate for the shortfall and bring it to you. 200 spirit stones. Fei Luoya was instantly shocked. Li Tongya's honest way of speaking gave him a new perception of Li Tongya, earning much of his trust. Meanwhile, Li Tongya thought to himself with glee, as for when I'll find out the price, and when I'll return or compensate, that's all up to me to say. Fei Luoya is truly an honest man. Fei Luoya nodded repeatedly as Li Tongya counted out 200 spirit stones. Watching him joyfully accept them, Li Tongya then took out the jade box he had retrieved from the ruins of the Moongaze Lake Market to store the brightly colored spirit fruit. Fei Luoya glanced reluctantly at it, but then suddenly became startled, greatly alarmed. Far more knowledgeable about formations and curses than Li Tongya, he found himself transfixed by the intricate patterns on the jade box, continuously scrutinizing its exquisite details. Li Tongya, ever so sharp, quickly thought of a witty response and casually said, "This jade box was a gift from that friend of mine so that I can collect the precious medicine." The more Fei looked, the more amazed he felt, murmuring, "This could easily hold treasures of the Purple Mansion realm." "This friend of yours?" Li Tongya laughed heartily and replied, "He was introduced by the Sword Immortal, a Daoist master of the Purple Mansion realm." Chapter 244, Demoted to a Minor Sect. A Daoist master of the Purple Mansion realm? Fei was startled by the revelation. Previously, he had only heard that the ancestor of the Li family held a prestigious position within the Azure Pond sect and showed potential of reaching the Purple Mansion realm. But he had never imagined that a Daoist master of the Purple Mansion realm would humbly address the Li family as brothers. The gap between them was vast, not measurable by ordinary standards, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Although Fei had spent many years in seclusion on Mount Yue and didn't quite grasp the art of social interaction and speech, he was no fool. His mind quickly turned, and he thought to himself, this is not just potential for the Purple Mansion realm. Their starting point is the Purple Mansion realm, with prospects for the Golden Core realm. To have a Daoist master of the Purple Mansion realm lower himself to address Li Tongya as a brother is truly unbelievable. Observing Li Tongya's calm and composed demeanor, Fei suddenly had an epiphany and internally exclaimed in shock, "This is probably not about a hefty reward. It's clear that some Purple Mansion realm cultivator is using his influence for personal gain, leveraging the Azure Pond sect's procurement channels to profit the Li family, aiming to please that Li Che. Sword Immortal. Li Tongya is not only making a friendly gesture, but also issuing a warning." This thought lingered in his mind for a while, and as Fei grew more convinced of his speculations, he couldn't help but praise his own clear and sharp mind. He marveled at how capable he was of deducing conclusions from a single instance, and thought to himself, the world of mortals truly hides mysteries in every phrase. We people of Mount Yue are as pure as white jade. Fortunately, I was born astute, able to deduce the deeper truths from slight hints. Fei Luoya's smile grew even warmer, and he praised, "Your clan is truly remarkable. I admire it." Li Tongya chuckled softly, knowing that this man had likely understood his hint. After chatting briefly with Fei Luoya, he said with a smile, "The Daoist master of the Shao family has made a breakthrough, and I must attend the ceremony, so I will not stay long. I will visit you again soon, brother." "Go ahead, Brother Tongya, do not mind me. From now on, you are welcome to come and go freely in my mountain. No need for formalities." Fei Luoya said warmly, now calling him brother, and he dared not delay matters concerning a Purple Mansion realm cultivator. He saw Li Tongya off with a beaming smile and breathed a sigh of relief once the man was gone, murmuring, "What a relief. The grudge between the Li family and me has been resolved." Li Tongya is unassuming and keeps a low profile, but he is a man of deep thoughts. After this conversation, I now realize that I was easily led by the nose. Reflecting on the conversation, Fei gritted his teeth slightly and muttered softly to himself, "Never mind him now. Fu Daimu has already made a breakthrough to the late Foundation establishment realm. If I were to offend the Li family now, I would be walking toward my own demise. This arrangement now is for the best." Li Tongya had finally resolved the issue with the spirit herb, and he was feeling great. He flew eastward for a while, crossing numerous forests and finally landing on Mount Lijing. Li Xianxian was in the courtyard, drawing talismans. Seeing Li Tongya land, he quickly left his seat and cupped his fist, greeting him. "Second uncle." Li Tongya responded with a smile, twirling his beard. "The matter of the spirit herb has been resolved. Now I just need to go and offer my congratulations," he added after a brief pause. Li Tongya had been running around east and west for the past 2 weeks, inquiring everywhere until he had finally resolved the matter. Seeing him covered in dust, Li Xianxian smiled. "Second uncle is indeed amazing," he praised earnestly. However, Li Tongya simply sighed in response and waved his hand dismissively. "I also resolved the old grudge with Fei along the way. As a cultivator from Mount Yue in the Foundation establishment realm, he has no great demands from mortals or the land, so there are no deep-seated hatreds or fundamental conflicts of interest between our families, and hence support is possible," he declared. Moreover, Fei Luoya's shamanic spells are tricky and terrifying. This trip to the west not only removed apprehension, but might also turn into a headache for our enemies in the future, which is not bad at all, he continued as he lightly clapped his hands. Li Tongya took the main seat after sharing his thoughts, and then asked, "How have things been recently?" Li Xuanxuan's eyebrows lifted with joy as he nodded continuously and whispered, "Xianfeng has gone into the mountains several times to slay demons, and found an opportunity to break through to the 7th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. He says that unaffiliated Qi cultivation realm demons in the mountains are becoming rarer, so he has gone into seclusion to break through. Yuanyun has reached a suitable age, and Xianling has selected a maiden with a spiritual orifice for him, set a good date for their wedding, and returned to the mountain to go into seclusion. Household affairs are still managed by me, but..." Li Xianxian paused, then continued, "Mount Lijing is not a famous mountain or major vein, and the spiritual qi is insufficient. With too many qi cultivators on the mountain, the concentration of spiritual qi keeps decreasing, which is really not conducive for our cultivation. This is still when second uncle is not cultivating on the mountain, and if another foundation establishment realm cultivator were to be added to the list, I fear we all won't be able to cultivate at all." Li Tongya frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, "What about Mount Huaqian? Donghe and Zheyan are cultivating on Mount Huaqian, and Uncle Qiuyang is also in seclusion there trying to make a breakthrough. Mount Huaqian has a spirit spring and could still accommodate 2 or 3 more cultivators, but its formations are incomplete, and we have never sent a direct descendant there," Li Xianxian answered. Li Tongya sighed softly, saying quietly, "Our family strength has grown significantly, but our territory has not kept pace. The Yu family is powerful, with too large a sphere of influence, leaving our family restrained. Yuan Zhao and Qinghong are about to start Qi cultivation, and if we don't suppress the Yu family and weaken them, the days ahead will be even more difficult." Li Xianxian nodded in agreement. A few years ago, they had made Eastern Mount Yue a vassal, but the Li family had not yet fully assimilated Eastern Mount Yue. To truly digest it, they needed to establish a mountain sect and station Qi cultivators there. With the Yu family watching covetously, the Li family had already suffered losses, not even daring to send a direct descendant to guard Mount Huaqian. How could they dare to openly establish a mountain sect now? After careful consideration, Li Xianxian answered, "Eastern Mount Yu can support the upkeep and stationing of 3 to 5 cultivators, and Mount Huaqian can still support 2 more. If it were not for the suppression by the Yu family, our cultivators could even double and still be supported." Li Tongya nodded and waved his hand, saying, "I know. I will visit the Shao family to seek an audience with the Daoist master and inquire about this matter." Li Xianxian responded respectfully, then suddenly remembered something and smiled, saying, "Second uncle, my several concubine-born sons have now established their own families, and together have 3 sons and 4 daughters. They are the first batch of the Shi and Yu generation, but they are all under 7 years old, so their spiritual orifices are not yet discernible." "Oh." Li Tongya nodded gently and instructed, "If these children lack spiritual orifices, they will be the first generation to be demoted from a major sect to a minor sect since our family's rules were established. We must handle this properly to avoid any resentment." According to the rules set by Li Tongya years ago, even if Li Xuanxuan's concubine-born children lacked spiritual orifices, they would still be considered part of the major sect, classified as legitimate concubine-born offspring. However, should these offspring's children also lack spiritual orifices, they would then be demoted to a minor sect. The difference between the 2 statuses was vast, both in terms of treatment and the rules of the sect, not to mention the detailed, yet significant rule that children of the minor sect could not be part of the generational ranks of the major sect. "Understood," Li Xianxian responded. Li Tongya then continued warmly, "Once these children are over 7 years old and their spiritual orifices have been identified, they must be sent up the mountain together. They must not be secretly raised at the foot of the mountain. Naturally, you will manage the finer details of this yourself." "Yes," Li Xianxian replied obediently as he cupped his fist and left. After dismissing Li Xianxian, Li Tongya chose not to compete with the younger generation for spiritual qi for cultivation and instead took out a jade slip and began to read it intently. Chapter 245, The Daoist Master's Ceremony. It was easy to lose track of time when one was cultivating. Li Tongya sat cross-legged on a rock atop the mountain, reading the law of celestial moon. Light and shadow mingled and danced around him as dewdrops fell, and in such moments of distraction, 2 months had fluttered by. "The further I go, the more difficult it becomes," Li Tongya murmured to himself. He had read about a fifth of the law of celestial moon and already felt it was becoming increasingly challenging and confusing. He shook his clothes and put away the jade slip, then glanced at the dew all around him. He mused, although Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators have lengthy lifespans and no longer need food, the time spent in cultivation really flies by like a fleeting horse. He took a few steps down to a stone table where an emerald jade pot and a white jade cup were placed. The jade pot, a luxury item of the embryonic breathing realm, was warm to the touch due to the piping hot tea inside it. Li Xianxian was considerate and had someone deliver fresh tea to him daily. Xianer is over 40 now, and it seems he won't make it to the Foundation Establishment realm. Li Tongya mumbled as he looked at the jade pot, thinking, the child is sensible, diving straight into the art of talisman. The family needs such people. If everyone aimed for Foundation Establishment realm, hoping against hope and dying if they fail, what would become of our middle and upper echelon of martial power? Collecting his thoughts, Li Tongya continued down the stone steps. A small hut appeared before him where an old woman, her hair white and face withered, sat quietly holding a leopard cat. She had several letters laid out in front of her. Li Tongya paused and sighed. His face instantly aged as he wiped his hand across his face, transforming from a man in his 40s to one nearing 70. He then approached the lady and spoke softly. My dear. Lu Rochuan turned her head, her eyes tired and old. She stood up in slight surprise when she caught his eyes. You're out of seclusion already, my dear? That was quick, she said. Seeing Li Tongya remain silent, Lu Rochuan felt a bit guilty and softly said, I have failed again and wasted your spirit herbs. Now only at the 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm, Lu Rochuan had failed twice to condense the 5th jade capital chakra, her lifespan further reduced. Li Tongya had found many spirit herbs for her, but cultivation was becoming increasingly difficult, and even the status of an unrefined qi cultivator seemed out of her reach now. Li Tongya placed 2 fingers together on Lu Rochuan's wrist, closed his eyes for a few breaths, then took out a jade bottle from his storage pouch. He then whispered instructions to her, saying, Take this healing medicine over 3 days. I will condense talisman water later. Take it twice every 3 days. My dear. Lu Rochuan coughed softly, interrupting Li Tongya, and smiled. At this point, we should give up already. After losing lifespan twice now, I do not have many years left. It'd be too cruel to continue cultivating like this. Li Tongya stiffened, feeling a pang in his heart. He stopped in his movements and took in Lu Rochuan's aged face. All right, he said gently. After a brief conversation, Li Tongya helped her into the house, as she had grown tired due to her now reduced lifespan and mana. Then, turning around, he saw a middle-aged man in gray clothes standing on the stone steps, cupping his fist. Father, take good care of your mother, Li Tongya quietly instructed, watching as Li Xianling nodded and entered the house. He then soared into the air, flying eastward. Shao shooting ceremony was set at Xianyu Peak, a majestic mountain with a robust earth vein and abundant spiritual qi. Its summit was shrouded in clouds and mist, and from time to time, figures shuttled through the air, alighting from the breeze. The Yu River flowed by, its clear waters carrying numerous boats. Li Tongya landed at the foot of the mountain where a stone gateway stood. It was carved with many formation patterns, its surface shimmering with mana, substantial and thick. 2 youths in brocade robes stood on either side of the gateway. Upon seeing Li Tongya descend, they approached respectfully and greeted him. Greetings, senior. May we ask which sect, which prefecture, or from which secluded immortal mountain does your immortal clan hail? Li Tongya nodded lightly and answered, I dare not claim to be of the immortal clans. I am Li Tongya from the Li family of Li Jing. The face of the youth on the right, adorned in brocade and silver boots, lit up immediately and responded respectfully. Greetings, Senior Tongya. I am Shao Gitu, Guailwan is my younger sister. Our families will soon be joined in marriage, and I hope for your continued favor. The youth on the left smiled politely, adding, So, you are from a sword immortal clan. Please ascend the mountain, senior. My clan's elder has been waiting for a long time. Li Tongya nodded, and the embryonic breathing realm cultivators on either side stepped back, allowing a qi cultivator to come forward to lead the way. After all, a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator should be given distinguished treatment. As soon as they passed through the stone gateway, a winding staircase appeared before them. Greetings, Senior Tongya. It has been decades, and you have already become a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. That's truly impressive, said the Qi cultivator as they ascended the stairs, smiling warmly. Oh, Li Tongya was slightly startled and curious, seeing that the cultivator was only at the second heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. You have seen me, yet I do not recognize you, Li Tongya continued, observing the man. The cultivator smiled and replied, I am from a branch of the Shao family, most closely related to Brother Yongling. That year, I had just formed the profound scenery chakra and served Brother Yongling, working near Cloud Crown Peak. That year, the snow was heavy, and it was cold in spring. I accompanied elder Brother Yongling on a tour of our family properties, and we stopped at a tavern. We saw two men, dressed in simple attire belied their extraordinary demeanor. Elder Brother Yongling was delighted and drank with them. I was just one of many attendants, yet I listened to the inspiring conversation. Li Tongyan nodded in realization, and the Qi cultivator laughed. One of those men was called Wan Yuankai, and the other was you. It was a brief meeting at the tavern. After we left, I shared my impressions with Brother Yongling, especially about Wan Yuankai's mastery of the Azure Essence Chakra at such a young age, and his refined discourse. I felt he was not ordinary indeed. Elder Brother Yongling simply laughed and remarked that Wan Yuankai, despite his talents, was overly straightforward and naive. He said that he was more suited as a friend than a partner, being only above average. He then spoke highly of you, noting your cautious and profound character. He was convinced that, given time, you would accomplish great things. Li Tongya couldn't help but smile, truly moved by the man's words. The Qi cultivator chuckled softly and whispered, Back then, I doubted his judgment, but seeing your achievements today, I realized Brother Yongling's insight was indeed remarkable. Li Tongya shook his head, amused, his lips curling up in appreciation of the man's tactful flattery, which showed a keen and meticulous mind. It seems we were indeed destined to meet again. Li Tongya laughed. The Qi cultivator nodded enthusiastically, and after a brief chat, he asked with some concern, But I have not seen Wan Yuankai in many years. How is he now? Li Tongya paused and sighed deeply. When the Golden Tang Gate moved south, the Wan family was annihilated, and Brother Yuankai died in that conflict, over 30 years ago now. The Qi cultivator's expression faltered, his eyes dimming as he struggled to find words. Chapter 246, The Golden Bamboo Fruit. Li Tongya flicked his sleeves, his expression tinged with a hint of melancholy as the north wind rustled through the woods, the echo of their words lingering. The Qi cultivator gently cupped his fist and responded, That's a pity. Li Tongya nodded and asked, May I know your name? The man responded with a light gesture of respect and smiled as he replied, Xiao Jiuqing. As they were talking, a gust of wind whooshed down the path. The newcomer had sharp eyes and was clad in a snow-white fox fur coat with a dharma sword tied at his waist. Despite appearing to be in his early 40s, he maintained the handsome features that a middle-aged man would otherwise possess. Relaxing his spell, he cupped his fist and greeted them. It has been many years, Brother Tongya, but you still carry yourself with grace. Li Tongya laughed heartily and returned the gesture. Likewise, Brother Yongling. The newcomer was none other than Xiao Yongling, possessing the 9th heavenly level of the Qi cultivation realm, a status he had polished over many years. He smiled warmly. Brother Tongya, your progress has been swift, putting me to shame. He waved to Xiao Jiuqing, who was standing quietly aside, waiting on them. Jiuqing, I have not seen Brother Tongya for many years, and we have much to catch up on. Go attend to the others. I'll personally take care of Brother Tongya, he instructed. Xiao Jiuqing quickly excused himself as Li Tongya and Xiao Yongling took to the air, laughing. Xiao Jiuqing is indeed talented. Li Tongya then recounted earlier events, and Xiao Yongling listened with amusement, playfully remarking, My words from that day have indeed come to pass. Li Tongya chuckled and shook his head, while Xiao Yongling continued with a beguiling smile. But Brother Tongya, you've really been keeping such a low profile. You didn't even send out invitations or celebrate your breakthrough to the Foundation Establishment realm. I was thinking of sending a gift or two, but it seems there was no way to do that. They exchanged a knowing smile, and Li Tongya chatted with him for a few more moments before they landed on a small peak within the mountain range. A middle-aged man was sitting at a jade table, engrossed in reading an alchemy manual. Xiao Yongling landed and said with a smile, Clan uncle, guess who's here? The middle-aged man looked up in surprise and quickly put away his manual. He cupped his fist and greeted. "Ah, you've come. Tongyao, my friend. Greetings, senior." This person was Xiao Yuanci, the senior brother of Li Jing. As they took their seats and accepted the tea served to them, Li Tongyao weighed his next words carefully, then spoke earnestly. "I have a favor to ask, senior. For the Daoist master ceremony, I put great effort into finding a spirit herb I thought to offer to the Daoist master. However, I am unsure what spirit-root it actually is or its quality, and I am afraid of making a fool of myself. Could you please take a look?" "Sure." Xiao Yuanci agreed, and Xiao Yongling also turned his attention to him eagerly. Li Tongyao then reached into his storage pouch and pulled out a jade box. Using his mana, he extracted the spirit herb. It was a glowing, yellow, delicate fruit that seemed almost translucent, with a halo of light around it which made it quite captivating. Xiao Yuanci examined the item carefully for a while, and even pulled out several jade slips to verify his findings before he responded. "From what I can see, this appears to be a golden bamboo fruit. It is known for enhancing cultivation and stabilizing vital essence. Among the Foundation establishment realm treasures, it is considered top-notch. It fears direct sunlight or flames and is rare in the Yue state. In fact, this is my first time seeing one." As he spoke, Xiao Yuanci held the fruit in his left hand and flicked his right hand, igniting a burst of flame. As the flame came close to the fruit, it immediately started to tremble and split open like a mouth, emitting a loud and grating wailing noise. Xiao Yuanci nodded slightly and extinguished the flame, confirming his speculations. It is indeed a golden bamboo fruit. The scripture states that when approached by fire, it cries incessantly and curses frequently. From this, one can discern its origin. If it is older, it might even attempt to flee. Consuming it at this stage benefits a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm. Both listened intently, their faces showing surprise. Xiao Yuanci laughed. "Right now, this fruit can only cry, but if it reaches the age when it can move, even Purple Mansion realm cultivators would be greatly tempted by it." Even though Xiao Yuanci had already extinguished the flame as he was speaking, the golden bamboo fruit continued to fuss, babbling on and on. Xiao Yuanci, with a strange look on his face, whispered, "Be quiet." However, the fruit ignored him and kept on shouting. Xiao Yuanci, unable to hold back a chuckle, remarked, "My immortal foundation is vermilion sage, which enables me to understand the language of plants." He formed a hand gesture, and suddenly Li Tongya's hearing cleared. He listened as the fruit screamed profanities. "Stupid motherfuckers. I was doing just fine on the vine, but that damn barbarian had to pick me." Li Tongya was astonished and listened for a while, but the fruit just repeated the same few phrases over and over. He eventually took out the jade box, forcefully stuffed the struggling golden bamboo fruit back inside, and shut the lid. Just as he did so, a loud and final motherfucker was heard before everything went silent again. Both the uncle and nephew of the Xiao family burst out laughing, while Li Tongya shook his head helplessly. Xiao Yuanci commented, "Once plucked, this fruit can speak within moments, then dies soon after. Although it can still speak later, it only repeats a few phrases. It is certainly quite peculiar." Li Tongya nodded slightly and asked about the most pressing issue on his mind in a low voice. "How much might it be worth?" Xiao Yuanci paused slightly before responding. "Ordinary spirit herbs are priced between 200 and 300 spirit stones. This one, being of superior quality, is roughly worth around 250 spirit stones. If someone urgently needs it, the price could go up by a dozen or so stones." After saying this, he glanced at Li Tongya and added softly, "If Brother Tongya uses this as a gift for the Daoist master, it certainly conveys your sincerity, even if it might not be considered precious to a man of his caliber." Li Tongya nodded, feeling relieved. He then inquired quietly, "Do you have any updates on the Yue family's situation?" Xiao Yuanci nodded gently and replied, "I have already presented the river-crossing torrential step to our ancestor. He was very pleased, but is still deliberating on how to deal with the Yue family. He might summon you to discuss this before or after the ceremony. Just wait a little longer." Li Tongya quickly expressed his gratitude. Xiao Yuanci shifted aside, then pulled out another jade slip which was imbued with mana light. It was the wing clipper spear technique. Li Tongya carefully took it, and as they chatted and waited, they saw the spiritual qi above the Xiao residence interconnect with the earth veins and swirl up like a lotus flower. Xiao Yuanci smiled. "Brother Tongya, come with me." Following the jade stairs upwards, The Shao family had set up a formation at the summit. It was shrouded by clouds and mist, creating a scene akin to that of an otherworldly paradise. At the very top, the main hall, which was constructed of gold and jade, housed exquisitely crafted tables with 17 high seats. This caused Li Tongya to furrow his brow slightly as he thought to himself, 3 sects, 7 gates, and 7 other clans. I wonder if they are rogue cultivators or foreign cultivators. The 17 high seats were still conspicuously empty. The forces from the Purple Mansion realm indeed had a grand presence. The tables were filled with spirit wine and fruits, and the jade vases and bowls emanated a soft glow. They were clearly not ordinary objects. Below the high platform was a ring of tables for less formal seating, each set with utensils made of white jade. Li Tongya observed the setup carefully for a while until Xiao Yongling approached him, walking through the mist. Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators sit at the highest places, as befits your esteemed clan, he said with a smile. Li Tongya, not one to be comfortable with such distinction, quickly waved his hand and whispered urgently, I'll pass. He sighed softly and cupped his fist, saying, Brother Yongling, you are putting me on the spot here. Let us do away with that seat. I would rather find a spot at the lower end to sit. Chapter 247, Cultivation Techniques, Upon hearing Li Tongya's words, Xiao Yongling's expression changed subtly. After a moment of hesitation, he whispered, Would this not be seen as disrespecting your clan? I fear it might not be appropriate. Li Tongya, fully understanding the implications of Xiao Yongling's words which were merely formalities. He cupped his fist and responded, Our families have not yet made our matters public, and my breakthrough to the Foundation Establishment realm has not been announced. To sit so prominently would be to prematurely reveal our hand. Brother Yongling, do not worry. The friendship between our families transcends such formalities. Xiao Yongling nodded, understanding the significance. He was concerned that placing Li Tongya at a lower seat might foster resentment between the two families. Thus, he had sought out Li Tongya early to specifically point out the spot reserved for the Li family, awaiting the very reassurance Li Tongya had just provided. He then said with a respectful gesture, Brother Tongya is wise. I have already arranged another seat for you on the other side, and I have spaced out the seats for those from the Moongaze Lake families to keep them away from the lower ranks. With the clouds and mists enveloping us, no one will scan around with their spiritual senses so rudely. All should be well. Xiao Yongling handled the matter cleanly, and Li Tongya nodded in gratitude, smiling warmly. He then proceeded to the lower seats, with Xiao Yongling personally escorting him before he returned to the high seats. The area was still largely empty, and Xiao Jiuqing, following behind, praised, seeing brother interact with Senior Tongya is like mountain echoes responding to each other, or moonlight reflecting on a clear stream, subtle but clear. It's truly amazing. Xiao Yongling chuckled and patted his shoulder, saying, You have quite the way with words. If anyone could match your praise, I doubt they'd claim to be the best. Xiao Jiuqing apologized profusely, though he had a smile on his face. Xiao Yongling laughed softly before becoming serious again, saying, That's an exaggeration. Li Tongya and I both tend to overthink and speak circumspectly, which is why we can understand each other so well. Had it been Li Xianfeng today, I would have had to explain everything to him the night before arranging the seats, instead of risking a conversation at the venue only today. Xiao Jiuqing nodded quickly and then added, I have learned much, brother. However, I heard that the Azure Pond sect on the southern border has encountered demonic disturbances and is recruiting aid for Mountain City. How true is this? Xiao Yongling shook his head and replied, The Demon King of the southern border and the Azure Pond sect are in cahoots. It's just a strategy by Qi Zhiyun. Fortunately, our family is not under Azure Pond's jurisdiction anymore, so we need not worry. While the Xiao brothers were talking, Li Tongya had already found a seat and sat down. After a while, people began to trickle into their seats. A white-haired old man took the seat next to him, and, after glancing around and noticing Li Tongya, his expression turned to one of surprise as he respectfully greeted him. Greetings, senior. Li Tongya was surrounded by seats designated for those in the embryonic breathing and qi cultivation realm. As a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator sitting alone among them, those nearby were cautious and avoided him, fearing he might be some reclusive or eccentric rogue cultivator. The man greeted him but then turned away to drink his wine quietly. Li Tongya was pleased with this arrangement, looking up as the platform gradually filled with guests. He then heard a name being announced, You Cultivating Sect, Daoist Master Shangyuan arrives. The first to arrive from the 3 sects and 7 gates is the You Cultivating Sect. Whispers filled the air around him. Li Tongya looked up to see a figure in the high seat. A Daoist master dressed in loose white garments with a green jade pendant hanging in front of his chest, his face indistinguishable. A sword dangled at his waist as he sat on the high seat, quietly wrapping his pale fingers around a jade cup, appearing unassuming at first glance. The esteemed elder has troubled himself to come from afar. I am deeply grateful that you have accepted my invitation and are here to grace my humble peak with your presence. Xiao Shuting's voice echoed from the peak, making Li Tongya fall solemn. The Daoist master set his jade cup down and nodded slightly in response, prompting Li Tongya to muse silently. Xiao Shuting is putting on such a humble front. This person must be a late-stage or even peak Purple Mansion realm cultivator. Although the You Cultivating Sect usually maintains a low profile, it is still one of the 3 major sects with deep foundations. At the lower seats, people were whispering among themselves. The You Cultivating Sect, despite being one of the 3 major sects, was the least conspicuous. Its gates were elusive and ethereal, and it uniquely allowed its vassal families considerable autonomy, maintaining a stance of detached observation. It was also the only sect among them that had a Purple Mansion realm Immortal clan under its governance. Li Tongya was still listening to the scattered conversations around him when a burst of red light suddenly appeared at the high seats, signaling the arrival of yet another Purple Mansion realm cultivator. This new arrival, an elder with white hair and a youthful face, held a jade ruler, and his white beard fluttered in the air. His presence was accompanied by another announcement. Profound Peak Gate, Daoist Master Changshi arrives. Daoist Master Changshi greets the senior. As soon as Daoist Master Changshi appeared, he hastily cupped his fist to the earlier guest. Daoist Master Shangyuan, dressed in white and wearing a green jade pendant in front of his chest, hummed in response. It was only then did Daoist Master Changshi dare to lift his head and turn around to offer his congratulations. Congratulations on your advancement to the Purple Mansion realm, fellow Daoist. Li Tongya watched intently, feeling a sudden shock. He paid particular attention to the sword hanging at Daoist Master Shangyuan's waist, then quickly bowed his head, not daring to look further. He thought to himself, this Daoist Master Shangyuan must be a sword immortal. Otherwise, the other Daoist masters wouldn't be showing him such respect. Golden Tang Gate, Changshao Gate. One by one, the Purple Mansion realm cultivators arrived, and each cupped their fists to Daoist Master Shangyuan before taking their seats. Aside from Daoist Master Shangyuan of the You Cultivating Sect, the others brought along their Foundation Establishment realm disciples. Li Tongya carefully observed that, aside from the positions of the 3 sects and 7 gates, there were a few other Purple Mansion realm Immortal clans present. Azure Pond Sect, Daoist Master Buzi arrives. With the arrival of the Azure Pond Sect's Daoist Master, the seats on the platform were all filled. Xiao Shuting, smiling broadly, exchanged a few pleasantries before celestial music began to play, creating a tranquil and peaceful ambience. Li Tongya looked up for a while, and among the people at the seats of the Purple Smoke Gate, he recognized a familiar face. That person was leisurely sipping his wine and savoring his meal with a pair of jade chopsticks, all while humming a tune. That guy, he's living the good life now. Li Tongya couldn't help but smile ruefully to himself, shaking his head as he watched the guy seated in front of the Daoist Master of Purple Smoke Gate below the platform, likely reaching the Foundation Establishment realm by now. He thought to himself, it really is not convenient right now, but I will see if I can find a moment to ask him. Lingyanzi once promised to send the spirit stones to my home, but there has been no word for years, and here he is, enjoying himself. This individual was none other than Lingyanzi, a cultivator from the Purple Smoke Gate who had once fled to Mount Jing. Li Tongya had agreed to help him eliminate 2 cultivators from Changshao Gate in the past, but ended up with 2 enchanted storage pouches he couldn't use. The guy had assured Li Tongya he would take them back and exchange them for spirit stones, promising to send the stones to him afterward. Li Tongya had never expected him to deliver them personally, and indeed, after more than 10 years, he had seen nothing of it. Now that he had seen him, he naturally planned to inquire on the matter. I suspect this old fellow might have welched on his debt, but I will ask. If it does not work out, I will consider it a loss, he muttered to himself. Chapter 248, Cultivation Techniques, 2. Su Gongming rode his horse along the mountain path. It had just rained, so the ground was very muddy and his horse's hooves were splashing mud around. The dripping sound of water in the woods and the oddly pitched wind made him frown slightly. Now at the fourth stage of the embryonic breathing realm, Su Gongming could even outrun the horse beneath him. However, people are inherently lazy, and even immortals are no exception. He would rather stay indoors on a rainy day than come out and walk in the mud. Su Gongming, now in his 30s, had taken over family affairs after the death of Old Master Su last year. The mountain had sent someone to offer condolences, as Old Master Su was, after all, the son of Su San, and there were still ties of affection with Li Xianxian and Li Xianfeng. Su Gongming had repeatedly thanked the messenger and sent him back. While grateful, he also felt a wave of melancholy, as this signified another step in the fading bond between the Su family and the main family. He had hastily arranged for the funeral and rushed to take up his post in the towns of Huaqian. Upon arrival, he first visited the main family's local representative. Su Gongming then hurried to a small courtyard in the town to meet with Tian Zhongqing, the representative of the Tian family's interests in the towns of Huaqian. Dismounting from his horse, a servant promptly came forward to take the reins. Su Gongming knocked gently on the door and told the approaching servant, "Please inform your master that his old friend, Su Gongming, has come to visit." The Su and Tian families were both venerable families of Lijing Town, living close to each other, with Su Gongming and Tian Zhongqing having played together as children. Although they had been apart for many years and barely recognized each other at first, they had seen each other a few years ago and had worked together since, establishing a good relationship. The door creaked open, and a handsome young man with a sword strapped to his waist stepped forward. "It has been months since we last saw each other. Gongming," he exclaimed gleefully. Su Gongming laughed heartily and entered the courtyard politely. Tian Zhongqing then closed the gate and had a servant bring tea as they exchanged pleasantries. Su Gongming, seizing the moment, congratulated him. "Congratulations, brother Zhongqing. It seems the second Qi cultivator outside the main family is likely to be from your family." Tian Zhongqing laughed heartily as he heard this. A peak embryonic breathing realm cultivator from the Tian family had recently ascended Mount Lijing to receive a medicinal pill from the main family before going into seclusion on Mount Huaqian. Aware that Su Gongming was congratulating him on this, he replied, "This is all thanks to the main family's generosity, and we are immensely grateful. Any congratulations should really go to the main family." Then, with a serious tone, he continued, "My clan uncle is already over 50, and he was identified from older peasants for his excellent root bones. It is a pity he started his cultivation too late, missing the best opportunity. Now, he can only strive for the Qi cultivation realm. If he succeeds, then that's wonderful. If not, he can only end up as an unrefined Qi cultivator." Su Gongming nodded slightly. After Li Qiuyang's breakthrough had failed, the Li family recently announced new rules that made the public aware of the difference between pure Qi and unrefined Qi cultivation. He first congratulated Tian Zhongqing a few more times and offered a few auspicious words. Tian Zhongqing responded to each one politely before asking in a low voice, "Brother Gongming, has your family instructed you on this visit?" Su Gongming shook his head and replied quietly, "How could there be any instructions? I am merely appointed to Huaqian towns. After all, there are now more cultivators in Lijing Town, and the spiritual qi is not as abundant as before. Cultivation has become less favorable. Those old guys who have no hope for the qi cultivation realm and just idle around do not care, but I cannot afford to waste my time there." Su Gongming took his tea and sipped it before continuing. "A few months ago, my father passed away. He still had ties with the mountain, so when people came down to mourn, I mentioned my situation and seized the opportunity to get out of there." "I see." Tian Zhongqing nodded, his eyebrows lifting as he cupped his fist, and added, "Please accept my condolences, brother." "It's all right." Su Gongming waved his hand, his face clouding over with a hint of bitterness as he replied, "The legacy of my ancestors has been exhausted. I am now the only cultivator in the Su family. If I fail to achieve the Qi cultivation realm, I fear our family will decline to the level of ordinary peasants." Tian Zhongqing paused slightly, taken aback. His own family, under the governance of the Li family, was at the height of its power and had never faced such worries. He sighed in sympathy and responded, "Brother Gongming, your talents are exceptional. Qi cultivation realm should surely be within your reach." Mentioning his talent only added to the irony for Su Gongming. He laughed bitterly and said in a low voice, "Brother Zhongqing, you may have become slightly out of touch after staying in Huaqian for such a long time. If you knew about the situation in the main family, you would not perceive me as an exceptional talent." "What do you mean by that?" Tian Zhongqing asked as he was momentarily stunned, compelled to ask further. Su Gongming raised an eyebrow before setting down his cup. With a wry smile, he teased, "Why not try guessing what cultivation realm those two from the main family have reached now?" "Those two," Tian Zhongqing repeated as he pondered briefly, realizing Su Gongming was referring to Li Yuanjiao and Li Qinghong. He smiled and guessed, "I am not sure about the other, but having seen Master Yuanjiao's pace, could it be the fourth stage of the embryonic breathing realm?" "The fourth stage?" Su Gongming let out a cold laugh and replied, "They have both condensed the Jade capital chakra, achieving the fifth stage of the embryonic breathing realm." "What?" Tian Zhongqing exclaimed, suddenly tasting a bitterness in his mouth. He knew that among the Tian family, he was considered the most talented, yet he was only at the fourth stage of embryonic breathing realm. Meanwhile, Li Qinghong and Li Yuanjiao, only 17 or 18 years old, had already reached the fifth stage. He exclaimed in resignation, "I have truly wasted more than a decade." Su Gongming sighed too, and both fell silent, leaving only the sounds of the autumn wind and raindrops in the courtyard. Su Gongming took 2 large sips of tea before saying, "Is the bloodline of a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator really that noble? To have 3 generations all achieving the Qi cultivation realm, it is truly enviable." "Qi cultivation realm?" At this, Tian Zhongqing let out a cold laugh, interrupting him and saying quietly, "Our ancestor has not emerged from seclusion for many years. Who knows? He may have already combined all 6 chakras and broken through to the Foundation Establishment realm, reforming our family into a clan." Su Gongming was startled and calmed down to think carefully, realizing that this indeed could be possible, but he was not fully convinced. He simply responded, "It has only been 3 or 4 years. Foundation Establishment realm is a life-and-death trial. Our ancestor is most likely still in seclusion for a breakthrough to the Foundation Establishment realm, currently at a critical juncture. Whether he succeeds or not is still unknown." As the topic met such an abrupt turn, both men simultaneously fell silent, using the excuse to drink tea in an effort to mask their discomfort and fear. After more than a dozen breaths, Tian Zhongqing managed to compose himself and expressed his doubts. "Their speed of cultivation is truly astonishing. The Yu and Fei families are also Foundation Establishment realm families, but I have heard that from the Yu family, only the prodigy Yu Muxian stands out. Excluding the disciples from the Immortal Sect, both Yu Mujian and Yu Mugo were approaching 30 when they entered the Qi cultivation realm. The Tian family had produced 3 generations of individuals with spiritual orifices, and they collected extensive information from both the mountains and below." Tian Zhongqing's remarks indeed broadened Su Gongming's horizons. He nodded repeatedly and replied, "Starting cultivation at 7 years old, and by 17, it has only been 10 years of cultivation. To condense a chakra every 2 years." His voice trailed off. The two exchanged glances, and Tian Zhongqing spoke in a low voice. "I have also been to Mount Lijing, and its spirit veins are not even as good as those of Mount Huaqian. The gap between stages of the embryonic breathing realm should not be so large." Tian Zhongqing paused, then stretched out his left hand, his eyes growing brighter as he pressed down one finger at a time, speaking gravely. "Talent, medicinal pills, spiritual qi." Both were momentarily stunned. Su Gongming opened his mouth, then lowered his head. Meanwhile, Tian Zhongqing also slowly began to realize something. In unison, they exclaimed, "Cultivation techniques." Chapter 249, Various Opinions. Bang! As soon as their conversation ended, a loud sound resonated. It sounded like a strong wind battering against the woodshed door. Next door, a watchdog startled a nest of sparrows, causing a cacophony of bird chirps and barks from the dogs. Su Gongming and Tian Zhongqing both felt a chill down their spines and looked at each other, their eyes wide with fright. Su Gongming gritted his teeth and whispered, "We shouldn't have said that." Tian Zhongqing's face turned slightly pale. He nodded stiffly, trying to calm himself. They exchanged a few strained pleasantries, but their desire to converse had vanished. Tian Zhongqing personally escorted Su Gongming out of the courtyard and watched him ride away before he stamped his foot in frustration and muttered, "Loose lips bring unnecessary calamity." He went back inside his house, took 2 large gulps of tea, and reassured himself. It should be fine. It should be fine. The main family has not punished anyone just for speaking out. The neighbor's dog barked again, this time quietly, but it still disturbed Tian Zhongqing's peace of mind. He called out sharply, "Somebody." "Yes, my lord." A servant responded, rushing over quickly. Tian Zhongqing waved his sleeve and instructed in a low voice, "Take that dog and give it to a household further away. Do not let it cause more noise." "Yes." The servant quickly replied, and soon the barking faded into the distance. However, Tian Zhongqing's heart still simmered. He felt almost like there was a heavy stone pressing down on it. He sat back at his desk, pondering whether the noise was just a coincidence or if it was caused by a spy from the main family. Sipping his tea silently, Tian Zhongqing thought, if young Master Yuanxiu were in charge, this noise would most likely have been made by a spy. But now that the household is run more leniently, it seems more like an unintentional coincidence. As he ruminated, Tian Zhongqing eventually blamed his own loose tongue, silently scolding himself. It is easy to speak too freely with a good friend, and lapses are inevitable. Who can be vigilant every single day for 10 years? Meanwhile, Su Gongming rode his horse through the forest, ridden with regret and guilt. Old Master Su had repeatedly warned him not to associate or speak too much with anyone from the prominent families, yet unconsciously, he had violated every taboo. Overwhelmed with regret, Su Gongming rode around the woods aimlessly, unable to think of a way to make amends. Old Master is gone now. No one is here to give me advice, Su Gongming muttered as he traveled for several li, recalling the words of his late uncle. He found a flat spot in the fields and sat, staring blankly as the raindrops continued to fall. Li Tongyao watched for a while, and then took a few sips of wine. Seeing that he remained silent, and considering the presence of the Purple Mansion realm cultivators on the platform, those sitting nearby gradually began to converse more freely, emboldened by a few drinks of spirit wine. The atmosphere at the event warmed up quickly, and the cultivators toasted and joked around with each other, creating a lively and noisy scene. Observing that Li Tongya did not mind their behavior, the cultivators around him grew more relaxed and began to boast and banter more freely. The white-haired cultivator to Li Tongya's left raised his cup and asked with a smile, "Brother, from which prefecture are you from? And at which immortal mountain or spirit vein do you cultivate?" Another cultivator cupped his fist in response. "I am under the Yu cultivating sect in the northern Yu prefecture, training at a small temple on a hilltop. It can hardly be called an immortal mountain. It is just a small hill." "You are too modest." The white-haired elder chuckled with a hint of envy and sighed. "I am a few years older than you and know more about the affairs of Yu state. Those under the Yu cultivating sect live the most enviable lives, truly blessed, probably enjoying a carefree existence like the cranes in the clouds." The younger cultivator chuckled bitterly and shook his head repeatedly, taking a sip of his wine before whispering, "There is no such thing as a carefree, immortal life. The mundane world is just needless strife. Even the small temples compete for benefits, which is both tiring and taxing. Moreover, being close to Sioux State, from time to time, there are followers of Buddhism persuading people to head north. It's not as easy as you think. Ordinary people always envy cultivators, thinking that once one becomes an immortal, they are above all worries and concerns, but we know what it's truly like." The white-haired elder laughed appreciatively and nodded, yet he had a slightly different view and added, "You seem to take it too lightly. The conflicts under the Yu cultivating sect are just about power and profit. If you lose, you just pack up your sect and leave, without it coming to a fight for life. Now, turn your head and look at the other sections." He paused slightly, lowering his voice considerably. "I will not even mention the Azure Pond Immortal sect. Just look at the Golden Tang Gate. How many families and temples do they destroy each year?" The young cultivator nodded softly in response, saying, "Not just in Yu State, but is it not the same in Wu State and Sioux State? Without Purple Mansion realm cultivators to protect them, they are just playthings and tools, easily slaughtered. Once a Purple Mansion realm cultivator appears in a sect, everyone celebrates, and that is when disciples under your sect are truly seen as human beings." The white-haired elder, seasoned by his experiences, felt a deep resonance with these words. The young cultivator seemed well-versed too, and his speech made even Li Tongyan nod slightly in agreement. Realizing that the current setting was not suitable for such discussions, they quickly changed the topic. "You mentioned that Buddhists often appear in the northern Yu prefecture? When I was younger, I had also visited Sioux State. Even in the farthest north, there were no traces of them. How has it come to this? The elderly cultivator expressed in surprise. The young cultivator sighed deeply, replying somewhat resentfully. Sioux State has shallow spirit veins, weak national power, and a small territory. There are not any major sets or renowned mountains, just a few minor sects stationed in Sioux, guarding it. How could they hold it? I have heard from the elders in the temple that 100 years ago, these people were unseen, only increasing in number over the past 50 years. The old cultivator fell silent for a moment before responding. Those Purple Mansion Realm Daoist masters and exalted immortals of the Golden Core realm, are they just watching as Sioux State falls? The young cultivator hesitated for a moment before speaking in a hushed tone. There have been battles. The powerful figures from the Buddhist sect have taken action. I heard they were called the Merciful Ones and Maha. It is said that their battles were so fierce that everyone in the 7 mountains turned vegetarian, and many ferocious animals starved to death. The tales are truly terrifying. The old cultivator sighed repeatedly, as a nostalgic look appeared on his. I have also encountered Buddhists. One was a master monk who was very insightful and wise. I thought about converting, but the master hit me with his staff. It was quite painful, so I had to give up, he said. At these words, everyone wore strange expressions. Each wanted to laugh, but felt it was impolite to do so, except for the young cultivator who laughed heartily. Senior, we cultivate for this life, while his teaching focuses on the next life. Conflicts are inevitable. If you are not fully enlightened, of course, it feels painful. The old cultivator didn't take offense to this, and the others around them began to chuckle softly, easing the atmosphere. Li Tongya listened with great interest. His family had risen to power too quickly and had a shallow foundation, so he was less knowledgeable about these matters. He remained silent, listening intently, feeling his horizons broadening. Then, he heard the old cultivator say, "There are many paths in this world. Whether it is the Purple Mansion Golden Core Tao or Buddhism, all is acceptable. There are also those that involve dangerous curse arts and strange sutras, and the diverse mansion unified furnace that had long vanished from the world. Whichever path you find viable, that is the one to follow." This statement stirred up a whirlwind of responses among the cultivators, some approving and others disdainful, each voicing their opinions. My fellow Daoist, you err? If in cultivating one loses their true self, what is the point? The practice of combining different techniques is a path of devil cultivation. Your words are too extreme. The discussion became noisy, causing Li Tongya to frown and lose interest. He opted to drink alone, but just then, a middle-aged man clad in animal leather approached. There was a smile on his face as he spoke. Drinking alone, senior? Do you have something troubling your mind? Chapter 250, Reencountering Lingyanzi. Li Tongya thought the man's face was familiar, but could not immediately figure out where he had seen him before. Raising his eyebrows slightly, he set down his jade cup and spoke in a low voice. I am naturally reclusive and not fond of many words. However, I find your face quite familiar. Where might I have seen you before? The cultivator, clothed in animal leather with long eyebrows and tanned skin, carrying a short bow on his back and a string of yellow gourds hanging at his waist, simply cupped his fist respectfully. I am Lingyu from Jiachuan Prefecture under the governance of the Azure Pond. I once sold you a few wuxia worms at the base of Cloud Crown Peak. I was much younger then, and my appearance has changed considerably since. It's no wonder you do not recognize me now, he said with a smile. Ah, it's you. Li Tongya exclaimed as realization dawned on him. Back then, this man had just been a boy with a timid appearance, easily outmatched by Li Tongya in their negotiations. Now, he appeared middle-aged and seemed to have experienced a lot in life. Your wuxia worms were indeed excellent, and they once helped me out, Li Tongya said, nodding approvingly in response. He gestured for the man to sit at the other end of the table. Lingyu happily accepted, cupping his fist respectfully and then taking his seat somewhat awkwardly. His face showed admiration as he spoke. Senior's cultivation has truly been swift. In just over 30 years, you have already established your immortal foundation. I must admit that I'm envious. Li Tongya chuckled and nodded humbly. He had bought various items at the market on Cloud Crown Peak, where this Lingyu was just one of his many encounters, including the Su Yuanping couple who ultimately died in the Snake Cave at the hands of Zhang Yun. Remembering Zhang Yun brought to mind that audacious young man, a core disciple of the Golden Feather Sect, one of the 3 major sections. He must have successfully broken through to the Foundation establishment realm and mastered many of Golden Feather's secret techniques by now. Back when Li Tongya was still in the Qi cultivation realm, he could compete with him using a sword technique left by Li Jing, but now he doubted he was any match for him. Bringing his attention back to the present, Li Tongya looked at the reserved middle-aged man and inquired, "Your Wuzhou worms are indeed good, but they breed too slowly. When my family was still at the embryonic breathing realm, they were helpful, but over 30 years, only a few have been born. The original few eat more, but breed less, making them somewhat of a white elephant." Lingyanzi paused, his mouth opening as if searching for words. "The Wuzhou worm's queen is in my family's possession. You received only the offspring, which may produce 1 or 2 offspring every decade or so when influenced by spiritual qi. However, large-scale reproduction is not possible," he said hesitantly. "Oh, my apologies." Li Tongya swiftly apologized for causing Lingyanzi some obvious discomfort. While he had suspected this might be the case, he hadn't expected Wuzhou worms to be the Lingyanzi family's livelihood. Li Tongya then spoke seriously. "I wonder if you could sell a few more to my family. They are quite useful." "That should be no problem at all," Lingyanzi replied as he cupped his fist and untied a wooden gourd from his waist, adding, "I do not have live larvae right now, but I do have these 40 eggs in the gourd. If you wish, you may have them for 10 spirit stones. Consider it a discount for me." Now that he was a Foundation establishment realm cultivator, Li Tongya noticed that Lingyanzi's demeanor was much humbler, even offering a price lower than before. Li Tongya nodded and asked, "How should they be hatched?" "Cover them with damp spirit patties leaves or straws, and change them every 3 days. Make sure to keep them away from light and fire, and sprinkle clean water daily. They should hatch within 15 days, Lingyanzi explained. He cupped his fist, guaranteeing, "These Wuzhou worms are very resilient and easy to raise. If hatching fails, bring the dead larvae to the Lingyanzi family, and I will replace them for you." Lingyanzi was no fool. While he guaranteed the quality of his product, he insisted on seeing the carcass of any dead worms as evidence, thus preventing people from hiding the eggs to make a profit. Li Tongya nodded and handed over 10 spirit stones with ease, which seemed to make Lingyanzi very happy. For an ordinary Qi cultivation realm rogue cultivator, 10 spirit stones were their valuable liquid assets, and even a Foundation establishment realm cultivator would not give them away so readily. Li Tongya could afford this because he had the support of his family, which allowed him to still have funds even after buying a gift from Fei Luoya with 200 spirit stones. Taking the gourd, Li Tongya asked, "So, your family is skilled in raising insects and snakes? Could you enlighten me a bit more on the matter? There'll be many opportunities for cooperation in the future." "Certainly." Lingyanzi nodded repeatedly and responded respectfully. "My family is also a prominent clan in Jiachuan Prefecture, and our ancestors were great cultivators from the Mount Yue tribe. Later, when the Azure Pond sect expanded south, our ancestors joined the sect. They were diligent and left behind many connections, which is why we have been able to remain a major clan in Jiachuan Prefecture for hundreds of years." Li Tongya nodded, this explanation having resolved a curiosity in his mind, and thought to himself, "No wonder I've never heard of the surname Lingyu. It turns out they were from Mount Yue. It's no wonder then." Noticing Lingyanzi's hairy skin and dark eyes, which were typical of the Mount Yue appearance, he showed his pearly whites when he spoke and said solemnly, "Although my family descends from Mount Yue, we are still cultivators of the Purple Mansion and Golden Core Dao. We have merely inherited the ancestral techniques of insects and snakes, and are considered among the top in Yue State." Lingyanzi looked proud as he continued, "There are also rules in our family. Each lineage must travel the world, collecting various types of poisonous snakes and insects. Thus, my uncle and I have spent decades traveling through Mushroom Forest Plain and Lishao Prefecture, which is how I came to meet you. Ah, prominent clan. No wonder you speak so eloquently and act so measuredly. You have quite a presence," Li Tongya complimented, cupping his fist, to which Lingyanzi laughed heartily. Li Tongya then asked, "Are there many such enduring great clans in the Azure Pond sect?" "Not many," Lingyanzi replied honestly. Having come from such a family, he naturally knew of many secrets and explained, "The Azure Pond rose from the north, producing several peak Purple Mansion realm Daoist masters, who consolidated the forces of the south into 36 peaks. Hence, the north has many small scattered families, while the south has more prominent clans, shamanic temples, and rogue cultivators. These clans are deeply entwined with the Azure Pond sect, moving together, standing for hundreds of years without falling. Oh, Li Tongya mulled over this information in his mind and quickly understood the intentions of the Azure Pond sect. The south was full of Mount Yue tribes and shamanic curses, preferring tribes over clans. By absorbing these people and ceding some power, the Azure Pond sect easily controlled the entirety of the South Territory. The Li family was also employing this strategy in eastern Mount Yue, although it was just beginning. Shamali might be compliant, but he still harbored his own ambitions. In a few decades, when descendants bearing Li family's blood took power, they would naturally be deeply loyal. By also involving members of the Li family from the maternal side to help govern eastern Mount Yue, this area would effectively become a securely controlled territory, deeply integrated with the Li family's influence. Chapter 251. Reencountering Lingyanzi 2. Coming back to his senses, Li Tongyan nodded lightly and transmitted his voice using his mana. If you ever pass by Moongaze Lake, feel free to rest at Mount Lijing. You are most welcome there. Lingulai's face lit up with joy. Although he was a scion of a prominent clan, having been stationed abroad for many decades left him isolated and far from the political center of his family. Now, having the opportunity to connect with a Foundation establishment realm cultivator greatly delighted him, and he thanked Li Tongya profusely. Li Tongya picked up his cup and sipped his drink silently for several moments. Understanding this cue, Lingulai cupped his fist and bade him farewell. As Li Tongya turned to observe the other cultivators at the gathering, he noticed they had already heatedly argued to the point of embarrassment. He chuckled lightly, put down his cup, and almost immediately, the arguing cultivators quieted down and took their seats obediently, resuming their conversations in hushed tones. While Li Tongya had been conversing with Lingulai, he kept an eye on the Daoist masters on the platform. The sword-bearing Daoist master Shangyuan merely raised his cup and then disappeared from his seat. The Yu cultivating sect was represented only by him, and with his departure, his seat was left conspicuously empty. Once Daoist master Shangyuan had left, the other Daoist masters drank a couple of cups as a formality and then departed using their spells. Only two, who seemed to be from the Purple Mansion realm Immortal clans, stayed a bit longer to chat with Xiao Chuting before they too made their exit. Xiao Chuting then vanished from sight, leaving the disciples of the three sects and seven gates feeling more at ease. Most left directly, while the rest engaged in lively discussions or sword sparring. Li Tongya paid special attention to Lingyanzi, who had not stopped eating since he had sat down and was constantly stuffing his mouth, smacking his lips without engaging in conversation with those next to him. When he had cleared everything in front of him, he looked wistfully at his neighbor's table. A cultivator from the Purple Smoke Gate bluntly interrupted his actions, and Lingyanzi, embarrassed, could only sit there awkwardly and drink his wine, appearing quite lonely. Lingyanzi does not seem to be doing so well in the Purple Smoke Gate. Looks like he is having a tough time, Li Tongya observed, shaking his head and doubting whether Lingyanzi still had 100 spirit stones in his storage pouch. After waiting a bit longer, Lingyanzi finally couldn't sit still and took to the skies. Li Tongya quickly followed. Just outside the formation, Lingyanzi, quick as a whip, turned around and asked sternly, "Who dares to tail me?" Li Tongya revealed himself with a light laugh, replying, "Senior Lingyanzi, it has been many years since we last met. Do you still remember me? I'm Rouge Cultivator 1. You?" Lingyanzi's expression shifted dramatically as he uttered that single word, quickly swallowing the rest of his sentence. He had lived over 100 years and instantly understood that Li Tongya didn't want to leave any trace of their past dealings, which was why he referred to himself as Rogue Cultivator 1. He thought to himself with awe, Li Tongya is really damn cautious. Lingyanzi managed a bitter smile and said, "It has been many years, Brother Wan. Would you honor me by sharing a couple of drinks?" Li Tongya asked warmly, and Lingyanzi could only nod. He followed Li Tongya back into the gathering reluctantly, where they found a spot at the less prestigious end of the hall. It was then that Lingyanzi suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "You have reached the Foundation establishment realm?" Li Tongya nodded. Lingyanzi gasped in astonishment and said in a low voice, "Congratulations, Brother Wan." Lingyanzi was also a Foundation establishment realm cultivator now. Li Tongya acknowledged him with a smile and said, "Congratulations to us both. By the way, I have been eagerly awaiting news from you, Senior." Lingyanzi felt extremely awkward and let out a dry laugh, then explained quietly, "Those spoils of war, I turned them all into spirit stones. However, when I saw that I was on the verge of reaching the Foundation establishment realm, I could not resist spending them all on spirit medicines to attempt the breakthrough. To fail in returning this life-saving favor is truly hard to express. Oh, Li Tongya nodded, understanding Lingyanzi's actions. Hardly anyone could resist such a temptation. If it had been him, Li Tongya, in such a situation, he would have used the spirit stones for his breakthrough without hesitation, thinking about compensating for them only after he succeeded with the breakthrough. He said gently, "Senior need not worry. Being in such a position, I would have chosen to make the breakthrough too. It's a natural human reaction." Lingyanzi sighed softly, his eyes slightly moist with a touch of emotion. He responded, "Brother One understands human nature so well. Lingyanzi admires you." After taking a slow sip of wine, he continued, "Over the years, I have lived frugally, managing the expenses of my peak while maintaining my own cultivation. I've saved up the rest, and He pulled out the Dharma sword from his waist, its surface gleaming with light, and placed it on the table with earnest intent. Until now, I still use this sword of the Qi cultivation realm to save up spirit stones for Brother One." Li Tongya nodded, acknowledging Lingyanzi's effort and reflecting inwardly with a mix of amusement and bitterness. This is what defines the 3 sects and 7 gates. The embryonic breathing realm cultivators in my Li family still use mundane tools, while only those in the Qi cultivation realm can use embryonic breathing realm Dharma artifacts. As the only Foundation establishment realm cultivator in my family, aside from the Qingche sword I carry, I still use Qi cultivation realm Dharma artifacts. Yet to Lingyanzi, the struggle of a Foundation establishment realm cultivator using Qi cultivation realm Dharma artifacts seems a significant hardship. Seeing Lingyanzi's tearful look, Li Tongya could empathize with his feeling of injustice. Although he could not relate to such a privileged hardship, he showed just the right amount of compassion and said seriously, "Senior, there is no need to rush. You can hand me those spirit stones whenever. There is no need to be so hard on yourself." Lingyanzi nodded deeply, visibly touched, and wiped his aged face. "My cultivation technique is unique. I often need to consume spirit wine and food to avoid dry mouth and stagnation in my cultivation. In severe cases, I could experience a Qi deviation, leading to a regression in my skills. If it were not for this difficult condition, I would not have to struggle day by day," he shared, a vulnerable expression crossing his face. "Such a cultivation technique exists?" Li Tongya asked, taken aback, secretly marveling that only the likes of the 3 sects and 7 gates could afford such a demanding practice. Looking at the sad look on Lingyanzi's face, Li Tongya finally understood why he had been so unpopular at the Purple Smoke Gate. He gave an awkward smile and asked, "How many spirit stones have you managed to save up over these years, Senior?" At this, Lingyanzi looked down, his demeanor like that of a chastened child. 20 spirit stones," he finally confessed awkwardly. Li Tongya was momentarily speechless, but wasn't ready to let Lingyanzi off so easily. He raised his hand without any reservation and took the reluctantly offered spirit stones, saying softly, "How about this? Do you have any items of equivalent value that you could trade for these stones, so you do not have to save up year after year?" Lingyanzi seemed tempted by such an offer, pondering for a few moments before taking off his storage pouch and pouring out a collection of items. He then stated, "Aside from the secret techniques of my gate and the legacy treasure of my peak, the Purple Smoke Spirit Shield, feel free to pick anything, Brother One." Chapter 252, The Supreme Jade Meridian Nourishment Technique. Lingyanzi seemed genuinely earnest, and as Li Tongya scanned the array of items laid out before him, his gaze landed on a small collection of diverse embryonic breathing realm Dharma artifacts. There were gourds, long swords, and jade tablets, all likely spoils of combat. It's not every day you catch a disciple from an immortal sect. I can't settle these debts with just any items. Li Tongya pondered deeply to himself. The 3 sects and 7 gates possessed an array of cultivation methods, secret techniques, and precious formulas. He definitely wasn't going to let Lingyanzi offset his debt with common items that could be found anywhere. Noticing this, Lingyanzi smiled awkwardly and explained, "These embryonic breathing realm Dharma artifacts were reserved for new disciples that my sect plans to recruit. I saved them specifically for that purpose. Otherwise, I would have exchanged them for spirit stones to pay you." "Oh," Li Tongya nodded, his mind suddenly racing, though he said nothing further. His attention turned to a few bottles of pills, the best among them being a Foundation Establishment Realm Rejuvenation pill. He held it briefly, contemplating. It is impossible to progress beyond the Foundation Establishment realm without at least 20 to 30 years of diligent cultivation. This pill could merely advance my progress by 2 or 3 years. The Foundation Establishment realm is as high as I can achieve in this lifetime, so this won't do much. I guess it would be better to find something beneficial for the younger members of my family. Thus, he gently set the pill back down. This gesture surprised Lingyanzi, who thought to himself, Li Tongya is actually turning down the rejuvenation pill. He must be well taken care of by a sword immortal and is accustomed to using such pills, hence his disinterest. The items in my storage pouch might not catch his eye. Li Tongya glanced at the remaining Qi Cultivation Realm pills and rummaged through the rest of the items, frowning slightly, then asked softly, Lingyanzi, is this all you have left? Do you perhaps have any valuable cultivation methods or secrets that could offset the debt? Lingyanzi grimaced and replied, there are some, but they are for embryonic breathing and Qi cultivation realms, which you may find too elementary and costly. It might seem like I am taking advantage of you. Unlike his experience in the sect, Li Tongya wasn't just looking out for himself. He had a whole family to consider. Please, he urged. No matter, please show me what you have. Understanding his intent, Lingyanzi unfastened a red pouch from his waist and said, secrets from the sects are extremely valuable. This is a Dharma storage pouch, linked to my life force. With just a single thought, I can destroy everything inside. Li Tongya nodded as Lingyanzi laid out several jade slips. Picking one up, Li Tongya read, Supreme Jade Meridian Nourishment Technique, an embryonic breathing realm technique. Grade 3. This piqued Li Tongya's interest immediately, and he could not look away. The best embryonic breathing realm technique in the Li family was the Supreme Breathing Meridian Nourishment Sutra, which couldn't be written down, spoken of, or taught. Only those who received a talisman seed could practice it. The next best were the Grade 2 techniques collected over the years for the family's major and minor branches. The remaining was the Azure Essence Meridian Nourishment Technique, a Grade 1 technique left by Fei Wangbai, which was only given to external cultivators, merely a common good within the family, which explained the generally lower cultivation realms of external members. There was also an embryonic breathing realm technique, Guardian of the Courtly Path, which allowed embryonic breath realm cultivators to quickly reach the Qi cultivation realm. However, advancing to the Foundation Establishment realm would take much longer. Li Tongya planned to use it to train loyal clan soldiers, but considering the scarcity of Qi cultivators in the main family and the lack of suitable candidates, he had not utilized it yet. Li Tongya mused, although there are no descendants from the main family without a talisman seed currently, as the family prospers, such descendants are bound to increase. Besides those who have received the talisman seed, the rest can only cultivate using Grade 2 techniques, which are rather insufficient. It would be useful to acquire this Grade 3 technique. He then examined the other 2 jade slips presented by Lingyanzi, each containing a Grade 2 Qi cultivation realm technique. Since similar techniques were already abundant in his family, and these offered no advantage, they weren't worth exchanging. Li Tongya then picked up the embryonic breathing realm technique and inquired softly, how much is this technique priced at? It is just an embryonic breathing technique, Lingyanzi responded, waving his hand solemnly. Since you have chosen this technique, there are things I must mention. This Supreme Jade Meridian Nourishment Technique comes from the ancient Immortal Gate known as Heavenly Jade Terrace. It's quite unique and incompatible with many other techniques. If cultivated to the peak of the embryonic breathing realm, switching to a different technique to break through the Qi cultivation realm might shorten your lifespan. Shorten lifespan? Li Tongya repeated softly, pausing. Lingyanzi nodded and replied, fortunately, it is not by much, only about 3 to 5 years. If you are lucky and the technique suits your constitution well, the loss might be as little as half a year. Li Tongya was reassured by this, as the Grade 3 technique could potentially speed up cultivation by 3 years. Weighing the pros and cons, it didn't really seem like a loss, especially since advancing earlier in life was more valuable than later years. Sometimes, advancing a few years earlier could mean the difference between the embryonic breathing and Qi cultivation realms, or even the Qi cultivation and Foundation Establishment realms. Though internally convinced, Li Tongya feigned hesitation, scanning the various items before him with a look of displeasure. He then declared, I guess there's nothing better to choose. We'll settle the debt with this item. But Lingyanzi hesitated slightly. The items from the 2 Changshao Gate cultivators he had organized for sale had been significantly more lucrative than those of common row cultivators, bringing in nearly 200 spirit stones. Yet, the technique at hand was grade 3, valuable but not sought after, and 200 spirit stones was about the price it was worth, especially considering he had already given Li Tongya 20 spirit stones earlier. However, seeing Li Tongya's displeased expression, Lingyanzi ultimately decided not to argue further and sighed softly, resigning himself to the agreement. Li Tongya's expression softened, and after a brief chat, he asked warmly, I have heard that your peak is recruiting disciples. How is that going? Lingyanzi shook his head gently and replied, My peak is in a particularly awkward position within the Purple Smoke Gate. Be it resources or techniques, status or power, we are at the lowest. Thus, there has been little progress. With a look suggesting there was more he wished to say, Lingyanzi ultimately chose not to divulge the dirty secrets of the Purple Smoke Gate to Li Tongya. Instead, he fell deadly silent and simply drank his wine, clearly affected by painful memories. Li Tongya offered some comforting words and then suggested warmly, Why don't you leave me a note? If I come across any opportunities or promising disciples, perhaps I can send them your way to assist you in your predicament. Lingyanzi, having not considered this possibility, was visibly excited by the suggestion. After a moment of thought, he clapped his hands in agreement, exclaiming, That works too. Any help from Brother Tong? One will help out my peak greatly. As he swore solemnly to treat any disciples from the Li family well, Li Tongya merely smiled, saying nothing. With the lessons learned from Li Jing, he no longer took Lingyanzi's empty promises at face value. Besides, he was also aware of the Purple Smoke Gate style now. Li Tongya simply played along as Lingyanzi praised the arrangement lavishly, then added reluctantly, Senior, please do not celebrate yet. I still have to consult the Sword Immortal. Of course. Lingyanzi chuckled. Given the weak position of the Purple Smoke Gate within the 3 sects and 7 gates and his own peak's declining state, having a disciple from a Sword Immortal's family would indeed be a boon. He then thought for a moment and pulled out a jade tablet from his storage pouch. It was inscribed with the words Purple Smoke on one side and Purple Gale Peak on the other. Li Tongya nodded before accepting the tablet with a flip of his hand. He then thanked Lingyanzi quietly. Thank you for your time. Lingyanzi laughed heartily, and after a bit more friendly chatter, took a sip of his drink and cupped his fist in farewell. Li Tongya nodded as he watched the old man fly away with the wind. He sat silently at the table for a while more before finally picking up his chopsticks to taste the food. But just then, an old voice reached his ear. Come to Xianyu Peak. Chapter 253, Tian Youdao. Tian Zhongqing had not touched a drop of water for 3 whole days. He sat silently at the desk, his thoughts crawling through his mind like ants. His lips had long turned pale, and his sweat was unceasing. Now over 30 years old, he had never made such a grave mistake before. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became, and he murmured to himself, Should I go and confess my fault? But such baseless rumors, would that not just show my guilt and make others laugh at me? Yet if I continue to ignore this, who knows what the main family might think? I am afraid this could sow the seeds of disaster. Full of anxiety, Tian Zhongqing was fortunate enough to not be the sole pillar of his household like Su Gongming, and there were elders above him. He quickly took out his writing brush, paper, and inkstone, and wrote, My dear uncle, I am in trouble. Please come quickly to save me at the back mountain courtyard behind Huaqian town. Let no one know of this. After signing his name, Zhongqing, with a determined stroke, he bit his lip nervously. He used his mana to evaporate the moisture, rolled up the letter carefully, and called out for a servant. Somebody. A servant hurried in, and after a moment's thought, Tian Zhongqing gave his orders solemnly. Prepare the finest wine and dishes right now. If they are not ready in an hour, you will face the consequences. Watching the servant hurry off, he then called his wife and instructed, Keep an eye on the servants, do not let a single one leave, and do not let them disturb me. His wife, puzzled by his instructions, said nothing and left. Watching her disappear behind the vermilion gates of the backyard, Tian Zhongqing then jumped from the windowsill and ran wildly toward Mount Huaqian. As a cultivator at the 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm, his speed was astonishing. He raced through the dark night, cutting through the dense woods at the edge of the town swiftly, soon reaching Mount Huaqian. Without daring to rest, he checked the time and, panting rapidly, waited at the foot of the mountain for the time it took an incense stick to burn. Sure enough, a young man sauntered up slowly. Tian Zhongqing glanced around and whispered, "Cousin." The young man suddenly looked up and exclaimed, "Brother Zhongqing." Tian Zhongqing made several gestures to lower his voice and asked quietly, "Is uncle cultivating in seclusion?" "Not yet." The young man quickly caught on and looked around cautiously, then replied in a low voice, "He is meditating, preparing to break through the qi cultivation realm, likely during the convergence of spiritual qi in the coming days." "Ah, thank heavens he's not in seclusion yet," Tian Zhongqing praised, overjoyed. He then bowed deeply. "My dear brother, you must deliver a message for me on this trip up the mountain." He handed the rolled cloth to the young man. Fearing his carelessness, he said sternly, "This matter concerns the life and death of our entire family. Handle it with utmost caution." The young man's face turned grave, and he nodded vigorously, an expression of resolution and determination crossing his face. "Rest assured, Brother Zhongqing." As he ascended the mountain in his usual manner, Tian Zhongqing dared not relax. He leaped on the spot and, like the wind, dashed through the dense forest. It wasn't long before he returned to the courtyard, jumping in through a window. He smoothed out the wrinkles from his clothes and swept away the dewdrops on it, then pretended to read a book. After waiting for an hour, Tian Zhongqing heard a crisp click at the window and immediately understood. He left the backyard, carefully locked the door, and instructed his wife to keep watch at the door before turning back to the house. Crossing the neatly laid rocky path in the courtyard and stepping over the orderly stone steps, he pushed open the door to find a stern-faced, gray-haired middle-aged man with deep wrinkles seated inside. This man was none other than Tian Zhongqing's uncle, Tian Youdao, the eldest of the Tian family and the only one on the verge of breaking through to the qi cultivation realm. "Uncle, Zhongqing is ashamed," Tian Zhongqing cried out finally, managing a bitter smile before falling to his knees, his voice filled with regret and sorrow. Tian Youdao, known for his stern temperament, picked up a tea bowl from the table in front of him and took a slow sip before responding. "I have scanned the surroundings with my spiritual sense. There are no eavesdroppers, so speak now." Tian Zhongqing relayed his conversation with Su Gongming word for word to his uncle. As Tian Youdao listened, his brow furrowed more and more. When he finally heard the end of the story, he spat out a mouthful of tea. Tian Zhongqing did not dare to evade, allowing the tea to drench his face and head. Tian Youdao's face turned ashen as he furiously flipped over the table in front of him, shattering it to pieces with a loud crash. His beard and hair bristled as he roared, "Foolish bastard!" Tian Zhongqing trembled, not daring to move. Tian Youdao, still not appeased, grabbed him roughly and slapped him hard across the face, backhanding him again, which caused stars to appear before his eyes. He then turned and kicked over a large table, shattering it and scattering white porcelain shards everywhere, his teeth grinding audibly. "Uncle!" Tian Zhongqing collapsed to the floor, calling out plaintively. Tian Youdao then took a deep breath before helping him up, and with a sweep of his sleeve, cleared the debris instantly. However, his teeth were still tightly clenched as he said, "It is one thing to gossip, but to discuss such matters with Su Gongming, and even risk letting outsiders overhear your conversation is pure foolishness. What can be done now?" Tian Zhongqing asked in a low and weak voice. Tian Youdao replied harshly, "Fortunately, it is Xian who is in charge now. If it had been Li Xiangping, even 9 lives would not be enough for you." Seeing Tian Zhongqing's submissive demeanor, Tian Youdao's anger subsided slightly. He then lowered his voice further. "You should know that the temperament of the main family is derived from Uncle Mutian. The younger generation might be untaught and better off, but the older ones, apart from Li Changhu, are all the same, whether gentle, stern, or radical. At their core, they are ruthless. Which of the esteemed families do not know of the main family's powerful techniques? How dare you speak of such things?" Tian Youdao paused for a moment, his expression grave as he continued. "The people of the main family seem amiable, unconcerned with trivialities, and remarkably tolerant of diverse people and situations. If this weren't the case, you wouldn't find so many external cultivators among the families by the lake. Their ancestors wouldn't have allowed such diversity. However, crossing certain lines or breaking their taboos could lead to a massacre, the extermination of an entire family, carried out with such ruthlessness that they would seem like entirely different people. Tian Youdao, the younger brother of Tian Yun and also the maternal uncle of Li Xianfeng and Li Jingtian, not only held a terrifyingly high status, but was also gifted. However, he had started cultivating too late and only reached the peak of the embryonic breathing realm in his 50s. He continued coldly, recounting history. Why do you think the Lu family, despite being the old ancestors' in-laws and holding a large spirit field in Qinghong town, have ended up faring worse than our Tian family, even though Lu Rochuan is still alive now? Tian Zhongqing, who was listening intently, asked, why? Back when you and the others were not even born yet, and Xian was probably only 4 or 5 years old, the gate of Mount Lijing was newly established. A member of the Lu family spied on the main family's gate. At that time, Yuanping was in charge and tied up that man personally and beheaded him at the mountain gate to protect the family. Xian also knows of this situation, hence the long-standing lukewarm state of the Lu family. As Tian Youdao spoke of this old event from such a current perspective, his voice was heavily tinged with emotion. Though he did not intend to instill fear in him, his words deeply alarmed Tian Zhongqing, who trembled with fear with tears in his eyes. He then squeezed out a question through his clenched teeth. Uncle, what do you mean? Chapter 254, Meeting the Daoist Master. Tian Youdao heard his question but merely looked at him, expressionless. Tian Zhongqing was momentarily stunned, then suddenly understood the meaning behind his words. His hands stopped shaking as his tears ceased flowing, and he slowly pressed his forehead on the ground, murmuring dejectedly, I understand now, uncle. Unexpectedly, Tian Youdao snorted coldly. It has not come to that yet. Tian Zhongqing was about to close his eyes and utter his last words, but his eyes suddenly bulged upon hearing this. With great relief, he coughed twice, saying hoarsely, Zhongqing is not one to cling to life out of fear of death. A hint of a smile finally appeared on Tian Youdao's face, but it quickly vanished as he returned to his usual stern expression. If only Ronger were not such a disappointment, he said flatly. Tian Zhongqing knew that the Ronger his uncle spoke of was Tian Rong, Tian Youdao's eldest son and only offspring. Unfortunately, he did not inherit his father's talents and only indulged himself in cockfighting, dog racing, and other frivolous pleasures in life. This was a constant regret in Tian Youdao's life. Looking at the disciples of the Tian family, it would be bearable if they were merely mediocre, but their failure to restrain themselves truly makes me want to discipline each one I see. Tian Rong is the worst of them, utterly worthless. You are the only one with a spiritual orifice capable of preserving our family's legacy, Tian Youdao said as he waved his hand dismissively, his expression somewhat somber. Anyway, this is not the time to discuss this. The only plan now is to seek help from someone, he continued in a deep voice, changing the subject. Who? Tian Zhongqing asked, quickly looking up. Tian Youdao hesitated slightly before replying. Li Jingtian. Come to Xianyu Peak. This phrase, simple and calm, yet carrying the resonance of ancient wisdom, exploded in Li Tongya's ears like thunder. He recognized it as the voice of Xiao Chuting and felt a mixture of both joy and fear. His hand paused momentarily, still holding the jade chopsticks, before he quickly set them down again. He responded respectfully, observing that those around him seemed oblivious to the exchange. The ceremony was nearing its end. The disciples of the Immortal Sect had already left, and only few members of the Foundation Establishment realm families remained. Li Tongya rose and swiftly exited the formation, heading up the mountain. As he looked down at the Swift Yu River and the pine and cypress trees peppering the mountain landscape, his naturally suspicious nature made him hesitate briefly. Despite showing no outward reaction, his heart was tumultuous like a raging sea. Xiao Chuting's man on creek and my boundless ocean are Dao partners. He has always looked out for me, but these coincidences arouse suspicion. However, the Xiao family's immense kindness toward the Li family made Li Tongya feel guilty for his doubts. With no way back, he forcefully suppressed his doubts and made his way through the mountain paths silently until he reached the most prominent and distinguished peak. The formation on the peak was isolated, designed to allow Li Tongya entry halfway up the mountain, sparing him the climb from the foot, a gesture that perfectly balanced respect and humility. Li Tongya nodded slightly, stepping onto the mid-mountain path where the wind rustled through ancient, cold grass. A stairway of brown wood snaked upward. Xiao Yuanci was already there waiting and greeted Li Tongya with a light laugh and a cupped fist. Fellow Daoist, please. Since this was a formal occasion, Yuanci addressed him as a fellow Daoist rather than the more familiar brother Tongya. Li Tongya nodded in response and returned the gesture politely. Thank you, fellow Daoist. Together, they ascended, almost floating above the ground. After the duration it took to burn an incense stick, they finally reached the summit of Xianyu Peak. At the peak, the sound of trickling water filled the air. Between two broken peaks lay a deep pool shrouded in a cold mist, surrounded by frost-resistant flora, a truly celestial scene. An elderly man in white robes, looking remarkably spirited, sat atop the cliff, smiling warmly at the two approaching men. Yuanci cupped his fist and gestured for Li Tongya to approach the cliff while he waited below by himself. Li Tongya tapped his feet lightly on the rocks a few times before floating up in front of Shooting, bowing deeply and saying respectfully, Junior Tongya pays respects to the Daoist master. Congratulations on your attainment of the Purple Mansion realm and the creation of your immortal clan. Shooting nodded in acknowledgement of his greeting. Li Tongya then patted his waist and produced a jade box, holding it out with both hands. Please accept my congratulatory gift, a golden bamboo fruit. The jade box had been switched. The one found in the ruins of the Moongaze Lake Market was far too precious for Li Tongya to present as a gift to Shooting. Instead, he had swapped it for a simpler one beforehand, having stored the original away. Oh, Shooting raised an eyebrow slightly as he took the jade box from his hands. He opened it gently, revealing a glowing, golden-yellow spirit fruit. The fruit's delicate skin shimmered with a halo of light. The fruit, which had previously been blustering arrogantly, now trembled uncontrollably and could not speak, only mouthing curses silently. Shooting picked it up for inspection, and almost right away, the fruit shut its mouth tightly. Shooting nodded and said, Indeed, it is a golden bamboo fruit, but it is not very old, just over 100 years. Nevertheless, it is a thoughtful gift. Pleased by Shooting's compliment, Li Tongya's expression grew even more respectful. Shooting continued, Please rise, there's no need for so much formality. Sit down and join me in conversation. Yes. Although Shooting's words were gentle, Li Tongya did not dare to take such liberties. He still maintained the posture of a disciple, merely lifting his head slightly, as if to listen more attentively. Shooting nodded and spoke softly. I must congratulate you on your early breakthrough to the Foundation establishment realm. You have a boundless prospects ahead. Li Tongya hurriedly expressed his thanks, but Shooting waved his hand to interrupt him, laughing. Don't worry, I'm not going to eat you. Otherwise Yuanci would definitely give me a hard time. This light joke eased Li Tongya's nerves considerably, making the atmosphere much more relaxed. Shooting did not wait for Li Tongya's reaction, but instead continued on his own. Li Mutian truly knew how to raise his sons. Hearing Yuanci describe you and your youngest brother, it's as if I can see your father's face right before me. It's a pity he passed away so early. I was busy breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm and never got to meet him. This comment was purely an attempt at a polite conversation. At the time, the Li family was just a minor embryonic breathing realm family, and Shooting couldn't be bothered to engage much with Li Tongya, let alone take the time to meet Li Mutian at Mount Lijing. It was only later, when Li Chujing's talents became apparent, that Shooting began to take a more serious interest in the Li family. Li Tongya nodded, showing a hint of regret. Shooting then chuckled lightly, shifting the conversation. I have also heard of the Yu family from Milan. In my youth, I had crossed hands with Yu Feng. His palm technique was indeed impressive, and he was once famous in Lixia Prefecture. He later lost to the younger Yu Yuxia, which served as a stepping stone to Yu Yuxia's fame, much to his shame. After that, he quietly faded from the scene. Seeing Li Tongya listening intently, Shooting continued. He later returned to the Yu family as the ancestor and has not been heard from since. Unexpectedly, the Yu family has produced another Foundation establishment realm cultivator, who has been stirring up trouble at Moongaze Lake in recent years. He stroked the fishing rod in his hand and whispered softly. To suppress the Yu family, simply removing Yu Feng the white jade fist will suffice. Chapter 255, Sent to Mount Yue. Shooting paused for a moment and then spoke softly. Now that I have achieved the Purple Mansion realm and mastered divine abilities, even having my name registered in the underworld, there are many matters I must refrain from involving myself in now. Yuanci's idea of having me take action is too naive. The 4 Daoists of Azure Pond Sect are all watching. Using my abilities to influence the situation subtly is still acceptable, but personally taking action to kill Yu Yufeng would break the rules. Li Tongya hastily cupped his fist in respect and replied, "We shall handle everything according to the Daoist master's wishes. My family awaits your instructions." Seeing his respectful attitude, Xiao Chuting nodded approvingly and continued, "I have reviewed the jade slip UNC brought back. It indeed contains the footwork technique of Daoist master Xianyu, which is of great significance to us. Given the good relations between our two families and the fact that your Li family is currently being oppressed by the Yu family, it is only right that we offer our help. Although I cannot personally take action, I can still easily handle them." As a Daoist master of the Purple Mansion realm, Xiao Chuting's mere words could make the Yu family tremble with fear and apologize. Yu Xiaogui would personally come to apologize, not daring to secretly humiliate the Li family. Such a statement was simply an excuse to suppress the Yu family and support the Li family at Moongaze Lake. Hence, Li Tongya was naturally eager to hear it and listened respectfully. Our Xiao family is now an independent immortal clan, no longer under Azure Pawn's jurisdiction. We cannot arbitrarily send Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators to kill Azure Pawn's clan members. Fortunately, although our Xiao family is not powerful, we have a few Foundation Establishment Realm guest cultivators. I will send them to deal with Yu Yufeng," Xiao Chuting said, speaking in a calm tone. Li Tongya acknowledged this and then voiced his doubt. However, Yu Yufeng is cautious and spends most of his time in seclusion within the mountain gate, rarely stepping outside. It will not be easy to encircle and kill him. Indeed, Xiao Chuting agreed as he smiled faintly, gently lifting the white jade fishing rod in his hand. He pulled the baitless jade hook from the deep pool, causing ripples on the surface. A knowing smile crossed his face. Yu Yufeng will come out. Not only will he come out, but he will also follow the gully road eastward to a secluded, nameless hill in Mushroom Forest Plain and wait for us there. Li Tongya felt a chill down his spine, his pores tingling as he thought to himself, the power of the Purple Mansion realm's divine abilities is truly formidable. His face remained serious as he nodded. Xiao Chuting's tone then shifted to one of earnest advice as he said, "As for your Li family, you must carefully consider your future path. Once the Yu family falls, there will be no prominent rivals at Moongaze Lake. You must think carefully about what your next steps would be." "Understood." Li Tongya nodded solemnly. Xiao Chuting paused again and then spoke softly. "Someone from the Li family must join the Azure Pawn sect." Li Tongya's expression remained unchanged, but his mind was in turmoil. Without hesitation, he asked, "Who do you think is suitable, Daoist master?" Li Tongya recognized that Xiao Chuting's tone was not one of solicitation or discussion, but a calm instruction. Thus, he did not question or argue but responded directly. Xiao Chuting paused for a moment because of Li Tongya's decisiveness, then chuckled softly. "You are a smart man. You should understand this matter. The case of Li Jing was only because he possessed the Moonlight Immortal Foundation and extraordinary talent. Ordinary disciples would not face such a fate. This strategy is not about sacrificing your family's children for Azure Pawn sect, but rather, it is a threefold beneficial plan. Firstly, since your family is still under Azure Pawn's jurisdiction, having disciples cultivating within the sect ensures a range of benefits for you. Smooth communication, ease in handling matters, and a life-saving backing, all of which are excellent. Secondly, the disciples sent to the Immortal sect do not need to be exceptionally talented, they just need to be above average. That way, they would not fall victim to harm while still able to contribute to the family. As they progress to higher cultivation realm, they could even gain some power within the sect." Xiao Chuting's tone remained polite as he continued. "Our family has separated from Azure Pond. Our disciples have withdrawn, and most of our informants have lost contact with us. This has left us unaware of their internal situation. If your family can send a disciple inside, it would greatly benefit both our families. As for who that may be, that decision is yours to make." For a distinguished Purple Mansion realm cultivator like Xiao Chuting to explain the matter in such detail surprised Li Tongya and left him feeling honored. "But it is not easy to become a disciple of Azure Pond," he responded hesitantly after some time. However, it seemed like Xiao Chuting had already arranged everything and answered simply. "The population on Qingshui Peak is sparse. Si Wangbai has left the sect, and our UNC has also departed from Qingshui Peak, leaving only his junior sister Yuan Tuan there. Now is the time for assistance. If you send someone to be her disciple, Yuan Tuan will surely not refuse. Understood, Li Tongya nodded. Shouting stopped speaking, glancing at him before continuing. You may go now. I hope you will not fail in your duty and lead the Li family well. Li Tongya cupped his fists in respect and descended from the cliff, walking down the mountain. When he reached the pond, Yuanci nodded to him politely in acknowledgement. After watching Li Tongya leave, Yuanci soared up and landed beside Shouting, speaking in a soft voice. Ancestor, you called for me? Shouting nodded and asked, Is everything arranged for Guilwan? Does she have any complaints or dissatisfaction? Everything has been prepared. Guilwan has read the information about Li Yuanjiao's achievements carefully and expressed her willingness to marry. Yuanci responded respectfully. Shouting then lifted the white jade fishing rod gently with 2 fingers and said softly, It's about time she gets married. Back then, I had introduced her to many young talents in the prefecture, but she remained silent. I figured that she might be inclined to marry outside our family. Thankfully, the Li family has enough standing. Shouting's words clarified the intricacies. After all, the difference between marrying a rogue cultivator to live quietly on a small peak and marrying into another family as the principal wife with a grand dowry was significant. Yuanci understood this well and replied softly, Ancestor, you are wise. Knowing that the Li family would not marry our direct daughter, you informed Yuanci in advance. Otherwise, Yuanci would not know how to deal with Tongya. Shouting shook his head and said softly, Li Tongya is not foolish. The Li family seeks an alliance, not subservience. Guilwan is sharp and intelligent, which is why she has this opportunity. Yuanci, being straightforward and sincere, felt uneasy discussing these matters that stripped away the veneer of friendship. Thus, he remained silent. Shouting did the same, holding his white jade fishing rod silently. For a moment, only the sound of the mountain wind howling through the trees was heard, causing Yuanci's beard and hair to flutter. Meanwhile, as Li Tongya descended the mountain, he saw 2 figures waiting at its foot. One wore a brown bamboo hat and had a short, neatly trimmed beard, with long eyebrows reaching his temples. He held a knife in his hand and had a sharp look in his eyes. He was at the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Upon seeing Li Tongya, he cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, Greetings, fellow Daoist Tongya. The other had white hair and a youthful face with a flowing beard, his eyes bright and penetrating. He cupped his fists in greeting as well and laughed lightly before introducing himself. I am Nanshan Wang. Greetings, fellow Daoist. Li Tongya cupped his fists hurriedly in return. The swordsman nodded and said in a deep voice, I am Chen Taojing. These 2 were, of course, the people Shouting had sent to deal with Yufeng. After exchanging a few words with them, Li Tongya saw Chucho approaching from afar on the wind, smiling. Thank you for waiting. The others quickly responded, expressing how it was no bother at all. Chucho pointed to the swordsman, Chen Taojing, and introduced him. This is Chen Taojing, who was once a guest cultivator at Moongaze Lake Market. After the market was destroyed, he settled with my family. He practices the River Wenqi technique and has established the boundless ocean, just like Brother Tongya. Li Tongya nodded immediately, and the swordsman's eyes lit up. The 2 cupped their fists, and Li Tongya said with a smile, I will need to seek much advice from you, senior. We can learn from each other. The swordsman responded politely. Chucho then pointed to Nanshan Wang and introduced. Nanshan Wang is an elder in our family. With 1 at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm and 2 at the mid-stage, this was the force the Shao family had mobilized. Chucho then introduced Li Tongya to the 2, and with that, they all took to the wind and headed west. 1. Nanshan Wang actually means man from the southern mountain. So that guy is actually using a code name. Chapter 256, Sent to Mount Yue 2. After seeing off Tian Youdao, Tian Zhongqing tidied up the room right away. Not daring to waste any time at all, he made his way west toward Lijing town hurriedly. With the dazzling morning sun slowly rising, he was bathed in the brilliant golden light. An image of Su Gongming suddenly popped into his mind. I have the guidance of my elder and must still rush about. Who knows if I can avert disaster? Brother Gongming is all alone. How will he manage? A faint sense of guilt mixed with deep relief surged within Tian Zhongqing, creating a complex blend of emotions in his heart. This mixture of worry and conflicting feelings made the otherwise tedious journey pass quickly. Between Lijing town and the various towns of Huaqian lay Ladeku village, The original dirt road had been replaced by a beautifully paved stone path. Luoya village was also home to a family from Moongaze Lake surnamed Su, who later moved to Lijing town. Known for keeping a low profile, it was said that the ancestors of these families were refugees skilled in business dealings, and several of their descendants had even managed affairs with Mount Yue. Tian Zhongqing had never been to this place, so he just glanced around and continued west. It was still early, and Lijing town was just waking up in the morning mist, with smoke rising from every household. Tian Zhongqing headed straight to the foot of Mount Lijing and spoke directly to the 2 clan guards stationed there. Please deliver this letter to my cousin. The guards took a good look at him and recognized Tian Zhongqing right away, knowing that his cousin was Li Jingtian. They quickly nodded and took the letter, and soon, a message came down in response. They then collected Tian Zhongqing's storage pouch and Dharma artifacts before leading him up the mountain. Tian Zhongqing entered the mountain, walking along a small path for a while until he saw a small courtyard appear before him. He entered the courtyard respectfully, where there was only a small desk by the window where a woman in a palace dress, with a jade hairpin and a gentle demeanor, was seated. Beside her kneeled a young girl who stared at him curiously. Zhongqing greets elder sister. Tian Zhongqing called out respectfully. Li Jingtian, however, merely held the letter in her hand and said calmly, "Uncle sent you here. Is there something you need to ask?" Tian Zhongqing was about to speak, but Li Jingtian waved her hand to interrupt him, gently patting Li Qingxiao's head and sending her off to study. Only then did she focus her attention on listening to Tian Zhongqing's explanation. Raising her eyebrows slightly, she felt a mix of exasperation and amusement as she set down her tea bowl and criticized harshly. "How could you be this foolish?" Li Jingtian frowned slightly. Though her temperament was gentle, she had a dignified presence when serious, startling Tian Zhongqing into a tirade of repetitive apologies. "Indeed, I was foolish. I was foolish." Li Jingtian paused and then advised. "If you fear trouble, relinquish your position and take some of our clan's allied cultivators to Mount Yue to cultivate spirit fields." Tian Zhongqing nodded repeatedly, but hesitated before asking quietly, "When can I return?" Li Jingtian pondered for a moment and replied, "Focus on your cultivation. If all goes well, someone from our family will be sent to the eastern Mount Yue to guard and establish a foothold. Your days may not be so difficult, but as for when you can return, that is not something I can predict." Tian Zhongqing nodded continuously, seeing that Li Jingtian remained silent. Not daring to say more, he expressed his thanks and quickly left. As Tian Zhongqing departed, the courtyard was left with only a gentle breeze. Li Jingtian waited quietly at the desk for a while, and soon enough, there was a knock on the door. She smiled warmly. "Come in." A young man wearing a black robe and matching black boots adorned with silver patterns stepped inside. He cupped his fists lightly and said with a soft laugh, "Auntie, what did you tell him?" Li Jingtian smiled softly and replied, "I told him to go to Mount Yue." Li Yuanjiao nodded, a hint of a smile appearing on his face as he said quietly, "Previously, people despised Mount Yue for its poverty and the fact that it was inhabited by uncivilized men with disheveled hair and tattoos. No one even wanted to go there to plant spirit patties. Now, they have come knocking by themselves." Li Jingtian nodded silently and said softly, "They would rather engage in cockfighting and dog racing in the town than go to Mount Yue to manage spirit fields. This is the nature of these cultivators." In contrast, the impoverished cultivators of the embryonic breathing realm work tirelessly, taking on multiple jobs just to earn a few more gene of spirit patties. "It is indeed human nature," Li Yuanjiao said, laughing heartily before adding, "The influential families live without worries, provided for by their elders. Besides their daily cultivation, they naturally indulge in entertainment. This Tian Zhongqing is actually one of the better ones." Most cultivators of the embryonic breathing realm, knowing they have no hope of breaking through to the Qi cultivation realm, start to behave recklessly, indulging themselves in pleasures and vices, making them an annoyance to others. With this excuse, we can send the Tian family's allied cultivators to Mount Yue to farm, preventing them from causing trouble under the pretense of residual favors. Li Jingtian poured tea for Li Yuanjiao, startling the young man into repeatedly expressing his unworthiness. Li Jingtian then smiled and said, "My uncle Tian Youdao is loyal, but over the years, the Tian family has grown increasingly arrogant, relying on his and my mother's past favors. They have taken in several Mount Yue cultivators and have become somewhat overconfident. This matter serves as a good warning to several families. Li Jingtian's words were partly to absolve Tian Youdao, and Li Yuanjiao understood this clearly. He nodded, saying, "Granduncle and father have both noticed this, which is why they gave him the pill to help him break through." However, the Tian family's ethos is not right. Even without Tian Zhongqing's incident, there would still be something to hold against them. The two talked for a while before Li Yuanjiao asked, "How is Qingxiao doing now? Is she studying and practicing calligraphy?" Li Jingtian replied softly, "Of course, she is studying and practicing calligraphy diligently. But if she does not have a spiritual orifice, learning will not be of much use." Li Yuanjiao fell silent as he heard this, picking up the tea bowl from the table and taking a small sip. He then said in a low voice, "Uncle Donghe is talented. Qingxiao will surely be fine." Despite his reassuring words, Li Yuanjiao was anxious. The Li family originally had no spiritual orifices, and Li Xiangping could cultivate only because he used a talisman seed. Besides, Li Jingtian also lacked a spiritual orifice. Whether Li Qingxiao possessed one was truly uncertain and unknown. It was known that at that time, Li Xianxian had already reached the 4th or 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. The brothers Li Yuanxiu and Li Yuanjiao, one of whom had a mother with a spiritual orifice at the 3rd stage of the embryonic breathing realm, and the other with the noble bloodline of the Molu clan, both had spiritual orifices. However, even though Li Xianling and his wife were both cultivators, they still gave birth to Li Yuanyun, who lacked a spiritual orifice. Clearly, the intricacies of this matter were indeed complex and difficult to predict. Chapter 257, Man on Creek, Fish in Cave, I. Milan Prefecture had flat terrain and fertile land, with a population of 560,000. For a prefecture established less than 20 years ago, this was indeed a large population. The Yu family was the largest and the only landlord in Milan Prefecture. The land was entirely privately owned by the mortal descendants of the Yu family, including the tenant farmers and sharecroppers working on it. Even an ordinary concubine-born son of the Yu family could own vast tracts of land and take numerous wives and concubines. The only thriving area was Milan City, which lay beneath the main peak of the Milan Yu family. However, it was still blood-soaked, like a man-eating beast lurking quietly on the surface of the earth. Yu Mugo sat silently in the luxurious grand hall at the highest point, with a group of cultivators below him, waiting quietly for him to speak. However, Yu Mugo remained silent, simply gazing at them. Yu Xiaoguo had gone to Xianyu Peak to attend Shao shooting ceremony, causing unrest among the eastern families. Yu Mugo had been interrupted from his cultivation, and as he looked at the submissive brothers, sons, and nephews below him, he could feel his anger nearly bursting from his chest. However, he had to suppress his rage forcefully. The common people are displaced, even forced to eat their own children for survival, while my family's descendants are having fun, drinking wine, playing games, singing joyously, and whipping tenant farmers. The butchers bring out dog heads, with human flesh laid out below them. Yu Mugo slowly stood up and walked out of the grand hall. Looking at Milan Prefecture under the night sky, countless recurring thoughts surged in his mind. He felt a chill down his spine and asked himself silently, is this an immortal clan or a domain of demons and devils? A deep sense of powerlessness swirled within him. Yu Mugo was a ruthless and sinister figure, yet he never had the desire to torment the people or overindulge his clan. Now, he had to watch this nightmare unfold before his very eyes. However, Yu Mugo was not the main culprit and was not solely to blame. The Yu family was already like this when it came into his hands. Even if he wanted to change it a little, the forces of opposition would involve an entire group of interests, which were led by his father and even the ancestor in the cave dwelling. He raised his head silently and looked toward the highest cave dwelling. His sharp gaze seemed to penetrate the wooden walls and stone barriers, seeing the old man sitting cross-legged. Last year, human flesh cost 3 coins per gene. Now it is only 2 coins. Grandfather, what are you really trying to achieve? In the eerie stone cave, droplets of blood trickled down, pooling into a small basin where Yu Yufeng's hands were submerged. He silently raised his hands after the routine tempering. Attempting to calm himself and enter a meditative state, Yu Yufeng found himself increasingly agitated, unable to achieve tranquility. His hands brushed against the walls, scraping off a layer of chalky limestone. His eyes reddened, and with raw fury in his voice, he muttered menacingly, "Shao shooting. How could this be? How could you have already achieved the Purple Mansion realm? He was from the same era as Xiao Chuting and had sparred with him many times, with victories and defeats on both sides. In terms of cultivation, he had even surpassed Xiao Chuting. Yet, despite years of dedicated practice, Xiao Chuting had already overtaken him. Yuanping examined his palms carefully, each still bearing a faint sword scar. This realization only heightened his agitation, bringing tears to his eyes as he murmured, "Fine, fine. You are a genius. So arrogant, cutting off one's cultivation path with a single sword. Why? After a bout of uncontrolled shouting and having vented his emotions, Yuanping finally sat, cross-legged once more. Surprisingly, the outburst had cleared his mind, bringing him some newfound sense of calmness. For a moment, he heard celestial music, as if tiny figures were playing drums and gongs, creating a beautiful melody. A good opportunity. Unconsciously, Yuanping became more absorbed in his trance-like state, his mind clear and joyful. A vision of a small hill, passing through numerous forests and roads, appeared before him. This is the chance for my breakthrough. Two bursts of colorful light appeared briefly behind his head of white hair, but he was completely unaware of this phenomenon. His eyes grew slightly cloudy as he was overcome with joy. Kicking open the stone door, he flew into the grand hall. Yuanping, staring blankly at the night sky, was startled by the sudden appearance of a gaunt, white-haired old man before him. He quickly lowered his head to conceal his surprise and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, ancestor." Behind him, the uncles and nephews who were gathered exchanged bewildered glances before kneeling down as well, their voices echoing in unison. "Greetings, ancestor." Yuanping hummed in acknowledgement as he slowly squinted, his face showing a strange expression as he looked at the kneeling Yuanping. He asked in a low voice, "Has Yu Shaogui not returned yet?" "He has not, ancestor." Yuanping answered quietly, his tone respectful. The gathered uncles and nephews glanced at each other, speculating that Yuanping must have made a significant breakthrough. Yuanping, however, felt uneasy. Hesitantly, he raised his head and asked humbly, "Ancestor, did you have a breakthrough during your seclusion?" "Yes and no." Yuanping visibly became very excited at the subject, laughing heartily as he replied, "While I was in seclusion, I had a sudden epiphany, feeling refreshed and understanding where my breakthrough opportunity lies." "Ah, what joy! Congratulations on your epiphany, ancestor. The Purple Mansion realm is within reach." Yuanping's uncles and nephews immediately pressed their heads to the ground, shouting in unison, their voices full of respect and excitement. This extravagant display made Yuanping feel even more pleased with himself as he nodded slowly, taking it all in. However, Yuanping, observing Yuanping's exaggerated expression, felt increasingly uneasy. He began to feel suspicion rising in him and chose his next words carefully. "Congratulations on your divine insight, ancestor. The Purple Mansion realm is surely within your reach. Such enlightenment is only spoken of in ancient legends, attributed to the most extraordinary Daoist immortals. It has not been heard of for hundreds of years, and the fact that you have achieved such insight is truly earth-shattering." Yuanping had deliberately phrased his words so oddly to hint at his doubts, but Yuanping, failing to catch the hint, thought he was being flattered. Instead, he laughed heartily and declared proudly, "Indeed, it is so." This statement was something no Foundation Establishment realm ancestor would dare utter, striking Yuanping's mind like thunder. He knew Yuanping well, and such arrogance and restlessness was entirely uncharacteristic of him. Alarm bells rang in his mind, and he could not help the words of caution that left his mouth. "Ancestor, beware of falling under someone's spell." These words exploded next to Yuanping's ears. He paused momentarily, his eyes briefly clearing. However, 1,000 li away, a white jade fishing rod was lifted lightly, and Yuanping's eyes dimmed again. He roared angrily, "You cowardly junior, trying to obstruct my path." With a powerful sweep of his gray sleeve, he struck Yuanping, causing him to see stars and spit blood instantly. Rolling 3 times on the ground, Yuanping spat out 2 teeth, his mana completely drained. Yuanping's voice was cold and harsh when he spoke again. A small punishment to serve as a big warning. Remember it well. Yuanping then flew eastward on the wind. Covered in dust and blood, Yuanping lay on the ground, weak. However, he still cried out persistently, tears streaming down his face as he ran and stumbled over his own feet. Don't go, ancestor. You must not go. Ancestor. Ancestor. You mustn't. Chapter 258. Man on Creek, Fish in Cave, 2. However, Yu Yufeng had already flown away on the wind. Yu Mugo, his mouth filled with blood, found to his dismay that his mana flow had been halted by Yu Yufeng's strike. He attempted a couple of spells but failed to lift off, calling out a few times in futility before giving up. Yu Mugo spat out the blood in his mouth, spraying red droplets everywhere. Looking back, he found himself standing on the rock platform below the hall, disheveled, covered in dust, and the front of his clothes now stained with blood. His bare feet were planted on the ground, a far cry from the refined young master he once was. However, he did not care as he stood dazedly in the open space, feeling utterly lost. He gazed at the gloomy sky, the dark night swirling between the mountain peaks. His heart felt empty as he stood there barefoot. Slowly, his uncles and brothers caught up, buzzing like a swarm of bees. Mugo, this was a joyous occasion. How could you speak like that? The ancestor is merciful. It's fortunate that Brother Mugo is unharmed. Yu Mugo, body hunched and heart burning with anger, could only grit his teeth and endure such embarrassment. With a long sigh, he let 2 streams of tears flow down his cheeks and cried out to the heavens. This is beyond human control. What can we do? What can we do? The noise behind him continued. Furious, Yu Mugo drew his sword with a swift motion, glaring at the Yu family members like a tiger. They immediately fell silent, lowering their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Yu Mugo's lips trembled for several moments before he finally threw the sword to the ground with a clang and roared, "Get out!" The Yu family uncles and brothers scattered immediately, as though caught in a whirlwind. Some lifted their robes and ran while the others flew away. Yu Mugo stood there for a while more, still dazed, before finally covering his face and weeping loudly. Muyuan, I have lost you. Who else can I rely on to manage these fools? Li Tongya and the others landed on the small hill. Nanshan Wang took out 12 formation flags and several jade slips, distributing them with a smile. Brother Tao Jing and I will place the flags at the Qian, Kuan, Kan, and Li positions. You two place the flags at the Zhen, Sun, Zhen, and Dui positions. The hand seals and incantations are in these jade slips. 1. Xiao Chucho and Li Tongya nodded, turning around to fly off in their respective directions. Li Tongya studied the jade slip for a moment, confirming the Zhen position, and placed the flag there. Xiao Chucho also arrived on the wind, and the two of them cast spells to fix the flags in place. While performing a series of hand seals, Xiao Chucho glanced at Li Tongya and said in a low voice, Do you have any doubts, fellow Daoist Tongya? Indeed, I do, Li Tongya replied as he nodded, casting the spell before continuing. In the presence of the ancestor, I dared not speak. I cannot understand why Yu Yufeng, who is known for his steadfast seclusion, would come westward. Li Tongya had his suspicions, but continued with polite words in order to prompt Xiao Chucho's explanation. Xiao Chucho laughed heartily and said, The Daoist master's divine ability, derived from Man on Creek, is unique in Yu State and Jiangnan. His life divine ability possesses various wonders, one of which can arouse greed and anger, creating illusions to lure and tempt people. This is why Yu Yufeng could not resist coming. He has been obsessed for years, deeply ensnared by the spell. Unless someone with great power can stop him for a moment and give him a hard slap across the face, he will not wake up. Li Tongya felt a chill down his spine. Such divine ability, able to manipulate others so easily, was merely one of its abilities. He sighed deeply and said quietly, We are like dogs and horses beside a crumbling wall, or fish and shrimp in a cave, so insignificant compared to those in the Purple Mansion realm. Xiao Chucho gently shook his head and replied, To arouse greed and anger, creating illusions, it is all just a minor application of this divine ability. Yu Yufeng's mind was already clouded and his spirit was muddled, hence making it easy for him to fall into the trap. Used in ordinary situations, it would only influence someone's thoughts slightly or make them prone to rash and impulsive actions. Li Tongya nodded slightly, his heart filled with great fear, growing more and more unsettled. He thought to himself, guiding inclinations. Who but those in the Purple Mansion realm can perceive it? Who knows how many big and small affairs Xiao Shooting has already secretly influenced over these past 10 years? A large cluster of doubts surfaced in his mind, and Li Tongya pondered silently. The Yu family has been wasting time with the Eastern families for 20 years, creating never-ending waves of trouble. Though the Fei family frequently caused problems, how much more capable could Fei Wangbai be compared to Yumyugo? Yet, they always managed to evade responsibility. Lu Cixi spent his entire life preparing many contingency plans in the Ding, Li, and in families, even in the Mushroom Forest Plain. Why did all his plans turn to dust in one night when he died? The three families attacked the Lu family simultaneously, with no regard for consequences, as if they had planned it together. Li Tongya's hand, which was hidden in his sleeve, trembled slightly. Even his facial expression distorted slightly, evidence of his fear. He quickly lowered his head to hide his emotions. While these suspicions could be dismissed as mere paranoia, there was one inference he couldn't shake away, one that convinced him Xiao Chuting was behind it all. Years ago, the Yin family occupied the Lu family's old nest, Mount Tian. Without a second thought, and Jingming handed Mount Tian over to the Ding family, leading Ding Shiting to enter Moongaze Lake. Where was Mount Tian located? Right at the border between Moongaze Lake and Mushroom Forest Plain. The Ding family occupying this spot effectively blocked the Yun and Li families from moving east along the Gully Road to encroach on Mushroom Forest Plain and Lixiao Prefecture, cutting off their path to the Xiao family. The Ding family had long been the gatekeepers for the Yuan family. The Yuan family had numerous Foundation establishment realm cultivators, and Yuan Tuan, a senior sister of Li Jing, was now the head of Qingsui Peak, where the Li family intended to send their disciples. Unless the Li family occupied Mount Tian first, it was nearly impossible to start a conflict with the Yuan family over that desolate mountain. This left the Xiao family free from geographical conflicts with the Li family. No wonder. No wonder they want my family to send disciples to the Azure Pond sect. It all fits together. The intricate connections made Li Tongya's heart tremble with fear, deeply unsettling him and leaving him momentarily dazed. Looking further back, the eastern invasion of Mount Yue, Jianixi's suicide, the destruction of the Moongaze Lake Market. Each event has suspicious points. Xiao Chuting, what a masterful man on Creek. What a terrifying man Xiao Chuting is. Fellow Daoist Tongya. Xiao Chucho's voice called out twice, startling Li Tongya back to reality. He quickly apologized, saying with a bitter tone, I was lost in thoughts about the mysteries of the Purple Mansion realm and its various divine abilities, and was momentarily distracted. I am truly sorry. Though he spoke these words, Li Tongya was inwardly struck by a realization, thinking, that day when I broke into the Lu family and learned about Jianixi's matter as a Purple Mansion ritual, I felt the sky darken and light vanish, leaving me at the mercy of the Purple Mansion realm. Over the years, as my cultivation grew, I distanced myself from worldly matters, feeling a faint sense of freedom. Yet, I am still but a small shrimp in a cave, foolishly thinking otherwise. Even though Xiao Chuting had subtly aided his family, it still left Li Tongya deeply uneasy. He suppressed these thoughts as Xiao Chucho laughed heartily and said, the Purple Mansion realm is naturally wondrous. In ancient times, it was called divine refinement, meaning to cultivate divine abilities, famed for its many marvels. Divine refinement. Li Tongya echoed, quickly adjusting his mindset as he responded with a smile. Such hidden truths exist. That's right. Xiao Chucho infused the final incantation into the formation flag, completing the setup of this formation eye alongside Li Tongya. They then rode the wind to the next gen position to place another flag. Not wanting to miss the opportunity to gather more information, Li Tongya could not help but ask further as they continued soaring through the air. Senior, with your extensive knowledge, could you tell me the names of the other realms? Xiao Chucho nodded slightly and replied. In ancient times, the embryonic breathing realm was called chakra nourishment. The Qi cultivation realm was known as Qi ingestion. The Purple Mansion realm was termed divine refinement, and the Golden Core realm was referred to as seeking essence. These descriptions were more aligned with the cultivation processes. After the conflict between the immortals and devils, not only were there changes to prevent others from stealing their traditions, but the techniques also evolved to include many cryptic terms and jargon. Even the realms became different and much harder to understand. As they talked, they finished setting up the last formation point and flew back to the small hill, where the swordsman, Chen Taojing, and Nanshan Wang were already waiting. The four of them concealed themselves and quietly awaited Yu Yufeng's arrival. 1. Refer to translator's thoughts. Crow's thoughts. 8 trigrams directions. Qian, Kuan, Can, Li equals southeast, northeast, south, north. Zhen, Sun, Zhen, Dui equals west, northwest, southwest, east. Chapter 259, Ambushed. And Zheyan, having completed his meditation, slowly got down from the rock atop the mountain. Before him sat a middle-aged man with a head full of gray hair, appearing at least 10 years older than Zheyan. The man was meditating silently, but as Zheyan approached, he opened his eyes and greeted, "Senior." And Zheyan merely nodded, his expression somewhat downcast. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, and his once stern face softened with a hint of a smile as he asked, "Could it be that you were driven out by your wife again?" And Zheyan shook his head and sighed, replying with a mix of amusement and exasperation, "It is not something to laugh about, brother Youdao. My wife, Fei, is perfect in every way, except for her domineering personality." Tian Youdao chuckled softly. He had a certain fondness for this former head of the Yin family, but kept his distance due to the presence of many prying eyes. He simply responded, "Fei is both capable and ambitious." The Li family had attempted to arrange a marriage for Zheyan in the town several times. Many children with spiritual orifices were already betrothed. Even Li Yuanyin almost could not marry one. It was even more challenging for someone like Zheyan, once infamous for his brutality, to find a match. Eventually, he ended up marrying Li Fei. Li Fei had previously married westward to Mount Yue, accomplished feats there, and also managed Lichuanku village. She was not only beautiful, but also carried an aura of nobility. And Zheyan, despite being a qi cultivator, had been through many ups and downs, which had softened his temperament. Li Fei completely dominated him, but despite his complaints, their life together was fairly harmonious. And Zheyan chuckled, avoiding the topic. "I see that brother Tian is troubled. What worries you?" he asked politely. Tian Youdao sighed deeply, his old face drooping as he replied, "At over 50 years old, I have enjoyed what pleasures I could and barely reached the peak of the embryonic breathing realm before 60. What troubles could I have, except for the fact that my children and grandchildren are disappointing?" Such a topic of conversation made Zheyan's slightly uneasy. He said softly, "Brother Youdao need not worry. Sometimes, there is a blessing in ignorance. Having children and grandchildren that are too outstanding might not always be a good thing." Tian Youdao remained silent. The two sat on the peak when a figure climbed up, dressed in a long robe with a sword at his waist and a composed expression. It was Chen Donghe. Chen Donghe appeared travel-worn, indicating that he had just returned from somewhere. The two men stood and cupped their fists in greeting. Chen Donghe returned the salute, and Zheyan laughed. "Donghe, where have you been?" Chen Donghe shook off the dust from his robe, and then stood proudly, now clean and neat. He answered softly, "My wife and daughter are in Lijing town. I always miss them and have to go back to see them." Chen Donghe sat by the stone table and took a sip from a jade cup. Looking puzzled, he asked, "Upon my return, I heard that Tian Zhongqing volunteered to lead a group of Tian family members to eastern Mount Yue and accepted a quota of 600 jin of spirit patties. Uncle, what is the meaning of this?" Tian Youdao simply shook his head, muttering, "It's a long story. The children are just disappointing." Chen Donghe saw that Tian Youdao was reluctant to elaborate and paused before speaking gently. "Allow me to say something. The highborn children are indeed arrogant. Perhaps this ordeal is a good thing for them." Tian Youdao raised his eyebrows, indicating for Chen Donghe to continue. Chen Donghe nodded and continued in a low voice. "Every day I see the children of the Tian family in the town cockfighting, racing dogs, and acting arrogantly. I was always secretly worried for you, uncle. Although today's incident caused a setback for the Tian family, it might have helped avert a greater disaster in the future. It is truly a fortunate event." These comforting words eased Tian Youdao's mind considerably, but he still frowned and sighed. "You are right, Donghe. Zhongqing is still decent enough, so I can rest assured about him. But those useless ones like Tian Rong, they can always stir up trouble." Tian Youdao then waved his sleeve and stood up, seeming to have made a decision. He then said in a deep voice, "I shall now enter seclusion for a breakthrough. No more preparations are necessary. Lingering on this mountain always leaves me uneasy. The sooner I break through and descend, the better I can oversee them." After saying this, he cupped his fists to Chen Donghe and Zheyan and turned to head toward the Spirit Spring cave dwelling. As the stone door closed heavily, Chen Donghe set down his jade cup and looked at Zheyan, who sat there dumbfounded. He chuckled lightly as he spoke warmly to the man. Feel free to resume your cultivation. Yufeng flew on the wind for a while. The speed of a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator was swift, and almost in an instant, he had left the territory of the Yu family, passed over the Long and Flattened family's lands, and flew past the Li family's territory. Below, the smoke from cooking fires rose slowly, and the crowing of roosters and barking of dogs made the early morning scene particularly lively. Yufeng felt greatly moved as he calculated, quietly formulating a plan. He muttered slowly, "The Li family's method of rearing mortals is truly excellent. The land around Mount Dali is not particularly fertile, yet they manage to support so many mortals. If I used them for my consumption, it would not just heal the wounds on my hands, but it might even help me advance further." Yufeng's heart was filled with agitation, but he knew better than to act recklessly. He gritted his teeth and said harshly, "If it were not for that Sword Immortal's protection, how could such delicacies slip away from me? For now, I should seize this opportunity. Once I break through to the Purple Mansion realm, I will immediately join the Azure Pond sect. Who cares about a mere 1 or 200,000 mortals?" With these thoughts, Yufeng felt a surge of joy within him, quickening his pace as he swiftly flew over the Li family's territory, heading west along the Gully Road. The mystical guidance in his heart became increasingly clear. Yufeng was greatly excited, and as his mana increased, the sword scars carved on his palms began to ache faintly, almost making him howl in pain. Unaware of his abnormal reaction, Yufeng descended upon the small hill. Suddenly, a buzzing noise exploded in his ears as beams of light shot up instantly, enveloping the sky in a pristine barrier. Yufeng's mind went blank as he shouted out angrily, "Who dares block my way? Who dares steal my opportunity?" Huh! A cold laugh echoed from above him, a thunderous voice ringing in Yufeng's ears. "Your death is imminent, and yet you are unaware that you've been ensnared. Yufeng, you are truly worthless." These words exploded like thunder in Yufeng's ears, clearing his muddled eyes instantly. He felt as though he had just woken up from a long dream. Shivering coldly, the events of the past half-day flooded his mind. Yufeng murmured, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice, "I am the ancestor of the Yu family, connected with Yuanwu Peak. Yu Muxian from my clan is cultivating there, and he's grand disciple of a Daoist master. You better consider your next actions carefully." However, no one in the formation responded. 3 figures slowly rose, and Yufeng, startled, quickly scanned them with his spiritual sense. Terror engulfed him completely. He stepped back, realizing that the formation had enclosed him entirely. Finally, realizing the magnitude of his foolish actions, he muttered, "Spell? No, divine ability. Which Purple Mansion realm cultivator seeks my life?" Chapter 260, Killing Yufeng. Li Tongya concealed himself outside the formation, listening to Yufeng's terrified shouts from within. He kept his head down, scanning the surroundings for any signs of intruders. With Xiao Chucho and his group, 1 at the peak of Foundation Establishment Realm and 2 at the mid-stage, dealing with Yufeng, who was only at the late stage of Foundation Establishment Realm, they did not need Li Tongya's help at all. They had just asked him to stand guard outside the formation. "Take this." Nanshan Wang launched a pristine white jade seal toward Yufeng, which burst forth with brilliant white light. Yufeng's face twisted in both alarm and terror as he reached out to intercept it. The collision produced a violent and thunderous sound, locking them in a stalemate while in midair. "Nanshan Wang, it's you. It's the Xiao family. This is not good," Yufeng cried out. The collision of lights produced sparkling radiance which trickled down from Yufeng's palms as he withstood the jade seal. Nanshan Wang, eyes closed and focusing intently, pushed Yufeng back step by step, his arms straining. While dealing with the Peak Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator Nanshan Wang, Yufeng sensed a chilling breeze behind him. Dozens of sword beams surged like waves, producing a sound similar to the roar of raging oceans. Turning, Yufeng saw a middle-aged swordsman approaching him rapidly with a sword, his gray robe billowing in the wind. Yufeng, forced to divert his attention, held Nanshan Wang's jade seal with one hand and used his other to counter the sword beams. Chen Taojing, practicing the River One Chi technique, wielded robust mana. Dozens of sword beams poured down with unstoppable force, each radiant and powerful. Unexpectedly, Yufeng's reverse palm strike halted the sword beams. He then grabbed and crushed them, causing a burst of clear droplets to rain down on them, dissipating the sword beams entirely. Yufeng truly lives up to the name of White Jade Fist. His strength is formidable. Li Tongya, now a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator with years of experience, could easily gauge the strength of the combatants. Despite being at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm, Yufeng could simultaneously fend off the peak Foundation Establishment Realm Nanshan Wang and mid-stage Qinghong. Even though they weren't using their full power, his ability to resist and defend himself was impressive. Below, Xiao Chucho, having wandered the world for years, showed no regard for honor with Yufeng. He swung his patterned copper rod with lethal intent, aiming directly for Yufeng's head, his mana surging fiercely. In a moment of desperation, Yufeng quickly gathered his mana, pushing away the jade seal with one palm and turning to clash directly with Xiao Chucho. He used the momentum to repel himself away. These three together make it impossible for me to gauge their strength. I have no choice but to go all out. He clapped his palms together, releasing 6 beams of white light. Red lines soon emerged on his skin that extended from his elbows and earlobes, resembling dangling tassels and emitting a faint blood chi. Yufeng's eyes shut and reopened, now glowing with the luster of jade, his tattered clothes revealing his sculpted muscles. He spat out a blood-red streak, his fierce and feral gaze fixed on Qinghong. What kind of immortal foundation is this? Qinghong asked in a low voice, stunned as everything happened in the space of a breath. If Yufeng revealed such an immortal foundation under normal circumstances, Xiao Chucho would be on high alert, performing hand seals or summoning Dharma artifacts to prepare for battle. But now, with Yufeng like a bird in a cage or a fish in a net, Xiao Chucho wasn't worried and even had the leisure to chat. Jade Court General, Xiao Chucho answered with a smile. Back then, it was the immortal foundation forged by the White Jade Court, subordinate to the Moonlight Origin Mansion. The courtly red dust chi required to cultivate it has long been lost. Seeing it today is quite rare indeed. That's right. Nanshan Wang nodded in agreement, pushing his palms forward, continuing. Back in the day, he made a name for himself in Lixiao Prefecture with this Jade Court General. It has been many years since then, but seeing it again is still impressive. While the two elders chatted happily, Qinghong was struggling. Yufeng, spotting him as the youngest and weakest, closed the distance between them in 2 swift steps. Each of his palms struck down with force as heavy as Mount Tai, clashing against Qinghong's sword, producing a series of sharp, metallic sounds and bright red sparks. Qinghong didn't dare to hold back any longer. He activated Boundless Ocean, and clear, thick river water rose around him like 2 dragons, continuously dissolving the incoming mana suppression. His sword techniques were adept, and though he was consuming a lot of mana, he managed to withstand Yufeng's attacks. Seniors, this old scoundrel has gone mad. Come quickly to assist. Qinghong shouted out through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, Yufeng felt a deep sense of regret within him. He finally recognized the Boundless Ocean from the famous River One Chi technique of the Lingyu Gate, common around Moongaze Lake. Cursing his bad luck, he thought to himself dejectedly, I didn't expect this guy's immortal foundation to be the Boundless Ocean. What rotten luck. Now I've lost the advantage and can't even take down one of them. Xiao Chucho laughed heartily and said loudly, Junior's immortal foundation is extremely robust. You can easily hold on for another quarter of an hour. You are being too humble. As he spoke, wisps of cloud and fine frost, along with flashes of lightning, appeared around him. Dark runes formed on his rod, and his already white temples turned frosty. He stepped forward, swinging his rod at Yufeng. Nanshan Wang also joined in, clapping his hands and retrieving a pinewood staff from a pouch at his waist. The 3 of them surrounded Yufeng. Yufeng, overwhelmed, struggled to defend against the sword and staff. Nanshan Wang's jade seal and staff alternately struck him solidly, yet drew no blood. Instead, pieces of jade chipped off his body, falling to the ground and transforming into bloodstains. After a few exchanges with Yufeng, Xiao Chucho sensed that something was off. He noticed that Yufeng's mana was strange, almost as if it had been corrupted. It was no wonder that Qinghong, known for his robust and enduring Boundless Ocean, had called for help within mere moments. Observing the blood chi emanating from Yufeng's immortal foundation, he muttered, Yufeng, it seems you have consumed sacrificial offerings for your immortal foundation. No wonder you have been stuck at the late Foundation establishment realm for years. Such reckless consumption explains why you have not advanced. Yufeng remained silent, fighting the three for an hour. His strength waned, nearing exhaustion and the brink of backlash from his own immortal foundation. Desperate, he threw dozens of talismans into the air which transformed into flames, green wood, and lightning, attacking his opponents. Taking the opportunity, he quickly flew westward. However, the talismans only hindered them momentarily. Xiao Chucho and the others immediately pursued him with renewed vigor. Yufeng barely managed to strike at the formation a couple of times, causing a ripple before they closed in again. Forced to turn back and fight, more pieces of jade fell from his body, and Chun Taojing sliced off half a jade finger with his sword. Yufeng opened his mouth but couldn't speak. Xiao Chucho nodded slightly and continued. Your family's techniques are impressive, likely higher than grade 3. If you had achieved the Purple Mansion realm, your divine abilities would truly be formidable in combat. Yufeng remained silent, his tongue stiff in his mouth. Pills he had attempted to swallow rolled out from the corners of his mouth, his eyes unable to move. Xiao Chucho seized this moment of his vulnerability, smashing Yufeng's head with his rod, scattering more jade fragments into the air. The now frail body swayed and finally collapsed to the ground, breaking into 4 pieces and scattering debris everywhere. Chapter 261. Tides have turned. The 3 men descended in silence. Xiao Chucho used his rod to crush the jade pieces, sweeping aside the fragments. They saw the shriveled remains of a heart and lungs, along with brain matter splattered on the ground. Everything else had transformed into bright jade, appearing crystalline and translucent in the morning light. Xiao Chucho sighed as he picked up the storage pouch and poured out its contents with a clatter. Most of the items in it were Dharma artifacts, elixirs, and talismans. Although they had won the battle, their spirits were low as they sat among the items, carefully scanning through and selecting them. After the space of a few breaths, Li Tongya descended from the sky, intending to offer congratulatory words. He glanced at the jade fragments on the ground and wisely remained silent upon seeing the others' expressions. Nanshan Wang sighed and murmured, Yufeng. In his youth, he was arrogant and domineering. Who would have thought he'd end up with his immortal foundation disintegrated like this, reduced to shattered jade? Nanshan Wang, being the eldest and most experienced, had naturally witnessed many things. When Yufeng first came to Lixiao Prefecture, Nanshan Wang was already a late-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivator, and having seen Yufeng in his prime, he could not help but sigh. The elderly tend to be sentimental. Xiao Chucho, feeling deeply emotional, nodded and added. He had established an immortal foundation and possessed formidable combat strength. It's a pity he encountered Yuxia, who ended his path. Who knows how many years he had wasted. The most precious years of cultivation were lost because the sword scars on his palms slowed his progress. It's not anyone else's fault, though. Nanshan Wang shook his head, as if recalling that fateful day from years ago, and said softly. Yuxia had warned him repeatedly that this move was extraordinary and should not be taken head-on. He wielded dual swords with dazzling sword auras that were well synchronized with each other. It was so impressive that I could not even sit still watching him. Yet, Yufeng chose to catch them barehanded. His downfall was indeed due to his youthful arrogance and overconfidence. He couldn't blame others for it. As the two discussed past events, Chun Taojing and Li Tongya listened quietly. Xiao Chucho picked up a few Dharma artifacts and talismans from the ground, placed them in his storage pouch, and took another portion of the spirit stones before gesturing for the others to help themselves to the rest. After Chun Taojing and Nanshan Wang had taken their share as well, Xiao Chucho then turned to Li Tongya. Pick a few items. Li Tongya waved his hand hurriedly, declining his offer. The siege of Yufeng was at my request, and I did not contribute. I was merely watching. How could I take anything from the storage pouch? He said hastily. Xiao Chucho shook his head and replied. You have done your part by setting up the formation. That takes effort. Go ahead and take a few items. Hearing this, Li Tongya picked up 2 spirit stones. Xiao Chucho nodded, and with a wave of his sleeve, collected the remaining items. He then cupped his fist and said, Brother Tongya, do not disappoint the ancestors' intentions. Now that the Yu family is weakened, this is the perfect time for your clan to rise. We have fulfilled our promise. The rest is up to your family. Indeed. Thank you, Senior and the Ancestor, for your great kindness. Li Tongya said humbly. expressing his gratitude with a respectful cup of his fist. Nanshan Wang and Chun Tao Jing had already tactfully turned away to give the two some privacy, one cleaning up traces left by the fight, and the other retrieving the formation flags. Xiao Chucho saw Li Tongya nodding slightly in agreement. After hesitating for a few breaths, he finally spoke. Moongaze Lake's upper lake area is vast and resource-rich, without any major fire or earth veins, nor any renowned alchemy or blacksmith families. Xiao Chucho paused again and said softly, "The ancestors' intention is that there should be no marketplace on Moongaze Lake." Li Tongya understood his words immediately. This was the Xiao family's condition and one of the fundamental reasons for supporting their family at Moongaze Lake. The Xiao family boasted complete lineages and inheritances. Under Xiao Shooting's suppression, they controlled a significant market share of Dharma artifacts and elixirs in Lixiao Prefecture and its surroundings. In the past, when the three disciples from the Xiao family were still part of the Azure Pond sect, they converted vast amounts of raw materials and exported large quantities of Dharma artifacts and elixirs annually. Most of the profits went to Azure Pond, but the remaining portions still brought substantial wealth to the Xiao family. Now, having separated from Azure Pond, the Xiao family's position has become awkward and rather disadvantageous. The Azure Pond sect had not only cut off their supply of raw materials, but also severely impacted their sales of Dharma artifacts and elixirs. Xiao Shooting had already anticipated this situation. The southern part of Moongaze Lake bordered the northern foothills of Mount Dali, where there were few families. The northern, eastern, and western shores, however, were rich in resources and densely populated with cultivators, meeting the Xiao family's needs perfectly. Li Tongyao paused slightly. "I understand. The Yu family's marketplace will be wiped out within a few years," he responded, cupping his fist respectfully. Xiao Chucho nodded approvingly, signaling that the matter was settled. He then added, "Yu Muxian is merely a Qi cultivator, and with the Azure Pond sect in turmoil, no one will come to investigate, and even if someone does, it will not affect you. Yu Yufeng's death will likely be glossed over, so there is no need to worry." "Understood," Li Tongya responded, and the two ascended on the wind. The two others, who had been dawdling, finally finished their tasks and joined them. Xiao Chucho smiled and said, "This matter is settled then, Brother Tongya. You may return without worry." Li Tongya bowed in return, and the three from the Xiao family departed on the wind. He then turned in the direction of Mount Lijing, feeling both relieved and pleased. "At last, one of my burdens had been lifted off my shoulders," he murmured quietly to himself. The forest below sped past him as he flew by. Soon, Li Tongya's cautious nature made him suspicious once more, his mind racing with thoughts and speculations. Why did Xiao Chucho speak to me about the Daoist master's divine abilities? It seemed like he was intentionally mentioning it to me. Was it a warning? Or was it a gesture of goodwill? Or perhaps another scheme of theirs? He muttered with an anxious frown. Li Tongya raised an eyebrow and turned his hand within his wide sleeve, revealing two glowing spirit stones. These were the very stones Xiao Chucho had insisted he take. Although he appeared to have put them away, he had actually kept them hidden in his sleeve, using mana to hold them instead of touching them directly. Shaking his head, he flicked his fingers, sending the two spirit stones shooting into a large tree below, quickly disappearing from his sight. Li Tongya chuckled at his own thoughts and paranoia. Old age indeed brings overthinking. Mount Lijing soon appeared in the distance. Li Tongya gradually slowed his speed and descended into the formation, his spiritual sense scanning the area. A powerful voice reverberated in the mind of every direct descendant of the Li family. "Yu Yufeng is dead. Rest for 6 hours, then set off immediately from Mount Huazhong." Before the echoes of these words ended, the stone door of the cave dwelling behind him opened suddenly. A young man carrying a golden longbow strode out confidently. His sharp eyebrows arched proudly, and his face bore a slight, almost mischievous grin. He laughed heartily and bellowed, "Finally, we can get some revenge." Li Tongya shook his head with a smile and looked toward the Milan prefecture in the distance. The rising sun painted the horizon, cutting through the forest. A surge of exhilaration and boldness rose in his heart. His next words were ferocious, his voice dangerously quiet. "You Xiaogui, the tides have turned." Chapter 262, Breaking the Formation. And Zheyan was humming a tune on the mountain peak, gazing at the bright moon. On the small table before him were a dish of wine and 2 plates of food. He tasted them happily, letting out a long sigh as he savored the taste, and sat quietly. Back when Zheyan held great power in the Yin family, he had lived a grand life. Exotic delicacies like bear paws and spirit fish tasted bland to him, and he muddled through each day. After experiencing dramatic changes in his life, he found that even the simple food and wine of the mortal world tasted even better than before, and he lived a more comfortable life. Coming to such a realization, Zheyan couldn't help but laugh at himself. Unexpectedly, a servant approached him hurriedly, carrying a lantern. He was panting heavily and calling out repeatedly, "Old master! Old master!" Huh? And Zheyan couldn't help but feel a bit fearful at the servant's appearance and asked softly, "Is it the madam?" "No." The servant shook his head repeatedly and replied, "The main family sent word that Yuanping of the Yue family has fallen. The ancestor has broken through to the Foundation establishment realm and is preparing to send troops to Mount Huazhong to reclaim the family estate." "What?" And Zheyan raised his head in disbelief, utterly shocked. His legs went weak, and he looked around in a daze, not knowing what to say. The servant called out to him twice more before Zheyan finally burst into tears and laughed heartily. Damn it! Li Tongya is a genius. Damn it! In his excitement, he had forgotten to watch his language. He jumped down from the rock and kicked open the large reddish-brown door, shouting, "Chen Dongha! Chen Dongha!" Chen Dongha was deep in thought with his sword when Zheyan barged in, full of force. Assuming that the rascal was trying to rebel, Chen Dongha prepared to defend himself. But unexpectedly, Zheyan laughed out loud like a maniac and cried, "You're still playing sword here, huh? We're going to a real fight." Seeing Chen Dongha's confused expression, Zheyan quickly explained the news to him, and Chen Dongha's expression quickly changed to one of sheer joy. He knew about Li Tongya breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm, but hadn't expected Yuanping to die so swiftly. Nodding quickly, they both took to the wind and flew upward. Below, they saw soldiers moving through the town, their blades flashing brightly in the firelight. They paused slightly and saw a young man approaching with a golden bow. His sharp eyebrows and eyes, coupled with his concise and energetic attire, made the two quickly salute and address him respectfully. "Xianfeng, young master." Li Xianfeng nodded slightly in acknowledgement and said, "The Yin family has two peaks. One is called Mount Yue, the ancestral peak, and the other is Mount Huazhong, which was acquired from the Ji family back then. You two will go with me to Mount Yue and claim it. The ancestor and the others will handle Mount Huazhong." And Zheyan, knowing this well, nodded hurriedly. Chen Dongha frowned slightly and whispered, "This is all well and good, but I have heard the Yue family has stationed cultivators in the Yin family. If we go, we might have to confront the Yue family directly and make enemies with them." Li Xianfeng shook his head and laughed. "Haha, we were invited by Brother Zheyan to remove his usurping concubine-born siblings occupying the Yin family's position and restore order. We hold the moral high ground. As for the Yue family's cultivators, we have never seen them. They are just rogue cultivators hired by Zheyu." Exactly. A figure descended slowly from the sky, his robes fluttering in the wind. Bearing a great resemblance to Li Tongya and carrying a sword at his waist, he was none other than Li Xianling. He nodded slightly and continued, "In recent years, the families on the eastern shore have been restless, harboring both hatred and fear toward the Yue family, who had been constantly exerting pressure on them. Yu Mugo, wary of provoking public outrage, refrained from outright annexation of the Yin family, opting instead to maintain superficial control over them. With a legitimate reason, the Yue family is powerless to do anything without Yuanping now, as long as we act swiftly enough." Chen Dongha nodded. After exchanging a few words, Li Xianfeng led the two men and flew away. Li Xianling paused midair, and his elder brother Li Xianxian followed suit, asking softly, "Brother Ling, do you think Zheyan is trustworthy?" "Outwardly obedient, but who knows what he thinks in his heart?" Li Xianling replied. Li Xianxian frowned and said, "We have already promised him Pharaoh and granted him freedom of movement. He should not fear being discarded after being used. He's at the 6th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. He knows his value on the lake," Li Xianling said, shaking his head as they sped through the wind. In the distance, Mount Huazhong came into view, its terrain undulating and its formations emitting a faint white glow. Above Mount Huazhong, Li Tongya stood still, levitating in the sky. Below him, the formation was filled with desperate screams and cries. Flickering flames appeared and disappeared among the mountains. Looking at the seemingly solid formation with flowing light below, he suddenly felt a bit dazed. How many times has this happened? These spirit veins on the lake had witnessed countless killings and wars in less than 100 years. The Wan family was destroyed by the Ji family, the Ji family by the Lu family, and the Lu family was dismantled mercilessly. Finally, Li Tongya, stood above this mountain. He sighed. Crystal-clear water dragons rose from beneath his feet, climbing from his waist to his chest, then up to his neck, dancing around him. His broad hand gripped the hilt of his sword, and the ordinary Dharma sword slowly emerged from its sheath, revealing a snow-white blade with intricate patterns. Li Tongya was exceedingly cautious, never daring to be arrogant. Unlike others who played games with Qi Cultivation Realm cultivators, besieging the enemy and Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators holding the rear, he went all out from the start. Although he hadn't studied the law of Celestial Moon deeply, he had been practicing the Celestial Moon / technique for 40 years now. Since stepping into the Foundation Establishment Realm, he had never unleashed its full power. Now, eager to fight, he infused 10% of his mana into this strike. Clang! Li Tongya closed his eyes slowly, fully activating his boundless ocean. Sword chi and mana surged powerfully into his one single strike. After a long while, he suddenly drew the sword, unleashing a snow-white sword aura that was as enormous as a ship's sail and as swift as lightning, disappearing in an instant. Boom! The formation exploded below him, reverberating with powerful waves of energy and emitting a loud, creaking sound. A huge gap appeared which spanned the entire mountain, revealing high platforms and buildings within. The gap flickered briefly before the entire formation disappeared completely. The residual sword chi, controlled by Li Tongya's thoughts, transformed into fragmented spring rain, scattering over the mountain. The power is quite impressive, Li Tongya exclaimed. Having broken the formation, he felt rather exhilarated. The sword chi on his Dharma sword fluctuated, showing signs of transformation, which brought him great joy. After being stuck at the sword chi stage for so many years, there's finally a sign of breaking through to the sword essence stage. Below, the Yuan and family's cultivators dressed themselves hastily. They grabbed their swords and sabers, rushing out of their courtyards. The mountain's grand formation had been shattered, dissolving into white light. Everyone stood quietly, staring dumbfounded at the radiant Dharma sword in the sky. As the cool spring rain fell through the forest and landed on their faces, someone finally dropped their Dharma artifact with a resounding clang. He kneeled on the ground, crying out, "How the hell are we supposed to fight this? That's a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. A Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. Without you, Xiaogui, how can we possibly resist such a force?" Not only were the Yin family's cultivators on the mountain in despair, but even the Li family's embryonic breathing realm cultivators below were momentarily stunned. None of them expected the enemy's formation to be obliterated so quickly. They looked at the figure in the sky with a mixture of awe and joy, shouting praises to their ancestor as they charged into the formation. The cultivators on Mount Huazhong had lost their will to fight. The Yu family's cultivators tried to resist, shouting that they were under Yu family rule. However, the Li family's cultivators had been instructed to treat them as rogue cultivators. They engaged the Yu family's cultivators in battle with a chaotic onslaught of attacks. The Yin family's cultivators, on the other hand, threw down their Dharma artifacts and fell to their knees, begging for mercy. Chapter 263, Assault on Huazhong. Father's swordsmanship has reached another level, Li Xianling exclaimed as he looked at Li Tongya, who was standing calmly, in awe. Meanwhile, Li Xianxian murmured incredulously, "If I am not mistaken, that's a peak Qi Cultivation Realm formation." A formation of the peak Qi Cultivation Realm was comparable to the Sun-Right Profound Light formation on Mount Lijiang. It required over 100 spirit stones to set up, a price tag enough to leave even peak Qi cultivators helpless. It was the pinnacle formation for a Qi Cultivation Realm family. Although it was called a peak Qi Cultivation Realm formation, it was not as fragile as paper in front of a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. It could hold off an ordinary cultivator of the early Foundation Establishment Realm for the duration it takes to burn an incense stick. If faced with a non-combative Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, it could hold up even longer. Hence, the fact that Li Tongya broke the formation so effortlessly highlighted the sheer offensive power of his swordsmanship. Indeed, Li Xianling responded with a slight smile. He saw a Qi cultivator rising from below, dressed in a gray robe with a jade crown. He appears to be at the fourth heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. The man repelled the flying Dharma artifacts controlled by the embryonic breathing realm cultivators below with his saber, trying to find an opening to escape. Li Xianling drew his sword and confronted him readily. Li Xianxian snapped out of his daze and also approached with his sword, still marveling. With Yufeng now dead, there is no one left on the lake who can firmly suppress second uncle. Below, Li Xianling faced off against the man, his sword exuding the light gray aura of the profound water sword technique. They exchanged 2 moves, and Li Xianxian also joined in with his sword. Li Xianxian had no real skill in swordsmanship, wielding the sword purely as a sharp tool. Li Xianling took the lead in the fight, while Li Xianxian maneuvered around, occasionally launching talismans as his attack tactic. The man was quite skilled with his saber, and with his power as a 4th heavenly layer Qi cultivator, he handled the 2 second heavenly layer Qi cultivators with ease. However, the 4th heavenly layer Qi cultivator did not want to linger any longer than he must. Seeing Li Tongya looking over to where they were, his anxiety grew incessantly. I am a guest cultivator from the Yu family, not of the Yin family. I merely reside here. You two are mistaken. Let me go, and I will repay you generously in the future, he shouted desperately. The man was clever, borrowing the Yu family's name while distancing himself and offering incentives. Most people might have been swayed. Before Li Xianling could respond, the man turned pale with fright. Li Tongya's long sword made a sudden quick motion, sending a sword qi that was enveloped in water essence straight toward him. The sharp energy alone made him break into a cold sweat immediately. He barely managed to raise his sword in defense. Clang! Even though Li Tongya's strike was casual, it was not something a 4th heavenly layer Qi cultivator could easily block. The man had used all his strength and his mana was surging powerfully, yet he felt an overwhelming force against him. His long sword flew from his hand as he spat out blood and fell shakily to the ground. Before he could feel any form of relief, Li Xuanling's sword had pierced through his chest. This Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, does he not have any pride at all? To think that he'd ambush someone like me, a mere 4th heavenly layer Qi cultivator. He thought to himself, his limbs weakening. As Li Xianling retrieved his storage pouch and drew his sword, the man's body fell into the forest. Li Xianling simply shook off the blood and sheathed his sword. As the limp body fell, a strong sword aura followed after him, circling the man's neck lightly, causing his head to separate and his body to dissolve into clear water. Only then did Li Tongya withdraw his gaze. Mount Huazhong was guarded by only a few men. Yu Mugo was too confident, Li Tongya remarked as he descended. Li Xianling and Li Xianxian quickly followed suit. Li Xianxian laughed. The Shao family had the upper hand. He never could have imagined this. Li Xianling nodded and added, indeed, no matter how many Qi cultivators he places here, they would only die by father's hand. It was just a matter of when the news would reach him. Li Tongya nodded silently, landing before the grand and splendid hall. He glanced at the golden decorations and jade steps, murmuring, how lavish. Inside the grand and splendid hall, a middle-aged man with disheveled hair drew his sword and stood up, looking incredulously at the trembling servant below him. You damn fool. And Zheyan? And Zheyan brought people back? Are you crazy? And Zheyu shouted angrily, kicking over the table in front of him. The clattering noise filled the room. His lips trembled with fear, and he cursed to bolster his courage. Where did he get the nerve to offend the Yu family? Yu Xiaogui or Yu Yufeng could kill him with a single slap. Where did he get his guts? Bang! The servant who relayed the news kneeled and pressed his forehead to the ground desperately. The jade plate in the center of the hall cracked suddenly with a loud noise, bursting into a series of flames. After a brief moment, it could no longer bear the strain and exploded into fragments, burning holes of various sizes into the carpet, the smell of fire and scorched material filling the air. This was Zheyu's favorite animal hide carpet, but now he had no time to feel distressed over the ruins of his carpet. His mind went blank, and he collapsed to the ground, muttering to himself, so fast, how is this possible? How is this possible? Another servant called out frantically as he barged in, trembling and shouting, report. The Grand Formation. The Grand Formation was shattered by Li Tongya with a single slash, and Zheyu's expression darkened even further as he muttered, a single slash? How is that possible? And Zheyu's face twisted with rage. He grabbed the servant, spitting as he cursed, impossible. Who do you think he is? Yu Yufeng. and Zheyu was even more brutal than Zheyan had been. The servant, terrified, wet himself, and Zheyu, still caught in a daze, let him go and suddenly brightened up, shouting quickly, "Where is the Yu family's immortal master? Quickly, call for reinforcements. Hurry." And Zheyu, still maintaining a shred of sanity, knew that no Qi cultivator could possibly withstand Li Tongya, who could so easily break the formation with one single slash. He hoped desperately that the Yu family's Qi cultivator could bring reinforcements to aid them. Standing up shakily, he saw the servant trembling as he said, "The immortal master flew away and has not been seen since." "No, no." And Zheyu shook his head violently, muttering, "In Jingming's body. I've already. And Zheyan and I are mortal enemies now. I cannot sit here and wait for death." He pushed aside the throne above hastily, pulling out a storage pouch from within and hurriedly stuffing it into his chest pocket. Taking a few steps forward, now scared witless, he stumbled down the stairs and kicked the helpless servant aside. Falling to the ground, he raised his head slowly and saw a pair of simple cloth shoes in front of him. And Zheyu rolled over and backed away frantically. Before him was a broad-shouldered, gaunt middle-aged man with graying temples, his features accompanied by dignified eyes. He stood calmly before him with his hands behind his back. On either side stood a man. The one on the left appeared older, with a stern demeanor and a slightly square face, exuding an air of long-standing authority. The one on the right looked much younger, but carried himself with equal steadiness. And Zheyu kneeled with a thud, pressing his forehead on the ground frantically in terror as he desperately pleaded, "Mercy, my lords. Mercy. The Yu family forced me. It was the Yu family." Li Tongya simply shook his head and asked softly, "You just mentioned in Jingming. What happened to him?" Now that Yu Yufeng had fallen, Li Tongya wasn't concerned about the existing Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator Yu Shaogui or Fei Wangbai at Moongaze Lake. His concern was the once brilliant talent, and Jingming. And Jingming had been so dazzling that he overshadowed all his peers, including seniors like Li Tongya. Hearing his name made Li Tongya alert immediately, seizing any opportunity he could to gather information. And Zheyu pressed his forehead on the ground repeatedly, stuttering, "And Jingming. And Jingming. I." He stammered so much that he was unable to speak coherently. Li Xianling snorted coldly, making him jump, and pressed his forehead on the ground once more, his whole body trembling in fear. He ate him. Li Tongya, curious, turned to see an armored soldier standing beside the steps. He spoke coldly with a deep look of hatred in his eyes as he stared right at Zheyu. His words stunned everyone. "Ate him." Chapter 264, Youdao surrenders. And Zheyu pressed his forehead on the ground repeatedly, his robes and hair disheveled at this point. Terrified, he whispered weakly, I heard that geniuses possess mystical qualities, and consuming them can inherit some of their abilities. My greed got the better of me, and I." Seeing Li Tongya's expressionless face, and Zheyu's eyes lit up as he thought he understood the situation, he exclaimed hurriedly, "There's still some left. There's some left, my lord. I made it into preserved meat. If you'd give me a moment, I." He scrambled up eagerly and fumbled around the throne above him, quickly retrieving a gold-embellished jade box. Kneeling before the three, he opened the jade box to reveal dark red, translucent slices. And Zheyu smiled obsequiously, "This?" Before Zheyu could finish his sentence, Li Xianling had already drawn his long sword in fury and struck with the scabbard, hitting Zheyu squarely on the jaw. The blow left Zheyu dazed and bleeding from the mouth, silencing him immediately. Li Tongya's hand on the hilt of his sword had turned white from gripping it so tightly. Though his expression remained calm, his eyes narrowed with serpent-like menace. His lips trembled for a moment before he bellowed, "Absurd." As soon as the word left his mouth, a piercing, buzzing sound filled everyone's ears. And Zheyu screamed in pain as blood trickled from his ears. The long sword, which had always remained sheathed on Li Tongya's back, vibrated violently, causing the swords at Li Xuanling's and Li Xuanxuan's waists to tremble as well. Clang! The exquisite jade box spun on the ground, one of its corners even breaking off, causing its dark red, greasy contents to spill out. Li Tongya, visibly furious and uncharacteristically losing his composure, kicked the jade box away. He then took the Qingche sword from his back and cradled it, gripping it soothingly until the buzzing ceased. Only then did he speak softly. "Tie him up and wait for Zheyan to deal with him." "No, my lord. Please no. Have mercy." and Zheyu knew that falling into Zheyan's hands would be a fate worse than death. Overwhelmed by fear, he started to shout frantically. However, as a mere 5th-stage embryonic breathing realm cultivator, he was easily subdued when Li Xianling struck him on his Qinghong mansion, causing him to collapse limply to the ground. Mount Huazhong fell in an instant. While Li Xianfeng led his men through the air, Mount Yue slowly came into view. Its formation glowed brightly, appearing quite sturdy. Mount Yue was narrow at the front and wide at the back with weak earth veins, unable to support many cultivators. Its steep and towering terrain was unsuitable for ordinary people. Hence, when the Yin family captured Mount Huazhong, they migrated westward, leaving only a few embryonic breathing realm cultivators on the mountain. These few cultivators watched the outside world through the formation anxiously. Li Xianfeng and his group halted before the formation. He took his Golden Age longbow, knocked an ebony arrow, and released it toward the formation. Boom! A dazzling golden light streaked through the air, striking the formation with a loud explosion, causing the whole forest to shake. The embryonic breathing realm cultivators below recoiled immediately in fear. The formation rippled, but still managed to withstand the force. Li Xianfeng had not expected to break the formation with a single arrow. He knocked another arrow and fired a series of golden arrows that fell like meteors, bombarding the formation and causing constant explosions. The formation flickered slightly. The formation on Mount Huazhong had been reinforced by the Yue family, whereas the one on Mount Yue was built by the Yin family and was much older and weaker. Inside, the embryonic breathing realm cultivators were crying out in a panic. After a round of intimidation, Li Xianfeng lowered his bow and stood, glancing at Zheyan, signaling him. Li Xianfeng didn't want to destroy the formation, as it was an above-average Qi cultivation realm formation that had cost 70 to 80 spirit stones to build. If Zheyan could persuade the cultivators inside to surrender, the Li family could continue using the formation. And Zheyan, understanding the signal, stepped forward and shouted, "You blind fools! How dare you block my way?" The embryonic breathing realm cultivators below clearly recognized Zheyan, which immediately caused an uproar and sparked disputes among themselves. After more than 10 breaths, interrupted by Li Xuanfeng's intimidating arrow, they pushed forward an old man with white hair who shakily approached the edge of the formation. He then asked tentatively, "Are you Zheyan?" In the past, if someone had dared to address Zheyan like that, he would have been furious and attacked without hesitation. Now, however, he felt nothing but joy and called out through the formation, "Uncle, if you recognize me, open the formation and let us in." The old man was indeed Zheyan's uncle. His talent was poor, and even after all these years, he was only at the 3rd stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Despite this, he was remarkably long-lived at his advanced age of over 100 years old. His old face remained calm as he stared directly into Zheyan's eyes and asked, "What is the Yue family's response?" Yufeng is already dead. Li Tongya has broken through to the Foundation establishment realm, and Mount Huazhong has likely already fallen. Stop resisting. Zheyan shouted, his eyes wide. The embryonic breathing realm cultivators below were both shocked and terrified, pushing and shoving as they exclaimed, Yufeng is dead. Impossible. A late-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivator, dead just like that. Why would it be impossible? If Yufeng were not dead, would the Li family dare to be so bold? Damn it, the main family. It is all the main family's fault. Some were already shouting for the old man to open the formation. The old man listened to the news and let out a soft sigh. He glanced at Li Xianfeng in the sky, holding his bow readily, and said, "Think carefully. Once this formation is opened, there will be no more in family. You and I will be at their mercy." His voice was stern, but it betrayed his anger and fear. And Zheyan's expression switched briefly to grief and anger before becoming resolute. He gritted his teeth and said, "Uncle, there is no one family anymore. And Zheyu is just Yumugo's lapdog. Stop deceiving yourself. When Yumugo attacked Mount Huazhong, my son had no choice but to commit suicide. The moment Zheyu took control and family was gone. All of it was only our wishful thinking. Aligning with the Li family at least gives us a chance to live. If the Yue family takes over, do you think Yumugo, that venomous snake, would dare to keep us as external cultivators?" The white-haired cultivator sighed softly, finally understanding the harsh reality of their predicament. He lightly pressed the formation plate in front of him, and the formation that shielded the mountain trembled slightly before dissolving into specks of white light that drifted away. Cheers erupted from below as the Li family's armored soldiers and clan troops surged in, swarming the mountain paths like an army of ants. And Zheyan was overjoyed at the sight, descending from the mountain and carefully retrieving the formation plate. He smiled at the white-haired cultivator and said, "You have done a great job. I will surely report this to the main family on your behalf." The other and family cultivators looked on with a mix of admiration and jealousy. However, the white-haired cultivator remained expressionless. Tears streamed down his face as he said sorrowfully, I can't bear to face our descendants again." With that, he drew his sword and said quietly, "I should have died when the Yu family attacked us. I only stayed alive out of concern for the safety of our main bloodline. Now that you have surrendered to the Li family, my life is pointless." And Zheyan was shocked by his words. Unprepared, he stepped forward quickly, but the white-haired cultivator was faster. In an instant, his white-haired head rolled to the ground, leaving Zheyan stumbling backward as if he had been scalded. Why did it have to come to this?" he mumbled. The head bounced twice on the ground, its eyes staring mournfully upward before stopping at the feet of a young man. Li Xianfeng looked down with a conflicted expression, nodding slightly as he said quietly, "And Zheyan, you should give him a proper burial." All the excitement Zheyan had felt upon returning to Mount Yue vanished, now replaced by exhaustion. He continued to mutter, "Why did it have to come to this?" Li Xianfeng raised an eyebrow, his sharp eyes piercing like a sword as he said softly, "The consolidation of influential clans is never a peaceful affair. At your age, you have regained that naive, sheltered mindset. Do you not realize that the 5 immortal mountains on the southern shore?" He paused, his mind flashing back to the bloody scene of him when he was just 7 years old, crawling through a pile of corpses with a small wooden bow after his father Li Xiangping had disappeared. Gritting his teeth, his eyes blazed as he continued, "These rugged mountains and whispering forests are watered with the tears of countless heroic talents. Flowing endlessly is the blood and flesh of the 6 clans." Chapter 265, The Yu Family's Response. What? Mount Huazhong has fallen, and Zheyan, supported by the Li family, has turned against us. Yu Mugo crushed the ink brush in his hand with a loud snap. He raised his head with a gloomy expression, the ferocity of his anger comparable to that of a venomous snake as he glared at the cultivator kneeling on the steps before him. He could barely suppress his rage, yet could not bring himself to curse out loud. He coughed, tasting blood in his mouth, but forcefully swallowed it back down, unwilling to show weakness before his scheming relatives. He pressed his lips tightly together. The Li family, have they gone mad? Where did they get the nerve to challenge the Yu family under Zheyan's banner? Yu Mugo immediately grasped the underlying truth. He knew that it was the Li family leading this assault, and his shock and anger at such a realization was immense. The Yu family's dominance over the lake had been maintained for many years, bolstered by disciples from the Immortal Sect. No other family on the lake dared openly oppose the Yu family. Though conflicts and covert schemes were rampant, on the surface at least, everyone was courteous enough. Even Fei Wangbai, despite secretly hating the Yu family, still showed respect to Yu Shaogui in public. The Yin family had been a vassal territory under the Yu family. Officially, it remained the Yin family, but in reality, it had become a tributary of the Yu family, a common fact known to all the families that were around the lake. The Li family attacking Mount Huazhong under Zheyan's banner was not just a declaration of war, it was a public slap in the face to the Yu family, which shocked and infuriated Yu Mugo. Damn the Li family. We could not act for a few years, and now they have grown bold. Yu Mugo growled, putting on a show for the guest cultivators and his clan members. But internally, alarms were ringing. He thought worriedly, Li Tongya isn't reckless. He wouldn't act unless he's confident. Could it be Li Jing? His face darkened further. Yu Mugo couldn't help but speculate such thoughts in his mind. Their family's ancestor had disappeared, seemingly under the influence of some kind of spell, and now the Li family, who used to keep a low profile, had boldly attacked Mount Huazhong. A shiver of fear ran through him as he wondered, could it be? Li Jing, the sword immortal, has returned. If this guess was correct, Yu Yufeng's fate had become clear. Yu Mugo didn't know the comparative strengths of Li Jing and Yu Yufeng, but the thought left him in turmoil. He whispered, "Any news from the ancestor?" "None," the servant answered timidly. Seeing the subordinate's timid responses, Yu Mugo straightened up despite his weariness and then asked, Any news from you, Muyuan? None. The servant responded, still providing the same answer. Yumugo sighed, muttering, Nonsense. All nonsense. Unbelievable. Muyuan had declared that he would pursue the way of the sword, heading north toward the Golden Tang Gate. However, in over 10 years, he had only sent back 3 letters, and they were all filled with dismissive remarks. Now, with Yufeng heading south and Yu Xiaogui's delayed return, Yumugo felt powerless. He could only write to Yu Muxian in the Sect, begging for help, hoping to persuade the master of Yuanwu Peak to intervene. In the past, Yumugo had never disturbed this younger brother of his unless Yu Muxian repeatedly sent letters demanding resources for cultivation. Nearly half of the Yu family's spirit items and stones had been sent to Yu Muxian to build connections and enhance his cultivation. Now, facing such a dire crisis, Yumugo had no choice but to write for help. As he retracted his gaze, the ornate stone door of the hall suddenly creaked open. A middle-aged man in gray robes stepped in silently, his expression solemn. Yumugo's face lit up with joy. He stepped forward and exclaimed, "Father!" Yu Xiaogui nodded slightly and waved his sleeve. Following closely behind him was another person, a pale-faced man with a long beard, holding a fan and exuding an air of frivolity. Yu Xiaogui introduced him to the pale-faced man with a smile. "This is my son, Yumugo." Yumugo had a lot to say but held back his words, greeting the man respectfully. Mugo greets the senior. The pale-faced cultivator waved his hand, the jade ornaments on his body jingling softly. He was also a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, and he replied softly, "Wu Xiaoyan from the Wu family of Southern Prefecture." "So, you're from an influential family in the Lixia Prefecture." Yumugo responded perfunctorily, quickly using his mana to transmit all the news he had to his father. Yu Xiaogui was slightly displeased by his son's lack of manners, but was soon taken aback by the stream of information. Despite his shock, he maintained his composure, restraining his anger as he said softly, "Please wait a moment, Brother Wu. I will return shortly." Wu Xiaoyan nodded lightly, his expression unreadable, and sat down before the jade platform in the hall as the crowd dispersed. Yu Xiaogui and Yumugo went to the rear courtyard, where Yu Xiaogui's expression changed drastically. He growled lowly, "I only attended a ceremony at the Shao family and visited a few old friends. How did this happen in just a few days?" Yumugo gritted his teeth and replied softly, "These people took advantage of father's absence to make their move." Seeing his eldest son's tired and pale face, Yu Xiaogui realized that his son also had it rough during his absence. Holding back his urge to scold his son, he asked quietly, "What is the Li family's intention? I'm guessing that Li Jing, the sword immortal, has returned from the southern border and plans to deal with the ancestor." Yumugo shared his suspicions, though something still felt off. He was about to speculate further before Yu Xiaogui waved his hand and said harshly, "Perhaps they used some special treasure to exploit the ancestor's situation. The ancestor is powerful. Li Jing is only an early-stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. He cannot hold him. At most, he can only delay him. The ancestor has always been cautious and would flee immediately if necessary. We need not worry. However, the matter of Mount Huazhong cannot be left unaddressed. If we ignore it, our family won't be able to maintain its standing on the lake. We must go to Mount Huazhong." Yumugo hesitated but nodded, anxiously saying, "Father, the ancestor's disappearance is suspicious. I fear there may be a trap at Mount Huazhong. They would not dare harm me." Yu Xiaogui's expression was cold as he continued, "Aside from the many witnesses on the mountain, I am Muxian's father and a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. Even if the sect is in turmoil, Li Jing won't dare kill me. The same goes for the ancestor. If a clarity talisman is used, Li Jing's reputation will be good as gone." Yumugo's thoughts were halted by his father's swift and logical reasoning. He nodded and said in a serious tone, "Father, I cannot help but still sense that something is amiss. Do not engage Li Jing. Confirm the news and return. We can plan further then." Yu Xiaogui nodded noncommittally, clearly not taking him seriously. He replied, "The ancestor has not returned, so Li Jing cannot be at Mount Huazhong. Li Tongya is most likely leading the men. This is a great opportunity. He is just a Qi cultivator. There is much we can do. We must make the Li family pay." Yumugo wanted to say more, but Yu Xiaogui had already hurried out of the hall. He cupped his fist toward Wu Xiaoyan, who unexpectedly folded his fan and smiled. Are you heading to the Li family, brother Yu? He asked. Indeed, Yu Xiaogui was startled. Wu Xiaoyan tossed his fan up and caught it steadily, saying with a smile, "The noise downstairs caught my attention as an outsider." It turned out that the arguments among Yu Mugo's uncles and brothers had reached Wu Xiaoyan's ears. Yu Xiaogui could only smile awkwardly and nod. Wu Xiaoyan stood up slowly, his eyes fierce as he spoke in a low voice. "I intend to accompany brother Yu. My family has been investigating a matter for 10 years and has finally found some clues. I have some questions for the Li family in Jing." Chapter 266, Killing. Excellent. Yu Xiaogui exclaimed in delight, though he failed to see that Wu Xiaoyan held a grudge against the Li family. He nodded repeatedly and raised his hand, saying, "Let us be off then." With that, the two of them flew off together, disappearing into the sky. Yu Mugo remained bowed for a long time before finally straightening up, his eyes still shifting with indecisiveness. He murmured, "If Li Jing has returned, why has there not been any news from Muyuan? Muyuan is clever and resourceful. I must ask him." He stepped forward to the Jade platform, dipped a brush in ink, and carefully wrote, "To my esteemed brother, today our father returned. Many doubts remain. Is it true that Li Jing has returned from the southern border? Please investigate thoroughly. How many years has he been gone? How often did we receive news? If there is a technique in the world that can confuse the mind of a Foundation establishment realm cultivator, what kind of spell is it?" After writing hundreds of words, Yu Mugo sealed the letter with wax and placed it on the desk. After a moment's thought, he reopened it and added, "Also, it is rumored that the Li and Xiao families have old ties. Please also find out if Li Jing has any fellow senior brothers from the Xiao family. This matter is of utmost importance. Please investigate thoroughly." Sealing the letter again, Yu Mugo put it away carefully, proceeding to stare gloomily at the horizon as if sensing an impending storm. "Huh!" A cultivator in leather armor shouted angrily, his mana surging as he swung his blade down. The youth in black before him remained unmoving, a grayish-white sword aura rising from his blade. With a single strike, the cultivator felt a tremendous force, his long sword flying out of his hand. Blood splattered everywhere. The black-clad youth stepped forward and slashed once more. The cultivator, now terrified, retreated hastily, throwing talismans in a desperate attempt to block the attack. He narrowly avoided a fatal blow, but a massive gash appeared at his waist. "Ait!" The cultivator regretted too late. He was about to beg for mercy, but the sword aura flashed again, slashing through his chest and abdomen this time. He screamed, his limbs twitching as he collapsed, spitting out blood. Li Yuanjiao withdrew his blood-stained sword, watching the man before him fall slowly. He shook off the blood, and there were no standing enemies left. Looking around, he saw a field of bodies sprawled everywhere in puddles of red. They were either trembling soldiers who had already surrendered or corpses that were strewn messily about. Li Yuanjiao, having already seen such sights during the Mount Yue campaign, remained unfazed. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Where is Qinghong?" Su Gongming stepped forward quickly and replied softly, "Young master, the lady has already reached the top of Mount Huazhong with the ancestor. They are in the main hall." "Oh." Li Yuanjiao nodded lightly and said, "With a spear, she moves freely in battle, much faster than us." He stepped forward, followed by a squad of armored soldiers. They climbed to the highest platform where a grand palace stood, its ornate eaves reaching high toward the sky. The luxurious sight made Li Yuanjiao sneer coldly. He turned and said, "This palace could not have been built in a few generations. It shows that the downfall of the Ji and in families was due to years of accumulated decay. Do not blame the descendants. The forebears set a poor example." With a wave of his hand, the armored soldiers behind him filed in immediately, replacing the in-family's guards one by one. The guards, knowing that the situation was hopeless, did not resist. Entering the palace, Li Yuanjiao saw Li Qinghong standing gracefully with her spear. Surrounding her were a pile of heads, each bearing a different expression, all lying at her feet with blood pooling around them. Li Yuanjiao sheathed his sword and asked, puzzled, "What is happening here?" "Oh." Li Qinghong raised her delicate eyebrows nonchalantly and replied, "Grandfather is killing the in-family." She gracefully raised her long spear and pointed to the pile of heads, explaining, "Those old fat pigs of the in-family are being weighed. The palace guards know best what they have done. They are kneeling on all fours in the hall, crying and wailing. According to our family's rules, Those who seize land by force will be flogged, and those who do nothing will be sentenced to labor. The arrogant and overbearing will be stabbed. Those who, like in Zheyu, resorted to cannibalism, will be subjected to 1,000 cuts. The hall is already filled with feces and urine by now. The stench is unbearable, so I came out for some fresh air. Li Qinghong's face showed a hint of fear as she leaned close to Li Yuanjiao and whispered, I do not know who angered grandfather. He usually has a good temper, but today he is grim and murderous. You should be careful. Li Yuanjiao nodded quickly. Li Qinghong smiled slightly and continued. Uncle Xianfeng has already persuaded the people on Mount Yue to surrender. He brought back Uncle Donghe and the others. They just went inside. That's great news. Hearing that Mount Yue had surrendered so easily made Li Yuanjiao quite happy. Li Qinghong blinked mischievously and asked, Do you want to go into the hall and see? Knowing that Li Tongya was in a foul mood, Li Yuanjiao had no desire to go inside. He quickly waved his hands, his reaction amusing Li Qinghong and causing her to laugh. Li Yuanjiao gripped his sword hilt and thought, I wonder what those inside are thinking. But this is indeed an excellent opportunity to intimidate others. He then signaled Su Gongming and instructed, There are many cultivators in the Yin family that mortals cannot handle. Call some cultivators to assist inside so that the old master does not have to do everything himself. Su Gongming, still nervous from Li Qinghong's warning, could only agree to the instruction with a troubled look on his face. As he retreated, he thought to himself, I must gather all the family cultivators so that I don't have to brave this alone. Watching Su Gongming leave, Li Qinghong giggled and said to Li Yuanjiao, Brother Jiao, you are so mean, scaring them like that for no reason. Li Yuanjiao waved his hand dismissively and said, They should be scared. As they were talking, the sky above Mount Huazhong shook, and a loud, powerful voice boomed. It was cold as ice, and it echoed throughout the mountain. The Yin family is a brotherly clan to the Yu family. How dare the Li family attack Mount Huazhong? Are you disrespecting the Yu family? Li Yuanjiao's expression turned serious as he looked up at the figure in the sky and frowned. It is the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, Yu Xiaogui. Yu Xiaogui's appearance was unremarkable, but his aura was imposing as he stood with his hands behind his back. His robe billowed in the wind, and he looked down at the scene arrogantly. Everyone on Mount Huazhong paused as a golden light rose to meet the newcomer. A young man with a golden bow strapped onto his back appeared, his expression calm and his tone devoid of respect as he said indifferently, Ah, elder of the Yu family. The Yin family was overrun by bandits, and we came at the invitation of Zheyan, the head of the Yin family, to help him quell the trouble. What brotherly clan do you speak of? We saw that the Yu family did nothing. Yet now, you come to scold us. Could it be that these bandits are actually the Yu family's members in disguise? Li Xuanfeng's sarcastic remarks left Yu Xiaogui speechless. After several moments of shock, he finally shouted, Nonsense! How dare you? You're not even qualified to speak here. Li Xianfeng simply crossed his arms and looked on at him disdainfully, making Yu Xiaogui hesitant to act rashly. Li Xianfeng continued, Senior, are you worried that a sword intent might come from the south and end your life in an instant? Knowing that we are protected by a sword immortal, why did you even bother coming? How dare you? Yu Xiaogui growled, both shocked and enraged. He knew that if he did not act now, he would become a laughingstock for his people. With a fierce expression, he struck at Li Xianfeng with a palm from afar, bellowing, Such boldness and arrogance. Chapter 267, Questioning. Li Xianfeng had taunted him openly, but he was secretly preparing himself for battle. He quickly produced 5 talismans, drew his bow, and gathered his qi. He released a dazzling golden aura toward Yu Xiaogui's palm while using the river-crossing torrential step to rapidly create distance. The gap between the Foundation Establishment realm and the Qi Cultivation realm was immense. Yu Xiaogui's palm shattered the golden aura with ease. Despite being at the 7th heavenly layer of the Qi Cultivation realm and having made ample preparations, along with the enhancement of a grade 3 footwork technique, Li Xianfeng barely managed to evade the strike. The sharp gust from the palm strike brushed past him, turning his face pale. If it hadn't been for the talisman Qi's protection, a typical Qi cultivator would have been sent flying and coughing up blood. Having narrowly avoided the strike, Li Xianfeng regulated his breath, feeling slightly regretful. He had hoped to gauge Yu Xiaogui's immortal foundation for Li Tongya, but had not expected Yu Xiaogui to be so cautious, even in his anger. Yu Xiaogui, having lost face by failing to hit a mere Qi cultivator, grew furious. Seeing Li Xuanfeng's youth and advanced cultivation, he was filled with murderous intent. He unleashed yet another palm strike, white light surging from his hand, and roared, "I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Li Tongya." Yu Xiaogui's palms glowed like white jade as he attacked. However, Li Xianfeng stood his ground without fear. Yu Xiaogui grew wary suddenly, only to see a sword Qi rising from below, bright and large as a ship's sail, heading directly for his palm. Li Jing is indeed here. Yu Xiaogui's alarm bells rang out in his head, and he instantly felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately retracted his palm and summoned 2 talismans, forming 2 layers of a thick white barrier around him. His body was enveloped in a powerful aura, intricate patterns appearing on his skin as he activated his immortal foundation. He shouted, "Li Jing, you better think carefully about what you are doing." The sword Qi struck the barrier with a resounding clang, nearly shattering the outer layer before dissipating into a shower of clear water upon the trees below. Yu Xiaogui, eyes wide with fear now, instinctively touched his neck. After ensuring that it was still intact, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was still shaken. For a moment, silence fell over the battlefield. Below, everyone was tense as a figure clad in gray appeared in the sky. With broad shoulders and a gaunt face, he watched Yu Xiaogui calmly, his left hand resting on his sword. He smiled and said, "This child lost his father early on and was raised by my own hand. He is somewhat unruly, but—" His left hand lifted slightly, the sword at his waist to unsheathed by 1 Yuan, its brilliance dazzling. Li Tongya then continued softly, "It is not your place to discipline him, fellow Daoist." Yu Xiaogui stood dumbfounded for a few breaths before exclaiming incredulously, "It's not Li Jing? How is this possible? Li Tongya, you have reached the Foundation establishment realm." Li Tongya's powerful aura surged, and the soldiers and cultivators below erupted in cheers. They had suspected this when Li Tongya had broken the formation easily with a single sword strike, but now that it was confirmed, it left them all in awe and admiration. "Just a stroke of luck," Li Tongya replied coldly. Yu Xiaogui's expression turned grim as he snarled, 3 years. Less than 3 years? Did Li Jing give you some sort of spirit pills or divine technique?" By now, the 2 families had completely fallen out, with no pretense of politeness remaining. Both sides were openly hostile. Li Tongya smiled calmly, while Yu Xiaogui seethed. They stood in tense silence until a hearty laugh echoed. "Ha ha ha!" A pale-faced man, slender and with flowing garments, flew up from below, holding a fan. He greeted both Yu Xiaogui and Li Tongya, introducing himself. "I am Wu Xiaoyan from the Wu family in the southern prefecture. Greetings to you both." Wu Xiaoyan, also at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, cupped his fist respectfully. Li Tongya and Yu Xiaogui both eased their expressions and returned the greeting. Wu Xiaoyan then announced loudly, "I have come today with a question for Brother Tongya." As soon as he heard these words, Li Tongya instantly knew that this visitor had come with ill intentions. However, maintaining his composure, he replied, "Go ahead, Brother Xiaoyan." Wu Xiaoyan let out a cold laugh and responded, "My family's ancestor has a great-great-granddaughter, my own daughter, who once traveled to Moongaze Lake. Over 10 years ago, she disappeared and never returned. At that time, I was merely a Qi cultivator, anxious and helpless. I made numerous trips to the lake, but found no trace of her." He paused slightly, his expression sharp, and continued, "Later, I broke through to the Foundation establishment realm and sensed her whereabouts. Through repeated investigations, I discovered that she had died within the Li family's territory. Brother Tongya, are you aware of this?" Li Tongya briefly recalled and remembered the incident. The person in question was a greedy female cultivator who had killed someone in the marketplace for their treasure. Li Tongya had tried to stop her, but she resisted fiercely. Despite his superior strength, he had no choice but to kill her to prevent further harm. Although Li Tongya knew who Wu Xiaoyan was referring to, he narrowed his eyes and replied softly, "I am not aware. Brother Xiaoyan, do you know when exactly did that happen?" Using the special abilities of his unique Immortal Foundation and custom talismans, Wu Xiaoyan knew that the person who killed his daughter was likely at the 4th or 5th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm and bore the surname Wan. He concluded it couldn't be Li Tongya, since he couldn't have attained the Foundation establishment realm in just a little over a decade. However, he pondered silently, I promised Xiaogui to assist, but I cannot easily abandon this matter. Yet, with the Li family under the protection of a sword immortal, even as Xiaogui's friend, I must be cautious not to entangle myself too deeply in their conflict. Caught in a dilemma, Wu Xiaoyan replied. It was during the destruction of the Moon Gaze Lake's marketplace. Li Tongya shook his head upon hearing this and responded. If you know it was during the destruction of the Moon Gaze Lake marketplace, then you should understand that the chaos that day led to widespread killing. It is normal for lives to be lost amidst such turmoil. Perhaps your daughter was too greedy and refused to let go of treasures, resulting in her death. Wu Xiaoyan became agitated and shouted, Impossible! My daughter was a delicate and adorable girl. She would not even harm an ant, let alone get involved in such chaos and kill for treasures. Li Tongya was speechless. Others might be fooled, but he had seen the contents of that female cultivator's storage pouch. It contained many blood-stained Dharma artifacts and robes soaked with fresh blood taken from others. He even found a bloody alchemy furnace, clear evidence that she was far from innocent. Moreover, her skilled and lethal attacks indicated that she had taken countless lives before. She certainly was not the virtuous person Wu Xiaoyan described. Just as Li Tongya was about to respond, Yu Xiaogui interjected. Brother Tongya speaks so confidently, as if he had witnessed it himself. Perhaps Brother Tongya was personally involved. Before Wu Xiaoyan could react, Li Tongya turned his cold gaze toward Yu Xiaogui and said sternly, Fellow Daoist, our families have had many disputes, both openly and covertly. We both know this well. Now that the timing is right, why not settle this once and for all? Chapter 268, Threefold Moonlight. Above Mount Huazhong, the skies were turbulent, with tensions running high. Yet, on the island in the lake, everything remained calm. A gray-robed cultivator with his sword at his waist flew across the sky, his expression thoughtful. As his robe fluttered in the wind, he squinted at the scene over Mount Huazhong and recalled, If you see the Dharma lights flowing and water serpent dragons rising, act immediately. If Mount Huazhong remains calm, report to Fei Wangbai, stir up the Eastern Shore families, and provoke Yu Xiaogui. Looking ahead, he indeed saw intense Dharma lights clashing, and two azure water serpent dragons soaring into the sky, their whiskers and fangs lifelike. Chen Donghe knew that Li Tongya had engaged Yu Xiaogui in battle and hastened his pace northward. After flying north for the time it took to burn a stick of incense, he saw a steep cliff towering above him. Eagles and sparrows circled, and waterfalls crashed loudly. A man stood quietly on the cliff, dressed in fine robes, elegant and suave. Chen Donghe landed on the cliff and respectfully cupped his fists, saying politely, Chen Donghe of the Li family in Li Jing greets the senior. Fei Wangbai nodded slightly, showing some respect before asking, How is it going? Chen Donghe bowed deeply and replied urgently, Yu Yufeng is being stalled right now and cannot return. We falsely claimed Yu Yufeng's death to attack Mount Huazhong. Yu Xiaogui came to stop us, but was held off by our master in the south. The Yu family can no longer resist. Please proceed as planned, senior. Very well. Fei Wangbai was overjoyed and waved his hand dismissively, not speaking further to Chen Donghe before flying east in a hurry. Chen Donghe straightened up only after Fei Wangbai had gone far. He carefully considered his words to ensure there were no flaws and thought to himself, the ancestor said, to secure the full support of the Fei family and to avoid their double dealing, we must claim that Yu Yufeng is not dead. By presenting it this way, even if Fei Wangbai hears something, it can be explained. Chen Donghe shook his head. With Yu Yufeng gone, the Yu family had lost their main support. Their widespread influence would now crumble, and they would be unable to manage their affairs. Stamping his foot, he took to the air again, flying southward toward Mount Huazhong, his heart filled with hopeful anticipation. The shimmering golden reflections on the lake's surface made Chen Donghe smile. Looking up, he said, Once this matter is settled, the Li family will be one of the most prestigious families on the lake. With the Sword Immortal's protection, when Qingxiao comes of age, she can marry a distinguished young man and live a life of grandeur, supported by her family, without having to endure any hardships. Above Mount Huazhong, Li Tongya stood with his hand on his sword, speaking harshly. Yu Xiaogui responded with a cold smile. Having been at the early stage of Foundation establishment realm for over 20 or 30 years, he harbored great resentment, seeing Li Tongya eager to make a name for himself by challenging him. Viciously, he thought to himself, my Yu family has already lost face and standing. Even if you didn't provoke me, I would still make a move to teach you a hard lesson. There's no way I'll let you take Mount Huazhong so easily. Once I take down Li Tongya and reclaim both Mount Huazhong and Mount Yuting, our prestige and status will be restored. The only trouble is Li Jing. But now that our families have fallen out, seeking reconciliation is impossible. We must fight to the bitter end. Yu Xiaogui exhaled sharply and roared. Since you want to provoke me so recklessly, do not blame me if you end up injured and with your foundation damaged. Yu Xiaogui's hands turned white as jade, and white jade-like patterns appeared on his body. He pushed his palms forward, releasing a powerful surge of mana, creating a howling wind that was aimed directly at Li Tongya. Wu Xiaoyan hesitated, unsure whether to intervene or leave. After a moment of indecisiveness, he retreated to support Yu Xiaogui from a distance. Li Tongya, remaining calm and composed, saw Yu Xiaogui indeed coming for a full-on battle. He nodded slightly, having already prepared his sword. He drew it out, producing a sword aura as large as a ship's sail, pure and white, aiming it at Yu Xiaogui's palms. Yu Xiaogui had long heard of Li Tongya's fierce sword techniques. Over the years, he had gathered information and learned much about Li Qijing's reputation. Initially mistaking the sword chi for Li Qijing's strike, he now saw Li Tongya's attack firsthand and realized the sword style was likely taught by Li Qijing. Not daring to take it head-on, Yu Xiaogui stepped back, pressed his palms together, and summoned a small jade mountain. The jade mountain, initially the size of a fist, was intricately carved with cranes and ancient trees. As it caught the wind, however, it grew, surrounded by clouds and mist, with the cranes and trees appearing lifelike. It crashed into the sword chi with a grating sound, pressing it down steadily. Taking advantage of the moment, Yu Xiaogui advanced, closing in on Li Tongya. Foundation Establishment Realm Dharma Artifact, Jade Smoke Mountain. The Yu family, being an old and established clan, had accumulated considerable resources through their dominance over Moongaze Lake for many years. This extravagant display of power left Wu Xiaoyan somewhat shocked. Yu Xiaogui, however, remained silent, focusing entirely on Li Tongya. Jade Smoke Mountain had originally belonged to Yu Yufeng. Recently, Yu Xiaogui had gone to attend a ceremony at the Shao family, and Yu Yufeng, worried, had given him the Dharma artifact for protection. Unexpectedly, Shao Shooting's divine ability had unsettled Yu Yufeng, and when he faced the Shao family siege, he couldn't even bring out a decent artifact. Seeing his well-prepared sword strike suppressed so easily, Li Tongya still remained calm. Having received the Deep Ocean Long Whale Talisman, his mana reserve was extremely formidable. His immortal foundation, Boundless Ocean, was strong enough to withstand Yu Xiaogui. Fei Wangbai was currently attacking the Yu family's marketplace, and their chi cultivators were struggling to protect themselves, leaving them unable to spare any help. Li Tongya skillfully wielded his sword, conjuring two azure water serpent dragons that coiled around him, flicking their tongues threateningly at Yu Xiaogui. With a sweep of his sword, they transformed into dozens of water swords, soaring toward Yu Xiaogui. Boom! Yu Xiaogui's mana swirled around him as he pushed forward with his palms, meeting the water technique head-on. The relentless sword chi forced him to halt, but instead of anger, he felt a twisted delight within him. Thinking to himself, Li Tongya indeed lacks combat experience. Even with the formidable Boundless Ocean, he should not waste his mana like this. As expected, Li Tongya's water techniques that were mingled with sword aura gradually weakened. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Xiaogui activated his immortal foundation, and the Jade Smoke Mountain crushed the remaining sword aura steadily, trembling slightly as it approached. Clang! As the Jade Smoke Mountain drew nearer, Yu Xiaogui saw a sudden flash as dozens of sword auras surged forward. This was Li Tongya's usual tactic of overwhelming his opponent. Yu Xiaogui sneered, using his Jade Smoke Mountain to swallow the sword auras while advancing forward with his jade-like palms. Just as Yu Xiaogui's palms were about to strike, Li Tongya smiled softly. The sword aura in his hand flowed like water, splitting into 3 pure white streams of light. These beams were sharp and agile, moving with a life of their own, unlike the previous ethereal sword chi. They were solid, substantial, and moved with an inherent intelligence, trailing light as they darted through the air. Threefold moonlight. Li Tongya's years of studying the law of celestial moon had not been in vain. Although his talent was not on par with Li Qijing's, He had mastered a technique called threefold moonlight. This technique was treacherously elusive and difficult to defend against due to its unpredictable movements. Clang. Yu Xiaogui did not understand what he was facing. With Jade Smoke Mountain still dealing with the earlier sword chi, he had no choice but to intercept with his hands. The streams of light sparked brilliantly as they struck his palms. Caught off guard, Yu Xiaogui managed to grasp one of the streams, but the remaining two darted straight toward his neck. Chapter 269, Qiuyang. Oh no! Yu Xiaogui was startled, realizing that it was a mistake to confront Li Tongya directly without waiting for the return of the Foundation Establishment Realm Dharma artifact, Jade Smoke Mountain. He cursed inwardly. They say the Li family has grade 3 sword techniques. There's no way this is a grade 3 sword technique. Damn it. Despite his inner curses, Yu Xiaogui still had his trump cards. Unfazed, he activated his spiritual sense, summoning gray cloud chi around his neck to block the two streams of light. He quickly pushed away the sword chi in his hand and reached out to catch the remaining streams. Li Tongya was not going to let him off so easily. With a flick of his sword, he conjured a flurry of sword chi, pure white and flowing like water, all directed at Yu Xiaogui. Ignoring the approaching sword chi, Yu Xiaogui simply watched coldly as the sword chi neared his body. Just as it was about to strike, a loud clang resounded. The Jade Smoke Mountain had returned, surrounded by a white mist, and had managed to firmly block Li Tongya's sword chi. What a wonderful treasure! Such a Foundation Establishment Realm Dharma artifact. It is truly extraordinary. Li Tongya sighed. In just the space of 2 breaths, the Jade Smoke Mountain had easily neutralized 2 of his attacks. He had lured Yu Xiaogui in with a show of weakness, but the artifact had thwarted his plan, leaving no injuries to his opponent. Now that Yu Xiaogui was on guard, the situation has become more difficult. Go! Seizing the moment while the Jade Smoke Mountain blocked Li Tongya, Yu Xiaogui quickly shattered the 2 streams of light, and with a clap of his hands, shattered the one he had previously deflected as well, regaining his footing. With a serious expression, he gathered energy in his palms and advanced once more. Having reached the Foundation Establishment realm, Yu Xiaogui's combat experience was top-notch. Earlier, he had underestimated Li Tongya. Now, as he faced the sharp sword chi, he skillfully dismantled each strike without summoning Jade Smoke Mountain, meeting each attack head-on. Yu Xiaogui's strength was slightly superior to Li Tongya's, and his steady approach increased the pressure on Li Tongya. After a brief stalemate, Li Tongya felt the strain as the palm winds grew more intense around him. His immortal foundation trembled, forcing him to unleash 3 streams of light to buy time for recovery. Come, Yu Xiaogui had been waiting for this. With a pinch of his fingers, the Jade Smoke Mountain soared, absorbing and suppressing the 3 streams of light. He pressed on unrelentingly with his advantage, not allowing Li Tongya any time to recuperate. Li Tongya managed to step back twice. In one breath, the deep ocean long whale talisman within him glowed brightly, dissipating his discomfort. Feeling clear-headed again, he thought to himself, Yu Xiaogui relies on his deeper cultivation to overpower me, not realizing my deep ocean long whale talisman makes such efforts futile. Aware of his advantage, Li Tongya concealed his confidence, feigning a strained expression, which only boosted Yu Xiaogui's morale. Yu Xiaogui pressed on harder, unaware that Li Tongya was merely buying time for Fei Wangbai and his men. Only Li Tongya knew the terrifying extent of his boundless ocean and deep ocean long whale talisman combined. His mana and recovery were formidable, equating his 1/10 to 2 or 3/10 of an average Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator's mana. He could recover mana with each breath, making a battle of attrition futile for Yu Xiaogui. Calculating the time, Li Tongya realized that despite the artifact's support, Yu Xiaogui would be exhausted before even consuming more than 60% of his mana. I hope Fei Wangbai succeeds. If he fails to breach the marketplace and the Yu family's chi cultivators get here, things will get complicated. Always cautious, Li Tongya had agreed to the Shao family's plan to disrupt Milan Prefecture's marketplace, forcing him to provoke Yu Xiaogui. If Yu Xiaogui returned and found Yu Yufeng still missing, he would quickly realize that something was amiss. And once Yu Xiaogui and Yu Mugo sat down to analyze the situation, they would not let Yu Xiaogui out again and re-strategize. As the situation became clearer, Li Tongya felt confident that he would be able to hold Yu Xiaogui. He then continued to consider the worst-case scenario. His Qingche sword hummed behind him, and he thought, The Qingche sword still holds the sword intent of Jing. If it comes to that, I will have to draw it to force the Yu family back. Being suspected afterward is unavoidable, but Fei Wangbai is reliable. It shouldn't come to that. Fei Wangbai bid farewell to Qin Donghe and took to the sky from the cliff, feeling both joy and doubt. He was glad to finally have a chance to suppress the Yu family, but he was puzzled about how Yu Yufeng had ended up trapped outside. Yu Yufeng, a prominent late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator with exceptional strength, and the Foundation Establishment Realm Dharma artifact Jade Smoke Mountain, always stayed within his cave dwelling. How could he have been trapped outside? As Fei Wangbai pondered this, he flew for a while before landing on Glacial Cloud Peak, where his eldest son, Fei Yihe, came to greet him. Fei Wangbai said sternly, "Summon the guest cultivators. We are going to the Yu family's marketplace." Such matters naturally couldn't involve his own descendants. Fei Wangbai called for his usual guest cultivators, planning to seek out his Foundation Establishment Realm friends. Fei Yihe, realizing the gravity of the situation, trembled and quickly left to carry out the orders. Left alone, Fei Wangbai stood on the peak, growing increasingly uneasy. He thought to himself, could it be Li Qiujing? But Li Qiujing is a sword immortal, not some shaman. How could he make Yu Yufeng leave his cave dwelling and get trapped? And how would anyone know where Yu Yufeng was going? Is Yu Mugo out of his mind to divulge this? The more he thought about it, the more Fei Wangbai sensed that something was amiss, making him shiver all over. Just then, the guest cultivators arrived, leaving him no room for hesitation. He gave a few instructions and took to the air instantly. The arrow is already on the string. It has to be released. Fei Wangbai gritted his teeth, leading his group toward the eastern marketplace. His mind raced, analyzing the situation logically and concluding, the Yu family is too strong. With so many peak Qi cultivators, as long as the late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm Yu Yufeng is alive, the Li and Fei families will remain united against a common enemy. No one can afford to have second thoughts. With his resolve strengthened, Fei Wangbai acted decisively, flying over the lake and hiding his group as they landed on a small hill next to Milan Prefecture. Using mana to transmit his voice, he called out, "Brother Heqian, Wangbai has come to visit." After a brief wait, the ground trembled slightly, and a dark cave entrance slowly appeared. A hearty laugh echoed all around as a middle-aged man clad in jade armor emerged. His features were dignified and exuded a sense of grandeur. This man, also at the early stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm, was Fei Wangbai's longtime friend who had been at odds with the Yu family for years. Seeing Fei Wangbai, he cupped his fist and smiled. "What brings you here, Brother Wangbai?" Fei Wangbai wasted no time on pleasantries. His expression turned serious as he said, "Heqian, Yu Yufeng has been trapped by the Li family, and Yu Xiaogui is being held off by Li Tongya at Mount Huazhong. The Yu family is without Foundation Establishment Realm combat power. Now is the perfect time to strike Milan Prefecture and their marketplace." "What?" The man Fei Wangbai called Heqian was shocked, his face lighting up immediately with ecstatic joy. His eyes gleamed with vicious hatred as his previously composed and dignified demeanor vanished. With a venomous tone, he exclaimed, "This is wonderful news. Wonderful indeed. I have long grown tired of the minor skirmishes with the Eastern Shore families. This time, we will make that you scum bleed. Ha ha ha." Chapter 270, Razed to the Ground, Jiang Heqian sneered malevolently. His expression was so sinister and venomous that it even caused a slight change in the expressions of the guest cultivators present. "Brother Heqian, our deep-seated hatred will finally be avenged today. Let us set off quickly. This is no minor skirmish on the eastern coast. We must be cautious," said Fei Wangbai. It turned out that Jiang Heqian was an old acquaintance of Fei Wangbai, arranged to stir trouble among the families on the eastern coast. Despite many searches carried out by the Yu family, they never found him, as he lived on a small hill near the Milan Prefecture. Jiang Heqian, barely able to contain himself, growled viciously, "Let's go." Milan Prefecture was a flat region with lush forests, where the rich, dark, and moist soil could be squeezed to produce oil, making it an excellent place for nurturing life. Despite the numerous disturbances caused by the tens of thousands of Yu family members, the land could still sustain hundreds of thousands of common people. As roosters crowed and dogs barked, signaling the start of a new day, sunlight shone across the 5 immortal mountains of Milan Prefecture. Shadows rose from the mountains, and Yu family's cultivators soared with the wind toward the central plain of the prefecture. At this convergence point of the 5 immortal mountains, the spirit veins intertwined, nurturing vast stretches of spirit fields. The marketplace of Milan Prefecture was situated here, its formation hidden by the convergence of the 5 ground veins. This grand formation had been meticulously crafted by the Yu family, utilizing the family's ancestral Jade court guarding formation, which not only defended against attacks from Foundation Establishment realm cultivators, but also empowered those within the formation. It had cost Yu Xiaogui a significant amount of spirit stones. Yu Xiaoyu sat leisurely on a redwood chair, twirling his gray beard as he reached for an ancient book. As the eldest brother of the Xiao generation in the Yu family, he was a peak Qi cultivator at over 120 years old. Having long abandoned the idea of reaching the Foundation Establishment realm, he took up a position in the marketplace, no longer cultivating, but spending his days reading and watching plays, enjoying a rather comfortable life. He had only read 2 or 3 pages of the book when he caught sight of a person approaching him hurriedly with a group of clansmen, calling out repeatedly, "Eldest Master, we have heard that the Li family has attacked Mount Huazhong. The ancestor went there alone. The family head has sent people over, saying that we need to mobilize the family's cultivators." "What?" Yu Xiaoyu sprang to his feet instantly, slapping the table in anger and panic, exclaiming, "Old Fifth is always so impatient and reckless. How could he go alone? Li Tongya is notoriously cunning and malicious. What if the Li family has set a trap? Li Jing is now a sword immortal. How can we underestimate him?" The group was immediately struck dumb, falling silent right away. Yu Xiaogui was a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, and only a few dared to address him as Old Fifth so casually. Given Yu Xiaogui's sullen nature, no one dared provoke him. Yu Xiaoyu's words caused them all to tremble with fear. Yu Xiaoyu, having cultivated for over 100 years, immediately saw through the overconfidence of Yu Xiaogui and Yu Mugo. The old man's jaw trembled and his beard quivered. "Where is clan Uncle Yufeng?" he demanded anxiously. "We do not know." A flurry of panic spread among the elders instantly. Yu Xiaoyu attempted to stabilize the situation hurriedly, shouting, "Silence!" As the elders looked over at him, Yu Xiaoyu scolded them, saying, "You are all so old, yet you panic like this? Grab your weapons and follow me to Mount Huazhong to find Yu Xiaogui." The group nodded repeatedly and was about to take off when a loud voice called out to them, stopping them in their tracks. "Wait!" A young man in black clothes leaped out from the crowd, his voice stern, holding a letter up high. "By order of the family head, we are not to go to Mount Huazhong." The elders immediately halted, looking around in hesitation. Yu Xiaoyu grew even more frustrated. He wanted to curse, but then remembered his nephew Yu Mugo's intelligence. He held back his temper and huffed. "If the family head has a plan, just say it straight. Stop dilly-dallying." The young man hesitated given Yu Xiaoyu's seniority and hurriedly apologized. Seeing him delay things even further, Yu Xiaoyu glared and cursed again. "Useless fool. Speak." The man stopped and shouted, "The family head's intention is for all of us to head to the southern coast and attack Mount Yue." Upon hearing these words, everyone held their breath and pondered. Yu Xiaoyu immediately understood that Yu Xiaogui was likely not in grave danger at Mount Huazhong, but merely entangled. He then clapped his hands, which caused his grizzly beard to flutter. With his vast experience, he could infer the situation from the instructions alone. He quickly regained his composure, nodding repeatedly. "Mugo is truly vicious. It's no wonder he's Xiaogui's son. Like father, like son, the wicked produce the wicked. Listen up, everyone. We'll attack Mount Yue," he exclaimed. As soon as Yu Xiaoyu had finished speaking, there was a scattered cheer from the crowd. Some looked at him in a daze, while others suddenly understood his intention. Seeing the varied reactions of the Yu family's members, Yu Xiaoyu felt a burning anger rising within him. He kicked the man in front of him to the ground and cursed, "You idiot! Make sure to cover up the Yu family name on your clothes and artifacts. Who attacks and leaves their name behind? Idiot! Even a mortal shopkeeper would have more sense than you lot combined." The man, plump and hefty, rolled 3 times before getting up, nodding repeatedly. Only then did the Yu family cultivators come to their senses. They hurriedly tore their collars or used illusions to conceal their identities. Yu Xiaoyu's eyes turned red with rage as he cursed them all, saying, "These useless fools. All they do is eat and drink. What else can they do?" His heart felt like it was being scorched, and he shivered with cold anger. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, causing dust to fall from the entire hall and the ground to shake violently. Yu felt a sudden chill in his heart and stepped back in dismay, his lips quickly losing their color. He clutched his robe tightly and muttered in a daze, "The Fei family. It is the Fei family. Uncle Yufeng. What has happened to Uncle Yufeng?" Yu felt dizzy. The few people below looked at him in confusion, whispering, "Is the grand formation being activated? Who dares to strike at this moment? Where is the ancestor? We must wait for the ancestor to arrive." Yu steadied himself, feeling utterly exhausted. With a deep sigh, he ordered, "Maintain the formation flags and prepare to face the enemy." The Yu family's cultivators entered the formation to hold their positions, while Yu took command of the Jade court guarding formations diagram. The formation immediately brightened considerably. In the sky, Fei Wangbai was clad in gray, his face indistinct. "Fellow Daoist, I will leave this Jade court guarding formation to you." His voice was hoarse and raspy. Jiang had also concealed his face, but neither his voice nor attire was disguised, and the mist covering his face was barely effective. His features were vaguely discernible, as if he didn't fear the Yu family recognizing him. He replied coldly, "Rest assured, my friend. This Jade court guarding formation was passed down personally by my grandfather. The Yu traders only know that it can harness the power of the earth veins and combine multiple formations, but they are unaware of its true secrets." Chapter 271, Raised to the Ground 2. A milky white light screen rose from the formation below, and Yu's face appeared faintly on the formation as a thunderous noise sounded. "Why have you attacked our Yu family's marketplace without reason? Please reconsider your actions. Our ancestor is," Yu said, attempting to buy some time. However, Fei Wangbai's sleeve swept across the formation, instantly producing a massive explosion from the formation that forcibly interrupted Yu's words. His robe and cloak fluttered silently behind him. Fei Wangbai, fearing recognition, did not take out his spear. The power of his immortal foundation surged secretly, quietly activated. Jiang sneered coldly, his expression twisting with rage while he clenched his teeth. Alone and unafraid, jade-like patterns emerged in his eyes. As he pressed his palms together, 6 jade-like beams of white light burst forth from his body, and the jade patterns extended from his elbows and his earlobes, floating in the air like white silk ribbons. As soon as his immortal foundation had manifested, the Yu family members below were visibly stunned, some even losing control of their formation points, which caused them to flicker slightly. The shock came from seeing Jiang's immortal foundation, which was identical to that of the Yu family's old ancestor, Yufeng, from many years ago. Such a sight caused them to speculate wildly amongst themselves. Yu was utterly horrified, looking as if he had seen a ghost. "Jade Court General, how is this possible?" Jiang had cultivated the immortal foundation, Jade Court General, from the aged courtly path scripture. This scripture had long lost its crucial essence, the celestial dust qi. The Yu family had only managed to preserve a portion of this spiritual qi, which was used on Yufeng. Since then, no one had succeeded in cultivating it. Now, seeing this cultivator activate his immortal foundation, the Jade Court General, Yu's mind went blank, filled with countless conjectures. He was so distracted that he ignored the 2 people attacking the formation, murmuring in a daze, "It is you." The 2 outside the formation did not give him a chance. Fei Wangbai did not use his spear, only suppressing the Jade Court guarding formation with spells and physical attacks. Jiang leaped forward, placing his palms on the formation. The jade-like patterns extended from it and seemed to come alive, drilling into the milky white formation and quickly spreading across its surface. "What is this?" Yu's mind was in turmoil, and he noticed the formation growing increasingly unstable. His control over it, maintained through the formation diagram, weakened. His heart raced, feeling a mix of disbelief and inevitability. He murmured hoarsely, "It's the Jiang family." The formation continued to shake, visible cracks now appearing on the Jade Court guarding formation as it flickered even more. Yu heard terrified screams and faint sobbing outside the hall, and his grip slowly loosened. Crack! The Jade Court guarding formation, painstakingly set up by the Yu family and connected through the spirit veins of the 5 immortal mountains, shattered like fragile paper under Jiang's spell. The milky white barrier faded, turning into countless streaks of light that disappeared into Milan Prefecture. The dense cluster of buildings below was finally revealed. The Milan Prefecture marketplace was not yet open, and it was mostly occupied by Yu family's cultivators and guest cultivators. With 2 Foundation Establishment realm cultivators among the invaders, the Yu family's cultivators who had lost their formation's support fled in all directions. Fei Wangbai's guest cultivators descended upon various formation points. Jiang, without hesitation, moved to the tallest palace, smashing its dome with a single step and landing swiftly inside. Boom! Yu, struck by the backlash from the shattered Jade court guarding formation, felt his organs ache and his mana drained completely. His body felt hollow, making an escape by flying an impossible task. He could only watch as tiles and rubble fell from the dome, retreating futilely. Are you from the Jiang family? Yu no longer thought of fleeing, his expression complex due to the flurry of emotions he was feeling. Recognizing Jiang's cultivation of the Jade Court General, his targeting of the Yu family, and his method of breaking the Jade Court guarding formation, combined with Jiang's resemblance to his late wife, Yu was convinced of his suspicions. The Yu family and the Yin family had originally been external cultivators under the Jiang family. After the Jiang family declined, the Yu and Yin families slowly carved away at them, piece by piece. Both families had Jiang family's blood, and now, seeing a member of their former main family standing before them, Yu's emotions were exceedingly complex. Jiang's eyes barely opened, his pupils possessing the same jade-like clarity that Yu Feng had once had. His terrifying gaze bore straight into Yu. Jiang did not speak, using only his jade-like eyes to stare penetratingly into Yu, which caused him to stumble backward pathetically. Although Yu was from the Shao generation, his age surpassed that of Yu Feng due to accumulated years. His mother was from the Jiang family, his grandmother was from the Jiang family, he had married into the Jiang family, and in the end, he was the one who murdered those in the Jiang family. Yu's mind was flooded with chaotic visions. His mother, his grandmother, their eyes overlapped in this moment, like lightning flashing through his aged mind. Even without making a move, Jiang had already driven Yu backward in retreat, one step at a time. Poof! Yu figured that the middle-aged man before him might be his wife's younger brother, or even his cousin, or perhaps a distant relative. But before he could reach a conclusion, the jade-like hand had already pierced through Yu's chest, extracting his still-beating heart. A surge of intense satisfaction washed over Jiang, but the old man's sorrowful and shocked eyes made him feel a pang of remorse, a discomfort akin to swallowing a fly. He could not bear to look directly at him, and the ferocity in his gaze slowly faded into a wet, painful expression. Jiang soon got lost in his own thoughts. Perhaps this old man is my brother-in-law, or even my uncle, or perhaps a distant relative. Lowering his head, Jiang slowly withdrew his arm, causing Yu to spit out a mouthful of blood, staining his gray beard with streaks of red. Yu strained to see the middle-aged man's face, noticing his distinct upright and decent features. Despite the fierce and venomous eyes, they still bore a striking resemblance to his late wife, full of vitality with a subtle melancholic look. His mind flashed back to the dim candlelight on their wedding night, when the woman's sorrowful gaze fixed on Yu. At 15, Yu had been utterly entranced, stroking her long hair and calling her Qing lovingly. As the world spun, Yu felt the cruel irony of fate. His chest heaved like bellows as saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth due to the agonizing pain, falling drop by drop. Uncontrollably, urine seeped out, and the pitiable old man shuddered as he uttered 2 words weakly from his lips. Qing'er. Jiang laughed coldly, seemingly mocking him. Yu only lowered his head to look at the white arm piercing through his chest. His wrinkled, old hand gently, tenderly patted the arm, as if in comfort. The last breath that had sustained his aged body finally left his body. Yu's life force dissipated, and he slowly bowed his head, slipping into darkness. Chapter 272, Wangbai's Resolve. Crackle, crackle. A crimson fire blazed in the marketplace of Milan Prefecture, its flames dancing along the eaves, emitting the smell of burning wood. Blood flowed and dripped all over the ground, and bodies lay strewn haphazardly at the street corners. Fei Wangbai stood quietly with his hands clasped behind his back. Among the guest cultivators he had brought, one had perished, and they had already taken care of the body. However, Fei Wangbai felt no sorrow. This assault on Milan Prefecture's marketplace had resulted in an abundance of spirit items and Dharma artifacts for him. So much so that his storage pouches could not even contain them all. In fact, Fei Wangbai was so overjoyed that he almost laughed out loud. While the Li and Yu families fought, it was the Fei family that reaped the greatest benefits. Fei Wangbai scuffed his boots against the ground, feeling immensely proud of himself. Even the bright red blood staining the ground seemed celebratory. As he took a few steps forward, he saw a middle-aged man standing mid-air, arranging the bodies in a way to prevent them from being consumed by the fire. "Brother Jiang," Fei Wangbai called out, seeing Jiang Heqian's somber expression. Jiang Heqian then turned and responded slowly. "They are still relatives. Let not the fire burn them. The Yu family will handle the burial." Fei Wangbai remained silent. Jiang Heqian, a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, took only a few breaths to handle these minor tasks. Fei Wangbai then cupped his fist after some time and said, "Brother Heqian, you have done a great service. We should share the spoils from this marketplace." Jiang Heqian's mind was occupied with the memory of Yu's final gentle pats on his wrist. The old man's hand had been scorching, making Jiang Heqian's limbs tingle and his soul feel disjointed. He had lost interest in everything else. Perhaps the massacre had exhausted much of his accumulated hatred, for his expression no longer seemed as fierce as before. He replied softly, "Brother Wangbai, I no longer have any desire for this. My only thought in this life was to exact revenge. You can take these items back and distribute them among your clan. I have no use for them. I can't possibly." Fei Wangbai understood the value of these items, but his shrewd mind still saw an opportunity in this situation. He hoped to recruit Jiang Heqian, now alone, as a guest elder for the Fei family. Jiang Heqian's cultivation technique was exceptional, and his combat prowess was top-notch. Fei Wangbai insisted on sharing the loot. Jiang Heqian, unable to refuse, cupped his fist and said, "We can discuss this another day. You can sort out the items and convert them to spirit stones for me, brother." Fei Wangbai nodded, his robe fluttering lightly in the northern wind. "Now that this matter is settled, we must leave quickly. If Yufeng returns, it could ruin everything," he replied. Seeing Jiang Heqian nod, Fei Wangbai suddenly remembered Li Tongya. Thinking to himself, Li Tongya is still holding off Yu Shaoge. I wonder what the situation over there is like. Does he need our help? As Fei Wangbai pondered this, a sudden sinister thought flashed in his mind. The Yu family has suffered a great loss and will likely be in a decline for decades or even centuries. The Li family, with Li Jing and Li Tongya, has become too strong. It might be best to leave now and let Li Tongya suffer a setback at Mount Huazhong to balance the two families' power. This thought took hold of him like a demon, swirling madly in Fei Wangbai's mind. His blood surged as he imagined the solemn face of Li Tongya and the heroic, radiant face of Li Qinghong. Finally, he gritted his teeth and thought, the Yu family still has the late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator Yufeng, who alone can suppress 3 families. In the end, I must join forces with Li Tongya. To sour relations with the Li family over this small profit would be foolish, especially if Yufeng picks us off one by one. Furthermore, the Li family is on the southern shore, and my family is on the northern shore. With Moongaze Lake between us, we are natural geopolitical allies. Neither side will harbor ill intentions. Fei Wangbai exhaled deeply, suppressing the sinister thoughts stirring within him. A suave, handsome smile returned to his face as he cupped his fist toward Jiang Heqian. Li Tongya is still struggling in the south. I must go to his aid. Fellow Daoist, please return to your cave dwelling. Once this is over, I will come to thank you personally. This was no problem for Jiang Heqian as he had no desire to stay and was feeling increasingly uneasy. Grateful for the reprieve, he cupped his fist, exchanged a few polite words, and rode the wind away swiftly. Fei Wangbai directed his guest cultivators to return home while he flew toward the Li family's direction. Clang! Li Tongya dodged the Foundation Establishment Realm artifact, Jade Smoke Mountain, then drew his sword and turned around. His expression was still terrifyingly calm. Before him, Yu Shaoge took a deep breath, staring at Li Tongya in disbelief, his heart in turmoil. The boundless ocean is this difficult to deal with. This is too astonishing. For 4 full hours, Yu Shaoge had relentlessly been on the offensive to Li Tongya, from the break of dawn until the sun was high in the sky. Initially, the Li family members had looked up in fear, worrying for Li Tongya silently. Now, however, they had long returned to their tasks, ignoring the two Foundation establishment realm cultivators in the sky. This infuriated Yu Xiaogui even more. Li Tongya gently deflected the incoming jade smoke mountain, and, seeing Yu Xiaogui finally pause, already felt his mana recovering rapidly. His expression was unreadable as he finally smiled and asked, "Brother Xiaoge, do you wish to continue?" Watching Yu Xiaogui's grim expression, Li Tongya silently but gleefully added in his mind, "If you don't, the 40% of mana I've expended will soon be replenished." Yu Xiaogui glared at him, looking down at the numerous Li family members below them. He realized with sudden shock that he had been away from home for over 4 hours now, without any Yu family members arriving to assist. Panic flickered in his heart. "Fei Wangbai, you have truly colluded with them." Yu Xiaogui narrowed his eyes, knowing that it was likely the Fei family who had acted. Fortunately, the Jade Court guarding formation was incredibly strong. Even if Fei Wangbai had called for help from his early-stage Foundation establishment realm allies, they could not possibly have breached it in just 4 hours. Relieved, he waved his sleeve coldly and sneered. "You have impressive skills, fellow Daoist." Li Tongya merely cupped his fist without replying. Nearby, Wu Xiaoyan had endured 4 hours of torment, nervously watching the two of them. At last, he saw a streak of light in the sky. A handsome, middle-aged man in elegant white robes descended, cupping his fist. "Wangbai greets fellow Daoists." Li Tongya responded by cupping his fist. Fei Wangbai glanced at the situation and laughed. "I heard the Yu family was bullying the weak, so I hurried over to assist. But it seems I have no need to worry about Brother Tongya." Fei Wangbai's words now completely favored the Li family, no longer showing even a facade of respect for the Yu family. After Zhang Heqian had killed so many at the Yu family's marketplace, there was no longer any room for reconciliation between the Fei and Yu families. Fei Wangbai no longer saw any reason to play games with them. Yu Xiaogui's heart sank at these words, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He shouted, "Fei Wangbai, what despicable acts have you committed?" Feigning surprise, Fei Wangbai turned his head and replied, "Brother Xiaogui, what do you mean by that?" Chapter 273, Matters Concluded. Yu Xiaogui and Fei Wangbai had struggled against each other both openly and secretly on the lake for many years, so Yu Xiaogui was well aware of Fei Wangbai's true character. He knew that Fei Wangbai was a smiling tiger, one who spoke honeyed words but hid a sword behind his back. Seeing Fei Wangbai's attitude now, he was greatly alarmed. Without another word, he swiftly rode the wind away, not even bothering to leave a harsh word behind, leaving behind only his hastily retreating silhouette for the two to see. The two did not stop him, standing in the air as the members of the Li family cheered below. Fei Wangbai cupped his fist and smiled, saying, "Congratulations, Brother Tongya, and of course, many thanks to you." Li Tongya understood the implication of his words, knowing that the Fei family must have made a substantial profit from the Milan Prefecture marketplace. He cupped his fist in return and replied, "Brother Wangbai, your timely arrival was most appreciated." "Thank you." Wu Xiaoyan, who had been standing awkwardly as a spectator, had watched Yu Xiaogui leave without a word and now finally saw his chance to speak. He approached with a somewhat embarrassed smile and introduced himself, saying, "I am Wu Xiaoyan from the Wu family in the southern prefecture. Greetings to you both, fellow Daoists." Wu Xiaoyan had hesitated earlier, not daring to assist Yu Xiaogui out of fear of Li Qijing's might. Although he had not helped, he had shown deference, so Li Tongya responded courteously, speaking softly. "Greetings, fellow Daoist." Wu Xiaoyan's awkwardness had eased slightly seeing Li Tongya's politeness. Unsure of what to say next, he finally spoke, somewhat dejectedly. To seize opportunities and spirit items, one must engage in combat. If it results in death, that is fate, and no one can be blamed. I came here upon receiving news, and had to inquire to set my mind at ease. I bear no ill will toward you. His words were clever, subtly explaining and expressing a desire to resolve grievances. Li Tongya, not wishing to make enemies, only nodded gently. He rarely acted out of greed, mostly responding only to threats, but 60 years of cultivation had occasionally seen him overcome by such desires. Wu Xiaoyun's words relieved him, and he returned the courtesy with a cupped fist. The two said no more. Wu Xiaoyan offered a few polite remarks and also invited them to visit the Wu family in the future, and then rode the wind away. Fei Wangbai also cupped his fist, and Li Tongya, after a deep look at him, finally spoke. "Though your family has gained much from the Yu family's accumulated wealth, You have destroyed the marketplace and killed many members of the Yu family, making a bitter enemy of Yu Xiaogui. Be cautious of revenge. Fei Wangbai, unaware of Yu Yufeng's death, nodded deeply in agreement with Li Tongya's words. Yu Yufeng is indeed formidable, unmatched on this lake. It is truly terrifying. I will restrain my disciples. However, his voice trailed off. Fei Wangbai's expression turned resolute as he solemnly cupped his fist and said, "The enmity between our families and the Yu family is now as deep as the sea. There is also Yu Muxian within their ranks. I must ask the Sword Immortal for his continued protection." Li Tongya's heart skipped a beat. "I understand, Brother Wangbai. Take care of your clan," he said simply. Fei Wangbai still feared Yu Yufeng's retaliation, but Li Tongya knew the Yu family's loss was immense. It would take decades for them to recover, making it difficult for them to even maintain pressure on the eastern coastal families, let alone seek revenge. Outwardly, he nodded in agreement, accompanying Fei Wangbai a bit further before riding the wind back to Mount Huazhou. The soldiers on the mountain stood in silence, forming two orderly rows. As Li Tongya stood before the hall, they kneeled with a clang. Li Xianxian, smiling, hurried to greet him, saying respectfully, "Second uncle has repelled the strong enemies and protected the clan. Your divine might is awe-inspiring. We are deeply grateful." Li Tongya burst into laughter, waving his sleeve to interrupt Li Xuanxuan's words. "You rascal, always so formal." Li Xianfeng and Li Xianling, standing behind him, both laughed at his words. Li Xianxian then straightened up, unable to hide the joy on his face. Li Xianling stepped forward and said, "We have collected the Yin family's treasures. According to Jian's account, there are 37 spirit stones, 6 embryonic breathing realm dharma artifacts, and 5 spirit items, all at the embryonic breathing realm. We also obtained a Qi cultivation realm formation plate, known as the 5 Qi return formation. Though not top tier, it can be used as a protective formation for the mountains." "Excellent." Li Tongya nodded and instructed. "The terrain of Mount Yue is steep and lofty, with weak spirit veins. There is no need to prioritize it. Just set up a basic formation there. Place this formation on the spiritual Qi-abundant flat land on Mount Huazhou. As for Mount Huaqian," he waved his hand and gestured to Li Xianfeng below, speaking warmly. "Xianfeng, go to Lixiao Prefecture and invite Lu Changdai over to examine the earth vein and terrain of Mount Huaqian. Have him prepare the formation." "Understood." Li Xianfeng nodded obediently before slinging his longbow over his shoulder, quickly riding the wind away. Li Tongya stroked his beard and instructed, "The news of the attack on Mount Huazhong has not yet spread. Send someone to eastern Mount Yue to order Shamili to come to Mount Lijing. I want to take a good look at the Purple Thunder secret origin technique for Qinghong. As for Jian," Li Tongya paused, stepping onto the stone steps and into the spacious hall. It was desolate and quiet, the stone pillars intricately carved, the air filled with the pungent smell of blood. The flickering lights cast a dim glow around him, accompanied by faint, mournful wails. Drip, drip, thick blood slowly dripped down, and Jian held a knife-shaped dharma artifact, gently slicing a piece of flesh as thin as a cicada's wing, nearly transparent. He lifted it with the small knife, placed it in his mouth, and swallowed it in 2 bites. And Zheyu was beyond recognition at this point, his thin membrane of muscle clinging to his white bones, hanging like a sculpture from the beam. His heart and other organs, still faintly pulsating, covered by a translucent membrane, hanging downward. They were all dripping blood that reached Li Tongya's feet, only to be repelled by the water-repelling ability of his boundless ocean Immortal foundation. Li Tongya stared blankly at the suspended Zheyu, his serpent-like brows revealing chilling malice, as if the person hanging before him was someone he loathed deeply. For a moment, he was speechless. Everyone fell silent. Several younger disciples looked uncomfortable, while Li Xianling and Li Xianxian frowned at the sight. Only Li Yuanjiao's eyes shone brightly, staring intently at Zheyu. And Jian, oblivious to the others, grabbed Zheyu's hair and carefully cut it. And Zheyu could only whimper pitifully, his sculpted body trembling slightly. His eyelids and cheeks were now gone, and his blood-red eyes seemed ready to fall out of their sockets at any moment. Li Xuanxuan's face was grim, but seeing Li Tongya's thoughtful expression, he dared not reprimand Jian. Suddenly remembering something, he whispered in Li Tongya's ear, "We paired Jian with Li Ferrois, who is now pregnant. We must inform him immediately, and Zheyan likely doesn't know this yet. Li Tongya, snapped out of his daze by Li Xuanchuan's somber reminder, shook his head as if waking from a dream. He sighed deeply, and with a sweep of his long sleeve, sent a burst of mana striking in Zheyan's abdomen, and Zheyan was immediately thrown sideways, rolling 3 times on the ground before vomiting a mouthful of bloody filth. It was a disgusting and horrifying mix of pieces of flesh and skin, and the sight of it caused everyone's eyelids to twitch. And Zheyan's mouth was full of blood, and he had on a dazed expression, seeming to be slipping into deep delirium. "He is far gone," Li Xianling muttered softly. However, he saw his father, Li Tongya, shake his head. Li Tongya stepped forward, lifted in Zheyan by the collar, and roared like thunder in his ear, "In Zheyan, Li Feiruo is pregant." These words, which had been infused with mana, made in Zheyan tremble, blood trickling from his ears. Li Tongya released his grip, and in Zheyan collapsed to his knees with a thud. The Qi cultivator of the 6th heavenly layer began vomiting once more while crying and laughing all at once, tumbling about on the ground until he was covered in blood and filth. Li Tongya flicked his fingers, sending forward a force that killed Zheyu instantly. The agonized head fell limp before a large blot of black-red blood flowed from his nasal cavity, splattering on the ground. The hall fell into a profound silence, the eerie stillness accentuated by the autumn wind, leaving everyone engulfed in an unspeakable sense of suffocation. Chapter 274. Congratulations from all clans. Yu Xiaogui rode the wind back to Milan Prefecture hurriedly. As soon as he crossed the mountain, he saw the entire area filled with smoke and blood. Various buildings had collapsed, and his heart skipped a beat at the sight. He descended and stood still in shock. The entire marketplace had been reduced to ruins, with severed limbs scattered everywhere. Only a few flickering flames remained. The ground was strewn with bodies, stacked haphazardly, with semi-dried blood glistening on the surface. For a moment, Yu Xiaogui's mind went blank, before he exploded with grief and rage. His heart ached as countless questions flashed through his mind. How did Fei Wangbai break through the Jade court guarding formation? How is this possible? This question lingered in his mind for only a second before a more terrifying and heartbreaking thought entered his head. Yu Xiaogui cried out in shock, "Big brother!" Without hesitation, he soared into the air, flying toward the grand palace which was situated at the highest point. The magnificent palace had mostly collapsed, with rubble strewn everywhere. Yu Xiaogui landed hastily in front of the hall, and, before he could push the door open, his Foundation Establishment Realm's spiritual sense had already shown him a kneeling corpse on the ground. "Big brother." Yu Xiaogui placed his hand on the door, letting out a cry of pain before he shattered the door with a single palm strike. Stumbling, he kneeled before Yu Xiaoyu, his heart filled with boundless regret and sorrow. His usually expressionless face now showed a myriad of emotions. This. The destruction of the entire marketplace was nothing compared to the pain of Yu Xiaoyu's death for Yu Xiaogui. The blood on Yu Xiaoyu's body had long dried, and the old man's face still wore a gentle smile. Yu Xiaogui's mind turned blank. Tears streamed down his face as he gritted his teeth and hissed, "Fei Wangbai." Li Tongya rode the wind away, leaving Li Xianxian to handle the affairs and organize the tasks. Mount Yue did not have vast spirit fields, but Mount Huazhong was a valuable treasure. Once the grand formation was established, the problem of the Li family's insufficient spirit veins for cultivation would be greatly alleviated, with even some surplus. And Zheyan and the others rode the wind back to Mount Huaqian. The blood on Mount Huazhong was again cleaned away, returning to its picturesque state once more. The autumn wind blew gently as leaves fluttered down, exuding a sense of tranquility and harmony. "Congratulations, fellow Daoist. Congratulations to your esteemed family." Li Xianxian hurried forward. The man before him was an elder with thick eyebrows and a rough face, holding a staff. His cultivation had reached the peak of the Qi cultivation realm. Despite a hint of sorrow in his expression, he endeavored to maintain a facade of calm and joy as he extended his congratulations. "Senior Qiuyang, it is very kind of you to come all this way personally." Li Xianxian cupped his fist in greeting. The man before him was Ding Qiuyang, the head of the Ding family in the west. Years ago, when they had divided the Lu family's territory, they had become part of the Moongaze Lake. At that time, Li Tongya had personally received him. Now, with Li Xianxian achieving the Qi cultivation realm and Li Tongya reaching the Foundation Establishment realm, but absent in the mountain. Li Xuanquan's reception was a mark of respect. Senior Tongya's breakthrough to Foundation Establishment realm fills us with admiration. I have come to present a gift in celebration. Our families have been friends for over a decade, and I wish for our friendship to last forever, Ding Shiding said. But as he said these words, his face was somewhat pale. When he first visited the Li family, he was at the peak of the Qi cultivation realm, while Li Tongya was only at the 5th heavenly layer. Now, Li Tongya had broken through to Foundation Establishment realm, while he remained at the peak of Qi cultivation realm. It was impossible not to feel jealous, but he maintained a polite smile and spoke graciously, presenting a jade box. This is too much, Li Xianxian protested as he waved his hands repeatedly, but a quick scan with his spiritual sense revealed that it contained a Qi cultivation realm spirit item. Though not exceptionally valuable, it was a sufficient gift. After some polite refusals, he finally accepted it graciously. Now that the Li family had gained control of both Mount Huazhong and Mount Yue, they had completely blocked the Ding family's access to deeper parts of the Moongaze Lake. The Li family's strength was truly formidable, and Ding Shiding dared not say much, portraying only a friendly demeanor. The Ding family had once had 2 peak Qi cultivators, one being Ding Shiding and the other his son, who had reached the peak of Qi cultivation realm at 58, showing good potential. Over the years, the Ding family had managed to produce a promising candidate for the Foundation Establishment realm. Ding Shiding was naturally overjoyed and had been gathering spirit items and treasures to help him break through, hoping to nurture a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator amidst the mutual conflicts of the Yun, Li, and Yu families. The Ding family had kept to themselves in silence all these years, focusing all their efforts on helping their heirs break through. However, things did not go as planned. His son had been in seclusion for many years, but there had been no progress. A few months ago, Ding Shiding had finally broken into the retreat, only to find a skeleton and dried bloodstains. Ding Shiding was heartbroken and could not make a public scene about it. Instead, he buried his eldest son quietly. After laying his son to rest, Ding Shiding heard that the Li family had advanced northward, completely cutting off the Ding family's escape route. The Ding family was now wedged between the powerful Li and Yuan families with a bleak future ahead of them, leaving them unable to pursue other plans. Suppressing his grief, Ding Shiding hurried to pay his respects. The elder's face was naturally pale, and his brow was furrowed with worry. He exchanged a few words with Li Xianxian before hearing a loud voice outside the formation. Yuan Huiyuan from the Yuan family has come to visit Senior Tongya. Please open the mountain gate. Ah. The expression on Ding Shiding's old face changed slightly, and he bowed his head even lower, as if trying to bury it in his chest. The Ding family was a vassal of the Yuan family, and meeting them in this situation was not a good thing. Xianxian noticed his plight and said gently, "It would be best if you wait in the side hall." "Yes, indeed," Ding Shiding exclaimed as he left hurriedly. Li Xianxian then controlled the formation. An honest and sincere-looking man in a long robe descended. He stepped forward and cupped his fist, smiling gently as he recognized Li Xianxian. "Are you Daoist, Xianxian? You can just call me Xianxian." The Yuan family was powerful, so Li Xianxian regarded the man with even more respect. Besides, he appeared rather old, so Li Xianxian spoke politely to him. Yuan Huiyuan smiled and reintroduced himself. "I am Yuan Huiyuan from Mushroom Forest Plain. Greetings, Daoist. Congratulations to Senior Tongya on establishing his Immortal Foundation and achieving great advancement in cultivation." The news of Li Tongya's achievement had just reached the Yuan family, who promptly sent Yuan Huiyuan to congratulate them, showing their goodwill. Li Xianxian cupped his fist in return and replied, "My second uncle is currently away on business, Senior. I regret that you've missed him. Please accept my apologies for any inconvenience caused." Yuan Huiyuan waved his hand repeatedly and smiled. "No problem at all. I share a special connection with your esteemed family. Years ago, when the Sword Immortal returned home, he had landed at Mushroom Forest Plain, and I escorted him back to Lijiang personally. Time has flown by, and now the Sword Immortal is renowned in the 4 realms, while I remain a Qi cultivator. When the Sword Immortal achieves the Purple Mansion realm, I will be able to brag about this story to everyone." Yuan Huiyuan's words were meant to be complimentary, but they made Li Xianxian feel a pang of sadness. However, he could not show it and simply laughed along with him. Seeing that his flattery had little effect, Yuan Huyuan patted his brocade pouch and retrieved a long, flat jade box. Our ancestor remembers the close relationship between the sword Immortal and Yuan Tuan as fellow disciples of the same sect, and he specifically asked me to present this congratulatory gift. Chapter 275, The Coiling Dragon Pillar. Oh, Li Xianxian glanced at the jade box, noticing the brilliant and glowing light emanating from it, suggesting the object in it was no ordinary item. He laughed and said, "Senior, you are too kind." Oh. Yuan Huyuan opened the jade lock and lifted the lid of the jade box. Inside lay a gleaming, cold green blade, appearing to be just under 4 chi long. The sword's blade was smooth and bright, and it was decorated with fine, scale-like patterns that ran along its surface, exuding a chilling light. Li Xianxian immediately recognized that this was an extraordinary sword and said hoarsely, This sword is called the Coiling Dragon Pillar, 3 chi 7 cun long, forged from frostmire stone and supplemented with serpent dragon blood. It is a top-tier item among Qi Cultivation Realm Dharma artifacts. Yuan Huyuan explained as he held the box with one hand and introduced the sword further. This sword once belonged to the Chun family of the Linyu Gate. After the Linyu Gate's demise, it passed into the hands of a rogue cultivator who was later killed by our ancestor, thus coming into our family's possession. Li Xianxian, though not skilled in swordsmanship, was captivated by the sword. Yuan Huyuan continued, Our ancestor heard that Senior Tongya's sword was barely at the Qi cultivation realm. Since our family does not specialize in swordsmanship, we felt it a shame for such a treasure to be wasted, so our ancestor asked me to deliver it to you on his behalf. Li Xianxian repeatedly refused, expressing how he could not possibly accept such a valuable gift, finding it difficult to justify accepting it. However, Yuan Huyuan warmly insisted, pushing the jade box towards him and saying, My clan sister manages Qingsui Peak alone, and our ancestor fears she may be oppressed. We hope she can rely on the sword Immortal's reputation for some protection. Hearing this, Li Xianxian understood the intention behind the gift, thinking, This sword is not given for the sake of our Li family or my second uncle, but purely for the sake of our fourth uncle. The Yuan family, having dominated Mushroom Forest Plain for so many years, has deep foundations. Investing in a potential future Purple Mansion Immortal clan is no trouble for them. Seeing Li Xianxian still hesitant, Yuan Huyuan placed the jade box in his arms and said warmly, Our ancestor also heard about the marriage between the Li and Xiao families. The Xiao family and our Yuan family have supported each other for years. With your family gradually establishing a foothold on the lake, we'll gain another ally. If things go well in the future, our families can strengthen our ties and communicate more closely. For prestigious immortal clans like the Yuan and Xiao families, establishing a foothold meant more than just dominating an area. It meant being the strongest in the region, with the clan and family maintaining extensive connections. Li Xianxian nodded, taking note of these words. Li Xianxian and Yuan Huyuan chatted amiably before sitting down in the courtyard, enjoying tea. Li Xianxian, suddenly feeling a sense of doubt, hesitated for a moment before asking, When I was young, I heard that the Golden Tang Gate invaded Mushroom Forest Plain, causing many deaths, but I never heard of any casualties among your esteemed family. Ah, that matter. Yuan Huyuan paused, seemingly contemplating how he could explain the matter before finally saying, Our Yuan family did suffer few casualties. Those who died were from minor families and among the commoners. Your clan must be aware of some of the secrets involved. I came here today to speak frankly. Yuan Huyuan took a sip of tea and continued. Every year, our Yuan family plants a large quantity of spirit herbs and mines spirit ores for the Azure Pond Sect. The invasion was a way for the Azure Pond Sect and Golden Tang Gate to divide the blood and resentment. Killing minor families and commoners sufficed. There was no need to kill diligent slaves like us, was there? He wore a mocking smile on his face and made a self-deprecating remark, saying in a low voice, The Azure Pond Sect has ruled for 500 years. They have clearly divided among which small clans shall grow people, which clans would grow herbs, which tribes are to be controlled, and where devil cultivators are to refine pills. In 500 years, only the Xiao family has been an exception, perhaps because Qi Wei intentionally allowed it. Never underestimate those few Purple Mansion Realm cultivators on Azure Pond Peak. After 500 years, even the dumbest demons have become extremely cunning. Li Xianxian felt a silent fear in his heart, finding it hard to speak. Yuan glanced at him and smiled. While the Azure Pawn sect feasts on the table, we are merely the small servants kneeling on the ground, enjoying the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and the blood and sweat of the common people. To be honest, Yuan's expression turned serious, and his tone carried a hint of admonishment as he spoke. This is also our ancestor's sentiment. He is nearly 300 years old and has seen many things. Since your family has a sword immortal, why not send more disciples into the sect? Your family's goal should be to secure a seat at the foot of Azure Pond, not to be just another item in their bowl. Reaching the Foundation establishment realm is only the first step. Li Xianxian pondered for a moment before finally letting out a deep sigh. I understand, senior. Yuan finally nodded slowly as he finished his tea, saying, that is good. In the future, our Yuan family will be in the east, the Li family in the west, and the Ding family, a long-standing branch of ours, will remain untouched by us, as will the Xiao family. He dipped his finger in the tea, casually drew a line on the table, then stood up. He cupped his fist and smiled. Today's conversation has been very pleasant. Please relay my words to Senior Tongya. I must visit the Xiao family next, so I will take my leave now. Li Xianxian quickly stood up and escorted him out of the formation. He returned to the courtyard, deep in thought, only to find someone already seated there quietly. His clothes were neat, and he was sitting upright, carefully examining the gleaming coiling dragon pillar sword on the table. Li Xianxian bowed respectfully and greeted the man. Second uncle. Li Tongya hummed absent-mindedly in response as he continued gazing at the fine scale-like patterns on the sword, running his fingers over them. A bright white sword chi glowed from the blade. Li Tongya nodded and commented, it is indeed a good sword. Li Xianxian saw Li Tongya's expression and guessed that Li Tongya had heard his entire conversation with Yuan. Standing with his fist cupped, he saw Li Tongya place the coiling dragon pillar back into the jade box. Li Xianxian said in a low voice, Second uncle, the Yuan family's advice to us is to align ourselves with the various peaks to truly maintain a lasting presence at the foot of the Azure Pond sect. Even if we do not have a peak master in the sect, we must have a few insiders who can speak and hear for us. Our family must produce something valued by the Azure Pond sect so that we will not be easily manipulated at any time. Li Tongya responded with a non-committal hum and said, officially, Jing is still at the southern border. Few except those in the Purple Mansion realm know otherwise. In a few years, choose a moderately qualified disciple from the generation of Shi and you to send to the sect first. Yes, Li Xianxian responded promptly. Li Tongya then took 2 steps down and stopped at the table where Yuan had been. He glanced at the faint water stain on the table and instructed, Ding Shiding meant well. Send some return gifts with him when he leaves. While our family will not move against him, we should not get too close either. In situations like these, we must avoid giving others cause for suspicion. Li Tongya glanced at Li Xianxian and shook his head, saying, the Yuan family is indeed cautious. They feared I might be unaware of the situation, so they came specifically to remind us. Li Xianxian nodded, saying, it also seems the Yuan family is still unaware of the situation on the southern border. They think fourth uncle has the potential to break through to the Purple Mansion realm and are somewhat wary of us. The Ding family controls the entry point and acts as a buffer between our 3 families. I will ensure we do not disturb this balance. Good that you are aware, Li Tongya nodded. As a Foundation establishment realm cultivator, he could be in seclusion for years at a time. If these matters were not handled properly and left to the younger generation to mishandle, it could result in enemies on all sides upon his emergence, which would be disastrous. Being ever cautious, he added a few more words of advice. The news of my breakthrough will spread. In a few years, when we pay tribute, our Li family will be recognized as a prestigious clan. According to the Yuan family's implications, the Azure Pond sect's exploitation of prestigious clans is likely more severe than that of smaller clans. Use these years wisely to measure the spirit fields and allocate our manpower appropriately. Understood, Li Xianxian responded, then added, there is one matter I must report to second uncle. At the top of Mount Yue, there is a jade well, perfectly round like the sun and large enough that it takes 9 people to encircle it. The well water is icy cold, and several sets of copper armor are submerged in it. According to Zheyan, this was how their ancestors had tempered cold armor to gather courtly frost armor qi throughout the ages. Chapter 276, Jade Courtyard. Li Xianxian paused, letting Li Tongya absorb the good news, and then continued. With this jade well, there is no need for large-scale construction. Although second uncle has achieved the foundation establishment realm, our family's roots are shallow, and we have too few Qi cultivators to guard our territory adequately. Could the guardian of the courtly path be distributed to cultivate some reliable cultivators? That's a good suggestion. Li Tongya's eyes lit up instantly. The jade well for refining courtly frost armor Qi was not something easily made, requiring extensive research and knowledge of runes. Having this jade well on Mount Yue would save him considerable effort. After a moment of thought, Li Tongya replied, select some loyal disciples with spiritual orifices that have a clear background. This technique can help quickly condense 6 chakras and cultivate Qi cultivators. Do not distribute it lightly, else we risk losing control. Li Xianxian nodded and said, I plan to select 6 loyal individuals to begin training, and they will be assigned to the clan affairs courtyard for law enforcement duties. However, I have yet to decide on a name for this division. Having held authority for decades, Li Xianxian naturally understood such intricacies. He smiled and stepped forward, presenting a brush and ink with both hands. Li Tongya chuckled and took up the brush, saying, You certainly have thought of a name. You are just waiting for me to write it down. After a moment's contemplation, he wrote 3 words with decisive strokes and explained, I have read both the aged courtly path scripture and the guardian of the courtly path. The Dao foundation of the former is called Jade Court General, while the latter's Dao foundation is called Court Guard. Let us call them the Jade Court Guards. Meanwhile, in eastern Mount Yue, the rays of the morning sun rose gently from the east, illuminating the many thatched cottages and fences. The common folk were just waking from their dreams, some preparing to hunt, others to farm. In recent years, eastern Mount Yue had been ravaged by war, with corpses littering the land. The members of the Li family, along with Shamili, had worked hard to restore order, bringing many Easterners and related systems and regulations to restrain officials and nobles. It was only in these recent years that things began to improve. A creaky carriage rumbled along the muddy road, drawing the attention of Mount Yue's inhabitants. Shamili sat steadily in the carriage with a songstress on each leg, both leaning against his chest. He stroked the shoulders of the women absent-mindedly, his thoughts drifting far away. Serpent Dragon, such a grand spectacle. Although the Li family controlled eastern Mount Yue thoroughly, Shamili, being a Qi cultivator, was well aware of the disturbance from the previous night. He had seen the light from the east and witnessed the 2 serpent-shaped spells rising and falling, making him rather uneasy. Could it be a fight with the family? Li Tongya is a peak Qi cultivation realm swordsman. Defeating in Zheyan should not be a problem, as long as it does not involve the Yue family. Shamili knew that both the Yue and Li families had affiliations to the Sect, but the Yue family had 2 more foundation establishment realm cultivators, making them far stronger than the Li family. If they fought, the Li family might not be able to withstand it. If the Li family falls, how can I, the king of Mount Yue, stay safe? Even preserving my life would be difficult. Though oppressed by the Li family, Shamili lived comfortably. His greatest hope was for the Li family to weaken, not perish. He had heard of the Yue family's ruthless actions, and if they attacked, Shamili would have no choice but to pack up and become a rogue cultivator. Shamili. As Shamili was lost in his thoughts inside the carriage, the curtain was suddenly lifted, and a young man with short eyebrows and narrow eyes climbed in. Shamili's face briefly showed displeasure, but he forced a smile, saying, it is Brother Tian Rong. What brings you here? Tian Rong's lingering gaze on the songstresses displeased Shamili, but Tian Rong caught himself and averted his gaze, saying, This Mount Yue region is quite dull, except for the entertainment you have here. Tian Rong, the son of Tian Youdao, was among those sent to Mount Yue. As a profligate son, he naturally gravitated toward Shamili. Initially, Shamili believed he had established a connection with the Tian family and was overjoyed, treating Tian Rong with great hospitality. After only 3 days, Shamili realized that Tian Rong was an utter piece of trash, with a foul temperament and equally bad behavior. The words that came out of his mouth were so outrageous that even Shamili, a man of modest education from Mount Yue, found them unbelievable. He wished he could chase Tian Rong out of the palace. Despite Tian Rong's uselessness, he was the only son of Tian Youdao, so Shamili didn't want to make an enemy of him. He tried to avoid Tian Rong by leaving on a carriage, but Tian Rong was oblivious and followed him all the way here, leaving Shamili at a loss. Shamili could only sigh to himself, listening to Tian Rong's nonsensical and vulgar talk, thinking to himself, I've heard that Tian Youdao is quite formidable and is even an elder in the Li family. How did he end up with a son like this? The world is indeed unpredictable. As Shamili was dozing off to Tian Rong's drivel, his ears suddenly perked up when he heard a loud voice outside. Tian Zhongqing pays respects to the great king. An opportunity to finally interrupt Tian Rong had presented itself. Shamili straightened up immediately. Overjoyed, he unceremoniously cut off Tian Rong. Please come in. Tian Zhongqing, though not as outstanding as the main family's cultivators, was considered a fairly talented individual among the external cultivators in the Li family. Whoosh! The thick curtain was lifted, revealing the bright sunlight outside. Tian Zhongqing, with his upright features and composed demeanor, did not think highly of this barbarian, but still gave him due respect, politely greeting him. Great king. With a quick glance, he noticed the sneaky-looking Tian Rong in the corner. Tian Zhongqing was taken aback at the sight of him, and a wave of burning anger surged in his heart as he exclaimed, What are you doing here? Tian Rong quickly shrank back, remaining silent. Shamili's expression quickly turned awkward, and since he despised Tian Rong deeply, he did not bother to create an excuse for him. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Tian Zhongqing immediately understood the situation, thinking angrily to himself, I told him not to get too close to Shamili. He has completely ignored my words. Tian Zhongqing's heart pounded in fury, wishing he could slap Tian Rong to death right then and there. However, Tian Rong was Tian Youdao's only son, and Tian Youdao had not only been a great benefactor to Tian Zhongqing, but was also the pillar of the Tian family. Tian Zhongqing had no choice but to suppress his anger. He cupped his fist to Shamili and said, The family head summons you. Please come to Mount Yue for an audience. Shamili was immediately alarmed, trembling as he asked, May I ask, what is this about? Tian Zhongqing shook his head and replied, Just an audience. With that, he cupped his fist again, waved his sleeve, and jumped out of the carriage, walking away. The more Tian Zhongqing thought about it, the angrier he became, but his anger soon turned to fear as he thought, My mistake led to our clan being sent west, but it might not be a bad thing. However, this Tian Rong is going to get us into trouble sooner or later. Tian Zhongqing waited for a moment, but Tian Rong did not come out. Listening closely, he could still hear Tian Rong's complaints and Shamili's impatient responses inside the carriage. Tian Zhongqing's anger flared up again, and he muttered harshly, This brat will surely bring about nothing but disaster in the future. Chapter 277, An Audience. Tian Zhongqing had left with a wave of his sleeve, but Shamili's heart was clouded with dark thoughts and wild speculations. Meanwhile, Tian Rong, oblivious to the situation, continued his incessant chatter, which only served to make Shamili even more anxious. He emptied his mind and pondered, What does Li Xianxian mean by this? I have been minding my own business in Mount Yue year after year, not touching the Li family's spirit fields or items. Surely, they don't have a problem with me. Could this be a form of intimidation? While Shamili was still lost in his own thoughts, the carriage came to a sudden stop. Tian Rong, startled, thought Tian Zhongqing had returned and quickly fell silent. However, he then heard the raspy voice of an elderly man shouting, The main family's orders have arrived. Great king, how much longer will you wait? Do not miss the appointed time. Hi, shaman. Please come in. Shamili responded quickly. An old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles entered. Despite his aged appearance, his eyes remained sharp and focused. This was the old Mount Yue shaman, Awisi, who had surrendered to the Li family years ago. Now at the peak of the embryonic breathing realm, he was too old to make any further breakthroughs. Shamili glanced at Tian Rong. Awisi, with a raised eyebrow, understood immediately. He unceremoniously grabbed Tian Rong like a chicken and threw him out of the carriage, ignoring Tian Rong's incredulous protests. Tian Rong fell to the ground with a loud thud and continued to curse obscenely. Awisi frowned deeply, leaned out, and scolded. Even your father has to address me politely. What the hell are you shouting about? How did Tian Youdao even create such a useless son? He should have pulled it out of his wife and shot you on the ground back, then to spare us all this trouble. These words not only left Tian Rong trembling with anger, but also made Shamili's eyes widen in surprise. However, he pretended not to have heard his last comment. Awisi ended his insult by spitting on the ground before turning back, saying, Great king. Awisi was an old retainer of the Li family. He had accompanied Li Xiangping in the westward invasion, and Tian Youdao had only been a lowly soldier at the time, saved by Awisi on several occasions. Tian Youdao had always referred to him as Big Brother. Hence Awisi spared no mercy in berating and reprimanding Tian Rong. Shamili hurriedly responded, "Yes, hi shaman. Get ready and go." Awisi's demanding words made Shamili curse silently in his heart, but he could only nod in agreement. When he stepped out of the carriage, he saw that all the tributes and ceremonial items had already been prepared. Even without his command, the national treasury had been emptied. He nodded awkwardly before joining the procession, muttering grumpily under his breath. "Damn it. And Zheyan is quite perceptive," a young man said. The black-clad youth sat cross-legged as he listened to the words of the person below him, nodding and smiling as he said. He quietly settled the remaining members of the Yin family in Lijing town, spreading the old vow of offering 2 mountains far and wide. Over the years, he has made some progress and has learned a lot. Now that Li Xianxian was managing the family, Li Yuanjiao had been sent to oversee the clan affairs courtyard. His fierce temperament made him well suited for the job. Indeed, he has made significant progress. The youth below nodded in agreement. His demeanor strongly resembled Li Xianling, exuding a sense of steadiness. This was his son, Li Yuanyun, who was a few years younger than Li Yuanjiao. Li Yuanyun lacked a spiritual orifice and had always stayed on the mountain. Now that Li Yuanyun had married a woman with a spiritual orifice, he could no longer remain on the mountain. He had moved down, established his own residence, and spent his days reading, investigating past matters, and occasionally visiting Li Yuanjiao's residence. Perhaps due to his lack of spiritual orifice and not cultivating, Li Yuanyun did not possess a sharp presence. Instead, he had a gentle and peaceful aura. After a pause, he continued, "Shamili's eldest son has begun his cultivation. He was born to a woman from our branch family and has been learning the Eastern customs since childhood. He begged the family for the Li surname and is now called Li Jaimin. He appears quite loyal." Li Yuanjiao smiled and nodded. This news was indeed pleasing. He paused and then said softly, "I received an internal report that the cave dwelling with Spirit Spring on Mount Huaqian is rich in spiritual qi. I'll be going there to cultivate in seclusion soon. We don't have many opportunities to talk as brothers, so I want to have a chat with you before I leave." "That's good news," Li Yuanyun responded warmly and smiled as he continued. "Too bad Sister Qinghong went to Mount Huazhong a few days ago. Now that you are leaving too, it'll be just me idling around in Lijing town." Li Yuanjiao shook his head and reminded, "Hey, Qingxiao and Yuanping are only 4 or 5 years old. There are only a few of us in the generation of Yuan and Qing. Since Qinghong will also be cultivating in seclusion soon, you'll have to keep an eye on those kids when you can." Li Yuanyun nodded and said, "I'll be going to Mount Yue in a few days to investigate some matters. I can bring a few toys for the 2 kids." Li Yuanjiao was about to ask him more questions when someone hurriedly approached, interrupting their conversation. "Report. Shamili is here to see you, my lord." "Shamili. It seems he has come to pay his respects and sound me out. Let him in then," Li Yuanjiao instructed. Li Yuanyun, understanding the situation, tactfully prepared to leave, but Li Yuanjiao frowned and stopped him. "You can stay and listen. We are family. There's nothing you can't hear. Just record what Shamili says truthfully without any reservations," he said. "It is widely rumored that you're Shamili's main supporter, so I do need to listen carefully." Li Yuanyun teased playfully before sitting down again. A tall Mount Yue man walked up from below. His attire was proper, resembling the Easterners. With a wide smile on his face, he called out, "Brother Jiao, it has been so long. I have missed you greatly, brother." Li Yuanjiao replied with a smile. Noticing Shamili's gaze lingering on Li Yuanyun, he explained, "This is Brother Yuanyun, one of our own. He will be heading to your territory in a few days, so please take good care of him." "Why, yes. Of course," Shamili responded cautiously, his mind completely preoccupied as he had come straight to see Li Yuanjiao and was not expecting to meet anyone else. He said carefully, "Why have the family head summoned me in such a hurry? I feel very anxious and uneasy." "Oh." Li Yuanjiao waved his hand and replied, "You have done well over these years. My elders want to see you, and perhaps even the ancestor will meet you personally. It's nothing serious, so relax." Hearing this, Shamili breathed a sigh of relief. He wanted to say more, but noticed that Li Yuanjiao seemed rather distracted. Realizing his sudden visit might have interrupted a conversation, He smiled and said, "With your reassurance, I am relieved. The family head summons is important and should not be delayed. I will go up the mountain first and come back to see you when I have time." He then left hurriedly. Li Yuanyun watched Shamili depart and, after a moment of thought, said, "Since we have his son, Li Jaimin, Shamili has pretty much served his purpose. Besides, Li Jaimin might even be more loyal than he is. However, Qi cultivators have a lifespan of 200 years. I wonder how the clan plans to deal with him." Li Yuanjiao set his cup down and replied, "No rush. Shamili's cultivation technique is excellent, and his strength is decent. When Li Jaimin reaches the Qi cultivation realm, we can still use Shamili as a guest elder." Li Yuanyun nodded slightly, but noticed a peculiar look on Li Yuanjiao's face. He continued, "The Purple Thunder secret origin technique is truly extraordinary. It was once a grade 4 technique. Despite absorbing unrefined Qi, Shamili has reached the 3rd heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm in just 4 years. That's fascinating indeed." While the two were chatting in the courtyard, Shamili hurried up the mountain, not daring to fly directly. He walked along the stone path for a while before the small courtyard came into view. 2 clan guards stood silently in front of the courtyard. Shamili, towering in stature, bowed his head as he entered and saw a middle-aged man dressed in gray standing at the top. The middle-aged man had broad shoulders and was carefully wiping a sword with a rag. The sword had intricate scale-like patterns, reflecting a cold light. Shamili stared at it in a daze for a moment before kneeling with a thud and bowing deeply. Shamili greets the ancestor. Shamili finally understood why serpent dragons had flown in the sky that night and why the Li family had made such a commotion. With his forehead pressed firmly on the ground, he did not dare move. Thinking in shock, Foundation Establishment Realm. He has achieved the Foundation Establishment Realm. Li Tongya responded with a soft hum before glancing at him, slowly sheathing his sword. He began gently, "Shamili, it has been a while. It seems you have been behaving in Mount Yue, and you've made significant progress in your cultivation as well."